What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 BM Chapter 287 Playing Mahjong with Points? Konus, go and call Xiao Feng. Konus nodded and walked out. The reason why Xiao Feng was in Sabaody was because Lin Feng picked him up before departure, in order to pretend to be him. Although Lin Feng still didn't understand his purpose in Sengoku's phone call last time, it also reminded Lin Feng from the side. When the crowd dispersed, Konus had already brought Xiao Feng back. The next thing is to speed up Zhao Feng's becoming Shichibukai. During this period of time, Lu Qi has been leading people to assist secretly, speeding up the process a lot. Now Xiao Feng's reputation in the first half of the Grand Line is already very loud, and he is regarded as a clear stream among pirates, a traitor. Marine is happy to see the results. After all, it is a good thing to have someone to help catch the pirates, and the efficiency is so high. However, some Marines expressed doubts and dissatisfaction with this, thinking that such things as pirates catching pirates must have an ulterior purpose in it. And Xiao Feng did have another purpose. 3 days after the big event, Xiao Feng declared that he wanted to become Shichibukai. As soon as the news came out, both the Marine side and the pirates felt that they understood. Did this guy put in so much effort just to become Shichibukai? It's just that Shichibukai is not meant to be. Even though Xiao Feng has gained some fame during this period, it is far from enough. As for Marine, Sengoku and others laughed it off when they heard the news, and they didn't take it seriously at all. These days, there are so many daydreamers. Sengoku is in a state of desperation right now. In the past 3 days of the big event, turmoil is happening everywhere, and the world government has a lot of things for him. On the New World side, Whitebeard and Shanks didn't move at all, but that be ******** D Kaido. He will do things at every opportunity, and now without Admiral over there, Kaido has turned the world upside down. Advertisement besides, Akainu and others will be back in 2 days, and then they have to go to Sabaody, but Akainu can't go there by himself, otherwise something might happen with his temper. And the green cow, it has been 3 days and still hasn't woken up. Sengoku has already contacted Lin Feng, saying it can be cured. And in the past 3 days, Zhanlong's side unexpectedly made another big incident. Just 3 nights later, the leader of the Zhanlong organization visited the Holy Land Mariajoy again, killed the 2 celestial dragons that had been rescued, and let them find the 3 celestial dragons that had been left after making trouble in Sabaody. I don't know why these 2 idiots lead the way for Shitong, maybe they thought they could save their lives by doing so. Fortunately, this incident happened in Mariajoy. Zhanlong didn't seem to disclose the news, otherwise the world government would really lose face. Lying on the sofa in the tavern, Lin Feng looked at his 130,000 points and thought about what to do with them. There is no rush to improve his strength at present. There is nothing in this sea that can make Lin Feng feel dangerous, unless he is besieged and killed. And what we have to do now is to find a way to improve the strength of the people around us. This is the most important thing. System, why don't you send a mission for such a big event this time? No time, 30,000, close black lens bracket, then there should be some after the fact rewards. Well, there are some, touch, close black lens bracket. Lin Feng's face turned dark when he heard this voice. Could it be? Hey, hurry up and give me the reward. Oh, what are you in a hurry for? Oh, what a mess. Come, get all the points, close black lens bracket. What the FK are you playing Mahjong? Advertisement. Yeah, you said you don't spend much, and those points are not enough for me to lose, close black lens bracket. It's my fault. Award. Congratulations to host for obtaining immunity to abnormal states, 2 skill books, 1 mithril pendant, 10 goblin dolls, and 1 Zhaobawang game console, close black lens bracket. What are these? Especially the ones in the back, seriously? Open black lens bracket. Seriously. Close black lens bracket. There is no ink with the system, because Lin Feng knows that it is useless to say anything, since the reward is in hand. Let's take a good look. Abnormal state immunity is easy to understand, that is, those messy abilities will basically have no effect on Lin Feng in the future, like the abilities of Sugar and Perona. I have used the skill book before. This mithril pendant? Wearing it on the body can imperceptibly enhance one's physique. Lin Feng was overjoyed to see this. Kuina's weakness lies in physical fitness. Although it was transformed by the Jianshin seed once before, it was only an incidental effect after all. Now with the mithril pendant, Kuina will be able to go further in swordplay. Not bad. I happily put away the mithril pendant. When eating in the evening, when everyone was here, Lin Feng took out the goblin doll and the bully game console. The girls have never seen this thing, and most of them think it is ugly, with one exception. Robin was holding a goblin doll, holding it to his chest intoxicated. His little face was flushed, obviously fascinated. The little Overlord game console was taken by Barry and Bardo to play, and even Enel and Luo joined in. Chapter 288 Trash Talk. When Lin Feng finished explaining the function of the mithril pendant, Kuina was overwhelmed with surprise. That night was another battle of the century, and its intensity was no less than that of Ohara. A few days later, Sengoku came to Sabaody with Akainu and the Green Bull, who was still awake. After getting off the warship, Akainu looked like he was going to kill someone. The last time he was here, he was beaten so badly that his hand was broken. Now that I came to this place again, my hand was broken again, and I had to go to the person who broke his hand for treatment. It was a great shame. Behind Akainu, the Green Bull carried on a stretcher by several marine soldiers has a peaceful face. The last ones to come out were Sengoku and Garp, talking and laughing, as if they were on a trip. Ahahaha, Sengoku, look, Sabaody is quite different now, Garp said proudly to Sengoku. Due to his busy schedule, Sengoku stays at naval headquarters for a long time, and he is not as free as Garp. When he got off the warship at this time, he saw that the people here were all living and working in peace, and there were many things that he didn't know about. Has it developed so fast? Sengoku couldn't help being a little puzzled, but there was no time for him to take a good tour right now. After a few glances, he led the people to Area 49. And the people in Sabaody, when they saw the Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, and Marine Admiral coming together, caused a commotion. Everyone was worried, fearing that these people were here to deal with Lin Feng. If this was the case, would Sabaody land return to the way it was before? But when he saw the green cow being carried on a stretcher, the doubts in everyone's hearts were dispelled. It turned out that they came here for treatment. Mr. Lin Feng is awesome. Advertisement without any obstacles along the way, Sengoku and others soon came to the outside of the duel arena. Seeing the flow of people here like water, Sengoku sighed for a while. Lin Feng, who received the news, had already asked Konis and others to go out to greet him. Even if he was upset with Akainu and Green Bull, for the sake of Sengoku and Garp, he still had to do superficial work. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, welcome. As Lin Feng's secretary, Konis stepped forward to greet the two. Ha ha ha, girl Konis, I'm here for a drink. Garp laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. Sengoku said, little girl, I will trouble you again this time. Marshal Sengoku is polite. Our president said that Marshal Sengoku's business is his business. Konis said and stepped aside. You two, please come in with me. Akainu, who was on the side, was completely ignored during the speech, and Konis walked ahead to lead the way after speaking. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting on a chair in the living room, leisurely eating the fruits that Kuina had peeled. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer. After the door was pushed open, Sengoku saw that these two people looked like you and me, and they didn't see it. Ahem. Sengoku put his hand to his mouth and coughed twice. In fact, Lin Feng already knew that the person was coming, and he did it on purpose at this time. Seeing Akainu's angry face now, Lin Feng's goal has been achieved. Yo, isn't that who? Lin Feng said in a strange way, while Kuina got up and said hello. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp. Advertisement. The two smiled and nodded, and then Sengoku said, HMPH, UB asterisk 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 D. The little girl is more polite than you. He walked to the side seat and sat down. Garp had nothing to do, sat down with a smile on his face, picked up the wine on the table and began to drink on his own. Konis came in and stood beside Lin Feng, and she will need to use her ability later. Behind Akainu, several soldiers carrying the green bull looked helpless. Akainu was so big that he blocked the door and refused to go in, and they didn't dare to urge him. Who is that at the door, blocking my sunlight? Lin Feng ate the pastry and pretended not to know Akainu. Akainu blushed when he heard the words. It was not easy to bear it until now. Without saying a word, Akainu walked in and sat down, puffing from his nostrils. Several marine soldiers behind hurriedly carried the green bull in and let out a long sigh of relief after putting it on the ground. Hey, you guys have worked hard, you can sit and sit, come as you come, and give me any gifts, Lin Feng said with a smile. A few marine soldiers smiled awkwardly and looked at Sengoku. They didn't dare to be so casual. Sengoku nodded helplessly. This Lin Feng is really unforgiving. Li Diaozi, isn't that pork? Calling the green cow a pork is the only thing he can do, and Garp couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Only Akainu didn't know what it meant, and wondered, did Sengoku bring a gift? After the ridicule was over, it was time for the trash talk. Lin Feng said, Marshal Sengoku, how can a busy person like you have time to come to my 3-acre land? Don't you mean that you are not busy with business? I know it. Marine fought a soul-stirring battle 2 days ago. Chapter 289. Connotation. Akainu's face turned dark. He is not stupid. How could he not hear that Lin Feng was connoting him? Sengoku leaned his hands on the table, holding his forehead. Killing people, this guy is too hurt. Although I knew before coming here that Lin Feng would definitely not give Akainu a good face, after all, Kuina, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, now almost died in Akainu's hands. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't want to do anything to Akainu, and he refused to treat Akainu without seeing them. It was just his mouth. Hey, bear with it, you can't even give up your hands for the sake of dignity. Seeing that Akainu's face darkened a bit, Lin Feng knew that it was almost done, and if he continued, Akainu might collapse. Lin Feng, you are doing well here. I just looked at it, and both the people's livelihood and the economy are thriving. Very good. Sengoku also had no choice but to transfer Lin by saying something. Feng hates it. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, this old fox has come all the time, and he still pretends to be here with me, but he doesn't say the purpose. But Lin Feng also knows that at this time, whoever speaks first will lose. It's rare that Marshal Sengoku has such a discerning eye. Since you have said so, why don't you give me all of Sabaody's land, so that I can manage it, right? Sengoku just took a sip of tea and spit it out. Shameless, too shameless, the old man has never. How dare you say such a thing? Hey, Marshal Sengoku is not used to my tea, there's wine next to him, hurry up and drink a couple of wake-up teas. Ah, haha, Lin Feng, stop joking. Lin Feng took out a few tickets and said, it's hard for you guys to come here, why don't I invite you to the duel arena, the competition there is still very exciting. Advertisement. No need, no need. That's fine, Lin Feng boy, give it to me, I'll go and see. With dessert stuffed in his mouth and a bottle of wine in his hand, Garp stood up and walked to Lin Feng to take the ticket. Look, it's as good as Vice Admiral Garp, don't be polite to me, you are from Sabadi. Hearing this, Sengoku gave another meal. Isn't this your talent recruitment slogan in Sabadi? Can it be used in this kind of place? Lin Feng, you know why we came here, so don't go around in circles. Sengoku said. He didn't want Lin Feng to continue talking nonsense. What are they talking about? Huh? I know. I don't know. Aren't you here to travel? This B***************, D, insisting on letting himself speak out, isn't it embarrassing others, since he spoke first, how can he bargain later? Although I was originally asking for something from others, but if I was slaughtered when I came up, who would be willing? Well, what's the matter, Marshal Sengoku? Lin Feng asked again. Shaking his head, Sengoku could only say, Sakazuki's injury still needs your help. And this? He pointed to the green bull on the ground. Hey, is this a person? Lin Feng stood up in surprise, walked to the green cow and squatted down. Hey, the little thing looks so unique. What's going on here? Sleeping Beauty, cosplay. Hiss, if it's true, it's really scary, advertisement. Seeing Lin Feng squatting there acting, Sengoku said, okay, it's almost done, if you can wake up, please help. Hearing this, Lin Feng stood up, looked at Kuina, saw her nodding with a smile. Lin Feng replied with a smile, as long as he is satisfied, you Akainu if you are not mad. It's not a big problem, but you also know, Marshal Sengoku, that with such combat power, it's impossible for me to help treat it easily. It's different from those ordinary sailors. Such a guy, who can guarantee that he won't become my enemy in the future, right? Hearing this, Akainu finally said, what, do you want to be a pirate, or do you feel guilty about being a thief? Lin Feng pointed at Akainu, looking back and forth between him and Sengoku. Did you hear, Marshal Sengoku? He slandered me, he slandered me. It's over, I was scared, and I can't remember how to treat it. Why don't you hire someone else? Lin Feng supported his head with a frightened expression on his face. If it were an outsider, he would really think he was intimidated. Half an hour later, after some intense tugging, Lin Feng and Sengoku finally reached an agreement. From now on, Marine will owe 3 favors to Lin Feng, 1 to Sengoku, 1 to Akainu, and Green Bull. And if the Green Bull doesn't plan to admit it after waking up, Lin Feng doesn't care, he will say it in front of Sengoku, and hit the Green Bull every time he encounters it in the future. Anyway, Lin Feng didn't expect people like Green Bull to be trustworthy. He probably scolded himself as an inferior creature when he woke up because he was against the world government. Now that the negotiation is settled, it's time to get down to business. With a movement of Lin Feng's finger, the Green Bull was swept into another room by the magical vindictiveness. Konus received Lin Feng's instruction and threw a healing spell on Akainu. Chapter 290 The Tragic Green Bull. The ones who suddenly stepped forward were a few big-eared melon seeds. Anyway, this guy will definitely curse when he wakes up, so it's better to beat him up first. If Green Bull knew, he would definitely scold Lin Feng for not talking about martial arts. After fanning, Lin Feng's pupils turned red and he untied Tsukuyomi. After a while, the Green Bull slowly opened his eyes, but he looked sluggish. It's really difficult for him. When Lin Feng used Tsukuyomi on him, he set 1 day equal to 1 month. So many days have passed, the Green Bull has been stabbed by a knife in the illusion space for almost a year, and I don't know if he will go crazy when he wakes up now. But this is not a matter for Lin Feng to consider. He is only responsible for waking up the Green Bull. Whether he is crazy or not is none of his business. Take out the Green Bull with dull eyes. At this time Akainu's arm has recovered. Lin Feng saw it and said, Akainu Admiral, your arm really just grew out and it's gone. You have to be careful this time. HMPH, don't talk nonsense. Tisk tisk, don't cross the river and tear down the bridge. Said Lin Feng looked at Sengoku. Do you want to go back now or go around Sabadi? I can get someone to be your tour guide. No need, let's just walk around by ourselves. Sengoku waved his hand and said a few perfunctory words before he was ready to lead people away. Leave now. Don't stay for a meal, Lin Feng shouted when he left the room. Everyone is gone, you still talk. Kuina smiled and patted Lin Feng. Of course, I'm mad at him, who told him to attack you in the first place. Lin Feng hugged Kuina and poked him. After leaving the living room, Sengoku ordered the awakened green cow to be carried back to the warship. Advertisement. He and Akainu went outside, and after shopping for a while, they soon attracted crowds of onlookers. The two of them didn't care about it. This kind of situation was seen a lot. A marshal and an admiral, just shopping in such a grand manner will definitely attract attention. After the two walked for a while, Sengoku suddenly stopped and sighed. Turning back to Akainu, he said, Sakazuki, what do you think of this place? Is it different from before? Akainu frowned when he heard this. He was also full of emotions after walking around just now. He is also very clear about what the previous Sabadi land was like. It was a place that was glamorous on the surface, but in fact it was rotten down to the bone. Almost all illegal and immoral things happened in this place. But now it's all gone, and it seems to be really well managed. However, with Akainu's attitude towards Lin Feng, it is impossible to praise him too much. Not bad, Akainu said. Sengoku smiled a little, but didn't expose him. Let's go to the next place. Akainu asked suspiciously. Where? I still have a mission, I have to go back to New World. What's the hurry, this place is also very important. About half an hour later, Sengoku and Akainu came to the gate of one of the schools established by Lin Feng. Listening to the sound of children reading and the scene of children practicing martial arts on the playground, Sengoku thought maybe this is what Marine wanted. It is also what he wants, if only the whole world can do this. Without the oppression of celestial dragons, children can go to school without worry, and people can live and work in peace and contentment. Advertisement Akainu didn't know the purpose of bringing him here in Sengoku, but she still felt something different. Along the way, people's laughter were all imprinted in his mind. How long has it been since I felt so at ease? Every day is a task, whether it is assigned by the Marine or the world government. Sengoku looked at Akainu standing there blankly, but smiled. The reason why he took Akainu for such a trip was also for his purpose. Although it may not change anything, Sengoku believes that it will have some effect. Back on the warship, Akainu had already left for New World with them. The B************ D hasn't come back yet? Sengoku asked the sailor beside him. Report to Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, that he has not returned. Send someone to look for him immediately, otherwise we don't know how long we'll have to wait. After saying that, Sengoku walked into the cabin angrily. All of these are not worry-free, not a single normal person. In the cabin, Sengoku came to the room of the Green Bull. This guy who has been in a coma for more than 10 days doesn't know what's going on. Sengoku looked at the Green Bull and found that although he woke up, his eyes were a little dull. What the hell is going on? It seems like he has been hit so badly, isn't it just a few days of coma? As for the Green Bull, he was inexplicably hit by the opponent's trick and was stabbed for nearly a year, so he was lucky that he didn't have a mental breakdown. The Green Bull didn't even dare to close his eyes, for fear of closing his eyes and returning to that terrifying blood-colored space, and being stabbed again. Since his debut, since when did he, the Green Bull, suffer such grievances? What a humiliation. Damn inferior creatures. Chapter 291 Wable? Blackbeard? Brother? Thinking about the Admiral Vice Admirals under him, Sengoku suddenly felt that the future of Marine was worrisome. At this time, on an island in the first half of the Grand Line, a man who looked 80% similar to Whitebeard was sitting in a room, looking at the brawny man with long purple hair wearing a wrestler mask and wearing a strange hat, a blindfold over his right eye, a black cloak, and a master man with a spear in his hand. The three people in the room were Edward Wable, Giza's Badgers, known as the Fighting Champion, by Blackbeard's crew, and Sniper Van Oka. After Blackbeard formed the Blackbeard Pirates, he was hunted down by Ace and found Wable on a deserted island in New World. After the battle with Asa, Wable left in a damaged pirate ship. Only one day later, the pirate ship was disintegrated by wind and waves. Wable also wandered on a deserted island. When Blackbeard brought his men here, Wable had already lost weight from hunger. At the beginning, Wable saw a few people, and he wanted to do it without saying a word. After Blackbeard had a fight with him, he realized that Wable's strength was not simple, so he decided to recruit him. But no matter what he said, Wable didn't listen, just like a madman. It wasn't until later that he learned that this guy actually said he was Whitebeard's son. Blackbeard took it into consideration. After some cheating, Blackbeard became Wable's big brother, and the two decided to find their father, Whitebeard, together. Having successfully recruited such a powerful fighter, Blackbeard felt extremely happy. But he didn't forget that this guy was wanted by that Lin Feng. If you take it out in such a grand manner, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. So Blackbeard left Badgers and Van Oka, and left with the rest to attract Ace's attention. Advertisement Badgers and Van Oka, after disguised with Wable behind them, were careful not to leak any information, and brought Wable to the current island after great pains. Where's my brother? Where's my big brother? Wable kept asking questions while eating. Badgers glanced at Van Oka. This stuff is really delicious. Van Orca also shook his head helplessly. What could he do? On the way here with Wable, he really experienced countless ups and downs, and many times he was almost exposed because of this guy's gluttony. The problem is that the two of them can't beat this idiot, so they can only use gentle persuasion. Both of them are now eloquent enough to be MLM lecturers. The captain is waiting for us on the next island. Let's rest for one night and see you tomorrow. Helplessly, Van Oka said as if coaxing a child. Wable looked up at him when he heard the words, and after a few seconds, Z nodded emphatically. Wable knows, I won't let Big Brother reward you. On the other side, Bonero Island. Blackbeard brought Lafitte, who is known as the Devil Sheriff, and Shinigami Poison Q to rest here. The three of them had been harassed by Luo and Asa since they came to Grand Line before. Later, Ace chased after him again. Blackbeard thought that relying on Dark Fruit's ability and the large number of people on his side, he would be able to deal with Ace. The two then engaged in a battle that could destroy an island, and Blackbeard lost. This battle made Blackbeard very depressed. Originally relying on Dark Fruit, it was impossible for him to win against him based on his understanding of Ace, but now the development of things made him never expect. Advertisement TMs. What happened to that dragon? Unaffected by Dark Fruit. Bug it. The previous Ace didn't know this thing, and aside from this fire dragon, Ace's own strength has grown a lot, whether it is hockey or fruit ability. It must be because of that weapon, arms, the dragon gun? Lafayette and Poison Q looked at Blackbeard suspiciously. That's right, Ace once said that the weapon was given to him by that Lin Feng. Why is he everywhere? Blackbeard said gloomily after swallowing a large jar of wine. Wait, I will make you regret it, thief, ha 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 ha. After that fight, Blackbeard was injured and escaped, but Ace was also injured. After he healed his wounds, he went around to inquire about Blackbeard's whereabouts and hunted him down. At this time, on an island only 2 days away from Bonero Island, Ace was wandering in the street, looking carelessly at the vendors around him, his stomach growling. Half an hour later, there was another figure fleeing in a hurry on the street. Stop. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you eat the overlord meal? Lousy is going to break your leg. There were several people chasing after him. Ace ran and thought of something and suddenly stopped and looked back at the restaurant owner and clerk who were chasing him. Chapter 292 Overlord Meal. Dare to eat Ba Wang's meal on Lousy's sight. I'm afraid you are tired of work. The boss said viciously, waving the kitchen knife in his hand. Ace smiled when he heard this, scratched the back of his head and said, I'm very sorry, I forgot one thing. The boss was taken aback when he heard the words, didn't this kid not give the money on purpose, did he just forget? But I only remembered after running so far, is it too slow to react? HMPH, don't think you can get away with fooling around by saying this, hurry up and take out the money. Ace, however, didn't pay the money, and gave the boss a warm grin. Ace suddenly straightened his body, and then bowed at 90 degrees. Thank you for the hospitality. After speaking, before the boss could react, he ran away. After escaping from the hotel owner, Ace found a hotel to live in, obediently paid the money, and went into the room to rest. Maybe it's because the hotel is not fun, so I paid for it. As a pirate, not giving money for meals is probably the worst thing Ace can think of. The backpack was thrown away casually, the dragon gun was placed by the wall and stood, and Ace jumped on the spot and lay on the bed. Found a clue about Blackbeard today, rest well, he should be able to catch up in 2 days. Last time he had a fight with Blackbeard, which proved his current strength, and he, who was already confident, became even more wild now. Advertisement he vowed to take Blackbeard back and hand him over to his father. Now eat and drink enough, let's sleep. The next day, Shaki handed Lin Feng a piece of information received 2 days ago. Naturally, it was the battle between Ace and Blackbeard, because everyone was busy with other things during the period before a few days ago, so Shaki was not in a hurry to give it to Lin Feng, and almost forgot about it later. But this is also because Ace won this battle, otherwise Lin Feng would definitely know about it as soon as possible. But now, looking at the information in his hand, Lin Feng is not too surprised. As I said before, Ace's strength is already very strong. In the face of dark fruit, even if he can't beat him, he can escape. As long as the dragon gun can be used to its true power, defeating Blackbeard is not difficult, and Ace's fire ability and dragon gun are really suitable. Hey, well done, it looks like Summit War won't break out. At the same time, at naval headquarters, Sengoku and Cranestaff and Garp and Aokiji got together, Akainu went to New World, and Kizaru guarded Mariajoy. Several people looked at the information on the table and the battle on the screen, discussing about Shatong. From the information we have obtained, apart from opening up a space for escaping and fighting, this blood pupil can also go to and from any place he has been to. Of course, this is just a guess, but I don't think it should be. There will be mistakes, Staff Officer Crane said. And that giant, what kind of ability is this? Even Aokiji and Akainu can't break through the defense. This is even more terrifying than Kaido. More than that, the black flame is also very strange, and it cannot be extinguished no matter what. Several people were discussing, and when the room suddenly became quiet, Aokiji took off the blindfold and said, did everyone forget the last move, the black energy that shattered the attacks of me, Akainu and Fujitora? Advertisement, I can't feel any fluctuations, restrained but violent, it swallowed Akainu's magma and my ice, this is terrible. As he said that, Aokiji changed the subject. There's also the way of attack, which always feels a little familiar. Have you seen it before? Maybe someone mentioned it. You mean Lin Feng? Sengoku said upon hearing this. Aokiji was stunned. Ah, Marshal Sengoku, you said this. If brother Lin Feng knows, it's none of my business. Sengoku didn't care about Aokiji's teasing, he lowered his head and thought for a while and said, I actually doubted him, but I still think it's unlikely. Leaving aside the purpose of his doing this, it is really hard to believe that the two completely different methods have reached the top level. Besides, he was always in Sabaody that day, there's nothing wrong with that. After Sengoku finished speaking, several people fell silent. After a while, Staff Officer Crane said, although I don't want to say that, could it be someone else pretending to be that? After all, Dehai also has this ability. After the words fell, both Sengoku and Garp looked ugly. It's not that they didn't expect this, but the result was really terrible. If this is the case, Lin Feng's strength is too hopeless. Either of the two identities can cross the sea. Impossible, impossible, how can anyone be so pervert? Besides, whether it is Sengoku or Garp, from a personal point of view, they are not willing to be enemies with Lin Feng. Strengthen the monitoring of Sabaody's land. I will find another opportunity to test it. If it is really him, it will be difficult, Sengoku said. Everyone in the room nodded, and Garp said at this time, don't think about those who have nothing, just study this blood pupil first, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 293. Ace vs Blackbeard. Blackbeard waited for his brother, Wabel 2 days earlier. With this powerful help, Blackbeard waited for Ace's arrival with peace of mind. At this time, 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates were sitting in a tavern, while Van Oka was on guard outside. Blackbeard looked at Wabel chomping down on something, grinned with a big mouth and said, Wabel, from now on with Big Brother, we can eat whatever we want. After that, let's meet Father Whitebeard and his son. Wabel agreed without raising his head. Seeing this, Blackbeard continued. There will be an enemy in these 2 days, my enemy and the enemy of Father Whitebeard. As long as we catch him, Father Whitebeard will definitely praise you. Wabel turned his head suddenly when he heard the words, and he gave Blackbeard a slap in the face. Really? Daddy Whitebeard would praise Weeble? Blackbeard wiped his face and said, yes, for sure. Ha 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 ha, then Wabel must catch this man. At this time, in the small town of Bonero Island, Ace has found the place where Blackbeard is, and is now going in that direction. Van Oka on the roof spotted Ace approaching in the distance through the sniper scope in his hand. Immediately turned over and went down from the roof. Here he is, said Van Oka, entering the room. Blackbeard was also a little surprised when he heard the words. Just as he was talking, he arrived. Thief, ha 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 ha, Wabel, here comes the man, let's go and catch him. Blackbeard laughed and patted Wabel. Advertisement. When Ace walked in, he saw Blackbeard standing in the middle of the street with someone. D teach, why don't you run away? I must take you back today. Thief, ha ha ha, Captain Ace, if you can do it, I won't mind. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Hearing this, Ace waved the fire dragon gun in his hand and killed him without saying a word. Fire gun. Ace rushed to the past and fired a ball of flames towards the Blackbeard pirates. Stand back, Blackbeard called to those around him. Blackbeard looked at Ace, his body continuously filled with black breath, and his hands became extremely black. This is not armament hockey, but Dark Fruit's ability. After gathering in both hands, the black shot out violently, devoured Ace's musket and swept towards Ace. Yang Yan. Ace directly used the dragon gun to use this move, which was much more powerful than using his arms. After the two sides fought for a while, Ace barely gained the upper hand. Teach, you can have another chance to escape today. After fighting Blackbeard last time, Ace knew that when fighting Blackbeard, the fruit ability is best used as a support, and of course the main attack is to use the dragon gun, or the dragon soul. Thief, haha, I won't run today, but you must not run later. Blackbeard thought in his heart, and when Wabel made a move later, the two would work together to take down Ace. At that time, what will Ace's expression look like? After the words fell, the two immediately started another round of confrontation. Advertisement. Ace used the dragon gun's close-up physical attack throughout the whole process, and harassed and restrained him with flames from time to time. And Blackbeard is naturally not a vegetarian. Every time Ace approaches him to attack him, he will always find an opportunity to cast dark water, trying to attract Ace to grab him and make his Mera fruit invalid. However, every time it will be blocked by the dragon gun. Ace kept waving the dragon gun, and the flames almost covered the surrounding streets. The populace had already fled, and with an upward pick that sent Blackbeard into the sky, Ace had fully communicated with the fire dragon soul. Playing a gunflower on the spot, countless flames rose into the sky accompanied by a fire dragon. Flame ring, flame pillar. The flames strengthened by the fire dragon soul went straight to Blackbeard, and Blackbeard in midair forcibly turned his body around, watching this powerful blow. I can't help but break out in a cold sweat in my heart. It won't work if it's true. Dark water. Blackbeard didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. The blow was too powerful, especially the fire dragon. He had already suffered a loss last time. He was not a person with a short memory. While absorbing part of the attack with dark water, Blackbeard did not give up looking for opportunities to counterattack. Covered in black energy, Blackbeard moved quickly, barely dodging Ace's blow, but his body was still injured. However, before he could find a chance to fight back, the fire dragon that he dodged turned around and rushed towards him with its mouth wide open. How can that be? Blackbeard was shocked. He didn't use this trick in the last Ace match. But Ace felt a burst of pride in controlling the fire dragon soul, a move he had learned from Lin Feng 3 months ago. The fire dragon soul bearer Ace's flame hit Blackbeard exactly, and the latter suffered huge damage from this blow, with burns all over his body, and a column of blood spurted out from his mouth. Chapter 294. Wabel makes a move. Ace played with the dragon gun and walked over bit by bit. Finally caught, the B***************** D who betrayed his companions. Ace thought about bringing Blackbeard back to Thatch's grave with his head. Thinking of this, Ace's eyes turned hard, and he swung out his fist, Fire Fist. The iconic blow killed the past with a ferocious momentum. This is what Lin Feng told Ace, never be careless at any time, making up is very important. If you defeat the enemy, as long as you are not dead, no matter if you are seriously injured or not, you must make up for it. If you don't kill them, at least you have to hit them until you have a breath to prevent them from hanging, and by the way, you have to disable 4 or 5 limbs to prevent accidents. As for Blackbeard, who was injured and lying on the ground, his original plan was to fight Ace himself. When both sides were injured, Wabel came out to attack. Who knew that Ace would have such a counterattack? Caught off guard, Blackbeard became what he is now, but even so, he couldn't really be beaten and lay on the ground unable to move. Everything is to reduce Ace's vigilance. He knows Ace, although he has strength, he is also a confident and conceited guy. If he pretends to be seriously injured, the other party will definitely fall into his trap. But what is the situation now? When did Ace become so cautious and cunning, and he knew how to make up the knife? After Blackbeard reacted, he endured the injury and jumped up to avoid the blow at the very moment. At the same time, Ace was also shocked, and he was about to rush forward. But found that he was slowly sinking into the ground. Advertisement. Dark hole. Release darkness to the ground in a large area, and people or objects touched by the darkness will be sucked in and sink, and compressed and crushed, which is equivalent to a small black hole and has a wide range. Blackbeard did it quietly while lying on the ground. Weeble, do it, Blackbeard yelled suddenly. Weeble's figure burst out from the room in an instant, rushing towards Ace like a cannonball. The big knife in his hand slashed fiercely at Ace's abdomen, knocking Ace flying from Blackbeard's dark cave. Fortunately, Ace's armed force is quite strong, and Weeble also has the intention of catching him alive, otherwise Ace would have to confess this sneak attack here. At the same time, Blackbeard also rushed over, and the two tried their best to inflict heavy damage on Ace almost before he recovered from the punch just now. Otherwise, when Ace mentions this tone, he may run away immediately. And when Ace was hit by Weeble, he found out who this person was, Weeble, the guy who was wanted by Lin Feng. The strength is really strong, and the subsequent attacks of the two also make it difficult for Ace to parry. Find a way to avoid it first, and then think of a way after you leave. Didn't Lin Feng say that this is called a strategic retreat? And the news of Weeble's appearance had to be told to Lin Feng. Although he thought about this in his heart, Ace was still besieged by the two of them after all, so he had to find a way to get out of the predicament. While attacking Ace, Blackbeard said, "How about it, Ace, would you like to join my pirate group?" Before Ace could speak, Weeble on the side said, "Don't you want to capture him alive? And hand him over too?" "Weeble, you idiot, I'm lying to him," Blackbeard yelled hastily. Advertisement: if this guy were to say the word Whitebeard, Ace would definitely notice that something was wrong. Don't let Weeble be moved by Ace at that time, and hit him instead, and it would be the end of the calf. Oh. Weeble nodded, and the big knife in his hand slashed over again. Ace held the dragon gun horizontally in front of him to block. The strength of this guy is really terrifying. This strength is no worse than that of the old man. How is it possible? Before he could think about it, Ace was sent flying again. It's time to distance yourself. A good opportunity. Ace turned around and ran. What are you doing? Chase! Blackbeard roared angrily. This idiot actually sent Ace flying so far with a single knife, if Ace ran away. Wait for him to pass back Weeble's news, then he'll have to. I'm afraid that Lin Feng will bring someone over to kill them in a few days. Never let Ace get away. Blackbeard was the first to give chase. Seeing this, Weeble also knew that he had screwed up and immediately followed. The three of you chased me and fled all the way to the outside of the town, which is a sandy land. Ace's footsteps did not stop at all, dragging his injured body to elementalize and fleeing into the distance. Blackbeard's speed was not fast. Seeing Ace getting farther and farther, he was so angry that he cursed. Weeble looked at Ace, who was going away, and listened to Blackbeard's scolding, and said with a silly smile, "Blackbeard, big brother, I can catch up with him." Blackbeard glanced at him when he heard the words. "Then hurry up, if you let him run away, Father Whitebeard will definitely not recognize your son by then." Suddenly Weeble was shocked. This is not acceptable. For a fool who is looking for his father thousands of miles away, this is absolutely unbearable. Chapter 295. My slave Miranda, what was under that foot? Blackbeard felt the energy left behind by Weeble. Shocked. Wrong. What exactly is it? Just when Blackbeard was puzzled, Weeble had already caught up with Ace. After all, even with elementalization, Mara fruit has no advantage in speed. Soon, Weeble passed Ace directly, turned around and slashed Ace back again. At this time, Ace already knew that if he wanted to run directly, it was absolutely impossible. On the way of flying backwards, Ace forcibly stabilized his figure and stopped, and used his big move. Great Flame Precept Emperor Yan. Circle after circle of flames strengthened by the fire dragon gun were released, and finally formed a huge fireball. He quickly threw it towards Weeble in front of him. Only if Weeble was held back, could he leave here. Facing this powerful fireball, Weeble naturally wouldn't use his body to carry it. The big knife in his hand slashed several times in a row, then raised it up to the sky, and a powerful fluctuating energy appeared. Slashing again, the slash infused with wave power collided with Ace's Emperor Yan, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the island. The airwaves were flying, and the sky was filled with dust. Even so, Weeble's slash still couldn't completely negate Ace's attack. But the rest was unable to cause too much damage to him. Advertisement: the undulating force under his feet spread, and his speed increased to ultimate. Ace, who took advantage of Weeble's response to the attack, ran a long way, but was caught up again. Seeing Weeble standing in front of him, Ace smiled wryly. Now there are wolves in front and tigers in back. Is it going to be planted here today? Soon, Blackbeard had caught up, and the two double-teamed Ace. Ha, thief, why don't you run away? Could it be that you figured it out and are ready to join my pirate group? Blackbeard said with a big smile on his front teeth. At this moment, he felt proud, grabbed Ace, handed it to Marine, and exchanged for a Shichibukai. The first step of the plan was about to be completed. Then let that Lin Feng fight Marine. Ace looked back at Blackbeard. Teach, is this kind of nonsense interesting? It's interesting, of course it's interesting. Seriously, hang out with me. With your strength, together with Weeble and I, sooner or later you will be able to dominate this ocean. Blackbeard spread his hands and told Ace about his dream. With Ace's strength, if he can fight for it, he still has to fight for it, and Ace joining them means that Lin Feng will not be his enemy. Ace laughed when he heard the words. "A-hole Teach, are you overthinking, just relying on you to dominate the sea? Let's not talk about whether you have this strength. Even if you do, someone will still tear you apart. Do you believe it?" Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, and then realized, Ha ha ha, you are not talking about that Lin Feng, are you? He is indeed very strong, but as long as my plan is completed, even he can't do anything to me. Regarding this, Ace sneered. Stupid, you don't even know how powerful he is. If you want to fight, just fight. Even if I really die here today, it won't make it easier for you. Advertisement. After speaking, Ace took the initiative to attack Blackbeard. Sabadi said, Lu Qi just came back from the outside. These days he led people outside to help Xiao Feng catch many pirates, which is enough. No matter how many pirates are caught, it will be useless to obtain the position of Shichibukai. The next step is to see what Lin Feng will do. Avoiding all Marine's eyeliner along the way, Lu Qi returned to the duel field, turned around but did not find Lin Feng. After learning from Shaki that Lin Feng is in the gravitational space, he hurried over there again. After finding Lin Feng and reporting the situation, he left. And Lin Feng used Kamui to come to Xiao Feng's pirate ship. At present, the story of the Queen of Pirates is circulating in the sea. Xiao Feng's idol was the monster king Ivankov, but since he became a real woman, he wanted to become the Queen of Pirates. And I even gave myself a girl's name. On the pirate ship, Xiao Feng was holding a large mirror on the deck to appreciate his prosperous face. Even with Lin Feng's eyes, he had to admit that this guy was indeed quite pretty after turning into a woman. Seeing Lin Feng appearing behind him from the mirror, Xiao Feng excitedly turned around. Boss, you are here. This gentle tone almost made Lin Feng spit out the whole meal overnight. It was a bit unacceptable. Ahem, Xiao Feng, I came here this time to find you. Lin Feng adjusted his posture and said. Xiao Feng was very dissatisfied when he heard the words. Boss, my family doesn't have this name anymore. Please call my family Miranda. Every time Lin Feng hears Xiao Feng, no, he should be called Miranda by now. He always has a very strong sense of disobedience. Well, Miranda, it's time to fight for a Shichibukai position. Lin Feng hurriedly changed the subject. Chapter 296. Ace arrested. Xiao Feng nodded and did not speak. She was also worried. If she could not become Shichibukai, she would not be able to complete the task Lin Feng entrusted to her. So it is necessary to come up with something that can impress Marine or world government in exchange. Xiao Feng looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Who can impress the world government? What the hell is that? And Lin Feng didn't give a shit either. You can exchange some information, such as information about me, Lin Feng said. Xiao Feng shook his head like a rattle when he heard the words. Boss, this can't be. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this, and continued. Don't worry, I have a lot of secrets, so it doesn't matter if you say anything. After explaining the matter clearly, Lin Feng hurriedly left. He really couldn't stand this guy with a woman's body and a man's soul. 2 days later, at naval headquarters, Xiao Feng officially became a member of Shichibukai, and the news spread out immediately. Marine explained that Miranda met the requirements no matter in terms of fame or strength, and it didn't matter whether anyone believed her or not. At this time, Sengoku was thinking about the information provided by Zhao Feng. The Zhanlong organization was actually formed by the descendants of Lox? This is nonsense. The ability of that blood pupil actually came from a mysterious bloodline 800 years ago? This is not sure, but I just asked her how she knew it, and she even said it was passed down from her ancestors. Advertisement. Absolutely nonsense again. As for Shatong's trick of making the green bull sluggish, it can be dealt with by keeping a distance? This one sounds like it might be true. At that time, Shatong did get closer to the green bull, and the green bull fainted. In this way, it can be regarded as a useful information. In the end, Miranda claimed that Lok Dar, who had seen Zhanlong with his own eyes, had contact with Bigmom, one of the 4 emperors, and it was suspected that there was a private and secret transaction. Another 2 days passed, and another news that shocked the world came out. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, has been arrested. At present, it has been detained in Impel Down, a large submarine prison, also called Impel. Impel Down is the world's first prison, located on the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line, with extremely tight defenses. The prisoners in the prison are all felons, and the inside is very eerie, with all kinds of monster guards and videophone bugs responsible for patrolling and monitoring. There are also a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison, so Impel Down is also known as the Iron Wall. Impel Down has a total of 6 floors, and Ace was imprisoned in the 6th floor Eternal Hell. Those imprisoned in Eternal Hell are not easy tasks, either death row prisoners or life sentences. All are legendary people, for example, the former flying pirate Golden Lion. Advertisement. The monster of the Luogia pirates, known as the Devil's Descendant, Deadless Bullet. Alone with Luogia and Whitebeard, Baloric Redfield, known as the Lonely Red, and Red Earl, is also extremely powerful. This also shows how terrifying Eternal Hell is. At this moment in naval headquarters, in the conference room, all Marine executives gathered here. Sengoku looked at Garp, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. Garp didn't say anything, he just drank his wine quietly and took small sips. The ace was captured by Blackbeard and Wable, and was given to Marine in exchange for a Shichibukai spot. And Sengoku actually already knew Ace's true identity, as early as when Ace refused to become Shichibukai and later joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku began to investigate Ace's past, and the final investigation results shocked Sengoku. Ace actually went to sea in the Windmill Village. That was my old friend, Garp's hometown, but Garp never mentioned Ace. Obviously there was a problem. After some inquiries, I learned that Ace is called Grandpa Garp. Sengoku suffered a cardiac arrest at that time, but the following information hit him hard again. According to the investigation, in addition to Garp's grandsons Luffy and Ace, there is also a child named his grandfather, Sabo. And this Sabo is said to be dead, but Sengoku knows that there is also a Sabo on the side of the Revolutionary Army. This Garp is so troublesome that Sengoku has a headache. After in-depth investigation, Sengoku also completely confirmed Ace's identity. After all, Ace was treated coldly in Fengshi village because of his identity as the son of the One Piece, which was also an incentive for him to go to sea to find his self-worth. So there are still many people in Windmill Village who know the identity of Ace, and this is also Garp's fault. Although Ace has the right to know who his father is, can't he tell him when he grows up? It also made many people in the village know about it, and they didn't know what this guy was thinking. At the same time, this information was also passed on to the world government. Sengoku asked Garp once, and Garp didn't deny or admit it, but this performance is enough to explain everything. Chapter 297 Public Execution. And now that Ace has been imprisoned, this news naturally does not need to be kept secret anymore. Under the instruction of the world government, the highest level of Marine has already learned the news from Sengoku. Originally, Garp didn't worry too much when he learned that Ace was captured until Sengoku announced the news. Garp suddenly felt that the sky was falling. In the current situation, Ace would be sentenced to life imprisonment at least, and the death penalty at worst. Sengoku approached him yesterday, however, what Sengoku said next really poured cold water on his head again. The world government has decided to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Just now, he had a big battle with Zhanlong. At this time, Ace will be publicly executed. There is no doubt that this will attract the Whitebeard pirates. Why are all these big events happening recently? There is no doubt that the public execution of Ace is also something that will attract the attention of the world. It is precisely for this reason that the world government ordered the public execution. Some time ago, the world government and Marine lost face in the battle to rescue the celestial dragons. As long as they succeed this time, they can get back what they lost. Both Aokiji and Kizaru looked unbelievable. Akainu had just arrived in New World for a few days, and now he has to rush back. Marshal Sengoku, publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. This will attract Whitebeard, a vice admiral spoke. What about Whitebeard? Are we Marines afraid of him? Sengoku asked rhetorically. Sengoku's words are true. Marine and Admiral will be there, as well as Fujitora and Green Bull. Advertisement at him and Garp, and Zephyr, and even this time, the Commander-in-Chief Kong will come to make sure everything is safe. If there is no accident, the world government will also send people over, all for the sake of face. This adds up to nearly 10 top fighters. It's okay if Whitebeard doesn't come. If you dare to come, stay. Sengoku's heart was also agitated. Mother, I have never fought such a rich battle in my life. Taking advantage of this opportunity of executing Ace, suppress the influence of the great pirate era created by Luo Jia. Let the whole world, let the pirates see Marine's strength, and by the way, improve Marine's image in the hearts of the common people. In this meeting, the news of Ace's execution was announced, but the time has not been determined yet, and everything is still under discussion. There are still many things to do now, such as announcing the news to the world, and this war will definitely not be small. This is a defensive war, a positional war. It is also necessary to send all the elites from various branches of the Marine to the naval headquarters to participate in the battle. Shichibukai also had to be convened. At the end of the meeting, Sengoku ordered several vice admirals to inform Shichibukai and force them to participate in the war. Walking out of the meeting room, Sengoku looked at Garp's absent-minded appearance, walked up and said, Garp, don't forget, you are a Marine, do what you should do. Garp ignored him, thinking, do you need to talk about this kind of problem? No matter what, Ace is his grandson, calling him grandpa, can he be sad for a while? The more Garp thought about it, the angrier he became. He was already in a bad mood, but this old B************ D actually came here to teach him how to behave. Advertisement, cut. So much nonsense. After speaking, Garp went straight to Sengoku's office, rummaged around immediately after entering, and after a while, all the snacks hidden by Sengoku were rummaged out. Seeing this scene, Sengoku didn't yell like usual, but just stood at the door, feeling a little uncomfortable. He could understand the feelings of his old friends, but their identities did not allow them to do anything else, unless they really didn't intend to be Marines anymore. However, for Garp, leaving Marine is also a great grief. Everything he has dedicated to this place he loves and sticks to all his life. It is also because of this that Garp suffers so much. After eating Sengoku's snacks, Garp said, I'm going to impel down. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku was not surprised. He just went to have a look. He believed that Garp would not do the kind of thing that embarrassed him. If you want to go, go and have a look, Sengoku said and sat down. Hey, tell me, how do you educate your children, but you want to be a pirate? Otherwise, Sengoku didn't finish, but Garp knew what he meant. With the relationship between the two, if Garp makes Ace a Marine, even if their identities are exposed one day, the two of them will be safe. In addition to feeling sorry for his old friend, Sengoku also has the meaning of complaining at this time. Ace, what a talented person, but he just became a pirate. It's all because of the D Garp. Education has failed. So he thought of the dragon of the Revolutionary Army and Sabo, and he felt bad all of a sudden. Chapter 298 Reaction. Garp was also surprised when he heard the words, that's right, he has to call that kid Luffy quickly, so as not to run off to become a pirate again. But can't this person speak well? Call me an A*hole, hum. You'd better think about dealing with Lin Feng, Garp said before leaving Sengoku's office. As for Sengoku, sitting in a daze, Garp's words before he left reminded him. Ace is not only Whitebeard's son, but also Lin Feng's brother. This was previously known from Garp. If this is the case, it is very likely that Marine will not only face the Whitebeard pirates, but also Lin Feng. Thinking about it this way, Sengoku discovered something extraordinary again, as if there was also the chief of the Revolutionary Army. Although it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army to be dispatched for this kind of thing, there is a good chance that Sabo himself will be there. It is said that Sabo is also a member of Zhanlong, Nima. When the time comes, even the people from Zhanlong will come. If this comes, things will be a big deal. Naval Headquarters is afraid that it will really sink into the sea. This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. Thinking of Sengoku, he was ready to contact Lin Feng. On Saboti's side, Lin Feng and others who got the news also gathered in the tavern. Lin Feng, what about Ace? Rayleigh asked anxiously. After all, he is Luo Jia's child, so it's fine if you don't know about it, but if you know, you'll die in a hurry. Advertisement. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Ace must be rescued, but the exact method of rescue depends on Lin Feng. Do you go directly to impel down to grab people, or what? Faced with Rayleigh's question and everyone's attention, Lin Feng was not in a hurry, as he was arrested as soon as he was caught. It was not a big deal. But what Lin Feng couldn't figure out was why he was arrested. Is Blackbeard so powerful? Ace's strength has been verified by him personally, and it is absolutely impossible to be weak. What happened to make Ace fall into Blackbeard's hands? If there are no accidents, Shichibukai will be anxious soon. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Lin Feng said to Rayleigh. Then he looked at Hancock. Marine is likely to summon Shichibukai. You go back to Girl Island and wait for news, and let me know as soon as there is any movement. Call Shichibukai. Everyone wondered, why? Believe me, if nothing else happens, the world government will publicly execute Ace. What? Public execution? All the people exclaimed. They executed celestial dragons some time ago. Is this world government following suit? On the contrary, Rayleigh didn't react that much. He already guessed that the world government must know Ace's identity, otherwise it would be impossible to make such a big move. At this time Konas thought for a while and said, Captain, can't you directly rescue people through the Kamui space? When everyone heard it, it made sense, so what are we worrying about? Rayleigh's frown was also relaxed. That's right, so I said there's no rush. I didn't call everyone here to save people. You can save people at any time. Advertisement, and the most important point, if I use Zhanlong's identity to save people, what reason would I have? This will make the Marine and world government suspicious. I called you here to tell you to prepare well during this time, and there will be a big battle next. War? Is there another fight to fight? Interesting? Seeing everyone looking forward to it, Lin Feng shook his head. What happened? Are you all so addicted to war now? Well, take this opportunity to see if you can kill a few more world government people. However, not everyone will go there by then, and there will be other tasks arranged. In short, get ready, it shouldn't be long. Everyone nodded after listening, but Rayleigh still asked, then what are you going to do with Ace? Let him stay and impel down first, just to think about life. Lin Feng's indifferent look made Rayleigh really want to punch him, but since Lin Feng said so, there is basically no need to worry up. To Ace, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. This big boy who usually smiles warmly to death, has an unknown pain in his heart. He wants to prove his worth and find the meaning of coming to this world. Being the son of One Piece makes Ace live under the hatred, discrimination, and even fear of others. For this reason, Ace once wondered whether he should not have been born in this world. What Lin Feng said was that he wanted so much dry wool, no matter what they said, whoever dared to say it would kill him. It is enough to live your own life well, and cherishing the talents in front of you is the most important thing, and Ace obviously doesn't notice this now. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late, and he could only go to another world with endless guilt. Chapter 299. Want 5 more islands. At this moment in the cabin, Whitebeard was sitting on a high seat, and Marco and other captains were all gathered. There was a chilling atmosphere in the room. There was no tension, only anger. At the same time, I also wondered how Ace was caught. Marine hasn't made it public yet, and neither has Blackbeard becoming a Shichibukai. Father, what should we do now? Must save Brother Ace. That's right, Brother Ace is waiting for us in Impel Down. Everyone said indignantly. Whitebeard looked at the crowd and remained silent, but the veins on his face had already betrayed him. Obviously the anger in his heart was the deepest at the moment. Marco didn't speak like the others, but was silent with Whitebeard. A long time. Whitebeard raised his head and said, Ace is my son and our family, he must be saved. It's not clear what Marine's plan is. If there is no other action, then prepare to attack Impel Down. Even if the entire Impel Down is destroyed, people must be rescued. The captains had no objection after hearing what was said. Whitebeard's boat was full of family members. If they dared to touch their family members, they had to be ready to face their stormy revenge. However, there is no news from Marine for the time being. After the captains went out, they began to summon the pirates under the name of Whitebeard. Only Whitebeard and Marco were left in the room. After watching the others leave, they talked about the secrets that only the two of them knew. Father, do you want to contact Lin Feng? Marco asked. Advertisement. Whitebeard nodded upon hearing the words. Of course, Ace is his brother, doesn't this kid do nothing? If the two sides cooperate, the possibility of rescuing Ace will be greater, and the casualties will be reduced. This time, we must let Marine and the world government know what pain is. Tell him that I am going to attack Impel Down directly, and ask him what he is going to do, so that there will be no accidents at that time. Marco took out the phone bug and immediately called Lin Feng. After Lin Feng learned of Whitebeard's plan, he directly opened the Kamui space and came to the Moby DK without saying a word. Boy, you act fast. You know everything. What's your plan? Whitebeard asked. As if he came to his own home, Lin Feng sat down at random. There is no need to attack Impel Down. Boy Lin Feng, what do you mean? Wait for Marine's actions. You can save Ace at any time. Lin Feng's blood-red pupils rolled, and Whitebeard understood what it meant. Saving Ace is not difficult. We should think about how to teach the world government a lesson and open up the situation. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Goo ha 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 ha, Brad, what do you think this time? I will cooperate with you. However, you have to be mentally prepared. The next move on Marine's side may be a bit big, so don't be impulsive. Then Lin Feng asked again, do you want to know how Ace was caught? Whitebeard frowned, staring at Lin Feng without saying a word. Sighing, Lin Feng said, it's because of your good son. He somehow defeated Ace, and exchanged Ace for a Shichibukai position with world government. And I guess, the world government already knows the identity of Ace. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng really looked at Whitebeard. There was no emotion on his face, but there was infinite murderous intent in his eyes. Advertisement, just wait and watch the news for the next 2 days. In short, don't be impulsive, Ace will be fine. After returning from the Moby DK to Sabaody, Sengoku's call came. Lin Feng was surprised to learn that Sengoku would use that favor to keep him from interfering with Ace's affairs. It seems that Sengoku is also under a lot of pressure. Marshal Sengoku, this is your fault. Don't you know about my relationship with Ace? That's my brother, dear friend. Sengoku's face changed when he heard the words, oh shit, this kid disagrees. In this case, the pressure that Marine will face will be multiplied. With Lin Feng's means and Whitebeard, naval headquarters is in danger. Sengoku thought about trying again. If it didn't work, he would talk to the world government, and it would be best to send more people to help. At this time, Lin Feng said again, favorites are not enough, you need to add money. Sengoku didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Lin Feng repeated. Is the life of my brother Lin Feng worth a favor? You must pay more. Sengoku thinks he heard it wrong. Add money. What is this requirement? What do you mean? Sengoku asked. Lin Feng smiled at the phone bug. Sabaody Land, 5 islands. Can you say that again? Sabaody Land, 5 islands, can't it? Of course not. Sengoku didn't expect that Lin Feng would want an island again. If this continues, Sabaody Land will really become Lin Feng's private land. Chapter 300. That's my beloved relative with Lin Feng and Whitebeard teaming up. Even if Marine wins in the end, it will definitely be a tragic victory. At that time, the other 4 emperors may also join hands. When Sengoku was thinking about it, Lin Feng said, Marshal Sengoku, are you really not thinking about it anymore? That is my dear friend. It's really difficult for me without enough benefits. Why don't you tell those old guys the conditions? They don't want the world government to lose face and be seen by the whole world. Threat. The threat of Chiguoguo. Sengoku was very angry, but he also knew that Lin Feng was telling the truth. Those old guys absolutely didn't want to see the face of world government being rubbed on the ground again. Now, just one Zhanlong already made Marine suffer unspeakably. If Lin Feng was added, it would be a catastrophe. 5 islands are 5 islands. This is not a big deal. Anyway, the current Sabaody Land is actually controlled by Lin Feng, but there is no official certificate from the world government. This kind of thing has always been useless for the strong, and it doesn't matter if it has it or not. But Sengoku is not a fool. He said immediately. That's no problem, but it takes time to apply, and you have to promise me one condition. Lin Feng changed into a comfortable posture and said, really? Are there still conditions? You tell me first, let me listen to it. You can't make unreasonable demands. I am a person with a bottom line. Sengoku almost didn't swear. Bottom line? Where to put it? You take it out and let me see? Since when did you, Lin Feng, have something like this? Holding his breath with a dark face, Sengoku said, I'm not afraid to tell you, the news will be released tonight. Fire Fist Ace will be executed publicly. Oh, advertisement. Oh, Sengoku felt that Lin Feng shouldn't have reacted like this. Aren't you surprised? Not angry? No, I already knew, Lin Feng said casually. Sengoku was shocked immediately. This is bragging. This news has only just been announced, and only a few Marine executives know about it. Could it be that this B**************** D has planted spies in the upper echelon of Marine? Those are old Marines for many years. Has this been infiltrated? Has Marine become so corrupt? Or is this kid pretending to be calm? How do you know? Sengoku asked. Lin Feng chuckled. I can do divination, don't you know? I also know that you're publicly executing Ace because of who he is, right? Sengoku was so heartbroken after hearing this. It's over. There are really undercover agents. Go back and check it out. You have to stand by Marine's side during the execution. You don't need to shoot. You just need to stay in my sight, Sengoku said. What's the situation? Anti-client is the main reason? It's not bad if you don't make trouble yourself, but you still have to watch Ace's execution? Cerebellar atrophy, right? Lin Feng wanted to laugh. The only reason he agreed not to interfere was because he had other plans. This also puts conditions on myself. It's funny. Then what if I disagree? What should I do? Advertisement, I think where is my freedom, Marine still wants to control me. Lin Feng turned his head and said with a babble. I'm thinking, when Marine has assembled tens of thousands of troops, it turns out that the enemy has only come a little bit. I don't know what expression it will be. Ace was caught, although there is no need to worry about safety issues, but it is not necessary to laugh. What's wrong? Kuina asked. Lying on the sofa with one arm around Kuina, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. After a moment of silence, Sengoku was about to speak, but he heard Lin Feng's voice again. However, I think it's quite interesting to witness a big battle at the scene. It's just what I want to go, and it has nothing to do with Marine. It's just that Lin Feng's willingness to agree so readily made him feel uneasy. He was fooling himself if he didn't keep it all right. Yeah, in order to deal with Whitebeard, maybe there will be unexpected people from world government and Marine, Lin Feng said. The remaining prestige of the strong fighting can put those soldiers on the verge of death. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, no matter what Lin Feng's reason was, as long as he was willing to come. If Zhanlong reappeared at that time, his suspicion would basically be cleared. It is said that soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals, but in the end there are only generals here, so what's the use of having so many soldiers? Could it be that he thought of some trick again? Okay, Sengoku had no other choice, so he said, let's make more preparations later, everything is considered according to the worst case. That night, the news of the start of the public execution was released, and by the next morning, everyone knew about it. Isn't that a little too much? After the matter was settled, Sengoku wanted to hang up the phone. Lin Feng said again. Where is Vice Admiral Garp? What's his reaction? Not knowing what would happen, Kuina raised her head in shock. So many. HMPH. Sengoku snapped the call. Chapter 301 The Insidious and Shameless Person. Exactly 1 month has passed since the execution of the Celestial Dragons, which shows the determination of the world government, which must restore its prestige in this event. After receiving the news from Lin Feng, Whitebeard and others are also making their own preparations. Originally, Whitebeard was planning to forcibly break into Impel Down, but Lin Feng persuaded him to quit. Isn't this disrupting his plan? But Lin Feng also repeatedly promised Whitebeard that Ace will be absolutely fine. After that, the two began to conspire after the action. This time, we must really hurt the world government. In the next few days, the Marines continued to take actions, and the Marines were all gathering towards Marineford. Hancock, Hawkeye, and Miranda, who are Shichibukai, have also received Marine's summoning order and have set off for Marineford. The identity of Blackbeard's Shichibukai was also revealed around this time. 3 of the 8 people belonged to Lin Feng, and I don't know if Sengoku would die of anger when he found out. Another day passed. News came from Hancock that Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai, was imprisoned and impelled down. At the meeting, Jinbei did not hesitate to be deprived of the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, and sacrifice his life, but also to prevent the war and refuse to deal with Whitebeard. Since entering the Great Pirate Era, the Fishmen Island has become a lawless area. A large number of pirates who went to the New World came to make trouble. Many Murlocs and mermaids were captured and sold as slaves by outsiders. And in desperation, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate rescued the Fishmen Island. Since then, no one dared to attack the Fishmen Island, and the Fishmen Island has restored peace, so Jinbei is grateful to Whitebeard, and also calls Whitebeard his father. And now, Marine summoned Shichibukai to deal with Whitebeard, and Jinbei naturally couldn't agree. Advertisement so Jinbei is now living in Ace's luxurious prison suite, and the two have become roommates. And this news, Lin Feng told Whitebeard at the first time. The latter immediately blew his beard and stared. This Ace has not been rescued yet, and another G1 is added. It's okay, it's just a small problem, Lin Feng told Whitebeard. And now the Fishmen Island is covered by him Lin Feng. Jinbei is naturally also a part of the Fishmen Island. The person who moved me didn't even say hello, too much. After notifying Whitebeard, Lin Feng entered the Kamui space at night. I found him through the spatial imprint that had been quietly left on Ace's body long ago. Quietly opened a gap, peeking at Ace and Jinbei. The two were chatting, and Ace also knew about the public execution. He kept saying that he was causing trouble for everyone, and prayed that Whitebeard and Sabo would never come to rescue him. Marine has already made complete preparations. As long as they come, they will fall into the trap. Lin Feng, who doesn't like to listen to 8 trigrams, couldn't help but nodded. It seems that Ace has begun to realize that he has already found the meaning of life. Something is wrong just by listening to it. Jinbei kept pouring chicken soup on Ace. Don't give up, everyone is waiting for you, life is beautiful, you can escape and so on. Ace lowered his head silently, and suddenly said after a while, I haven't given up. Because the Fishmen Island is relatively close to Sabadi, it can be said that it is completely protected by Lin Feng. Ace smiled when he heard the words. I was worried about Dad's safety. Marine's people are too insidious. Even if Dad is the strongest, he will definitely suffer. Advertisement, ah la la, isn't this Fire Fist Ace and Haisha Jinbei? It's the first time we meet, so it's so exciting. Then you mean, we should find a way to escape by ourselves? Jinbei looked at Ace in surprise, as expected of you, to have such an unrealistic idea. Besides, in Sabadi, Murlocs and mermaids can walk freely in the sun, all because of Lin Feng. Depend on. Lin Feng in the Kamui space couldn't help but feel that it would be good to let this guy shut down for a while. In his heart, he is a sinister and shameless person. At this time, Jinbei asked curiously, is there such a sinister person? Who is it? And Jinbei was also confused by Ace's words. Lin Feng of course knew that the current the Fishman Island is under the joint protection of Whitebeard and Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Ace turned his head and said with a mysterious smile, "Of course the insidiousness of marine and world government can deal with Dad, it's because Dad is too straightforward." Jinbei is naturally very grateful to Lin Feng, but such a person is actually like this in Ace's mouth? Insidious? Cunning? Shameless? Jinbei looked at him suspiciously. Then you said just now that you hope Daddy and the others don't come to rescue you, isn't that giving up? But there is one exception, he is more insidious than the world government, Ace suddenly laughed. Looking at Ace's smiling face again, Jinbei was puzzled, why is he in such a good mood? Who is this TM talking about? Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a strange feeling. Ace said slowly. Of course there is only one such sinister and shameless person, Lin Feng. Chapter 302 Precious Things. Although Jinbei and Ace were wearing seastone handcuffs and didn't have much strength on their bodies, they were still so frightened that their bodies shook and their jaws fell to the ground. The two looked up and down several times and Jinbei said, Are you the one who slays the dragon? Leader Shitong? Ace asked suspiciously. Lin Feng looked at Ace and thought to himself, didn't I say I was insidious? I don't care about you? Are you Haixia Jinbei? Jinbei heard the words and said, hush your voice, someone is coming. Lin Feng looked back, and sure enough, there were patrolling people coming, and he returned to the Kamui space in a flash. After Lin Feng disappeared, a monster-like jailer came over and shouted sharply, what are you arguing about? As for who Jinbei and Ace are, even if they are in prison, their strength is imprisoned by seastone, but they are not something such a small person can scold. The two looked up at the jailer with sharp eyes. The jailer suddenly felt that he was being watched by two tigers and swallowed, but then realized that the people in front of him had been imprisoned. Although he was still a little scared, he still insisted and said, this is impelled down, don't even think about making trouble, you can't do anything. Be honest. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left without giving the two of them a chance to fight back. Until the jailer left, the two looked at each other. And Lin Feng also appeared again. See Shaw Jinbei, I have been entrusted to take you out. Jinbei was stunned and said, save me. Shouldn't it be Brother Ace? Lin Feng glanced at Ace. I don't know him. Advertisement. Jinbei didn't believe it and wanted to work hard, whispering, isn't the chief of the Revolutionary Army also the one who killed the dragon? How could you not save Ace? The Zhanlong organization will not act for private affairs. Sabo will find a way to save people, but that is dangerous. Hearing this, Ace couldn't calm down anymore. You are the leader of Zhanlong. You must tell Sabo, don't let him come, this is my own business. The tone was very anxious, obviously afraid of dragging Sabo down. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's out of my control, I won't interfere in other people's private affairs. That's right, I also heard that Whitebeard will rob the execution ground at that time. Tisk tisk, as expected of him, he has courage. You have to know that Marine has assembled nearly 10 admiral-level combat forces, and I'm afraid there will be no return. While speaking, Lin Feng looked at Ace's expression, distorted, unwilling, guilty, angry, sad, mixed feelings. Lin Feng continued. One's life is to live for the one he loves and for the one who loves himself. This is the meaning of living. Don't realize it until you lose it. Without waiting for Ace to speak, Jinbei was transferred to the Kamui space as soon as Kamui Sharingan moved. Ace watched this scene and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Stay here well, don't you want to know whether your birth was right or wrong? You will know on the day of execution. And that Lin Feng you mentioned just now, has been entangled by the world government recently, and probably won't be able to save you. That's right, if someone asks how Jinbei disappeared, just tell the truth. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng disappeared. Ace looked at the empty cell, leaned against the wall and raised his head, and said to himself, I'll know that day. Staring blankly at the dark ceiling, Ace's mind slowly came up with faces that he hadn't thought of for a long time. Advertisement adoptive mother Dayton, brothers Sabo and Luffy. Yi Sika, she is still waiting for herself, she must be worried now that she has been arrested. And Dad, don't come here, there are many people I met along the way. I have been looking for the meaning of living, trying to verify the right and wrong of my existence, but are these really so important? If you have things you cherish, why not live for them and for yourself? Why should you care about the opinions of those outsiders? Ace thinks he has figured out something, but is it still useful now? Do you still have a chance to make up for it? A figure flashed in my mind, and Lin Feng finally came to mind. Haunted by the world government. It should be to restrain him and prevent him from coming to save him. It seems that those 5 old things really want to kill him no matter what. Even Lin Feng, who was unwilling to provoke in the past, was entangled by them, and the possibility of his rescue may be gone in the end. Ace smiled wryly, remembering the conversation that the old man Garp had come to talk to him 2 days ago. Ace, don't give up at any time, there will be a turnaround. The turning point should refer to Lin Feng. As for Garp, as a marine hero, from his standpoint, he will not and cannot rescue Ace anyway. Seeing Ace being imprisoned and impelled down, Garp couldn't help remembering that a B***** D once said that if this happened, he would have to tear down naval headquarters and rescue him. As a marine hero, he will not save anyone, but as Ace's grandfather, he will not stop him either. Let's just be a spectator this time. No matter what the final result is, I am ready to meet it. Chapter 303. Are you raising fish? Who I am? Where am I? Why did the Dragon Slayer save me? Jinbei looked around in the Kamui space suspiciously, There seemed to be no exit here. Could it be that he was locked up again? Just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's mouth? Just as Jinbei was making all kinds of messy guesses in his mind, Lin Feng came in. Appearing directly in front of Jinbei, the frightened Jinbei sat down on the ground again. What on earth are you going to do? I have nothing to do with you dragon slayers, right? God, Jinbei asked after calming down. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this, and didn't answer, but raised his hand and slowly took off the mask. When Jinbei saw Lin Feng's face, at first glance, he felt as if he had seen it somewhere before, but after a few more glances, his whole body was petrified. The eyeballs flew out, and he opened his mouth wide and said, Mr. Lin Feng. Yo, did you recognize it? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, and took out 2 bottles of wine casually. Jinbei nodded mechanically, watched Lin Feng open the bottle and took a sip before saying, Mr. Lin Feng, why are you here? Lin Feng glanced at him and said, that old whitebeard invited me here, and anyway, you are also a member of the Fishman Island, and the world government can't touch my people at will. When Jinbei heard that it was Whitebeard who invited Lin Feng, he was already dumbfounded. Save yourself or Ace? What is this operation? Didn't it mean that Ace and Lin Feng are brothers? Before Jinbei could ask, Lin Feng explained. Ace doesn't need to be rescued, I have my own plan. Besides, didn't the B************** D just say that I was insidious and cunning? He has to suffer. Advertisement. Brother Ace, wish you luck, I can't help you anymore. Jinbei was silent for a while before he realized that Lin Feng put a bottle of wine in front of him, and raised his head to look at Lin Feng in a daze. Lin Feng also looked at him blankly. What's the matter? Drink? Are you so polite? Jinbei smiled wryly. Mr. Lin Feng, my sea-stone handcuffs haven't been taken off yet? As soon as Sharingan turned, the sea-stone handcuffs on Jinbei's body disappeared. At this time it impelled down, Ace, who was thinking about life, looked at the handcuffs that suddenly appeared in front of him and fell into deep thought. Seeing Lin Feng's blood-red eyes here, Jinbei reacted in surprise and said, Mr. Lin Feng, are you blood pupil? This surprised Lin Feng a little bit, just now he thought it was strange, so this guy didn't react, he really has a big heart. Nodding helplessly, he admitted Shui Tong's identity. After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Jinbei gasped. In his perception, Lin Feng was already a big shot, unbelievably strong, and now he is Shitong, the leader of Zhanlong. People believe it. After a while, after calming down, he picked up the wine in front of him and said solemnly, Mr. Lin Feng, thank you for coming to rescue me. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, it's a small matter. I would also like to thank Mr. Lin Feng for protecting the Fishman Island. I really didn't expect that the Fishman Island would have such a day to be able to walk safely and freely on land. Balabala said thank you for a long time, but didn't drink a sip of wine. Hearing that Lin Feng rolled his eyes again, he would die at every turn, making it as if he saved him just to save his life. Advertisement. Lin Feng took out a few more bottles of wine and put them on the ground and said, I rescued you this time, there is still something for you to do. Yes, that's right, you are not a Shichibukai now, what are you going to do in the future? Continue to be a pirate? Lin Feng asked. You guys, where are you raising fish? Revolutionary Army Chief Sabo? But you still have a place to go. I recommend you to go to the Revolutionary Army. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to interrupt him and said, don't talk about it, it's just a trivial matter, can you finish this bottle of wine before talking? I'll put you in New World later, Sabo of the Revolutionary Army will wait for you there, and he will tell you what happens next. Half an hour later, after the two finished chatting, Lin Feng sent Jinbei directly to Sabo. Now you don't need to worry about the Fishman Island, you can do more things with the Revolutionary Army, and there are also your acquaintances there. Lin Feng nodded. It's all pretty good. If you go back to the Fishman Island, Marine won't dare to touch you with me. Don't be so scary, okay, it's not a dangerous job. After drinking a bottle of wine, Jinbei immediately became more arrogant. Mr. Lin Feng, come again. Seeing Lin Feng appearing with Jinbei, both of them were pleasantly surprised. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Jinbei thought for a while and said, well, let me think about it. Going to the Revolutionary Army is indeed a good choice. At this time, Sabo and Koala are in a room on a small island near Sabaody in New World. Mr. Lin Feng, just tell me what to do, and I will take care of it for you even if I risk my life. Jinbei said while holding the wine in one hand and patting his chest with the other. Hearing this, Jinbei thought about it and said, well, maybe I will go back to the Fishman Island, or maybe I will go to the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 304. You are so brave. Lin Feng and Sabo greeted each other casually and said, hey, Jinbei will go with you, it's not very convenient for me. Who did you send over here? Sabo said with a smile. You talk about this when you come here, don't you want to drink first? Also, after the two sat down, Jinbei and Koala also came over. First, I got to know Sabo for a while, and then sat next to Lin Feng. Then Sabo answered Lin Feng's question just now. In addition to me and Koala, there's Karaz on our side, and he is also on his way now. Karaz? Northern Army Commander? That's right, it's him. The commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Callus, also called Crow. Bald, always wearing a beak-shaped megaphone, and wearing a black feather coat that can turn into a crow. Zone? Bird fruit? Phantom beast? Yada crow form. This is a strong man whose strength is a mystery. Lin Feng will not think that the four commanders of the Revolutionary Army are some parallel imports, otherwise he will not be regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. Just like Bello and Betty before, she was also a guy who hid quite deeply. Nodding his head, he said, "You calculate the time yourself. Don't be ridiculous if you're late. Jinbei is with you. He may join your revolutionary army." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sabo and Koala looked at Jinbei in surprise. They only knew that Lin Feng would bring Jinbei here, but they had never heard of joining the revolutionary army. Jinbei smiled and said, "Brother Sabo, I'm still considering this matter." It's okay, don't worry, why don't I introduce our revolutionary army to you first," Sabo said impatiently. Advertisement. This is Jinbei, the strength is absolutely nothing to say, coming to the revolutionary army is definitely a big help. Seeing that the three of them had a heated chat, Lin Feng stood up and said, "You guys are chatting, I'm going back first, there are still many things to arrange." As he spoke, he didn't care about the reaction of Sabo and the others and disappeared immediately. 2 days before the execution day, Sabaody Archipelago, Lin Feng called everyone together. Just this morning, Lin Feng received a call from Sengoku, saying that everything was ready at the marine side, and Lin Feng could go there if it was convenient. As a VIP audience invited by Marine, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. No, he was ready to go after explaining things. Bato, Luo, Reiju, Nia, Robin, the 5 of you cooperate with the actions of the revolutionary army, make a fuss in the Holy Land, and bring back a few celestial dragons if you want, I don't have many left here. A few people nodded, sneaking into the task of Mariajoy. It is not difficult to have Nia here. Lin Feng saw Kuina. You, Asa, Konus, and little Betty, the 4 of you cooperate with Whitebeard's actions and face Marine head-on. No problem. Yes, Captain, okay, we can fight again. Seeing that everyone else had tasks, Enel and Barry next to him hurriedly asked. As for you two, come with me to Naval Headquarters. The two looked at each other, and they both saw joy in each other's eyes. Barry is a little excited because he hasn't been to Naval Headquarters before. Enel was different. He touched the camera in his arms. This time, he will definitely be able to capture many wonderful pictures, ha ha ha. Advertisement. In the last Ohara battle, because of his own participation in the battle, Enel failed to capture a satisfactory black history, which made him brood for a long time. However, he was not satisfied with what Rayleigh took, and he still had to do this kind of thing to enjoy himself. Marine's black history, my Thor has come, tremble. Naval Headquarters, Lin Feng walked in the middle, Enel and Barry walked a little behind the left and right. Leading the way was an unknown Marine soldier. At this time, in the meeting room of the Marine High Level, Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Staff Officer Suru Vice Admiral, and Marine 3 Admiral are all here. And it's not just these guys, Fujitora, Green Bull, and some other Vice Admirals. Sengoku looked at these people and said, Lin Feng will be here soon, the purpose of letting him come this time must be clear to everyone sitting here. He must not be allowed to participate in the incident 2 days later, otherwise it will be difficult to predict what will happen. Staff Officer Crane heard the words and said, this is a variable, we must prepare for the worst. At this time, a Vice Admiral also expressed his opinion. Marshal Sengoku, if you are worried that Lin Feng will intervene, wouldn't calling him here invite Wolf into the house? At least someone is watching here, otherwise who knows when he will come out of nowhere, said another. That's right, it's the best way to put it under your nose. But who will be in charge of him? If that Lin Feng wants to do something, ordinary people probably won't be able to stop him. Everyone discussed and discussed, but in the end they didn't come to a result. I'm coming. I'm going to keep an eye on him, a loud voice sounded, and everyone looked at it one after another. Want to see which warrior it is? Haven't you seen the admirals pretending not to hear? You are so BR chapter 305 killing you. Green Bull. This guy is really active. He just recovered from the previous blow, and he is about to invite Ying to fight again. Everyone has no doubts about this guy's strength. But the opponent is that Lin Feng, Green Bull, can you really trust him? But don't let the other party really want to do something at that time, you will be seconded again. Why do you say again? I'll keep an eye on him, if he wants to save someone, it's absolutely impossible, Green Bull said confidently. Even with the precedent of Akainu being defeated, he was so fearless. Seeing his confident appearance, Sengoku was not easy to hit him. Although Sengoku doesn't know how strong Lin Feng is, it is definitely not something that a Green Bull can touch. After careful consideration for a while, Sengoku said, Garp, you and the Green Bull are in charge of watching Lin Feng. If something happens to him, it will be your responsibility. Let Garp watch and guard Lin Feng is the best way Sengoku can come up with. This war is already a torture for Garp. Instead of letting him deal with those pirates, it is better to guard Lin Feng. Even if Garp doesn't try his best at that time, isn't there a Green Bull next to him? It shouldn't be a big problem for the two to work together to stop Lin Feng. Garp hummed when he heard the ugly face behind him, and asked him to restrain Lin Feng. Doesn't this mean that he faced another difficult choice? At that time, will he stop or not? Don't stop him, he is a Marine hero, and Marine is his belief. Stop it, Ace is his grandson, although he can't save him himself, he definitely doesn't want Ace to die. Why? Another problem, but that B************ D Lin Feng has promised Sengoku that he won't make a move, which should be true, unless he really wants to fight against the world government. The problem is that Garp thinks it's not that simple, there must be some kind of conspiracy involved. On the other side, the Green Bull said excitedly, with the help of Vice Admiral Garp, that Lin Feng will definitely be unable to do anything. As long as he dares to move, he is ready to be imprisoned and impelled down for the rest of his life. Advertisement. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the meeting room. A soldier walked in. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Lin Feng has arrived. Where is the person? It's just outside. Sengoku said angrily. Hole, what are you bringing him here for? Why don't you go to the living room? After being scolded by Yidong, Zhaobing said aggrievedly. Mr. Lin Feng insists on coming, and we can't stop him. You? Sengoku pointed at the soldier and was furious, but he was telling the truth. And outside the door. Mr. Lin Feng, you can't go in. Ah, really can't enter. Marshal Sengoku. Before Marine, the gatekeeper, could finish speaking, he saw Lin Feng raise his right leg and kick the door. Boom. The sound of kicking the door made everyone in the conference room look back. Lin Feng. What are you doing here? Sengoku said. He even kicked the door. Too arrogant. Seeing the Marine executives present, Lin Feng walked in naturally, followed by Enel and Barry. There is no reaction to Sengoku's words, and those who denounce him as arrogant are even more indifferent. When does Lin Feng come to naval headquarters without being arrogant? Going straight to the Green Bull, Lin Feng looked at Sengoku in a circle and said, I seem to have heard that someone is going to imprison me and impel down. Did you say that, Marshal Sengoku? Advertisement. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes focused on the Green Bull again. Lin Feng naturally knew who said it, and it was just an excuse at this time. Lin Feng, this is not where you should be, Sengoku said. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lin Feng smiled at Garp. Didn't you accidentally hear that someone was trying to harm me? Come in and see who is so brave. Vice Admiral Garp, do you know who it is? Garp tilted his head. I don't know, don't ask me. Lin Feng looked at Aokiji again. It can't be you. Allah, brother Lin Feng was joking, Aokiji said with a yawn. Could it be you? Seeing Lin Feng looking at him, Kizaru immediately said, within the buckle. It doesn't look like you either. Then Lin Feng looked at Akainu again, and before he could speak, Akainu snorted first. Tisk tisk, you people are really, what about the trust between people? Since I said I won't interfere, I definitely won't. Don't you think you don't believe me? Forget it, I'll go out first, so I won't bother you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked out, but stopped when he came to the green cow and whispered, you want to catch me? Let me hear it next time, I'll kill you. Lu Niu's face was flushed, and before he could refute, Lin Feng laughed and went out. When Lin Feng led the people out, the green bull slammed the table. Marshal Sengoku, are we just humiliated by him like this? This is naval headquarters? Sengoku glanced at him and said, then what? Hit him? Have you thought about the consequences? Although Lin Feng's arrogance is really arrogant, he didn't do anything substantive. In addition, he is powerful, and he is not yet a pirate. Both the world government and the marine are wary, unwilling to deal with him, or temporarily unable to deal with him. Chapter 306 How do you choose otherwise? If Lin Feng is really involved, even if they make arrangements, it will be a great trouble. After being told by Sengoku, the green bull also calmed down. There are still 2 days before the critical time for marine and world government, so you can't cause trouble because of your impulsiveness. On the other hand, Fujitora looked at Lin Feng's direction and became thoughtful. Instead of going to the living room, Lin Feng brought Enel and Barry to the living place with ease. Captain, you are too domineering, this is naval headquarters. I was so nervous just now, all the senior marines, if I came by myself, I'm afraid everyone would kneel down. Barry patted his chest and said a little excitedly. No prospect, look at your cowardly appearance, Konus is not afraid, what are you afraid of? Lin Feng said. Enel on the side sat down on his own, his contemptuous gaze was undisguised. Wooden man, you are too cowardly, if it weren't for your permission, I really wanted to fight directly just now. Barry stared over and heard Lin Feng's voice. What are you pretending to do here? If you really want to do it alone, you are almost buried in the ground now. Be honest with me. Not long after the three of them stayed in the room, footsteps came from outside the door. He didn't knock on the door, just pushed the door open and walked in. Garp and Sengoku. Lin Feng leaned on the chair and looked at the two of them. Hey, the meeting is over, how are you going to deal with me? Sengoku glanced at Enel and Barry, sat across from each other and said, you'll be here these 2 days, don't run around, Garp will be here to accompany you. Accompany? It's surveillance, I said, is it necessary? Give me some trust, okay? Advertisement, just remember what you said, I will never let anyone interfere with the action this time. Lin Feng raised his hand and said, come on, don't be so excited, when have I lied to you? Besides, I really want to do something, you can't stop it. After chatting with Lin Feng for a few words, Sengoku left. He still has a lot of work to do, unlike Garp, who is idle. Lin Feng took out the wine and put it on the table and said, have some? Drink. After a few rounds, Lin Feng asked, have you visited Ace? Look, that be asterisk 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 D. Speaking of Ace, Garp had a troubled expression on his face. Boom, what's the matter? Barry, who was playing cards with Enel, jumped up in shock. Looking back, Garp smashed the wine bottle on the table and said angrily, everyone doesn't let the old man worry, and that brat Luffy is too, all day long he wants to be the One Piece. Speaking of which, Garp began to scold Shanks non-stop. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched while watching, while Enel quietly took out his camera and recorded it. When this incident is over, the old man will bring Luffy to the headquarters to train him well. Lin Feng quietly counted the days when he heard the words, it was only a week before Luffy went to sea. Speaking of which, the Summit War is ahead of schedule. Luffy doesn't know if he has read the newspaper and will go to sea early. At this time in East Blue, Windmill Village, Dayton looked at the newspaper in his hand with a sad face. Ace, you must survive. And that be asterisk 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 D Luffy. I don't know where he is now. Advertisement a few days ago, after Luffy accidentally saw the news about Ace's execution, he clamored to go to sea to rescue Ace. Back at naval headquarters, Garp fell silent again after cursing at Shanks in New World. Seeing that you don't have the courage, you know how to brag. Garp was taken aback for a moment, staring blankly at Lin Feng, without answering. Lin Feng smiled. Really? If I were a pirate, I believe you would spare no effort to stop me from saving people, but unfortunately I am not. You understand a hammer. Dayton and the others naturally wouldn't let him go. If he just went out to sea, they wouldn't stop him. See what you mean. Do you want me to rob the court? If this gets out, will you be a marine? Tisk tisk. Lin Feng listened while drinking. He knew that Garp was using alcohol to vent his emotions. Facing the situation where Ace was going to be publicly executed, Garp would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. But going to naval headquarters to save people, according to Luffy, is simply death. But no one could stop Windmill Village, and Luffy went out to sea smoothly. Garp raised his head and swung a wine bottle over. B asterisk 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 D. What do you think? That's the grandson of the old man. Seeing him like this, Lin Feng said aloud, What's the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable? After Garp finished speaking, Lin Feng said, Old man, you are aggressive. Garp became more and more excited as he talked. Didn't you say that if you demolish this place, you will save people? What? Are you scared? Understand. Unexpectedly, Garp seemed to be poked in the center of his mind, and suddenly shouted, A-hole, don't talk nonsense. First a marine. How could I have such an idea? If I really do save people, how would you choose? Chapter 307 Dad, I'm sorry. After speaking, he walked towards the door, but when he opened the door, he stopped again, turned his head and said in a low voice. Pirates are not worthy of sympathy, but family members are different. After the words fell, Garp walked into the next room without stopping. After hearing the sound of closing the door, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Old stuff, this is what both the fish and the bear's paw want. On the other side, on the Whitebeard pirates, the captains of each team are standing on the deck waiting for Whitebeard's order. There are 15 people in total, all of whom are well known in the sea. Behind them are the 43 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard sat in front, looked at the group of people and said, The captains will go to Marineford with me to rescue people in 2 days, and the others will stay behind. This is not a war you can participate in. If you go, you will die. Father, we're going too. Yes, we are going to save Brother Ace. Father, we are not afraid of death, so let us go. The crew members said aloud. It can be seen that they are all kind and righteous guys. Those captains also asked for a fight one after another. Watching this scene, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Goo ha 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 ha, well, it's all good. Everyone was overjoyed, and they heard Whitebeard continue to say, However, I have already decided on this matter, and there is no room for rebuttal. There was another murmur in the crowd, but Whitebeard ignored them. Turning to the captains under the banner, he said, You have other tasks, you will set off later, and someone from the Paradise will pick you up. At this time, one of them asked, Daddy, don't we go to naval headquarters together? No, you have other tasks to do, Whitebeard said. Advertisement, isn't that dangerous? Another person said. Dangerous? Ha 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 ha, I'm Whitebeard, what kind of danger I've never seen before. You guys, don't worry, just do as I tell you. After Whitebeard finished speaking, the captains nodded in unison, but the Great Eddie Spider, Squeard standing in the middle had a look of surprise on his face. The expression on his face changed again and again, as if he was struggling with something. Father, what is our mission then? Whitey Bay asked. As soon as this remark came out, everyone cast puzzled looks at Whitebeard. After talking for a long time, I still don't know the specific task. Whitebeard was also taken aback. Didn't you just say that? Everyone sweats. Father, you didn't say, Marco said helplessly. Goo ha 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 ha, right? Actually, I was testing you. I didn't expect you to not react for a long time. This is not a good thing. Whitebeard laughed, frantically covering up. Everyone didn't expose him, they just watched him like this. After laughing for a while, Whitebeard said, When we get there will be people from the Revolutionary Army to meet us. 2 days later, we will start fighting with Marine. You attack the world government together with the Revolutionary Army. Someone will communicate with you about the specific tasks. When everyone heard it, my good fellow, is this a roundup to fight for aid, or is it to divert the tiger away from the mountain? Or cooperate with the Revolutionary Army? When did the Whitebeard pirates get in touch with the Revolutionary Army? But the mission is to go to Mariajoy to do something. This is a bit interesting. Advertisement. Although they are all well-known figures in the New World, they have never had a direct fight with the world government. It's a bit exciting to think about it, not to mention that this time there is a Revolutionary Army in front of the big pot, so they don't worry even more. Whitebeard said with a crooked beard, What are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, it will be blamed on the Revolutionary Army. And this time, the dragon-slaying people will also appear. There are plenty of people who are responsible for it. The person who slays the dragon will appear, which is another big news for these captains. After hesitating for a few seconds, Skyad knelt down on the deck with a bang and shouted loudly, Dad, I'm sorry. Seeing that Skyad didn't leave, it seemed that there was something wrong. After receiving Whitebeard's order, the captains were also ready to set off immediately, and time waited for no one. Father, it's okay to make a fuss and grab something, wouldn't it be too much to kidnap celestial dragons? For Zhanlong's appearance, he was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it, he understood. Whitebeard asked aloud, anything else? The captains, who were about to leave, stopped again and looked back at Whitebeard in shock. At this time, Whitebeard said again, if possible, grab some celestial dragons and bring them back. Everyone was thinking in their hearts that they might get a lot of benefits this time. One of them was saved until the end, the great Eddie Spider, Skyad. Just such a rare opportunity, the Revolutionary Army will not let it go, and Marine is restrained, it is time to fish in troubled waters to do big things. The expression on the face is a little impatient. Yeah, the celestial dragons were kidnapped. The world government must have easily let us go. Leaving aside that Ace is Sabo's brother, it is said that Sabo is the one who slays the dragon. It's so exciting, what's the matter with being a little excited about this action? Chapter 308 Squad's Confession. Skyad, what are you doing? Beasta stepped forward and asked. Skyard didn't answer, just looked up at Whitebeard blankly. Whitebeard frowned and said nothing. Marco said, Skyad, what's the matter, tell me clearly. Everyone can see that this is definitely not a simple matter. Otherwise, Skyad would not be like this. Look at all of them crying with snot and tears, what kind of outrageous things have they done? Father, I've been tricked, exclaimed Skyard. Skyard then tells how Akainu approached him and tricked him into backstabbing Whitebeard at a critical moment. After listening, everyone was shocked. Damn, this Akainu is such a dog, what a dog. And you stupid spider, do you believe what others say? Is there any intelligence in the end? Fortunately, nothing has happened yet, which is something to be thankful for. In this case, why did you choose to speak out now? Joes asked with a sullen face. Skyard said immediately, because of the task arranged by the father. Task? That be asterisk. The Akainu said the dad made a private agreement with Marine to exchange the lives of his captains for aces and let us die. Advertisement, but after I finished the task just now, I knew it was not the case. That's why I chose to confess. After speaking, Skyad lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone present, for fear of being torn apart. After sorting out the ins and outs, Whitebeard pondered for a while and said, silly boy, how could I do such a thing? Each of you is my child. After speaking, Whitebeard stood up and walked towards Skyard. Skyard burst into tears, looking at Whitebeard in tears. Until Whitebeard pulled him off the ground and hugged him. After a while, after the mood calmed down, Whitebeard patted Skyard on the shoulder and said, it's an extremely stupid son to be deceived by such a stupid scheme. After figuring out that Whitebeard wasn't planning on sacrificing them for Ace, Skyard was left with nothing but guilt. However, there is still one problem that still bothers him. When Whitebeard returned to his seat, Skyard said cautiously, I have one more question, Dad. Huh? What's the question? Whitebeard wondered. Looking at the people around, Skyad said, Father, Ace, he is Luojia's son, right? Whitebeard frowned, then immediately relaxed. But the others couldn't describe it in terms of shock at this time, and the expressions on their faces were extremely exaggerated. There was a slight hum as Whitebeard nodded. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Advertisement One Piece, Luojia, has a child left in the world, or is he the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates? There are also many nights when I accidentally saw Ace sighing alone on the deck, presumably he is also very tired from life. Haven't you always shared joys and sorrows? Didn't you overcome obstacles with your partners again and again? It doesn't matter whose child Ace is, we met on this vast sea, not just you two, everyone here it's my son. If Whitebeard hadn't chosen to take them to Marineford to rescue Ace today, it is estimated that Skyard would really do a treacherous backstab. Thinking back to the days when I fought side by side with Ace and Ace's smile. This is the 8 trigrams I heard in Sabadi. Skyard no longer held any grudges against Ace, although he wasn't completely relieved of being rebuffed by Whitebeard. Ace, did he do anything to you, Skyard? Whitebeard continued. Skyad knelt down again and kowtowed heavily. I will definitely not disappoint my father. Father, Ace is Luojia's son, it's a fact. When Skyard left, the captains all looked at Whitebeard, expecting him to say something. More than 20 years ago, Skyad was also the captain of a pirate group, which was destroyed by the Luojia group for unknown reasons. Since then, the two have formed a deep hatred. Ace is not alone. You are all my family, go ahead and do your job and don't be so foolishly tricked again, Whitebeard said. That's not right, Dad, isn't Ace the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Why? Marco asked. I also know that you and Luojia have a deep hatred, but Skyad, how stupid is the idea of paying off the father's debt? Whitebeard didn't answer Marco, just looked at Skyard and sighed. I see, I just said how could I be deceived by such a stupid scheme. And Akainu also took advantage of this to shake Skyard. In addition, Whitebeard kept Ace's identity a secret and loved him so much, which made Skyard extremely unbalanced. Chapter 309 Yi Sika is leaving the army. This is also the reason why Marine executed such a public execution with such great fanfare, and openly declared war on our Whitebeard pirates. If it succeeds, then Marine's prestige will reach a peak. After a pause, Whitebeard continued. So we have to rescue Ace no matter what, not only for the face of the Whitebeard pirates, but also for our family. Whitebeard looked at the 15 captains standing in front of him, and said seriously, this time, let the 16 of us go to the so-called naval headquarters together. Most of the captains are full of fighting spirit and have no fear of the upcoming battle. Beasta looked around and said, Father, just us, it might not be too dangerous. Marine has assembled hundreds of thousands of troops and thousands of marine warships. All the marine high-level combat forces are also stationed in Marineford for the next war with our Whitebeard pirates. And there must be other means that we don't know about. If it's just us, Dad, the degree of danger is too high. After the analysis, the others also calmed down. Indeed, with just such a small number of people, I am afraid that they will never return. Joe's on the side also showed embarrassment, and Marco, who was the only captain who knew, seemed extremely calm. This time, not only the Whitebeard pirates participated in this war, Lin Feng is also ready. I just don't know if Shanks will also participate, and I asked Lin Feng and didn't say. Advertisement. After listening to Vista's words, Whitebeard laughed and said, Don't worry, Vista, we also have allies. Hearing this, Vista asked, Is it Lin Feng? Guhahaha, no, don't ask, anyway, don't worry. Whitebeard would not mention Lin Feng, after all, he appeared as Zhanlong there. Seeing that Whitebeard was unwilling to speak, no one asked again. At this time, on an island near the land of Sabaody, Robin brought Bardo, Luo, Reiju, and Nia to join the vanguard of the Revolutionary Army. Coincidentally, the leader of the Revolutionary Army was Bello Betty, but unfortunately Enel was not there. Commander Betty had a lot of opinions on this, and it was very hard for her to come here, and she was naturally very upset when she didn't see the person she was determined to persuade. Oh, don't be unhappy, there will be opportunities in the future, and Enel won't disappear out of thin air, Reiju said with a smile. That's right, next time I have a chance, I'll help you drug him. Robin covered his mouth and whispered as he leaned over. Nia, who had been following Robin, said in shock when she heard it, It's okay, can it still be like this? This is not very good. The blush on his face proved that Nia understood what it meant to administer medicine. Ni Yuan. Momosagi glared at Lin Feng. When this incident is over, Yasika should return to his hometown to live an ordinary life. A marine with a bright future just left. Yo, is this off work? Lin Feng said. Retired from the army? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Is this little girl so impulsive? Advertisement, so? Are you here to trouble me? Lin Feng kept beating on the table with one hand, raised his eyebrows and said, I don't take the blame for it, you don't understand free love, do you? The three women with unscrupulous thoughts instantly shifted their targets, and began to educate Nia on the idea of love. Thinking of that heroic girl Marine, Lin Feng also sighed slightly. Sighing, Momosagi leaned on the table with his hands and propped his face in extreme depression. No, I can't blame you, I just feel a little pity for her, but it's normal to make such a choice when encountering such a thing. Momosagi naturally found a place to sit down. You won't interfere this time, will you? After a while, Momosagi opened the door and walked in. Everything only waited until the war started 2 days later, and they went straight to Wanglong, causing the holy land of Mariajoy to be turned upside down. And it's still a public execution, the son of the One Piece King Luo Jia, this identity is too sensitive. At night, Lin Feng drove Enel and Barry to another room. But Kuina and the others still stayed in Sabaody, which was close to naval headquarters and could arrive soon. Because of Nia's fruit ability, the island was wiped out of existence the first time they came here. Ordinary people can't detect it at all, and Marine's high-level combat power is also concentrated in Marineford. Lin Feng was very speechless when he heard it. Do you all have to ask this question again? It's boring. Speaking of this, Momosagi sighed and said, It's a pity EC card, she has already submitted an application for discharge to me. Momosagi gave Lin Feng a blank look, stretched out his hand to pour himself a glass of wine, took a sip and said, I really didn't expect that Fire Fist Ace was caught in this way. Who was the last time I saw him? You would have imagined this situation now. Chapter 310. The truth. Momosagi was taken aback, and immediately said, Of course. Who else could it be if it wasn't captured by Marine? Oh, you're really not being frank. Lin Feng stretched his hands and leaned on the chair. Didn't Blackbeard beat Ace and send it to you? Momosagi is not too surprised to be told the truth by Lin Feng. This guy's information is always timely. Now that you know, why don't you ask me? What I'm curious about is that with Ace's strength, it's impossible to lose to Blackbeard. Lin Feng looked extremely serious. If you know anything inside, I hope you can tell me. Momosagi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words. She was really worried that Lin Feng would break the contract if she disagreed. The expression just now was really scary. But how Blackbeard caught Ace, she didn't know. I don't know, I'm not responsible for the handover. Lin Feng frowned and said, What about Ace's weapon? Isn't it on your side? No, this kind of thing must have been left by Blackbeard. How could it be given to Marine? Momosagi knew that Lin Feng was talking about dragon guns. With the growing reputation of Ace, the name of Fire Dragon is also widely known. Everyone knows it's a powerful weapon. After Momosagi left, Lin Feng still felt that he had to figure out this issue. It was impossible for Marine to really know nothing. I have to confirm whether there is any discrepancy between the information here and what I got. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked to the next door. There was a bang on Garp's door. Who? Don't sleep at night. Garp's impatient voice came out, and the door opened soon. What are you doing, kid? Take me to Sengoku. Lin Feng said. At this time, Sengoku should also be resting. If Lin Feng spread out his magic fighting spirit, he would naturally be able to find someone, but there is no need for that. After all, this is their stronghold, and he is not such an arrogant person. Advertisement. What are you doing with that B asterisk 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 D? Garp looked annoyed, blowing his beard and staring. It's okay, just take me there. Garp's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, sleep quality loss fee. No problem, hurry up and lead the way. More than 10 minutes later, Garp brought Lin Feng to the door of Sengoku's resting room. The Marine on duty saw the two coming and was about to go in to report. Garp kicked the door open just before he did. Vice Admiral Garp, you. The Marine soldier had a bitter face, not knowing what to say. This is not the first time this happened, he was numb. Forget it, these two have always been like this, Marshal Sengoku will not punish him for this kind of thing. As far as Naval Headquarters, who can stop this old Marine rogue? In the room, Sengoku, who was wearing pajamas and reading glasses, was sitting at the table reading a book, and when he saw the two coming in, an expression of wanting to eat people appeared on his face. Garp, what are you doing again? And you, what are you doing here? Sengoku put down the book and scolded them both. Garp recklessly began to search for the snacks in the cabinet. Sengoku was about to stop him, but Lin Feng sat in front of him. Marshal Sengoku, there is something I would like you to tell me. Sengoku frowned, and then Lin Feng said what he wanted to know. Garp, who was eating a snack, also sat down, and it was obvious that Sengoku hadn't told him about it. Advertisement, I don't need to save people, but you won't even let me know the truth, will this be too much? Lin Feng said with a sense of coercion on his body. Feeling this terrifying energy, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Put away your petty thoughts, what to pretend? After the coercion dissipated, Lin Feng giggled and said, well, I don't act like that. HMPH, I haven't seen anything before, and you still want to scare me? You're dreaming? Asterisk a caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Seeing that Sengoku didn't like this, Lin Feng said. Then why don't you hurry up and talk about it? It can't be that there is something wrong with me here. Sengoku seemed to have been told what was on his mind, and his face darkened instantly. After a while, he said, oh, forget it, anyway, you will know sooner or later. Excuse me, there really are, Lin Feng was a little surprised. We at Marine found out that Blackbeard had someone else involved in the fight with Ace, Sengoku said. Sure enough, it was the same as the news I got, but there was no news about who this person was. Lin Feng was thinking to himself while Sengoku continued. Later, according to our investigation and deduction, this person is very likely to be a helper Blackbeard found from New World, and he is also a crew member. After our thorough investigation, we can almost confirm the identity of this person. Who? Lin Feng and Garp asked at the same time. Sengoku slowed down, picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea, took 2 sips. You all know this person. The two were puzzled, so they looked over with even more expectant eyes. Seeing Sengoku still drinking tea, Lin Feng said, if you make one more move, I'll blow your house up. Chapter 311 Blackbeard's Hand. Find someone? First trouble Marine to find Asa and that Weibo, could it be? Seeing Lin Feng's face, Sengoku nodded and said, that's right, it's him, Weibo. Boom. Things in the room flew out. Where is he now? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Seeing the situation, Sengoku said helplessly, I knew it would be like this, so I didn't tell you before. Garp also stood up and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Calm down. Lin Feng looked at him. What? You're calm. If it wasn't for this B asterisk 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 D, Ace wouldn't have been caught, right? Garp didn't know what to say for a while, and the moment he learned the truth, he didn't want to tear Weibo into pieces. Where the person is, I don't know. This is just our speculation. Sengoku motioned the two to sit down. After the Shichibukai meeting 2 days ago, Blackbeard disappeared. Shichibukai didn't listen to orders when he first became Shichibukai. After this incident, he was revoked immediately. Speaking of this, Sengoku was also very angry, and Lin Feng naturally knew Blackbeard's plan, and he was afraid that he would go to Impel Down next. If there is Weibo as a helper, no one will be able to stop him. Marshal Sengoku, there may be an accident on the Impel Down side, Lin Feng said immediately. Sengoku and Garp turned to look at him. Blackbeard's B asterisk 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 D is very likely to break into prison. Dog. See if I don't cheat you to death, prison robbery? The two old men stared wide-eyed. Lin Feng nodded. Taking advantage of the fact that Marine troops cannot be mobilized in 2 days, Blackbeard will attack Impel Down and release a large number of criminals. Advertisement. The two were shocked when they heard the words, this is incredible. How do you know? As expected of Sengoku, he immediately grasped the point after calming down. But Lin Feng smiled and said, I know it's weird? Indeed, this B asterisk 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 D looks like a crow's mouth. Garp asked, let the criminal go. Why would he do that? I don't need to say who are the people in Impel Down. They have strength and means, and they are all talents. If I were Blackbeard, I would do the same thing. On the premise of releasing them, wouldn't it be logical to recruit a few crew members? After listening to Lin Feng's analysis, the backs of the two old bastards were soaked. If this kind of thing really happened, it would be a shame and a scandal to Marine. Sengoku couldn't sleep at this time, and now that Blackbeard was missing, who knows if he will act early. After getting the news he wanted to know, and cheating Blackbeard again, Lin Feng returned to the room contentedly. As for what arrangement Sengoku will make, he is not clear. Lie on the bed and soon fell asleep. After waking up the next day, I took Enel and Barry to experience the meals in the Marine canteen. Just after returning to the room, another guest was ushered in. It was Smoker and Toshigi, who hadn't seen each other for a long time. When old friends reunited, they naturally had to drink again. By the time it was over, it was almost dark. Before leaving, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he said that he would give Toshigi a sword when we meet again. Looking at the girl in front of him who looks almost the same as Kuina, Lin Feng also has a good feeling in his heart. Toshigi, come to Sabaody when you have time, Kuina misses you very much, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Toshigi also happily agreed. Yeah, no problem, I miss her too. Advertisement Smoker, who was drinking wine and smoking a cigarette at the side, gave Lin Feng a strange look. I said, don't you want to poach someone again? No, don't talk nonsense, Lin Feng quickly denied. Then, regardless of whether Smoker believed it or not, he raised his hand and took out the big sharp knife Akiba and put it on the table. It's for you, don't you look down on it, Lin Feng said intentionally. It caught Toshigi's eyes in an instant. Looking at Jian and Lin Feng, the silly look is a bit cute. I saw her trembling hands, slowly picking up the autumn leaves. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Toshigi was very pleasantly surprised, hesitated for a while and said, let's forget it, you won't get rewarded for nothing. Toshigi also looked at Akiba with bright eyes, and the color of surprise overflowed in his eyes. Lin Feng twitched his lips and said, I have something to do with you. Smoker's face, which was already a little red from drinking, turned even redder, obviously very angry. Smoker looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Is this guy really a blacksmith? Impossible. It took almost half an hour for Toshigi to finish playing. Reluctantly putting Chuya on the table, Lin Feng's voice was heard. What, you don't want it? After the two left, Lin Feng suddenly felt that he missed Kuina, and when the Kamui space opened, he appeared in Kuina's bed. What are you looking at? Pick it up and try it out. This is my latest forged weapon, it's absolutely high quality. What? At this moment, Smoker said, then why didn't you see me off? Lin Feng and Smoker looked at each other in embarrassment. First, he held it on his shoulder and gently stroked the scabbard with his face, feeling the temperature on it, and made an intoxicating sound from his mouth. You are welcome, just take it, these things are the last thing I lack. Toshigi was taken aback, then raised his head. What? Chapter 312 Commander Kong waking up in the morning, Lin Feng had already returned to Naval Headquarters without anyone noticing. After wandering leisurely in Naval Headquarters for 2 days, finally, the day of public execution arrived. Early in the morning on May 1st, while Lin Feng was still lying in bed, Garp began to toss about, and the door was knocked loudly. Impatient with the noise, Lin Feng turned over and prepared to go back to sleep, but the knock on the door suddenly stopped. However, a few seconds later, there was a loud bang, and the wall collapsed. 10 minutes later, Garp and Lin Feng walked towards the execution site. The old thing, disturbing people's cleanliness in the morning. Lin Feng kept complaining along the way. Garp also turned on the old troll mode. You d. You don't even know what time it is today, how can you sleep? Huh. Along the way, there were marine soldiers rushing to and fro everywhere, and Lin Feng thought it was very funny to be in such a hurry. For these low-strength marines, one conquerors will give them all in seconds. What's the use of getting so many people? Soon the three of Lin Feng were brought to the place of execution by Garp. On the high platform, a huge marine flag with a seagull pattern is fluttering in the wind. And in the open space below, there are also tens of thousands of marine soldiers, densely packed. At this time, marine teams continued to pour in from all directions, and everyone's face was full of fighting spirit, as if they were invincible, and their postures were on their behalf. On the outskirts of Marineford, there are hundreds of huge warships docked, and some are patrolling around to prevent accidents. Not only that, there are cannons erected on the high platform. Lin Feng glanced at them. Good guy, there are about hundreds of them. Just this battle, scare me to death, okay? Who is not confused? Advertisement Marine Conference Room. Sengoku is now in front of him, his eyes are burning brightly, without any emotion. Even so, the killing spirit that has been on the battlefield for decades still permeates the room. Below, are Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, Kazaru, and a group of alternate admiral and vice admiral. Green Cow and Fujitora are naturally among them, as are Momosagi and Saucer. The sharp eyes swept over one by one, and Sengoku said loudly, today, it's the execution day of Fire Fist Ace. This battle is about the reputation of my marine, no mistakes are allowed. Anyone who tries to destroy will be buried here forever. Everyone, let's go. Sengoku's impassioned speech has just come to an end. Just then, the door of the meeting room was opened. Everyone looked back in unison, and an old man with a broad chest, tan skin, and white hair and beard in the shape of mountain came in wearing a sleeveless black shirt and white coat. Behind them are two burly men of the same stature. The CP logo on the clothes shows that they are people from the world government. Commander Kong, someone has already called out. This person is the former marshal of the Marine, and now the commander-in-chief of the world government army, Kong. And the others also reacted and hurriedly greeted them. Advertisement as for the two people from the world government beside them, they simply ignored them. After all, the relationship between Marine and world government is not very harmonious. Walking in front of Sengoku, Commander Sora smiled heartily and said, What, Sengoku, are you surprised to see me? As he spoke, he looked to the side of the three admirals. You three are not bad, the last time I saw you was the last time. The three of them had black lines on their heads, and said at the same time, "Commander Kong." Kong nodded and hummed, and found Staff Officer He in the crowd. "Hey, Xiaohei, I haven't seen you for so long, why don't you say hello?" The only voice in the entire meeting room was Marshal Kong. Soon, the reminiscence was over, and after Sengoku had a conversation with Commander Kong, everyone went out. On the way, Sengoku and Commander Sora walked side by side. "Sengoku, where's that old guy Garp? Why didn't you see him just now?" "Garp passed ahead of time, and I asked him to watch Lin Feng," Sengoku said. Lin Feng. Hearing this name, Marshal Kong was also a little uneasy. This guy is registered with the world government. Then Sengoku talked about his series of arrangements for Lin Feng, and after listening to it, Commander-in-Chief Kong didn't intend to intervene. Today's war is of great importance, and how to fight is still up to you to arrange. It's up to you to mobilize. As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed to the people from world government who followed behind him. Sengoku took a look. There were quite a few people, and he knew the first two. One is Wesen, who appeared in Ohara last time, the head of CP. The other is also named Dulu. Both of them are from Celestial Dragons, and they are also one of the high-end combat forces of the world government. Sengoku nodded. After all, this is Marine's action. Even if Commander Sora is the former Marine Marshal, it's not easy to do it for him. Soon, a group of Marine executives came to Garp and Lin Feng's side. At this time, the live broadcast to the whole world has already started, and countless people have used their screens to watch this upcoming battle of the century. Chapter 313 Marine Lineup. That's Admiral. Oh my god, that isn't it Marshal Kong? Marine's lineup is too scary. Hey, isn't it the Vice Admiral who got caught in Ohara last time? People in front of the screen were talking to each other, especially seeing how huge Marine was. Who do you think will win, Marine or the Whitebeard Pirates? Someone asked. It's needless to say. Marine will definitely win, and you don't even look at who Marine is here for. Yes, and Marine is waiting for work at leisure, and is fully prepared. I see, once the Whitebeard Pirates come, they will definitely not be able to leave. People around nodded in agreement, and some even said that even if 2-4 emperors came, it would probably be enough. Of course, some people have different opinions. Most common people have only heard of the names and legends of these sea overlords and sea emperors. They don't know how strong they are. They can only guess based on various hearsay. On the Marine side, when Sengoku and others appeared, the morale of hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers was instantly ignited, and even their breathing began to become rapid, and they all looked at the high platform with burning eyes. Below the execution platform, there were 3 chairs, and the 3 admirals, who represented Marine's highest combat power, stepped forward and sat down one by one. Aokiji and Kizaru sit on the sides, and Akainu sits in the middle. Except for Aokiji, Kizaru and Akainu crossed their legs very tacitly. Maybe it was too troublesome for him. Advertisement Sengoku, Marshal Sora and others also stood in front of the high platform. Their tall and straight bodies were like pinnacles of calming the sea. Everyone glanced at Lin Feng, who was sitting in the corner with Garp. This guy had to watch. Very consciously, the green bull walked out of the crowd, came to Lin Feng's side, sat cross-legged on the ground, guarded like a door god, and said nothing. It's just that if those eyes can kill, Lin Feng has already been slaughtered by the green bull more than 100 times. He snorted coldly, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Feng didn't care about it at all, chatting with Garp aside. And Garp also looked preoccupied. Although he guessed in his heart that Lin Feng would definitely not stand idly by with Ace, he still couldn't suppress the worry in his heart. A few minutes later, the gate of Marineford opened, and out came a group of giants, Vice Admiral, wearing the coat of Marine Justice. They held the same huge weapons in their hands, maces, axes, broadswords. Hockey stood at the forefront. These bigs will be Marine's first line of defense. It is also a city wall of human flesh. Then came out a group of fancy guys. Walking in the front is a crooked-mouthed pirate wearing sunglasses and walking like a flamingo like Doflamingo. And behind him is Mahawk, the tall and cold man with sharp eyes, and the glamorous goddess with a hot body and enchanting steps, the pirate queen Boa Hancock. Behind the two of them was a woman who looked left and right with a curious look on her face. It was Xiao Feng who had just joined Shichibukai. No, it was Miranda. Speaking of which, Marine is quite pitiful. Half of the 6 Shichibukai present are from Lin Feng. Advertisement then came Bartholomew Kuma, who was called a tyrant, with a book in his hand, and Gecko Moria, who laughed like a duck. A total of 6 people appeared under the execution platform. Not surprisingly, the appearance of several people caused a commotion in the Marine camp. Especially when Hancock came out, the soldiers had stars in their eyes, drooling from the corners of their mouths, and they looked like pig brothers. And the pirates in front of the screen looked at them with disgust. The lackey of Marine, the traitor of the pirates, was talking about Shichibukai. Just as Lin Feng was looking at them, Hawkeye, Hancock, and Xiao Feng turned their heads at the same time and looked at where Lin Feng was. After just one glance, he looked away, and then Hancock said in a low voice, "The world government is also here, so it may be troublesome now." Hawkeye said, "It's okay, we just need to do our own thing well." Xiao Feng was also comparing the difference in appearance between himself and Hancock. Not long after all the Marines arrived, Firefist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, came out under the escort of Marine. There are seastone handcuffs on the wrists and ankles, and long chains on the feet drag on the ground. Bloodline Madara on her body. Her hair is also very messy, obviously not feeling well in prison. At this time, his heart was full of remorse and guilt. He knew that his father would definitely come to save him, and this place can be said to be a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Looking up at Marine's layout, he was more convinced of the thoughts in his mind, but when his eyes saw Lin Feng sitting in the corner, he froze for an instant. What's the situation? Why is Lin Feng here, still sitting with the old man? Just when his mind was full of question marks, Lin Feng looked over and smiled at him. Chapter 314 My father is Whitebeard. When he knelt down on the ground, he was still in a daze. Sengoku came over and stood beside him and said, "What? Regret it? If you want to blame the sinful blood flowing in your body." It's just that Ace didn't hear what he was saying at this time. Didn't it mean that Lin Feng was entangled by the world government? Why did he appear here? It doesn't look like he came to save himself. Could it be that he wanted to see himself being executed? Is it so pervert? Garp, who was beside Lin Feng, looked at Ace's appearance at this moment, clenched his fists unconsciously, and was also suffering from great torture in his heart. After all, it is his grandson, how could he bear to see this scene? Soon Sengoku picked up the phone bug and started a passionate speech, boosting the morale of the marine officers and soldiers. After a few words, the topic shifted to Ace. Then Sengoku revealed Ace's true identity under the watchful eyes of the whole world. I saw him say in a serious tone, "This old man is Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. Marine will be here today, Marineford, for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. And before that, there is another piece of news that I want to announce to the whole world. Many people wonder why Marine executes a pirate with such great fanfare. Today, I will tell everyone here about the great significance behind the public execution of Fire Fist Ace." Sengoku suddenly turned his gaze to Ace, and said angrily, "Fire Fist Ace, tell the whole world, your father, who is it?" The unsuspecting Marines and people all over the world looked at the screen in confusion. What does this mean? Fire Fist Ace's father? Is there something hidden in it? Why did Marshal Sengoku suddenly mention this? The person who knew Ace's identity looked at Ace with a sad face. For example, Garp, Lin Feng can clearly see the distorted expression on his face. Advertisement. After hearing this question, Ace suddenly raised his head and looked at Sengoku unwillingly. "My father, it's the 4 emperors of New World, it's Whitebeard." Sengoku sneered and said, "Are you still lying at this point? You have the blood of the most wicked man on the sea. Your birth is a disgrace to the marine." Then he looked forward again and said, "Fire Fist Ace, your biological father is the One Piece King Gor di Luogia. You have the blood of the pirate king Luogia flowing through your body, the blood of evil. One Piece. The child of Gor di Luogia, with sinful blood running through his body." After the words fell, Ace lowered his head silently. He knew that everything was a foregone conclusion. And this news spread all over the world in an instant, and the whole world was boiling. This is the influence of Luogia. Even after he died for so many years, as long as he is mentioned, it will cause huge disturbances. Evil blood. Son of the Pirate King. How is that possible? Fire Fist Ace's father is actually the Pirate King. Everyone was amazed. So that's the reason why Marine will be executed publicly is because of this reason. I didn't expect that Devil and Orphans survived. Let him die. Yes, such a person does not deserve to live. Most of the melon eaters who watched the live broadcast were ordinary people who hated pirates. It was only then that the Marine soldiers realized that it was not just Fire Fist Ace who was going to be executed today. In an instant, Marine's morale was unprecedentedly high. Advertisement. They all clenched their weapons tightly, waiting for the man to appear. Other arrangements are mainly to prevent accidents, such as Lin Feng sitting in the corner, and the dragon-slaying organization that came and went without a trace, and even the Revolutionary Army. Everyone waited quietly, and the whole Marineford was extremely quiet for a while. Whitebeard pirates. Where will you come from? Another 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. And this lineup is not entirely used to deal with Whitebeard. Just for Whitebeard, the results can be said unceremoniously. The strength of their marine alone is enough to destroy the Whitebeard pirates several times. Suddenly Ace looked up and yelled, "My father, always Whitebeard, always." Sengoku always felt that something was wrong, so he took out his phone bug and contacted the sentry point ahead. They're the ones who know the horrors of Whitebeard best. Ignoring Ace's cries, Sengoku checked the time. It was less than 3 hours until the execution time. Ace lowered his head. Although he knew that this scene would definitely happen today, he still couldn't accept it. At this time, Staff Officer Crane came over and said, "Sengoku, Whitebeard hasn't appeared yet, be careful. Report to Marshal Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates have not been found yet." Time passed by, and the Whitebeard pirates still did not appear. Sengoku's face is extremely ugly. What's going on? Both of them are legendary figures of the old era, who fought countless battles in their lives, and had several confrontations with Whitebeard. How can you break my impregnable arrangement? But even for Whitebeard, facing today's marine lineup, Sengoku dared to say responsibly that as long as he dares to come, he will never leave. This time, Ace was publicly executed. In addition to the purpose mentioned before, Sengoku also took advantage of this opportunity to severely damage or even eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 315 The Whitebeard pirates appear. Everyone saw it, but they didn't care about it. It's a little too unreasonable to stop it at a time like this. Anyway, Garp is also a marine hero, and they also gave Garp the most trust, believing that he would not do that kind of betrayal of marine. Seeing Garp's extremely lonely back, Staff Officer, he whispered, "I hope Garp can survive." Sengoku also looked at his old friend with complicated eyes, and the three of them had very deep feelings. No one wants to see this scene today. After sitting next to Ace for a while, Lin Feng saw that the two of them looked like they were about to cry. It was so sad, and he sighed so loudly. Lin Feng asked Enel and Barry standing behind him, "What time is it?" 9:30. Enel said. "It should be soon, it's about this time," Lin Feng muttered. "But who are the people present?" This sentence soon fell into the ears of everyone, and their hearts tightened. Enel, on the other hand, quickly took out his special camera for Black History and waited eagerly. While everyone was waiting quietly, a group of people came to the Holy Land of Mariajoy without anyone noticing. With Nia's ability, the Revolutionary Army and dozens of pirate groups under Whitebeard sneaked in smoothly. The most important purpose of this operation is to reduce the pressure on Marineford and create conditions for saving lives. The second is to take the opportunity to catch a few more celestial dragons and destroy this place by the way. This is the task that Lin Feng entrusted to Robin and the others, and it is also the task of the pirates. The Revolutionary Army also had its own purpose, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was. Seems to be related to Vegapunk. Advertisement. The Revolutionary Army team was divided into two groups, one of which was in charge of attacking and destroying together with Robin, the others and the pirates. Another team sneaked in from elsewhere. Action. Following Betty, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, gave an order. Robin and the others also rushed out quickly. Soon there was a huge explosion, and the building became a mess. The celestial dragons are fleeing in all directions. After the previous attack, Mariajoy has also strengthened its defenses. Not long after the destruction started, a large number of world government armed forces appeared in all directions, including CP people and army people. The two sides soon started a fierce fight, and Luo and Bartolomeo rushed into the enemy's camp one after the other and killed them indiscriminately. Robin, Reiju, and Nia are on the same battlefield, cooperating with each other to harvest the life of the enemy. The army Zhang Bilao and Betty stood on a high place, commanding the team of the Revolutionary Army. Under the influence of the ability to inspire fruit, everyone felt that their condition was extremely good. What happened here was also immediately reported to Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku. A communications soldier hurriedly came to Sengoku with a phone bug. After Sengoku answered the call, his complexion became ugly almost instantly, as if he had eaten Coptus chinensis. Putting down the phone bug, Sengoku turned around and saw all eyes on him. "Call," Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Something happened to Mariajoy." The people from the Revolutionary Army and Zhanlong appeared over there, and they have already handed over their hands. There are still many pirates, and they should be those under the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. There was such a big battle waiting for Whitebeard, but they didn't expect their hometown to be stolen. Advertisement. Especially the two heads of CP, Wesson and Dulu, quickly pulled out their phone bugs to contact 5 elders. And the order was quickly issued there, to stay in Marineford, and Whitebeard must be kept. At this moment, countless bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface in front of Marineford. A ship wrapped in a huge bubble film jumped up like a white whale, setting off huge waves. Boom! The boat landed steadily on the water. It's the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the person coming, someone shouted, "This be **************************************** D. He bypassed the gate of justice from the bottom of the sea. Sengoku raged, looking at Whitebeard on the deck. "Well, I didn't expect that it would come from underwater. It's really beyond our expectations. Staff officer," he said from the side. Soon Sengoku discovered something was wrong. Whitebeard's pirate group went to attack Mariajoy, so it's no surprise that only one main ship came. But there are only a dozen people on this boat. What about the rest? After reading it, Sengoku also understood that he didn't want too many casualties. What's more, on this kind of battlefield, without your own soldiers, you can use them lavishly. Looking at his hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers, Sengoku suddenly had a headache. It was originally a situation of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, but now it became embarrassing. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps on the Moby DK. Everyone in the world held their breath at this moment. Many marine soldiers even swallowed unconsciously. It's Whitebeard, Chapter 316. The Power to Destroy the World. Whitebeard walked to the front with Kong Yunki in his hand. His thick back gave them a sense of security. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and the eyes of the whole world were focused on this man. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. The strongest man in the world. The legendary pirate with a reward of 5,046,000,000 Baileys. Whitebeard stood at the front. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed and said, "Gu la la la, Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for decades." Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Whitebeard, I didn't expect to be invaded by you so close." "Is my dear son all right?" Whitebeard continued. Sengoku didn't answer, and Whitebeard didn't care, and then cast his eyes on Ace. "Wait for me, Ace." Ace looked at Whitebeard and the others who came to rescue him, leaned forward uncontrollably, trembling all over, eyes full of excitement and worry, and shouted loudly, "Oh." I saw Whitebeard inserting Kong Yunki into the deck, spreading his hands out, bursting out with a majestic momentum like the sea. Looking around at the people present, the 3 admirals are all acquaintances, needless to say. There is also the guy named Green Bull and Fujitora. I saw Ohara also saw it in the first battle, but the guy named Sora was a bit beyond Whitebeard's expectations. The 2 pigs of the world government are not a small threat. There are also those huge marine legions, countless forts, and marine vice admiral. It is the first time for Whitebeard to see so many at one time. Whitebeard thought in his heart, with this lineup, he really thinks highly of himself. If you are not careful, the whole army will be wiped out, but when Whitebeard saw Lin Feng, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the people hiding in the cabinet this time, Whitebeard thought, I am not alone, Sengoku. I saw Whitebeard clenched his fists, retracted his outstretched arms and crossed his chest, roaring. Marine, come on, stop me from trying. Sengoku on the high platform broke out into cold sweat when he saw Whitebeard's actions. He had seen this trick before, just as he was about to do something. Advertisement in Shichibukai's camp, a black figure rushed out first. It's Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman has made a move. I saw Eagle Eye jumping in the air, and the black knife Yi had already unsheathed. The dark yellow pupils are extremely sharp, and the aura of the whole person looks like a falcon trying to hunt its prey. Buzz. Hawkeye slashed out with a sword, and with a piercing roar accompanied by a roar of sword energy, he slashed towards Whitebeard who was charging. At this moment, the world changed color. Seeing this scene, all the swordsmen present felt a fighting spirit, and unconsciously clenched the long swords in their hands. The sword energy shreds the ground and ice, and destroys everything in front of it with a destructive momentum. It's almost time to kill Whitebeard. People all over the world watched the blow nervously. However, on the Moby DK, a figure also jumped out immediately. Boom. After a loud noise, under the gaze of the whole world, Hawkeye's slash was blocked to the sky. The smoke and dust dissipated, and there stood a man covered in diamonds like a mountain, shining brightly. It's Diamond Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He blocked the world's #1 slash. Jose looked at Hawkeye and grinned. He didn't know that Hawkeye, Lin Feng and Whitebeard had already competed with each other, and now they were their own. Seeing that his slash was blocked, Hawkeye slowly put away the black knife Yi, and call it a day. Advertisement at this moment, Whitebeard roared angrily and swung his fists. There was a stir in the air, there was a rumbling sound, and where the fist touched the air, the space unexpectedly shattered, and then spread in all directions. My god, shattered, is this the power of shock fruit? Horrible. Countless people marveled at Whitebeard's strength, and Sengoku shouted, everyone be careful. As Sengoku's shout fell, the vibration became stronger. Everything in the sky, the ground and the sea was shaking violently. The marine soldiers frantically avoided in the earthquake-like environment, and the ground was split open. At this time, a huge wave suddenly rose in the distance, covering the hearts of all marines like covering the sky and the sun. See, tsunami, run, the tsunami is coming. The marines looked at the kilometer-high tsunami in horror, and the fear in their hearts could not be suppressed at all. This catastrophic scene made all the marine soldiers disheartened, desperate, and their morale was extremely low. Shock fruit, the power to destroy the world. In just 10 seconds, a huge tsunami surrounded Marineford and was about to swallow it up. Under the execution platform, Aokiji, who was sitting on a chair, stood up helplessly, and his figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. He stretched out his hands to both sides, and 2 thick icicles spread out quickly. The moment he touched the tsunami that covered the sky and the sun was frozen. Hanging high in the air, unable to move forward even a little. Chapter 317 Conqueror's Collision. Aokiji in midair withdrew his arms and let out a heavy breath. Don't look at how easy it was just now, but it still takes a lot of energy to stop such a big tsunami. If he wasn't here today, Marine would probably suffer heavy casualties, and Marineford might also be submerged. Looking at the direction of Whitebeard, dozens of spear-shaped icicles suddenly condensed around Aokiji, shooting at Whitebeard in the distance without mercy. Ice Cube, 2 thorny spears. Seeing Aokiji's action, Whitebeard sneered, oh, frozen kid. The fist carrying the power of shock fruit smashed into the void, and the ice spear shot by Aokiji was disintegrated and shattered immediately. The force of the shock quickly extended towards Aokiji, and the space was vibrating, making a buzzing sound. Boom. I saw Aokiji's body turn into an ice sculpture and suddenly exploded into pieces. And he himself fell to the ground immediately, and the icy cold instantly froze the ground around him. After this round, Aokiji felt that he was very tired, so he went back to his seat and continued to watch the show. And Sengoku was relieved watching this scene, but fortunately Aokiji was there, otherwise even if they could block it, ordinary marine soldiers would definitely suffer casualties. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Whitebeard pulled out Kong Yunki and pointed at the execution platform, and the Conqueror's Haki unfolded instantly. The terrifying coercion swept towards Marine, and the Marine soldiers at the forefront of the battlefield soon collapsed to the ground one by one. Facing Whitebeard's Conquerors, these Marines were simply irresistible, unable to hold back at all, and even most of the Vice-Admirals trembled under this terrifying coercion. As the only owner of Conquerors in Marine, Sengoku jumped off the platform immediately, and Conqueror's Haki was released immediately. When the Conquerors of the 2 men met, most of the hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers had fallen. Advertisement, Gu la la la, Sengoku, you don't mean to compete with me at Conquerors. Whitebeard laughed as Sengoku tried to block him. With Sengoku's half-baked Conquerors, how could he be able to stop himself? Almost as soon as the voice fell, Conqueror's Haki, who was still evenly matched in the collision in the field, instantly showed an overwhelming situation and pressed towards Marine. Seeing that the situation was not good, Akainu was about to stand up, but another change occurred on the battlefield. As everyone watched, another wave of Conqueror's Haki emerged, overlaying Whitebeard's Haki, and together they pressed down on Sengoku. Marine, who had no time to dodge, fell down again under the two strands of hockey. Who is it? There is still someone who owns Conquerors. Could it be Marco? Ah la la, what a trouble. It seems that Whitebeard also has some amazing guys. It's terrible. The Marine executives who saw this scene talked one after another, and they couldn't get involved in the Conquerors competition. Besides, the people lying on the ground are all their Marines, and no one dares to do anything, otherwise the Marines will die first. Soon, the Marines who hadn't fainted all ran behind Sengoku, watching the contest of Conquerors in amazement. And Sengoku quickly lost in this contest. Both parties put away the Conquerors hockey respectively. After all, it cannot be released for a long time, and it will be consumed. After this round of competition was over, Sengoku rushed back with red eyes and shouted, "Fire immediately and suppress the opponent, and the rest of the people will quickly rescue the fainted person." Boom. Boom. Advertisement. Vista, get rid of those annoying turrets, Marco said in the air. A stream of sword chi slashed out in an instant, and slashed precisely towards the artillery fire. However, as captain-level figures, well-known powerhouses in the sea, this kind of attack can only slightly hinder their progress. Hundreds of forts on the military port opened fire in unison, flames streaked across the sky, and dense shells hit the Whitebeard pirates. Block these shells. The attack of hundreds of artillery pieces is more terrifying than the legendary Buster Call. Momosagi, T-Dolphin, Smoker, Mole, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Burning Mountain. Everyone blocked a few sword chi, but part of the fort was still destroyed. Little ones. Rescue Ace. Whitebeard held Kong Yunch high and shouted sharply. Marine also took advantage of this time to frantically carry the fainted corpse. Figures also emerged from the Marine camp. The giant vice admirals are now at the pier, cooperating with the artillery attack, blocking the captains of the Whitebeard pirates outside. Rescue Ace. The captains also shouted. Immediately afterwards, Foil Vista, Diamond Josie, Bramink, Lakio. The captains passed through Marine's fire blockade one by one. The captains rushed out roaring, and all kinds of attacks filled the sky above the military port wharf, and the sound of explosions was endless. The first to rush out was the Phoenix Marco. Come on, go straight in. Chapter 318. The man in front of the screen. Everyone is uncomfortable, and almost all of them are in a situation of more than 12. Marco focused on the opportunity to break out of the encirclement while taking advantage of the chaos, flew into the air and flew towards Ace on the execution platform at a very fast speed. On the Marine side, almost none of the real high-end combat power has been moved, and the strongest players on the field are the two alternate admirals. Looking at the battle situation below, Lin Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise, even if Whitebeard recovered from his injuries now, he might not be able to get out of here. While the captains were fighting, Whitebeard jumped off the boat and walked slowly, step by step, towards the execution platform. Vice Admiral, who had besieged the captains, immediately sent more than half of them to intercept Whitebeard. In Whitebeard's eyes, these are just scumbags that can be easily eliminated. I didn't care about it at all, and just moved forward step by step. The Vice Admirals stood in front of Whitebeard, and kept retreating as Biahazi moved forward. What are they doing? Akainu yelled angrily. Kizaru put away his nail clippers and said, facing Whitebeard, this is normal. As he said that, it turned into a flash and burst out. The next moment, he stood in front of Marco in the form of a phoenix. Hey, brother, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Marco looked at the person in front of him, and knew that it was not that simple to save Ace, but before he could do anything, Kizaru's long legs kicked Marco with endless athlete's foot. Boom! Marco smashed directly into the ground, and soon after the smoke cleared, Marco had already switched to human beast form. With flapping wings, Marco flew into the air and said, Marine Admiral even sneaked up, Kizaru, you are the same as that shameless Akainu. Advertisement Phoenix Seal. As soon as the words fell, Marco released a strong shockwave in front of him and rushed towards Kizaru at the fastest speed. On the other hand, it was impossible for the Vice Admirals to retreat all the time, and soon they had to bite the bullet and fight Whitebeard. For a while, gunpowder smoke billowed and the wind was fierce. Facing the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard, the Vice Admirals were losing ground. The roar of sword collisions resounded continuously, and Vice Admirals flew out of the battlefield one by one, or were punched flying, or were chopped off by Whitebeard's sword, and everyone was seriously injured. Some were dead or alive. Sengoku immediately ordered, everyone, let's go together. Everyone took a step forward when they heard the words, and the one who rushed out was Fujitora, who had always been steady, and saw a purple figure shell fast at low altitude, and it was about to reach Whitebeard in a blink of an eye. Buzz. A roar sounded in the field. Everyone looked at it immediately. Sword energy. A sword aura that was not weaker than Hawkeye's before slashed towards Fujitora with lightning speed. This. Who is it? Everyone looked at the direction where the sword chi was coming out. A man in a black robe and a mask jumped up from the boat and also rushed towards this side quickly. Slay the dragon. It's the one who slays the dragon. Why are they again? There are them everywhere, don't they bother you? Advertisement. There was a burst of wailing in the Marine team. The last battle against the dragon left a big shadow on them. After being forced to stop by Kuina's sword energy, Fujitora stood in place holding a staff sword. From the slash just now, he could feel that the opponent was stronger again. And Kuina quickly ran past Whitebeard, blocking Fujitora's way. Fujitora Vice Admiral, we meet again, let's have a good fight today. Fujitora laughed and said, if that's the case, then come on. In Sabaody, in a tavern, a beautiful girl Marine is watching the war that shocked the world together with the people in the tavern. Sitting alone in a corner, eyes full of worry, when I saw Ace being led to the execution platform, tears could not stop streaming down my face. And when I saw the Whitebeard Pirates debut, I seemed to see hope again, but after only a moment of excitement, I became depressed again. She is still very clear about how powerful Marine is. It is absolutely impossible to rescue Ace based on the Whitebeard Pirates alone. But now, when she saw the dragon-slaying people appearing, hope rose again. If all the dragon-slaying people came, with the ability of the other party, I am afraid that Ace could really be rescued. In a short period of time, her mood fluctuated, which made everyone sitting near her subconsciously move away from her. After all, a Marine officer who seems to be out of order may be in trouble if he accidentally offends him. East Blue, town of Rog. The tavern that One Piece Luogia once visited was also full of people. A kid wearing a straw hat was staring intently at the live broadcast, and sitting beside him was a smoking man with curly yellow hair and a long nose. And on another street in Rog Town, in a weapon shop, a green-haired swordsman held a new sword he had just acquired, and while he was wiping it, he watched the Battle of Marineford with his boss. Chapter 319 Lava Imp. Light a cigarette. The owner of the weapon shop at the side looked at him with admiration and said, "Brother, you can definitely do it, I believe in you." The scene where the young swordsman chose his sword deeply shocked him, and he has also become a loyal fan. The young swordsman also smiled and said, "Of course, I am the man who will become the world's #1 swordsman." Hawkeye. Almost at the same time, on a merchant ship, a beautiful orange-haired girl held the newly drawn sea chart in her hand, propped her head on the table with one hand, and watched the live broadcast ahead. Tisk tisk, this fight is really exciting. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard Pirates really dared to come here. They are indeed the legendary 4 emperors. What's the use of being brave? I think this Whitebeard must be here today. FK, that's the one who cut the dragon, they actually teamed up. Hearing the discussions from the people around her, the girl felt a little noisy, and was about to go back to her room to rest, when she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Although she hadn't seen him for many years, and the other party had changed a lot, she still recognized him at a glance. That's it. Lin Feng, big brother. The girl looked at the screen in disbelief, wanting to confirm it, but the screen turned and passed without stopping. Branch's battle was over. The girl sat down again and stared at the picture intently. She was sure that the person was Lin Feng who came to her house to pick up a lot of oranges many years ago. It's just why he's in that place, he's not Marine, right? Advertisement and the old man next to him, isn't he the Marine hero Garp who sent him a bunch of books before? However, she decided to take a look here anyway. She didn't care about Marine's fight with pirates at all. She has been traveling with merchant ships for a period of time. Apart from wanting to draw a map of the world, she also wants to go to Sabaody to find Lin Feng. Back in Marineford, the battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage. Kizaru and Marco fought back and forth in the air, and I don't know if there was anything tricky in it, such as watering or something. After all, it's hard to say whether the salary is in place. The remaining dozen or so captains were dealing with the many vice admirals in Marine, and the pressure was enormous. It's really scary, Marco, as expected of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. After being forced back by Marco's kick, Kizaru pushed his sunglasses and said with a pout. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure with blue flames suddenly appeared, and Marco rushed to Kizaru and turned around, his legs that turned into phoenix claws smashed towards Kizaru's head at a frightening speed. Kizaru immediately raised his arms to block, and one of his hands seized the opportunity to grab Marco's leg. At this moment, Marco exerted force again on his feet, armament hockey filed out, and with a loud bang, Kizaru was suppressed by Marco's kicking technique and smashed straight into the city wall behind him. For a moment, gravel splashed everywhere, and even huge cracks appeared on the wall. How embarrassing. Akainu snapped. In the next second, the red figure went straight to Whitebeard, and the giant lava dog seemed to swallow Whitebeard in one bite. Advertisement at this time, countless rays of light converged at an extremely fast speed, and Kizaru's figure stood in front of Marco again. It's as strong as a monster, and it can't be easily taken down. It's really scary. Kizaru tilted his head and said in distress, as if he was doing something embarrassing. Gu la la la, Magma Kid, come and die. Whitebeard's voice was heard not far away, and Akainu's attack soon reached Whitebeard. Head to head at last, Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Terrifying magma rolled from Akainu's right arm, covering him with undisguised killing intent. In this regard, Whitebeard raised the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand and slashed out from below. The milky white sword energy pierced the ground and slashed towards Akainu who was charging over. Boom! The roar of the collision of magma and sword energy spread, countless magma shot up into the sky, and magma fireballs fell into the crowd like meteors. The Marine soldiers hurriedly avoided the magma, while firing cold shots at the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates from time to time. Whitebeard looked at the direction of the explosion and shouted loudly, Gu la la la, Lava Kid, do you want to light a cigarette for the old man? Suddenly, a burst of magma shot out from the smoke at an extremely fast speed, and Whitebeard reacted subconsciously, punching out with a shocking force. The magma and the power of the shock spread to the surroundings at the same time, and the airwaves generated by the explosion knocked the Marine soldiers in the distance, and even flew them out directly. It doesn't matter whether you light cigarettes or not, I can light 2 sticks of incense for you on this day next year. Chapter 320 You don't want to. The two of them fought close to each other. The force of the earthquake and the magma constantly destroyed the ground, and there were cracks and scorched holes everywhere on the ground. Marine soldiers screamed one after another, either too late to avoid the magma or fell into the crack. The disadvantages of too many people are also fully displayed. On this kind of battlefield, ordinary marine soldiers are completely useless and will only become a drag and cannon fodder. The two were still fighting. The tumbling magma on Akainu's body and the milky white shock around Whitebeard's body formed two airwaves, constantly colliding and rising between the two. Seeing that Akainu seems unable to take down Whitebeard, Aokiji also moved. It's just that there is another person who moves at the same time, Diamond Joe's. When Aokiji joined the battlefield and shot a huge icicle to attack Whitebeard, Joe's reacted immediately, shining and colliding. Chaozi, who was covered in diamonds all over, quickly appeared in front of the icicle and charged head-on. Click. It was the sound of shattering ice. Facing Aokiji's attack, Joe's rammed forward without hesitation. Boom. Joe's shattered Aokiji's icicle and hit Aokiji hard in the stomach. A blue figure flew upside down. Careless, Aokiji sighed secretly. Advertisement at the same time, there was a huge roar from the direction of Whitebeard and Akainu. Aokiji, who was flying upside down, turned his head and saw that it was Akainu. He was also blown away. Whitebeard put away Kong Yunki. Hockey stood there laughing and said, "How about it, Lava Kid? It's not the same as you imagined." At this time, Akainu was also extremely surprised. Didn't everyone say that Whitebeard, an immortal, was suffering from injuries and died soon? Usually have to rely on injections to maintain life. But now, after some fights, Akainu is sure that Whitebeard has no injuries at all, and maybe accept that his physical strength is not as strong as when he was young. Other aspects are not weaker than when he was at his peak. After Joe's blocked Aokiji, he immediately returned to the original battlefield. With so many vice admirals besieging him, more than a dozen captains have already been killed. Kuina and Fujitora seem to be reenacting the Battle of Ohara. The two of them are almost fighting in a tacit understanding. Neither of them makes a ruthless move, as if they are simply competing in swordsmanship. In the cabin, Asa, Little Betty, and Konis, who had been watching all the time, rushed out quickly after seeing the captain of the Whitebeard pirates was injured. Asa went straight to Aokiji, and Little Betty immediately turned into a nightmare and enveloped the audience, joining the battle between the captains and vice admiral. Konis flew into the sky, with angel wings matching the huge tsunami ice walls on both sides, shining brightly in the sun, which is extremely sacred. Blessed light. Konis exuded a divine radiance, and in the next second, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were shrouded in a faint light. This is good, this is good. Ha ha ha. Feeling the recovery of injuries and physical strength, the captains laughed wildly and rushed up again. I saw him walking to the front, looking at the battlefield with a blank face, and suddenly laser cannons were shot out, aiming at the positions of every member of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard was no exception. This time he miscalculated. Who would have thought that Whitebeard, an old man, dared to come here with only a dozen people, so that Marine did a lot of useless work. Kizaru, on the other hand, kept obstructing Marco's attempt to save people. The two were chasing each other in the air, so happy. Advertisement soon. The battlefield was in chaos again. Akainu and Whitebeard fought again, and Aokiji and Asa also fought fiercely. He. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, you didn't say you have to deal with Zhanlong before you came here. Gecko Moria also said with a grin. Faced with this sudden attack, everyone tried their best to avoid it, and even Marine's people quickly distanced themselves to avoid being accidentally injured. Bartholomew Kuma. Like a cold killing machine, Shang kept releasing laser cannons, and the battlefield became even more chaotic in an instant. Hearing the words of several people, Sengoku felt angry and helpless. Just about to say something, a tall figure walked out. Everyone, go together. Marshal Sengoku, you don't want to be retaliated by Zhanlong afterwards, right? Momoshagi held a long sword in his hand and looked at the opponent coldly. Just now, Vista was besieged by several vice admirals and suffered a lot of injuries. Although she also wanted a fair duel, but now it was not a duel, but a war. Seeing the mess below, Sengoku also frowned slightly. The marine soldiers who were as numerous as ants had retreated to the rear under his order. As if sensing Sengoku's anger, Doflamingo turned back and smiled at him. Marshal Sengoku, it's not that I don't want to make a move. The other party is the one who came to kill the dragon. If I offend others, my Dressrosa can't afford revenge. Furfur. Vista looked at the beautiful marine vice admiral in front of him and said, come again. This time we are one-on-one. Turn your attention to Shichibukai, who is still watching the show. Are these bastards not planning to make a move? Damn. UB**ch, you don't talk about martial arts. Vista quickly slashed out a few sword chi, then turned around and started to move around. Chapter 321 Sabo appears. Hancock and Hawkeye didn't move for the time being. Sengoku didn't care either. What he wanted was attitude. Anyway, he knew in his heart that these people must be guys who don't work hard. If you don't even work in the end, then wait to be deprived of your Shichibukai status. Sengoku, in my opinion, we can make a move together, otherwise things will change. Commander Kong walked behind Sengoku and said. Sengoku shook his head when he heard the words. It's not the time yet, just wait. As the Marshal of Marine, Sengoku does not want to rely on the power of the world government unless it is a last resort. Only by relying on the power of Marine to solve the matter can he maximize the prestige of Marine and demonstrate the strength of Marine. At this moment, a huge roar came, and the distant sea that was originally frozen by Aokiji shattered suddenly. Countless ice cubes flew into the air, and then sky blue flames soared into the sky, straight into the sky. In the flying snow-white ice crystals, a ship with the logo of the Revolutionary Army leapt out of the ice, and then crashed on the ice with a bang. B************ D Sabo. What are you doing? The girl's angry voice sounded from the boat. Boom. A human-shaped pothole appeared on the cabin, and a black figure flew out of it and fell onto the ice. He patted his butt and stood up slowly, ignoring the girl's roar, pressing down on the brim of his hat, and looking back at the execution platform. At this moment, people all over the world saw this face clearly. Advertisement regarding the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. No one except Lin Feng's side knew about it, and Marine just took precautions, so all the people who were still fighting were stunned. Ace stared wide-eyed, looking at Brother Cao Bao who had just appeared on stage in the distance, almost forgot that he was on the execution platform. It's from the Revolutionary Army. If you're not mistaken, that person should be the new chief of the Revolutionary Army. Commander-in-Chief Kong stepped forward and said, "Leave the Revolutionary Army to us." On the side, Wesson and Du Lu also stood up, and they both often dealt with the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, "Gu Lala, Magma Brat, you dare to be distracted from fighting with the old man. You are still really arrogant." Whitebeard seized the opportunity and attacked violently, and the Avatar Akainu also rushed to parry. Whitebeard hits straight into the air and rolls a long way on the ground. Using Conqueror's winding blow directly hit Akainu to vomit blood, and the latter stood up quickly enduring the pain. Also in the same situation are Akainu and Aokiji, both of whom were caught in a moment of slight stupefaction and attacked severely. Marco cooperated with Konus to temporarily repel Kizaru, and the two flew straight to Ace on the execution platform from the sky. "Ace!" Marco yelled, getting close to Ace. "Huh!" Seeing the two flying over, Sengoku snorted coldly, stepped forward, and a golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into a huge golden Buddha statue. And Kizaru also appeared behind Konus at this time, and a light speed kick just hit. A flash of light flashed, and the bow and arrow in Konus's hands disappeared, and the elf armor wrapped his whole body, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. Advertisement on the other side, Aokiji was caught off guard by Ace's sudden crowd beating. In addition, Ace's armed force was too strong, and Aokiji could only fight him evenly for a while. It all happened so fast. Garp, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, got up and rushed over. He punched Marco more powerfully than Sengoku, like a kite with a broken string. Marco was caught by this punch. He vomited blood so loudly that he flew upside down towards the military port. As expected of Martial Marine, Buddha's Sengoku, in the blink of an eye, Sengoku's huge fist had already hit Konus's shield. Under the strong shockwave, Konus only resisted for a moment, and Konus shot back with the shield. Ace also looked at the other party with wide eyes, but there was no expectation in his eyes, full of worry. In the eyes of everyone in Marine, the result of the battle at this time is like a real god. The Buddha's radiance is overwhelming, and it is extremely dazzling. "Marco!" Konus yelled. The two attacked the execution platform one after the other. The latter is not a fool. Even if he is the Phoenix Marco, he will try not to take the punch of Sengoku of the Buddha. Boom! Konus crashed straight into the ground, forming a huge pit. However, Sengoku and others ignored Marco. The moment the attack came, Marco broke away from below under the cover of Konus and went straight to Ace. Facing the attacking Marco and Konus, Sengoku swung his right arm backwards, and then swung out the giant Buddha fist fiercely, and the powerful shockwave went straight to the two people's faces. There was no time to dodge, and in a hurry, Konus curled up and put the shield on his chest, and the shield more than doubled in size in an instant. Chapter 322 Whitebeard hard against Double Admiral. It's Vice Admiral Garp, ha ha ha, Vice Admiral Garp has made a move. The damn pirates are going to die. Won't that Marco get knocked out with a punch from Garp? Who knows, but as expected of a Marine hero, it's really hockey. Hearing the compliments from the Marine soldiers, Garp stood in front, expressionless, and didn't know what to think. On the other hand, Sengoku was very unconvinced. What do you mean? The old man also made a move just now. Okay, how come no one praises me? Hey, you really don't show mercy at all. What a cruel grandpa. After Garp punched Marco away, he heard Lin Feng's sinister voice when he came back. Squinting at Lin Feng, Garp said, "Stop talking nonsense, don't bother me." Lin Feng curled his lips and turned his attention to the battlefield. After Kizaru kicked Konus away, he went towards Whitebeard who was fighting Akainu, and several lasers shot at Whitebeard from all directions. And Marco was caught by Sabo firmly. The whole person looked a little out of strength, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned back and said to Sabo, "Thank you." "Hey, it should be." Sabo smiled and said, "Let's go, let's rescue Ace together." As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black figure flew out from behind the two of them. It was Wu Ya, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement, so impatient. Sabo followed immediately after speaking, followed closely by Marco. The three commanders on the execution platform rushed down immediately, ready to intercept Sabo and the Crow. Soon, several people hand in hand. Sabo opened the way with a fist of fire, and the blue flames all over the sky surrounded Commander Kong, floating in midair like a flame king. "Commander Kong, are you going to stop me?" "HMPH, brat. You don't even think about passing here today," Marshal Kong said sharply, with a serious expression on his face. The opponent is not simple. Although he is now the commander-in-chief of the whole army, this is just a position, and his own strength has already declined significantly with age. With a wave of Sabo's hand, several balls of flames quickly flew towards Commander Kong. "It's a pity, you are old. Faced with Sabo's ridicule, Commander Kong's mood did not change at all. He had been fighting for decades, and he had never seen any kind of method. He calmly dodged Sabo's attack and shouted, "Drew." With a whoosh, a figure came in from outside Bing Yan's encirclement. "Long time no see," came the cold voice. Sabo wasn't surprised by this. This guy Dulu had confronted him several times before, and his strength was pretty good. Coupled with the words of Commander Kong, it is enough to cause him great trouble. Liulihuo. Without further ado, Sabo would be the first to act, otherwise if these two people seized the opportunity, he would really have no chance. On Whitebeard's side, after being shot in the arm by Kizaru's surprise attack, he had no time to fight back and was forced to retreat in just a few moves. Seeing that Whitebeard was injured, Marco rushed over immediately. "Dad. Go back." Whitebeard raised his hand to stop him. "I don't need help here, go find a way to rescue Ace." Advertisement. When the other captains saw that Whitebeard was injured, they were also very anxious, but they were all dragged down by the many vice admirals in Marine, and they were also injured, so there was no way to support them. But this punch was not so easy to carry. The hot magma and the terrifying explosive force caused Whitebeard's feet to draw two grooves on the ground. It took a long time for him to stop, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru and Akainu have also been admiral for so many years, and the two have fought side by side many times. The cooperation is not perfect, but it is also a tacit understanding. In a short period of time, he couldn't escape at all, and even accidentally in the middle of the siege, Akainu hit him firmly on the back with a giant fist of magma. Swinging his injured arm, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunch and laughed loudly. "Jiu la la la, Kizaru, is sneak attack a tradition of your marine? Go." Kizaru was a little confused, he didn't know about this. After a fierce attack, Whitebeard immediately turned from offense to defense and was suppressed by the two. Marco gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, dog," Whitebeard yelled angrily, and appeared in front of Akainu in the next second. "Jiu Lala, that's true, even cheating on my son, what is impossible?" Whitebeard laughed back angrily. However, in the face of the joint attack of the two admirals, Whitebeard couldn't stand it. Although he recovered from his injuries, he was still old. What's more, the two in front of him were Marine Admiral, who was called a monster. Even in his peak period, facing this there's absolutely no benefit for the two of them. Kizaru heard the words and said, "Whitebeard, we Marine have always been unscrupulous when it comes to pirates." At this time, Akainu came out. "Huh? So you know, it seems that the plan has failed, and the pirates really can't believe it, they're all scum." The attacks came one after another, basically without any chance to breathe. Chapter 323. You can go at ease. The combination of Akainu and Kizaru, I had to avoid it in my heyday, let alone now. On the contrary, the Marine side saw that Whitebeard was suppressed and injured, and there was a smug look on his face. How can you have the courage to fight two admirals head-on? On the other side, Wesson and the Crow opened up a new battlefield, full of distorted space and black feathers all over the sky. The whole scene looked very eerie. Koala Compaction joined the battle with Vice Admirals and cooperated with Lil Betty, roaming quickly on the battlefield. Now Marine has the upper hand as a whole, except for Fujitora and Kuina. No matter how fiercely other people fight, these two people develop peacefully. You come and go, stay away from the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his forehead. Then he turned his attention to Konus, who was ignored by everyone, and saw golden rays of light rising slowly, covering the entire battlefield in no time. The injured people returned to their peak condition again. Whitebeard felt the changes in his body, couldn't help laughing and said, "Come on, keep going," gurgling. The faces of the people on the Marine side suddenly changed. How can this be done? After finally injuring the opponent, he recovered in a blink of an eye. Puff. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. In a team fight, he actually ignored the opponent's treatment. What kind of operation is this? Garp looked back at Lin Feng. "What are you laughing at?" The green bull, who was watching Lin Feng all the time, also looked over. "It's nothing, I just feel that if you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid you will miss the execution time." Advertisement. Lin Feng didn't try to hide his voice. Sengoku, who was standing in front, heard it too. "This is true, as long as the person wearing the armor on the other side does not die, this war will be difficult to end. It is also very difficult to kill the opponent. Although the opponent is not good at attacking, his defense is very strong, and he can heal himself." At this time, Lin Feng continued. "The opponent is very difficult to kill, so we can only find a way to hold her back and not give her the chance to heal others. To do this, you need not only strength, but also flying." Sengoku looked at Lin Feng strangely. This guy almost called the Green Bull by name directly. Sengoku thought for a while. The Green Bull could indeed fly, but the speed might not be able to stop the opponent. "Could it be that you have some conspiracy to dismiss the Green Bull?" Garp asked. Lin Feng almost couldn't hold back and kicked Garp away. "What the hell are you doing? Don't say it even if you know it." "Why didn't I realize that you are so smart, intermittent wits? What are you doing this for? You are really a grandpa." "No, damn it, it's really not Ace's grandpa." Lin Feng said blankly. "I said I wouldn't interfere, so I definitely won't interfere." This was said to Garp, but also to Sengoku. Staring at Lin Feng for a long time, Sengoku said, "Green Bull, you go and help deal with Whitebeard, and let Kizaru deal with the Dragon Slayer." Green Bull didn't have the slightest opinion on this. Seeing that everyone was beating him in full swing, he himself felt itchy. Besides, it's against Whitebeard. If he can defeat him, then he will truly become famous in the first battle. It can also wash away the previous shame. Nodding towards Sengoku, the green bull rushed out impatiently. Advertisement, Garp, keep an eye on this kid. If anything happens, you will take full responsibility, Sengoku said and stood beside Ace. No way? Is this B*************** D going to make a direct move? Garp guessed in his heart, but this is tantamount to turning his face. What will happen to Sabaody? Run away with someone, don't you want it? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and stood up. Why are you nervous? Can't I talk to Ace? Lin Feng said nonchalantly, walked to Ace and sat down. Stop. There was a roar. Lin Feng looked back and saw that it was Marine who would be in charge of execution later. Both Sengoku and Garp had their hearts in their throats for an instant. TCH, I really want to mess around, and you can't stop me. Sengoku rolled his eyes and Lin Feng put his hands on Ace and said, Tisk tisk tisk, I haven't seen you for a while, you are so powerful now, affecting the whole world. Admire. I was careless, I didn't expect Blackbeard to have a helper, Ace said. Being watched by Lin Feng like this, the two were very nervous, as if they saw Shinigami, cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Lin Feng nodded. I know, it's not your fault, no one thought of it. Looking at Ace's puzzled eyes, Lin Feng raised his hand and stretched it out. After speaking, he gave Ace a thumbs up. Stand back, both of you, Sengoku said, then looked at Lin Feng. Don't mess around. What are you doing? Garp asked hastily. Ace smiled wryly, not knowing what to say. This guy really has a big heart, he is already like this, so he still needs to make fun of it. Go at ease, I will avenge you, and I will take care of Yi Sika. Sengoku also turned around nervously, afraid that Lin Feng would make trouble. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would probably be moved a little bit, and this old guy would still be worried about himself. You, what are you doing? Chapter 324 Impelled Down is broken, Blackbeard succeeds. Are you taking good care of yourself? I said, big brother, can you be serious? Didn't you see, brother, I was suffering? You didn't say think of a way, save me, just put it here and watch a play. Ace said in a very speechless manner. Lin Feng pointed to Sengoku who was standing next to him and said, Hey, I owe him a favor, I can't do it this time. Why don't you discuss it with him? Tell him to save the favor until next time. Hearing this, Ace looked up at the black-faced Sengoku and tried to ask, talk? Sengoku's face turned dark again. Enough, Lin Feng. This B************************************ D, although he didn't have much contact with him, Sengoku could tell that Ace was not a smooth talker. Why did Lin Feng mislead Ace with a few words when he came over? This TM is on the execution platform, okay? It will kill you? Look, he won't let me. That's it, look down on him. Me too. Sengoku almost had a heart attack as the two of them spoke to each other. Seeing that Sengoku's face was getting darker and darker, Lin Feng patted Ace's back and stood up. Come on, do you have anything else to explain? I can help you talk. Go away, Ace scolded with a smile. Advertisement. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, I feel better and I don't look like I will be executed later. Most importantly, Ace confirmed one thing. Lin Feng definitely didn't come to see himself being executed for fun, because he could feel that when Lin Feng slapped him on the back just now, two groups of strange energy rushed into his body and the body. That should be Lin Feng's grudge energy, although I don't know what it is useful for, it can definitely help him at critical moments. Just as Lin Feng sat back on his seat, Garp leaned over. What were you doing just now? The tone sounded quite expectant. Garp felt that Lin Feng must have done something just now, but he didn't see it. No reason, my brother is going to die, can't I go and talk to him? This is also a problem. Lin Feng actually had 2 bottles of wine in his hand after speaking, have some? Garp's old face darkened. You are really calm, what if you don't calm down? I said I won't make a move, so don't worry. Lin Feng noticed Sengoku looking at this side quietly, and said so. The two were chatting, when suddenly the phone rang again. Sengoku shuddered and hurriedly answered. A few seconds later, Sengoku jumped into a rage instantly, his face was extremely ugly, and his veins burst out. How is it possible? Didn't you already remind me? Why did something happen? Sengoku yelled at the person on the other end. After a while Sengoku hung up the phone bug, trembling with anger. Garp immediately asked, Sengoku, what happened? Staff officer he also came over. What's the situation? Call. Sengoku clenched his fists and said to the two, something happened at Impel Down. What? Blackbeard broke into Impel Down with his men and let loose a lot of criminals. Magellan and Hanayabal are seriously injured and dying. After Sengoku finished speaking, boundless anger filled his face. Advertisement. Both Garp and Staff Crane couldn't believe it. Didn't you tell them in advance? Didn't the world government make preparations in advance? As soon as the phone bug was connected, shouts came from inside. The three of them looked at the battlefield below in silence. The Impel Down accident was unexpected. It is conceivable that after this incident is exposed, the majesty of the Marine and world government will be questioned again. Could it be that there are other forces involved? Today's execution must succeed, there can be no more surprises. It's bad. Marshal Sengoku, the gate of justice, is open. Pray he doesn't watch the live broadcast. Hearing the conversation of the three, Lin Feng sat back depressed. How does this world government do things? Just when several people were thinking about each other, the phone bug rang again. Could something be wrong again? The two raised their own questions one after another, and Lin Feng also came over. He obviously wanted to cheat Blackbeard, so could it be that he didn't cheat? Hearing this, Garp scolded. These bastards, not enough success, more than failure. But if that's the case, there's a good chance that Guy Blackbeard will come to Marineford. The world government didn't take our report seriously, and just sent a team of CP. Sengoku put away the phone bug and said, they don't believe that Blackbeard will attack Impel Down at all. After all, we are only speculating. I finally hope that you will give me some strength, but I didn't expect such a stretch. Let's finish the matter here first. Sengoku was no longer as simple as shivering. He cautiously picked up another phone bug and found that it was a call from the Gate of Justice correspondent. The question is, will Blackbeard know he's here and not come? Staff Officer Crane lowered his head and thought for a while and said, now that Blackbeard has escaped, it is naturally impossible for us to pursue him at this time. Chapter 325 The Girl Using Thunder 8 Trigrams. I don't know. The communicator had just finished speaking when a ship entered through the Gate of Justice. Battle, Marshal Sengoku. There's a ship coming in. On a small ship, there were two people standing on the deck, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a dragon-slaying robe and had a big golden hook in one hand. It was obviously K-Lock Doll. The girl has long white hair with a gradient color, a pair of red devil horns on her head, and golden earrings on her ears. Wearing a white sleeveless close-fitting kimono with blue patterns on the kimono, a red long skirt on the lower body, and a pair of red belt clogs on bare feet. Holding a huge round mace in his hand, he looked nervously at the Marineford battlefield ahead. Seeing Sengoku angry with the phone bug, Lin Feng smiled and whispered, here we come. Over there Sengoku hung up the phone and was furious. He had learned that one of the people who came through the Gate of Justice was K-Lock Dar. This is not an easy role, and it is very likely to cause unexpected developments to the current situation. Moreover, since Zhanlong has so many people here, will the leader come? Sengoku kept thinking in his mind. Before the ship approached, hundreds of warships outside the military port received Sengoku's order and instantly opened fire. Countless cannonballs shot out like tongues of flame, roaring and hitting the ship with flames. Lock Doll grinned and saw him raise a hand and wave it out. The sky was covered with yellow sand, and countless shells fell on it, making big pits and exploding. Facing such intensive bombing, Crocodile was still able to handle it with ease. Under the cover of yellow sand, the ship approached the military harbor bay little by little. Before the ship was completely close, a white figure leapt high from the ship, landed on the ground, and rushed towards the battlefield quickly. Advertisement. The mace in his hand was raised high, Thunder 8 Trigrams. Rumbling, accompanied by flashes of thunder and lightning, countless black lightnings were wrapped around the mace. This trick is not unfamiliar to most of the people present, such as Garp and Sengoku. That be ********* D Kaido's move. Who is this guy? Sengoku said in surprise. Awesome, it looks young, but it can be used to such an extent, Garp also sighed. In the field, the white figure rushed to Whitebeard's back at an extremely fast speed, and leapt high with both hands clenched with maces. Ha! With a roar, the lightning-wrapped mace hit the Green Bull's face. The Green Bull who was besieging Whitebeard with Akainu's face sank, just being repelled by Whitebeard's blow, and looking up was the mace flashing with thunder. It was too late to dodge. The power and speed of this Thunder 8 Trigrams were far greater than before, and it seemed to show the master's anger. Akainu was also stopped by Whitebeard at this time, unable to help him at all. He had no choice but to resist. The Green Bull activated his ability almost instantly, and countless plants appeared in front of him, trying to block the attack. Boom! The mace hit the plant firmly, and after a loud noise, the plant instantly shattered. Go to hell! The girl roared loudly. Boom! This thunderous 8 Trigrams shattered the Green Bull's defense, and the mace passed through the barriers of the plants, and hit the Green Bull firmly. The moment the Green Cow was hit, he felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered, his eyeballs were protruding from the beating, and he spurted blood wildly from his mouth. Advertisement. Apparently this blow used Armament Hockey's advanced use, internal destruction. It directly penetrates the defense of the Green Bull and acts on the inside of the body. The Green Bull's body was forced to arch, and it flew out uncontrollably, rolling continuously on the ground. Gu la la la, well done. Whitebeard laughed when he saw this, but his hands were not slow at all, and he calmly parried Akainu's attack. The smoke cleared, and a tall figure of a girl appeared, with a mace on her shoulders, her brows were furrowed, and she was staring at Ace on the execution platform. Ace! The girl suddenly shouted loudly. On the execution platform, Ace looked at the girl in disbelief. Big, Yamato. Wait. I'm here to save you. Lin Feng quietly walked up to Ace and knelt down, ignoring Sengoku's cannibalistic eyes. Tisk tisk. You be ********** D. You can't be merciful everywhere. Don't give me an introduction. Lin Feng deliberately said that Yamato was able to come here because he deliberately arranged, such a strong thug, it is not for nothing. Ace heard the words and said, he is my friend, I didn't expect her to come here to save me. Sengoku, who listened to the two talking, said, it doesn't matter who comes, no one can take you away today. Lin Feng smiled and returned to his seat, and then it was time to decide the winner. With all the personnel from all parties on the stage, the battle became more and more intense. There was less than an hour and a half left before the execution time, and everyone's heart was in their throats, looking forward to the result of this battle. Chapter 326 Aokiji Kizaru. Slightly dirty clothes. On the other hand, Konus was constantly suppressed by Kizaru, and had no chance to help others recover. She was on the run almost all the time. Facing Kizaru, she had no chance at all. Lin Feng is also always paying attention to the situation on the field. Although he promised Sengoku not to make a move, it is impossible to watch his own people be killed. When it really comes to that point, who cares whether it is agreed or not? Fortunately, Konis continued to apply healing to himself, otherwise it really wouldn't last so long. And now Kizaru is on the scene. After Kizaru kicked Konis away again, a ball of yellow sand firmly caught Konis. Guhahaha, Kizaru, I can't let you bully our dragon slayers anymore. After K. Lockheater's voice fell, he was already in front of Konis. Are you okay? Konis stood up and shook his head. It's okay. As he spoke, he healed himself. You hold him back, I'll go and heal everyone. The angel wings flapped violently behind him, and Konis flew aside. Seeing this, Kizaru wanted to pursue him, but was blocked by a sand wall. Ah, K-Lock-Dar, the traitor of Shichibukai, it's terrible. Do you want to stop me? Kizaru said while floating in the air, looking down at K-Lock-Dar. Huh, can you, just try it. Facing Kizaru, K-Lock-Dar didn't flinch in the slightest. He was also the one who challenged Whitebeard before, and was able to draw with Deadless Bullet, and his strength has grown a lot under Lin Feng. Advertisement who was afraid of whom? Lock-Dal took the lead in attacking. In a flash, he appeared in front of Kizaru, the Desert Sword. Lock-Dal's golden hook instantly drew a sharp sand blade and drew a crescent moon. But who is Kizaru? Compared to speed, there are really few people who can keep up with him. With an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, Kizaru dodged Locke's attack just before being attacked. HMPH. Shalon. Lockadar didn't expect this move to kill Admiral, and immediately condensed a huge sandstorm, chasing Kizaru. Marineford suddenly became violently windy, and the sky was full of yellow sand. The sandstorm chased Kizaru and ran around the field, causing everyone else to have a headache. Kuina and Fujitora stopped fighting temporarily, and both retreated to the distance to watch. This guy, what are you doing? Damn, my eyes are all squinted. The storm is coming. The marine soldiers didn't pay much attention to Sandstorm chasing after Kizaru, but suddenly Sandstorm changed direction and came towards the execution platform. Along the way, there are Little Betty and others who fight with Vice Admirals, Asa who fights Aokiji one-on-one, Sabo who fights with Commander Sora and Wesson. Advertisement facing the huge sandstorm, everyone tacitly chose to dodge. If anyone tried to block it, they might be attacked by their own opponents. So the tornado-like sandstorm came to the execution platform unimpeded. HMPH, Imp Crocodile, Court Death. The quality supervisor turned into a giant Buddha again and punched out. The tornado sandstorm and the shockwave exploded after contact. The sky was covered with yellow sand, and the sight was greatly disturbed. Seeing this, Lin Feng lifted his fingers slightly, and while everyone's attention was on other places, the dark attribute magic vindictive energy penetrated into Ace's body, gathered at the wrists and ankles, directly penetrated into the seastone handcuffs, and then destructively inside the structure. As long as Ace uses a little more force, he can break free. After the yellow sand dissipated, the two parties unexpectedly gathered together. The Marines stood under the execution platform, while the Whitebeard pirates and dragon slaying stood on the opposite side, separated by 100 meters. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Cow, Momosagi, Chapo. It is a zoo as far as the eye can see, and behind them are other Vice Admiral troops, and beside them stand Commander Kong and two CP chiefs. Akainu's state seems to be the worst. The death fight with Whitebeard is extremely fierce, and both of them are desperately fighting with their strongest state. The clothes were torn everywhere, and the justice coat had been beaten to the point where it had fallen somewhere. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered with bruises. The second is the Green Bull. When Akainu and Akainu were besieging Whitebeard, they were slashed with a knife. However, the most serious injury was Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams, which made him struggle on the ground for a long time. Originally, with the ability of Sense and Fruit, he could absorb the vitality of others to restore himself. However, who are the people on this battlefield? No one will be caught by him so easily and let him absorb it. As for Aokiji and Kizaru, both of them suffered minor injuries. Their clothes were slightly dirty, and they both had lazy expressions on their faces. One was yawning, and the other was pushing his sunglasses. Chapter 327 The Final Battle Good Guy. There are guys who can paddle better than us. Excessive. Fujitora didn't have any injuries at all, and his clothes were just covered with some yellow sand. He looked as relaxed as if he had just returned from shopping. And the others on Marine's side had more or less injuries. On the contrary, although the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fought more with less and were injured more frequently, they couldn't stand the powerful treatment here. Looking at it now, although everyone still has bloodline on their body, the injuries are not at all, and everyone is full of energy. If the battle continues like this, Marine will be dragged down sooner or later. The Whitebeard pirates stand in the middle with Whitebeard as the center, and on the right are the Dragon Slayers, Little Betty, Konis, Locke, and Asa with Kuina as the center. On the left are Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, Crow and Koala. And among the crowd was a tall, imposing girl with a huge mace that seemed to smash all of her opponents into pieces. Vista, Josie, Whitebeard said suddenly. Father, the two replied immediately. You lead someone to stop the rest of Marine. No problem, Dad, rest assured and leave it to us. Be sure to save Ace. Kuina also whispered. Little Betty. You fly into the sky and use your abilities to interfere with Marine. You don't need to focus on one place, be more flexible. Okay. Advertisement, Konis. You have to keep an eye on everyone's situation, treat them in time, and protect yourself. Marine will definitely find a chance to kill you. Konus nodded. Well, I'll pay attention. Asa, use all your strength later, and the task of saving lives will be entrusted to you, Kuina said very seriously. Asa's ability is enough to catch the opponent by surprise. Leave it to me, Brother Ace will definitely be rescued, Asa promised confidently. Then Kuina said to Clock Doll, you can adapt to the situation and take care to protect Konus. Lock Doll showed a standard villain smile, and the cigar in his mouth was also turned up. On the execution platform, looking at the two groups of people below, Barry standing behind Lin Feng said excitedly, "Ah, it's burning, I really want to go down and fight." Lin Feng glanced back at him, and then at Enel. This violent man didn't even have any intention of fighting. Holding a camera in his hand, he kept flipping through the classic pictures recorded just now. Just when the final battle was about to break out, a blue figure jumped out of the sea. Boom! The wide and fat body fell firmly into the camp of the Whitebeard pirates. Sorry, I'm late, the visitor said. G-u-la-la-la, Jinbei, just in time. Whitebeard laughed. Advertisement Sabo smiled at Jinbei. The gate of justice was opened by Jinbei after sneaking in beforehand. The reason why he didn't show up at the first time was because he went to completely destroy the control of the gate of justice, otherwise he would be considered rescued. In the end, I couldn't escape. Everyone is here. Come on, everyone. Sabo rushed out first, waving the ice flame in his hand. The marine side also rushed out, and the two sides contacted again, and gunpowder was everywhere in an instant. Magma, ice, flash, sword energy, flame, lightning, yellow sand. All kinds of abilities are raging in the arena, and Marine is stronger in terms of overall strength. Facing the Marine lineup, it was still too difficult. Apart from Whitebeard's super strength, there were only a few players here, but no one had the strength to defeat Marine Admiral one-on-one. Although it is not an easy task for the opponent to defeat them, but if this drags on, Ace will definitely not be rescued. Sabo rushed into the Marine with blue ice flames all over his body. This time his opponent was Aokiji, a duel of ice and fire. With a big wave of his hand, Bingen went straight to Aokiji, and Aokiji also released ice to fight back, but at the moment of contact, the originally extremely hot Bingen instantly became extremely cold. Unexpected cold envelops Aokiji, and then another burst of icy flames hits, this time heat. With a bang, there was a huge explosion, and Aokiji wrapped himself in ice in desperation. Ah la la, it's really troublesome, very interesting ability, I've never seen it before, Aokiji sighed. Sabo didn't use Bingian's full ability no matter where he was before, and always kept his hand, this is what Lin Feng told him. But now, you must do your best. In another position, Kuina is facing the Green Bull. This plant guy is very suitable for slashing to death with a sword. The first time they faced the Green Bull, Kuina showed all his strength, and Conqueror's Haki also used it at this moment. Chapter 328 Marine 6th. Both of them have almost reached Yamato's Conqueror's level, which can obviously enhance their own strength. Kuina rushed to the Green Bull and slashed it down with a sword. The Green Bull used the fruit ability, and several slender plants sprang out from the ground and entangled Kuina. And in front of him was a huge piranha, which had already opened its bloody mouth. Seeing this, Kuina could only swipe a sword aura and retreat quickly, and the piranha took a bite. Forbidden to hate. Numerous plants surrounded Kuina, turned into giant tree ants one by one, and swung their fists to kill Kuina. Sword dance flying snow. Kuina swung the sword in his hand. The speed was so fast that countless afterimages appeared, and sword chi floated around Kuina, but they did not cut out, and slowly gathered. Suddenly, snow fell all over the sky, and Kuina's movements also stopped. Cut. Kuina said softly. The sword energy that stayed around suddenly shot out, and the tree ants surrounded by them were immediately smashed to pieces. After the tree man was cut to pieces, Kuina immediately jumped on him. Sword dance break the sky. In the eyes of the Green Bull, this sword chi rushed forward and disappeared strangely. Just as he was about to face Kuina who was killing him, the sword chi suddenly appeared behind him. Resisting the sword forcefully, his back was injured by the hit, and the sword energy cut a wide and long wound on the Green Bull's back. Damn it! You inferior creatures! The Green Bull gritted his teeth and cursed. He was injured by Whitebeard first, but that's fine. After all, it was Whitebeard, so there's no shame in it. Advertisement later, he was severely injured by Yamato's stick, but that's fine, after all, it was a sneak attack while he was not prepared. But now, he was actually beheaded again in a face-to-face confrontation. What is this? Ah, he doesn't want face. When the green cow was annoyed, a sand blade suddenly flew over from the side, scraping the green cow's clothes and flying over. Followed by the figure of K-Lock Dar, I saw him quickly shuttling through the crowd. Wang Sha opened the way, looking for opportunities to attack everywhere. On the other side, Sabo and Yamato almost headed straight for the execution platform. No matter who came to stop them, they would just go around with two blows, and they didn't have too much entanglement with anyone at all. Aokiji, who tried to come to stop him, was also stopped by Marco. After Konus's treatment, he fully recovered and faced Marine Admiral again. And Kizaru and Akainu are wholeheartedly besieging and killing Whitebeard, trying to defeat him in the shortest possible time. However, Whitebeard is not so easy to be taken down. Even though it is very difficult to face the two Marine Admirals, it is not a big problem to just drag them. Having Konus to recover from the injury, and even Whitebeard hoping for another one, would open up more opportunities to rescue Ace. However, having said that, Whitebeard is not so easy now. In order to avoid the high-frequency attacks of Akainu and Kizaru, he is almost awkwardly doing various ugly postures, just to avoid a little injury. Seizing the opportunity to fight back from time to time can only slightly delay the opponent's offensive, and it will not have much effect at all. And there are not a few of them in Marine, and there are many who like to sneak attack. Ace, who saw this scene on the execution platform, was also nervous and his eyes were bloodshot. A turquoise light pierced the sky and shot towards Whitebeard at a very fast speed. 1 second before Whitebeard was about to be hit, he hit the opponent's calf viciously. Looking up, a figure floated in the air, the wings on the back exuded brilliance, like an angel, and the angel armor wrapped all over his body was also shining. Advertisement, "Father, get out of here," a heart-piercing shout came. Jia didn't care about the injury to his leg, so he pulled his leg and retreated. With a huge bow in his hand facing him, Jia felt an extremely dangerous aura. The pain from the calf forced Jia, the alternate Admiral Chafu, to stop his attack. I saw that Whitebeard had just escaped the attack of a Kainu lava, but suddenly came out behind him, wearing a yellow suit of the same color as Kizaru, but looked more wretched. Betty Jr. and Koala were also struggling. Whoosh. There was another sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh. A piercing sound sounded. This elderly guy was really desperate, without any scruples about whether he would be injured, and almost poured out all he could with all his strength. And Wyson and Dulu also joined the team of vice admirals, launching the most violent offensive against the captains of the Whitebeard pirate ship. Facing dozens of marine vice admirals, at first they could barely cope with the help of Konus, and then the addition of 2 CP chiefs brought the situation to a one-sided situation. In addition to these few battlefields, the crows of the Revolutionary Army are also struggling to cope with the onslaught of Commander Kong. Whitebeard was not unaware of this, but the pressure exerted by the 2 admirals in front of him made him unable to deal with it at all. Armament Hockey's covered fist appeared behind Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. Chapter 329. Are you going to be an enemy of Zhanlong? Fortunately, with the addition of K-Lock Doll and Jinbei, there was barely a chance to breathe. But even this only slightly delayed the defeat. Konus, who saw this scene in the air, frowned, and the current situation was a little out of her control. This is the first time she has to take care of so many people, and up to now, she also feels a little powerless. Glancing towards the execution platform, Lin Feng smiled at her imperceptibly. Konus was taken aback for a moment, and then knew that although the current situation was beyond her ability, it must still be under Lin Feng's control. Immediately, I no longer worry about it, as long as I do my best. Under the execution platform, Sabo and Yamato have rushed forward, and standing in front of them are Fujitora, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Hancock, Xiao Feng, and Shang. Is Shichibukai ready to make an official move too? Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were raised in their throats. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. It seems that these bastards are quite interesting. And at this moment, a person appeared behind Sabo and Koala, Kuina. She appeared in front of Shichibukai wearing the dragon-slaying robe, and immediately created a lot of power. As for the green bull, it was handed over to Asa, and at this time the two were fighting hand to hand. Are you trying to fight the dragon? The cold voice sounded, and Hawkeye and Hancock didn't respond. Xiao Feng shouted in his heart, the deputy leader is amazing. Bartholomew Kuma walked aside silently, raised his hand and fired laser cannons everywhere. Sabo glanced at him with extremely complicated eyes, gritted his teeth and did not speak. The rest of Doflamingo and Moria shook their bodies. They saw Sabo and Yamato coming over just now, so they wanted to make a show, otherwise it would be unreasonable. Unexpectedly, Kuina appeared just as he was about to do something. Advertisement at this time, it is neither a fight nor a retreat, it is embarrassing to die. Although he was timid, his mouth was still unconvinced. HMPH. What? Is the one who slays the dragon really special? Moria said. Doflamingo on the side was shocked. Brother, you are really brave. Kuina pointed at Moria immediately after hearing the words. What? Do you want to try? As long as you dare to go one step further, even if you survive now, you will never see the sun tomorrow. It kills you so hard, believe it or not, the kind where the eggs turn yellow, Sabo added immediately. Moria was furious when he heard this. When had he been threatened like this? You. As soon as he uttered the word you, a sword energy brushed against his scalp. Cold sweat. Moria gasped, raised her hand and touched the top of her head in disbelief. Both Sabo and Yamato opened their mouths wide, looking at Kuina in surprise. This is the hands-on, Sabo said. So decisive? Yamato said. Kuina heard the words and said, otherwise, why don't we still sit down and talk while eating? After speaking, he looked at Moria. What, have you figured it out? By the way, there is also you. Do you also want to be an enemy of Zhanlong? Doflamingo put his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyes hidden under the sunglasses did not show any emotional changes. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and looked at Sengoku above. Fufurfurfur, Marshal Sengoku, you have also seen it. If you can guarantee that we will not be wiped out by Zhanlong afterwards, it is not impossible for us to take action. Advertisement Doflamingo is so smart, although if he doesn't do anything, his status as a Shichibukai will be revoked in all likelihood, but if he really wants to do it, he may not live for a few days. Sengoku's face darkened. How could he not understand the meaning of Doflamingo's words? Several. How long do you want to talk about? Then Fujitora said suddenly. HMPH. Why don't you kill the dragon? I, Miranda, will meet you. If you have the ability, kill me. Xiao Feng jumped out immediately when he saw that no one was moving. How can I not behave well now? Anyway, I am definitely not in danger, and I can still earn an impression point on Marine's side. Doflamingo and Moria froze in place as if frozen by Aokiji. This new chick is so stupid? Even Sengoku and others were amazed. They didn't expect this woman named Miranda to be so courageous. Boom. A mace appeared in front of Xiao Feng, without any precautions, and Yamato did not hesitate at all. Xiao Feng spun around and flew out. Kuina rested her forehead with one hand and forgot about it. Yamato doesn't know Xiao Feng's identity. How about it? Are you decisive enough? Yamato smiled while holding a mace. Cough. Kuina nodded, then said to Fujitora, go on? I haven't played enough yet? The two drew their swords away from here with a tacit understanding, leaving Yamato and Sabo to face Shichibukai. Moria glared fiercely at Kuina, who was leaving, and reluctantly took a few steps back. Doflamingo could see it, and stepped aside tactfully. Hancock was left standing there expressionless. Chapter 330 Garp's Choice. Although she doesn't know Sabo, as long as she comes to rescue Ace, it's fine, and according to her observation, this person is very powerful. Sabo nodded, jumped up, turned into blue ice flames and went straight to the execution platform. Sengoku was about to block it, but Garp reached out to stop him. Garp. What are you trying to do? Don't forget your identity, Sengoku snapped. To be honest, he was also afraid, what would happen if Garp turned against the water, although he knew in his heart that Garp should not do this, but what if? Let me come. Garp's voice came, revealing endless sadness and helplessness. Sabo used to call him Grandpa too, although the two hadn't met a few times. Now that Sabo came to rescue Ace, but he still wanted to stop him, one can imagine how uncomfortable he felt. As soon as the voice fell, Garp had already jumped into the air. Seeing that he was about to get close to Ace, Sabo was blocked by Garp. Sabo stayed in midair, looked at Garp who was punching towards him, and couldn't help but wryly smiled. What is this called? Although Sabo was very confused at this moment, he did not forget what he was doing now. After quickly dodging down to avoid Garp's fist, raising his hand, countless icy flames shot up into the sky, directly engulfing Garp in midair. However, in just a short moment, before Sabo had time to do other things, Garp's figure broke through the ice flames package, and the huge fist smashed towards him vigorously. Depend on, this old man is playing for real. Sabo immediately dodged to the side again, and the ground was smashed by Garp's punch. Advertisement, old man, wait. Seeing that Garp was about to charge again, Sabo quickly stretched out his hands to stop him. It's just that Garp didn't stay for even a second, followed by another punch. Listen to me first. There's nothing to say, you be asterisk D-boy. Boom. The wall under the execution platform was smashed to pieces. Garp withdrew his fist and looked at Sabo with a frown. Boy, it's been so many years. I thought you were dead. After speaking, he rushed over with his fists raised, and Sabo explained while dodging. Old man, I lost my memory before, there is no way. As soon as the words were finished, a heavy fist hit Sabo's stomach. A-hole? Amnesia? You can think of such a stupid excuse? Garp blew his beard and stared, obviously very angry. This kid, who hasn't seen him for so many years, has learned to be bad. And lied to myself. It's okay, you must educate and educate. And that be asterisk D-dorag. How did he educate him? Sooner or later, the big slippers will kill him. Sabo kept dodging Garp's favorite fist, looking for opportunities to get closer to Ace, while Garp waved his fist cursingly. No matter what Sabo explained, he didn't believe it. Amnesia is outrageous. Old man, are you really going to stop me? I'm here to save Ace. Are you really going to watch Ace be executed? Sabo asked loudly. Garp froze for a moment when he heard the words, yes, just look at it like this. But I can't do anything. Garp's punch was dodged by Sabo, and he stood there in a daze, his back looking very bleak. He is the backbone of Marine and has fought for Marine for decades, but if Ace dies before his eyes, he cannot bear it. Advertisement. Looking back, Sabo could see Garp's entanglement, anger, resignation, guilt, mixed feelings. Garp was silent for a long time, then slowly raised his head. Looked at Ace, then at Sabo. Watching Marine lose or betray Marine. He can't do it, but he doesn't want Ace to die, so there is no way to have the best of both worlds. On the execution platform, watching Garp who fell into silence, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted loudly, Garp. But as soon as he yelled, he was patted on the shoulder, and when he looked back, it was Lin Feng. I said, Marshal Sengoku, it's almost over. Old man Garp is not easy. I don't believe that if your child is on the execution platform, there will be no waves in your heart. Sengoku became dumb instantly when he heard the words. He is not a hard-hearted person, but in his position, his status does not allow him to have selfish intentions. He's Marine, Ace is a pirate, Sengoku said after thinking about it. So, is there any connection? No matter what Ace is, he will always call Garp a grandfather. Lin Feng looked at Garp below and said. Besides, are you so distrustful of your old comrade in arms? Sengoku didn't speak anymore. He suddenly thought of Rosinante. If it was him on the execution platform, what would he do? At this moment, Garp said, Sabo, I am a Marine after all. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then heard Garp continue to say, if you want to save Ace, you must defeat this old man first. Looking at Garp's appearance, Sabo didn't feel like he was talking about irony, and suddenly had a headache. Beat Garp? He can't do it now. Bite the bullet. Sabo rushed over as soon as he gritted his teeth. Fire Fist. Chapter 331 Ace rescued. However, just like this, Ace cannot be saved. As he said that, Garp smashed his iron fist again. In fact, why did he stop Sabo? Because he didn't want Ace to live, except because of his marine identity and position. What's more, he understands how powerful Sengoku is. With Sabo alone, rushing forward so recklessly, he can't get anything good at all, and maybe he will get involved. Lin Feng watched the battlefield condescendingly, and Konus was exhausted at any time, and could no longer take care of everyone as before. With the passage of time, Whitebeard gradually showed fatigue under the offensive of Akainu and Kizaru, and accumulated a lot of injuries on his body. There were burns from the magma and penetrating wounds from Kizaru, with several blood holes in his chest and arms. And Akainu is not much better, isn't it too besieging one? Alright, then I'll catch a person and beat him to death. Whitebeard almost traded injury for injury and beat Akainu hard. Akainu is really a ruthless person, Ace must be executed, and besides that, Akainu also wants to keep Whitebeard, even the captains of all the Whitebeard pirates present today. As a result, Akainu didn't care about his injury at all, and with Kizaru on the side, he still had the upper hand in the fight with Whitebeard. Akainu roared and rushed over, the overwhelming magma dyed the sky red. Great eruption. Countless magma gushed out of Akainu's arm, and in a blink of an eye, the giant lava fist swelled to a thickness of 100 meters, and the huge fist blasted towards Whitebeard head-on. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Advertisement Kizaru circled behind Whitebeard, elementalized and flew into the air. A yellow light bloomed in front of the chest, and countless beams of light rained down on Whitebeard. Daddy! Marco, who was pestering Aokiji, exclaimed when he saw the situation here. Not only him, but the other people who were entangled also looked at Whitebeard anxiously, their faces were full of worry, and they wanted to rush over to help immediately. However, apart from them, Marine also noticed this scene. Akainu Admiral and Kizaru Admiral are going to take down Whitebeard in one fell swoop, and they will not let other people influence and make trouble. Marine, who understood the intention, immediately blocked the route, and the Vice Admirals also entangled their opponents in front of them. All this happened in the blink of an eye, as Akainu's giant lava fist was in front of Whitebeard, and Kizaru's beam was approaching. With nowhere to retreat, Whitebeard's face was extremely calm, and his movements were extremely fast. He didn't care about the beam of light bursting from behind, and the big knife in his hand slashed out sharply. A huge sword energy collided with Akainu's attack head-on, and the powerful shock force confronted Akainu's great eruption on par for a while. The sky and the earth changed color, and a violent and scorching heat wave swept away in an instant, and behind Whitebeard, Kizaru's 8-foot Chong Guyu also arrived. The beam instantly covered Whitebeard's location. In an instant, Whitebeard's figure was submerged, and the dust raised up covered him. All eyes were turned there, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were even more indignant, screaming in Whitebeard's direction. But at this moment, when everyone's attention was attracted, a figure quickly passed the scene and rushed towards the execution platform. Asa. From the very beginning, Asa wandered around the edge of the scene, harassing him from time to time. At this time, he has become the closest person to Ace except Sabo and Yamato. Advertisement Here's your chance. Hancock, who was fighting Yamato, found Asa and immediately pretended to be invincible and was blown away by Yamato. Ace. I'm here to save you. Yamato jumped up from the ground, swinging the mace in his hand towards Sengoku. Thunder 8 trigrams. At the same time, Asa is also in place, heading straight for Ace on the execution platform. Sengoku immediately turned into a giant Buddha and went down the mountain like a tiger to kill Asa. Martial Marine's full blow. No one dared to be careless. Asa and Yamato did not save Ace immediately. With Sengoku standing in front, it was impossible to bypass him. Asa shook his fist and joined Yamato in meeting Sengoku's attack. At the moment before the contact, Asa separated several clones to avoid the attack range of several people and quickly approached Ace. Boom! With the combined strength of the two, it was enough to resist Sengoku's shockwave, but it was enough to resist for a while, and the two clones of Asa had already come to Asa's side. The fist covered with armament hockey shattered the chain with one punch, and the two burly men ran away with Ace on their shoulders without saying a word. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Dragon Slayer would play this game. Ace's body and Yamato naturally wouldn't let Sengoku chase after them, and the two retreated while fighting. On the marine side, when Sengoku turned into a Buddha, they noticed the situation here, and it was too late to help. Almost at the same time as Ace was rescued, Whitebeard, who was attacked by Akainu and Kizaru, also appeared as the smoke dissipated. Chapter 332 Whitebeard dying. Everyone dodged separately. Each of the volcanic bombs was powerful enough to destroy a warship. No one wanted to be affected by the fish in the pond. The volcanic bombs were too dense. The members of the Whitebeard pirates kept avoiding, but their eyes turned to Whitebeard's direction, and Marine all focused on Asa and Ace. The two sides took action immediately, and all Marines surrounded Asa and Ace, trying to prevent the two from leaving the battlefield. Ace's rescue from the execution platform has already made Marine lose face. If he is allowed to leave completely, it will really become the laughing stock of the whole world. As the smoke dissipated, Whitebeard's figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. The armed defense had already faded, and his body was covered in wounds, as if he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. Half of his body was severely scalded by the magma, and Kong Yunki, who was originally held in his hand, had already flown to the side, and there were still several blood holes pierced by the beam of light on his body. This kind of fighting style that completely ignored his own injuries also injured Akainu badly. The powerful shock force and sword energy smashed Akainu's giant lava fist, leaving a long and deep wound on Akainu's chest. Marco, Joes and others rushed towards Whitebeard desperately. Ah, sure enough, I knew it wouldn't be so easy, Kizaru said to himself in the air. At this time, Whitebeard and Akainu were standing tens of meters apart, panting heavily. Kizaru immediately prepared to make up the knife. As expected of Whitebeard, it's scary. Kizaru raised his arms while speaking, and the light spots gathered on his fingertips. Then a beam of light shoots out, aiming at the back of Whitebeard's head. Advertisement at this time, Whitebeard, who had almost no ability to resist, could not dodge the blow at all. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates stared at this scene with their mouths open and their eyes wide open. At this moment, there is almost no sound, the world seems to stop, only the light beam is slowly approaching Whitebeard. Desperation and fear spread in everyone's hearts, as if the sky had fallen. This is the legendary pirate Whitebeard. Is it going to end here? Lin Feng, who was watching the play on the execution platform, was also very surprised. Sure enough, the two admirals teamed up, even Whitebeard is no match. And Kizaru is really scary when he is not paddling. The 8-foot Chonguyu is really accurate. If it weren't for Whitebeard's armament hockey, who is too strong, I am afraid that he will be beaten into a sieve now. When things got to this point, it would be impossible not to make a move. Lin Feng also sighed, stood up helplessly, and was about to make a move when Mangekyo almost opened. Whitebeard, whose eyes were closed, suddenly moved, turned around and punched, smashing the beam of light from Kizaru. Eh? Can this old guy still move? Lin Feng was surprised. Dad. The Whitebeard pirates shouted in surprise. Obviously, this scene was unexpected to them. Although they were surprised, they kept moving. Whitebeard's punch bought them time. Marco, Bista, Josie. All the captains gathered around Whitebeard at this moment. Father, how are you? Marco asked anxiously. Puff. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of black blood, scaring everyone again. Advertisement, ahem. It's okay. These two brats alone can't kill me. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard's voice trembled when he said this, obviously trying to be brave. Everyone didn't care, and at this time Konus also rushed towards this side. Stop her! Sengoku yelled angrily. The current situation was finally formed. Whitebeard was seriously injured and dying. How could he let the other party heal him? If Whitebeard is back again, something really big is going to happen. Kizaru blocked Konus's way immediately, and the latter had nothing to do with Kizaru. This man was too fast. Others, go after Fire Fist Ace immediately, and make sure to catch him. Sengoku then gave the order. Sengoku and Garp rushed towards the position of the Whitebeard pirates. Today is the best opportunity to kill Whitebeard, so we must seize it. And Asa and Yamato, after fighting Sengoku with a move, the two retreated quickly. At this time, Ace, who was carried by Asa's clone on his shoulders, was struggling hard. When he saw Whitebeard was seriously injured, he couldn't hold back anymore, and wanted to break free to save Whitebeard. The handcuffs and anklets also fell during this process, turning into a ball of flames before Asa didn't notice, and was about to fly there. Fortunately, Kuina came back in time and chopped him back with a sword. What do you want? Kuina said. Are you going to die now? Everyone rescued you with great difficulty, and you want to cause trouble for everyone? Trouble? Ace was hit by these three words. Yes, he was just causing trouble. If it was not because of himself, what happened today would not have happened. Chapter 333 Marine's Determination, Whitebeard Must Die. Kuina quickly leaned in front of him and punched him again. All you have to do now is run for your life. The rest of our leaders have already arranged. If you don't want Whitebeard to die. The voice fell, and before Ace could react, Kuina rushed towards the chasing Marine. Kuina drew his sword and stood in front of the Marines, and the others rushed over immediately. Sabo, Yamato, Raven, Asa, Betty Jr., Koala, Lock Dar. Seeing the group of people blocking Marine, Ace was a little confused, so he ran away by himself? But where to escape? At this moment, Jinbei ran over from a distance. Ace, come with me. After the two met, Ace immediately said, Jinbei, did we escape like this? Jinbei heard the words and said, Ace, I know what you're thinking, don't worry about Papa Whitebeard's side. What you have to do now is to leave quickly. After all, Marine's target is you. As long as you are still here, this war will not end. Only if you leave, others will be safe. Ace nodded thoughtfully while running away. But what about Daddy? Don't worry. Mr. Lin Feng will find a solution, Jinbei said. Hearing this, Ace turned his head and glanced in the direction of the execution platform. He felt strange when he broke free from Seastone's handcuffs. Now I understand, it must be Lin Feng's fault. At this time, at the position of the Whitebeard pirate group, the captains surrounded Whitebeard in the middle, resisting all kinds of attacks flying from all directions. Advertisement. Although the attack is intensive, it is only a few people attacking, Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and Akainu, who was badly injured. There are only 4 people, but it represents the strongest combat power of Marine. Facing such a few people, even if the Whitebeard pirates have more people, it will not help. He couldn't organize any effective counterattack at all, but because he had to protect the immobile Whitebeard, he tried his best just to defend. What's more, the captains also suffered serious injuries. And Konus was blocked by Kizaru, unable to support at all. The large-scale long distance means Konus is no longer available. Joes. Just as Vista blocked Akainu with his sword, he saw Garp swinging his fist towards Whitebeard from the corner of his vision. On the route of Garp's charge, Harda, the captain of the 12th Division, and Fosa, the captain of the 15th Division, had their legs frozen by Aokiji, and they have not escaped yet. Garp approached Whitebeard unimpeded all the way, with a look of determination and sadness in his eyes. They're old guys from a previous era, and now Whitebeard is about to end. But he is Marine, if he has a chance to kill Whitebeard, he will never let it go. What? At this moment, there was a roar, and Joe's, who was covered in diamonds, also charged at a very fast speed, just blocking the middle of Garp and Whitebeard. Garp's iron fist hit Diamond Josie, who was known for his strong defense. The latter resisted for only a moment before being blown away by the punch, which almost landed on Whitebeard's body. Even if we die, we will die before father. At the same time, Sengoku attacked again, with hot magma, cold icicles, and Sengoku's huge golden fist. Advertisement, guy, do you think you can stop me? Garp said. This was when Akainu was already seriously injured and Aokiji obviously didn't use all his strength, and Sengoku's fist was the most terrifying. The powerful shockwave knocked several people into the air. This ace, still so impulsive. Lin Feng sighed and smiled, but this is also his charm. It doesn't matter if you can't stop it, I will never let you Marine hurt Dad even once, even if it costs your life. Vista's eyes were as sharp as eagle eyes at this time. The twin swords shouted at Garp, come on, it's not that they didn't think about taking Whitebeard with them, but surrounded by a few people with admiral strength, this is completely impossible. Then they looked at Whitebeard again. A dozen or so captains were struggling to resist 3 admiral-level attacks. That's right, if you want to hurt Dad, you can only step over our corpses. As he spoke and was about to make a move, Mangekyo just opened it. Damn it, what is he going to do? The captains all gritted their teeth and stood in front of Whitebeard, and Garp also backed away immediately. Be sure to block it, Marco said to everyone. Joe stood in the front, and the others tried to resist with their strongest attacks. If it wasn't for protecting the injured Whitebeard, with their strength, they would definitely have a chance to escape. But Lin Feng stood up again. It still doesn't work, it seems. Lin Feng saw 2 figures walking towards Whitebeard one after the other on the battlefield, and he was so frightened that he quickly turned off Mangekyo. Everyone expressed their inner thoughts one after another, as if this was the last farewell, but fortunately, Ace was rescued. But Garp stopped attacking, and at this time another person appeared in front of him, which was Vista. Chapter 334 The Blackbeard Pirates appear of the Whitebeard captains, only Marco, Joes, and Vista were still struggling to resist. Fire punch. At this moment, a familiar voice reached everyone's ears. This is, although Marco and the others were surprised, they didn't dare to look back, they couldn't relax in the slightest at this time. But as they expected, a scorching flame enveloped from the side, a full 100 meters high, roaring like a giant dragon, completely engulfing Sengoku and the others. Marine's offensive was interrupted immediately, and Marco and the others were free to hear Ace say, hurry up and take Dad away. They are all veterans, and they didn't question Ace's words. Marco immediately turned to Vista and the others and said, you take Daddy away, and Ace and I will stop them. Vista and Josie nodded, and immediately took Whitebeard to leave. Ah! Vista, who had just turned around and took a step, suddenly screamed and fell to his knees. A beam of light shot over, piercing Vista's thigh. He had just survived the attack from Sengoku and his vigilance for a while. Vista, are you okay? Joe squatted down and asked. And at this moment, several beams of light pierced through the bodies of other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru's figure slowly landed in front of Whitebeard, looked at the captains and said, I can't let you go. Then he looked at Ace. Fire Fist Ace, it's really touching, obviously there's a chance to escape. Seeing Kizaru's strange appearance and all his companions being injured, Ace was furious. Advertisement. Just when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened. Whitebeard, who hadn't moved for a long time, threw out his fist. To everyone's surprise, Kizaru, who was defenseless, was hit hard in the back. When he saw Ace's surprised eyes, Kizaru already felt bad, but at the moment of doubt, the sharp pain from behind clearly told him what happened. The moment Kizaru flew out, Whitebeard yelled at Vista, weapons. Hearing this, Vista immediately rushed to Kong Yunki, picked it up and threw it over. Holding Kong Yunki in his hand, Whitebeard's whole person's aura has risen to another level. Whitebeard, you can't get away. Akainu staggered out of the flames. Aokiji and Sengoku followed closely behind. Let's all stay here today, Sengoku said. Hearing this, Ace said with sparks flying all over his body, don't even think about hurting Dad again. Flame is on the top. A large flame appeared in an instant. Between the two sides, Ace wanted to buy time for Whitebeard and others to retreat, but things often did not go so smoothly. The next moment, a bone-piercing cold air permeated the air, and the ground was immediately covered with ice. It's so naive. Aokiji's voice came out. Ace looked coldly at the 3 people who reappeared, gritted his teeth and raised his arms again. Mirror flame. A large piece of flame suddenly spewed out from one arm, but this time it concentrated on Akainu's position. Akainu was the most injured. Attacking him can restrain others. There is nothing wrong with Ace's idea itself, but he underestimated Marine Admiral. Ice block, pheasant beak, advertisement. Aokiji made the same movement as Ace, gathered the cold air on his right arm, and released an ice bird. Wherever the ice bird walks, it freezes. Soon, the ice bird and the flame collided in front of Akainu, setting off a huge steam, and then both disappeared at the same time, fighting evenly. Looking at Aokiji below, Ace snorted coldly, and looked into the distance. At this time, Kuina and the others were all restrained by Marine, unable to help at all, and Konus was also stopped, unable to approach. You have no chance of surviving. It is impossible to escape, it's just a pointless resistance, Sengoku said. Meanwhile, Garp appears behind the Whitebeard pirates. Old man. Ace muttered softly looking at Garp's figure. Just when the two sides were about to fight again, the sound of shelling suddenly came from the military port. What's going on? Sengoku said subconsciously, blue. The phone bug in his arms rang. Sengoku took it out to answer in confusion and asked, what happened? Why did you fire? Zan, Marshal Sengoku, someone has broken in, the correspondent said intermittently, sounding terrified. It's the Blackbeard pirates. The voice of the phone bug came out, and everyone present heard it. There was an expression of disbelief on everyone's face. That be asterisk. D. What are you doing here at this time? Sengoku cursed after hanging up the phone. Just attacked the big submarine prison impelled down, and now came to Naval Headquarters Marineford. What is the purpose of this Blackbeard? Chapter 335 Melee. Teach. I'm going to kill him, and Lin Feng on the execution platform naturally noticed the ship coming from a distance. It was a warship, probably Blackbeard snatched it. But Lin Feng was very puzzled. This guy, coming here at this time, doesn't he know that he is here? Or has the temptation of shock fruit made him ignore it? Or maybe Blackbeard has some hole cards that he doesn't know about. Soon, the warship stopped at the harbor, with Blackbeard in front, and a group of people behind them looked vicious, sinister and cunning, and extremely wretched. And among this group of people, there are several wearing prison uniforms. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the arrival of the Blackbeard pirate ship, and someone on the marine side also recognized these guys in prison uniforms. Those are felons in impelled down. Each one is the ultimate criminal who committed a felony and was hidden and wiped out of existence because of being too cruel. How did they come here, still with that Blackbeard? What are they trying to do? Nobody knows what happened to Impel Down, except for a few people. King of Evil. Avalo Pizarro. Advertisement, that huge creature is a huge battleship, San Juan Wolf. Drunkard. Basque Shote. Xuanyue Hunter. Katrine Demai. A dog fruit phantom beast species 9 tails fox form ability user. There is also the former Impel Down watchman, the transparent man who ate the transparent fruit, Shiryu of the Rain. All brought out of Impel Down by Blackbeard. The faces of all the Marines changed drastically, and every time they recognized a criminal, their expressions became more dignified. Blackbeard led the people arrogantly towards the position where Whitebeard and others were. Thief ha, long time no see, old man. I never thought that I would be able to meet you before you die. Teach, Marco and others looked at Blackbeard viciously. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates also had hatred on their faces. Thief haha, isn't this Captain Marco? Why isn't he dead yet? Teach. I will definitely kill you. Ace looked at Blackbeard with man-eating eyes. If eyes could kill, Blackbeard would have died tens of thousands of times. Ace, it's a surprise that you survived. Blackbeard turned his head and said to Wable who was beside him, Brother, did you see that? That's our daddy, he's covered in wounds and he's dying. These people must have done it, and Wable's brain is not good. Looking at the scene in front of him, and hearing what Blackbeard said, he suddenly yelled like crazy. Ah, father. While yelling, Wable's figure disappeared instantly, and rushed towards Whitebeard quickly. Advertisement, stop him. Beasta yelled while propping up his injured leg. How could he let Blackbeard's people get close to his father? The fastest mover was Marco, and at the same time as Bister made his voice, he had already flown in the direction Wable was coming from. Stop. Marco in the form of an orc stood in front of Wable, covered in blue flames. It's just that Wable, who is already insane, would not listen to his words, and when someone blocked him from seeing his father, he raised the big knife in his hand and killed him without hesitation. Wable is going to kill you. Marco didn't expect this guy to be so crazy, and no matter in terms of strength or state, he was inferior to this lunatic. When Wable came to Whitebeard, he suddenly turned back angrily after seeing Whitebeard's tragic situation, and burst into an extremely terrifying breath. Ah, Marine. Watching this scene, Blackbeard smiled and said to the people around him, You stop Marine, and these Whitebeard sons, thieves ha. In an instant, the situation changed due to the involvement of the Blackbeard pirates. Marine's side, Blackbeard's side, plus the original Whitebeard pirate group, the three parties unexpectedly started a melee. Especially Wable, who went straight for Sengoku and killed him. Shiryu of the Rain faced Akainu, who was seriously injured, and the others blocked Aokiji and the captains. Even Garp was entangled. Marine wanted to come to support, but was stopped by Kuina and others. Now the situation is chaotic, maybe there will be a turning point. If these Marines pass by, the situation will immediately become one-sided, and then they will really be powerless, revolving heaven up. Just as Kuina expected, just when everyone's attention was attracted, Konus got rid of Marine's entanglement. At this time, he was flying towards Whitebeard quickly, and the last remaining strength must be used in the most critical place. Thief ha, Dad, I didn't expect you to have today. Blackbeard laughed wildly and walked over step by step. Years of persistence and forbearance were finally about to pay off. Chapter 336 Let's make a break. Teach Blackbeard was taken aback by Whitebeard who suddenly cheated on his body, and took a step back in panic. Whitebeard's strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people for many years, and he subconsciously began to be afraid. But after reacting, facing Whitebeard who is now seriously injured, Blackbeard laughed loudly. Thief ha, Dad, so you still have strength. Teach. Let's end it, Whitebeard said. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment and said, thief, haha, it's exactly what I want. After finishing speaking, black smoke came out of Blackbeard's body, dark cave. Blackbeard is going to take the first shot, as long as he can suppress Whitebeard, then he has no chance of a comeback, and he doesn't want any accidents to happen. Even though Whitebeard was seriously injured, he didn't dare to underestimate him. Whitebeard's strength had cast an indelible shadow in his heart. Whitebeard endured the pain all over his body and clenched his fist. Feeling his sinking body, his left fist blasted in the direction of Blackbeard. The white halo wrapped around the fist, which was the ability of Shock Fruit. Seeing Whitebeard's action, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and rushed forward, thinking about absorbing the Shock Fruit's ability before it was activated, making it invalid. Because although the ability of Dark Fruit can invalidate the ability of other Devil Fruit, it is not invincible, it has a scope and limitation. 1 meter away, it is the range of Dark Fruit's ability to nullify and directly absorb the Fruit's ability. It is impossible to absorb the earthquake tsunami caused by Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. What I suspect is that Blackbeard wanted to rush forward before this. After all, the halo on Whitebeard's fist is the ability itself. Everything was just as he thought. Whitebeard was seriously injured, and his ability in every aspect had dropped too much. Whether it's speed or reflexes, Blackbeard has the upper hand, neutralizing Whitebeard before he can activate his ability. Whitebeard's eyes widened suddenly. Is this the ability of Dark Fruit? Advertisement, I can't use my abilities anymore. As soon as this thought flashed through my mind, there was a sharp pain in my chest. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's inability to use his ability, Blackbeard took the opportunity to punch Whitebeard twice. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps, then raised his hand to punch again. Seeing the white halo on Whitebeard's fist again, Blackbeard laughed wildly and rushed forward to disable Shock Fruit's ability again. Thief, haha, Dad, don't you understand? With the current you are no match for me at all. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't respond, he continued. How is it? How does it feel? This is my power. So, Father, please help me. Why don't you die honestly? Why do you still resist? Whitebeard's powerless look completely ignited the madness inside Blackbeard, showing off his strength triumphantly. Hearing Blackbeard's words all the time, Whitebeard unconsciously used more strength to hold Kong Yunki's hand. When Blackbeard was proud, Whitebeard slashed at Blackbeard. Flesh was torn apart, blood flew across. At such a close distance, Blackbeard, who had no time to dodge, was slashed. A scar stretched from his right shoulder to his stomach, and Blackbeard cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. You be asterisk 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 D. I have been guarding against Whitebeard's fruit ability, but I forgot that Whitebeard is also a master of swordsmanship. At this time, seeing the weapon in Blackbeard's hand, Lin Feng recognized it. Isn't this the dragon gun he gave Ace? Advertisement, Father. Kill him. Whitebeard dragged his body and rushed towards Blackbeard, who was rolling on the ground like a shinigami. Blackbeard laughed in surprise, took off a weapon wrapped in white cloth on his back, and quickly opened it. Kill that B asterisk 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 D. On the execution platform, when Blackbeard appeared, Lin Feng silently hid his aura, and hid in an imperceptible position. Feeling the terrifying power from his neck, Blackbeard was terrified, and hurriedly shouted, Dad! Stop it, Daddy, I'm your son, are you really going to kill me? The severe pain coming from my body at this time is also a side effect of Dark Fruit, and the pain sensation has been magnified many times. Huh? Blackbeard wrenched his hand around his neck and looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. No matter how Blackbeard begged for mercy, Whitebeard didn't respond. Kill Teach. Thief, ha ha ha, Father, I am the one who won in the end. He grabbed Blackbeard's neck, and the shocking force immediately spread to his hands. The terrifying power around his neck had disappeared, and Whitebeard, who was originally aggressive, had only a slight breath left. It was only after a while that Blackbeard realized that something was wrong. Let me see you off for the last time, the Whitebeard pirates shouted immediately. Chapter 337 Whitebeard's death. It doesn't matter whether Whitebeard can hear it or not, he just wants to say that murder must be punished. People who heard Blackbeard's words, whether it was the Marine side or the Whitebeard pirates, all looked over. Even the members of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help but look over. Daddy, Marco, Ace and the others shouted in despair, seeing Blackbeard raise his dragon gun and stab Whitebeard in the chest. Cruel smiles appeared on the faces of Blackbeard and the others. The Marine side was very angry about this. Whitebeard could only die in the hands of their Marine. If he was killed by a pirate, what would it be? Just then, a yellow beam of light shot over, piercing Whitebeard's chest, and piercing Blackbeard's arm at the same time. The dragon gun stabbing Whitebeard also stopped, followed by Blackbeard's screams. Kizaru, who was entangled just now, found a gap where others' attention was attracted, and raised his hand to create a beam of light. In his heart, Whitebeard can only die in the hands of Marine. What's more, Kizaru and Akainu took so much effort to beat Whitebeard to the point of being seriously injured and dying. How could someone else take his head away? This blow brought the others back to their senses, and the Whitebeard pirates and Marine rushed towards Blackbeard at the same time. Although the starting point is different, their purpose is the same, and Blackbeard cannot be shot again. Kizaru, Aokiji, find a way to kill Whitebeard, Sengoku yelled loudly. Although he was killed and pierced through the chest by Kizaru, the vitality of a strong man like Whitebeard is too tenacious, who knows if he is dead or not. The current situation is too chaotic, both Marine and Blackbeard pirates want to kill Whitebeard. As for rescue, Now Ace, Marco and the others have already done their best to deal with Marine and Blackbeard's people, so there is no room left to save them. Advertisement for Marine. Although the execution of Ace was their original goal, in the current situation, killing Whitebeard is undoubtedly a more cost-effective choice. The three parties are now in a melee, and sometimes they don't know who to fight. It's messed up, it's completely messed up, the whole battlefield is in total chaos. Lin Feng couldn't help but said looking at the chaotic scene. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry about Whitebeard. Kizaru's blow just now almost killed Whitebeard with his last breath. Enduring the pain, Blackbeard stabbed at Whitebeard's chest again, and this time, just as he made a move, there was another sound of piercing through the air. This time Blackbeard was on his guard, and quickly dodged to the side, and a flash of light flashed across his right cheek. Blackbeard looked back angrily and saw Kuina flying in the air, an array of divine protection descended. HMPH. The Dragon Slayer. Blackbeard's heart skipped a beat, he had no intention of going to war with the Dragon Slayer right now. However, he must get the shock fruit, so he came to Marineford at the risk of being discovered by Lin Feng. Today is the day when Marine executes Ace. If Lin Feng comes over, he will definitely be an enemy of Marine. It is not so easy to save Ace. At that time, he just needs to take advantage of the chaos to grab the shock fruit. And when he came here, although he saw the person who killed the dragon, he had no enmity with the dragon. There was no need for hostility between the two sides, and Whitebeard was seriously injured and dying. God help me, Blackbeard sighed. But now, with a beam of light unleashed by the Dragon Slayer, Whitebeard is sure to heal some injuries. Is it all over? He could even think of the scene where Whitebeard pressed him to the ground and rubbed him on the ground after recovering, and looked at the crazy Wable in the distance, and wondered if the mallet would chop himself when he learned the truth. Fortunately, when I was fighting Whitebeard just now, that idiot had gone crazy and didn't pay attention to the situation here. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment. It's good to die. Just die like that. Advertisement, it's so scary, I can't believe it. Old man. Marco knelt on the ground and shouted in despair. Garp also sighed for a while, another old guy from the old era was missing. It would be a wonderful time to die. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu were equally shocked when Whitebeard finally died, especially Kizaru who gave the final blow. Kizaru. Retrieve Whitebeard's body, everyone else, capture Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku immediately ordered loudly. Whitebeard is dead? Sengoku stared in that direction blankly. Blackbeard's laugh caught everyone's attention. Blackbeard couldn't believe it, and leaned forward to take a closer look, and even reached out to pat it. Stop them. Dead, dead. The other captains also rushed over frantically with tears in their eyes. However, after a while, Whitebeard's injuries had fully recovered, but he still didn't respond. And the members of the Whitebeard pirates lost their fighting spirit for an instant, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down. Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard watched Whitebeard's body glow with divine blessing, and countless pictures flashed in his heart at this moment. Chapter 338 Blackbeard is purely for shockfruit, but for Marco and others, you are their daddy. Even if you are dead, it should also be buried well. Instead of letting the Marines show it off as a trophy, it shows how powerful they are. The two parties unexpectedly chose to block Marine together at this moment, while at the same time restraining each other. Kuina was flying in the air, looking at the dead Whitebeard with dull eyes. Is it still a step too late? Hiss. That guy Whitebeard is really dead, Barry said in a trembling tone. Nonsense, it's dead. Enel said and glanced at Lin Feng. Is it really okay for us to just watch like this? And that crazy guy over there, the B************** D who heard Asa. Hey, Lin Feng sighed and moved his shoulders. He was ready to strike just now, but in order to better end this war, Whitebeard still needs to die. This time, there is no final order from the captain, and no One Piece is real, it just died in such an orderly manner. After all, a desperate Akainu has to face a Kizaru who is not paddling, and he has to be attacked by others from time to time. To be able to do this is already quite remarkable. In Whitebeard's heyday, maybe he wouldn't have died, but it's not much better. Blackbeard sighed, after confirming Whitebeard's death, began his final act. Thief, haha, the fun has begun. A huge black cloth appeared above Whitebeard, quickly enveloping Whitebeard completely. That be ********************************** D. What else does he want to do to Dad? Get out of the way. Ace jumped into the air, circling non-stop. The flames formed a huge pillar of fire through his hands, and then countless flames erupted towards the ground, and a path was opened in an instant. Then Ace rushed towards Whitebeard immediately. Advertisement. Teach. Stop it, Ace roared, and flames burst out from his hands again. But when he rushed out, there was a burst of artillery fire. It was Marine. After the gunfire, Aokiji also stood in front of Ace. Fire Fist Ace, I won't let you pass, not to mention, you have to stay here today. Now no one can approach that location except the Marines. Damn it. You bastards. Ace looked left and right, everyone was trying to keep the other from getting closer to Whitebeard. As long as you try to rush out, more than one person will come to stop you immediately. Is it just looking at it like this? Even if Dad is dead, what will that be ********* teach do? Angry Ace raised his head and howled, tears streaming down his sides. Blackbeard turned his head to look at the battle situation around him, and after confirming that no one would bother him, he laughed and was about to lift the black cloth and walk in. Under the watchful eyes of the whole world, Blackbeard's hand has touched the black cloth, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He is about to succeed and get the power of the shock fruit that can destroy the world. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Blackbeard lifted Blackbeard's hand, ready to lift it up. Why can't I move? Blackbeard's eyes were fixed, and when he saw his wrist was grabbed by a big hand, he turned back angrily and said, B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************2 Everyone on the entire battlefield stopped fighting, except Wabel, who was still chasing after a Kainu with a big knife, and all eyes were focused on this direction. Advertisement, why is it him? Is it finally done? But what does he want to do? At this time, do you want to deal with Blackbeard? The marine pirates were very puzzled, but Kuina, Sabo and others, after seeing Lin Feng's attack, all retreated to the distance and watched. Kuina, didn't the captain say he won't make a move? Konus, who flew back, landed beside Kuina and asked in a low voice. Yeah, it's not the same as the plan. Even Clock Doll leaned in. It's still a plan. Whitebeard's death is not included in the plan. The crow of the revolutionary army complained. Kuina heard the words and said, I don't know, but he must have other ideas. Then Kuina said to Asa, you take Koala, Konus, and the crow, you four go and prepare the ships for retreat. The four immediately retreated in response. At this time Sabo said, the important thing now is how to get the rest of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. Marine will not give up. Kuina put his sword back into the scabbard, took out a weapon wrapped in cloth like the dragon gun from behind, held it in his hand and said, let's have a look first, there will be a solution. A group of people looked distressed at where Ace was. But Blackbeard, who was grabbed by Lin Feng's wrist, turned his head and saw the person, his pupils suddenly dilated, and when he confirmed the identity of this person, cold sweat immediately flowed down. Chapter 339 Give Lin some face. Lin Feng raised his head and pointed his chin at Blackbeard. That contemptuous expression made Blackbeard's anger overwhelm his fear. A hole. Blackbeard cursed in his heart, and stabbed with the dragon gun in his other hand. Huh? What are you trying to do? Lin Feng raised a hand with a smile, and lightly blocked the blow. Blackbeard staggered back 2 steps and shouted loudly, why are you here? Boom. A hard punch landed on Blackbeard's stomach. Why am I here? You're not talking in your sleep. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here either, Lin Feng said coldly with a standard villain smile on his lips. Scumbags like you were the Ace's weapon? After finishing speaking, Huowu Liuyan appeared in his hand, a flash of fire flashed, and Blackbeard's arm holding the fire dragon gun was cut off. The screams instantly resounded throughout the audience. Breaking an arm itself is an extremely painful thing, let alone several times the pain. Heart-piercing screams spread throughout the entire battlefield, and everyone swallowed subconsciously. Dog. Lin Feng retracted the dragon gun and kicked Blackbeard out. After landing on the ground and drawing a long distance, the maddened Blackbeard put one hand on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice, Dark Cave. The terrifying black mist spread directly to Lin Feng's feet. Blackbeard watched Lin Feng's next move nervously. He had no other choice now. Facing this person, he could only fight to the death. Looking at the darkness under his feet that seemed to swallow everything, Lin Feng chuckled, slowly raised his feet, and walked towards Blackbeard step by step. This is impossible. Why? Blackbeard yelled in horror. No matter how powerful he is, he should be affected to a certain extent. Why is Lin Feng acting like a normal person? It's just that I can't control so much now, Blackbeard immediately shouted. Retreat. Run. The members of the Blackbeard pirates broke away from Marine's obstruction in an instant and ran towards the harbor. Including Wabel, who was already insane, after being beaten by Kainu and Sengoku. Although he couldn't die, he was also injured a lot, and he was sober at this time. Advertisement, go. Wabel, Blackbeard yelled while running away, fearing that this guy would overwhelm Lin Feng and fight for his life. Lin Feng stood where he was, looked at the fleeing Blackbeard and the others, and smiled contemptuously. Lin Feng. What are you trying to do? Sengoku asked at this moment. Lin Feng ignored Sengoku and said to Enel and Barry behind him, stop them, capture Blackbeard and Wabel alive. Kill all the others. The two rushed out immediately after hearing the words. Although they felt that this task was a bit difficult, they did not question it. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't give himself any face, Sengoku scolded angrily. B********************************************************************************************************************************************่**********่**********$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* head, looked at the people who had temporarily ceased fighting, and showed a hearty smile. I didn't do anything. Sengoku didn't say anything when he heard the words. It's agreed that you can't interfere. I didn't intervene, I was dealing with Blackbeard, and I didn't stop you from arresting Ace. Lin Feng spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. You. Well said and makes sense. Sengoku didn't know what to say for a moment. Then hear it again. However, I want to take Whitebeard's body away, Lin Feng said as he got into the black cloth, holding a blank devil fruit in his hand. Hurry up now, shock fruit will be gone later. Putting the blank devil fruit on Whitebeard's body, Lin Feng pulled the black cloth to reveal a head, which looked very funny. Well, go ahead and leave me alone. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. Shall we continue? Advertisement. How can you continue to stick around here? Especially Marine. All looked at Lin Feng's head vigilantly. Sengoku took a few steps forward and said seriously, Lin Feng, Whitebeard is our Marine's trophy. Oh, and then? People are dead, you still want to insult other people's corpses? The taste is really strong? Hearing this, Sengoku almost died of anger. How could he not understand what Lin Feng meant? Damn it, who do you think I am, Sengoku? Before he could curse, Lin Feng's voice sounded again. Anyway, it's also one of the 4 emperors of the King's Landing Sea. You have already won, so don't think about the rest, don't even talk about the spoils. I will take the body away for burial. Sengoku wanted to say something more. Give me Lin some face. As soon as the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back abruptly. The expression on Sengoku's face was extremely wonderful, and he struggled for a long time before saying, "Next, you are not allowed to interfere anymore." "Yeah, I only deal with Blackbeard. I will never interfere with Marine's affairs." Lin Feng nodded quickly, "It's a puppy." "Then you're still here," Sengoku said. "Ahem, wait a minute. Calculating the time, the shock fruit will arrive in 1 minute." At this moment, countless thunderbolts suddenly erupted at the port, and the sky over Marineford was covered with dark clouds. Tisk tisk, it's incredible. Lin Feng praised the sky full of thunder and lightning. Chapter 340 Death's Gate. However, Lin Feng doesn't think Enel and Barry can stop the entire Blackbeard pirate group, as long as they can hold them back and buy themselves some time. Soon, in this strange and quiet atmosphere, 1 minute finally came. Under the cover of the black cloth, Lin Feng put away the shock fruit, and activated the Sharingan to collect Whitebeard's body into the Kamui space, replaced by something. Why are you all standing? Hurry up. Not moving one by one, isn't this a delay? Coming out of the black cloth, Lin Feng still didn't forget to make some complaints. Oh, by the way, don't even touch Whitebeard's body. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng flew directly to Blackbeard and Enel regardless of the mood of the people present. Those who left Marine and the Whitebeard pirates looked at each other. Here, how about continuing to fight? What should I do? The Marines looked at Sengoku and the 3 admirals, waiting for their instructions. Looking at Lin Feng Feiyuan's back, Sengoku whispered, "This be ********* D. Everyone, capture Fire Fist Ace. The execution time is coming soon, and if Ace doesn't die at this time, Marine will still lose some face." With Sengoku's order, the Marine soldiers rushed to the captains of the Whitebeard pirates again. Even Akainu, who was seriously injured, released the terrifying magma regardless. Under Marine's concentrated fire attack, Marco and others retreated steadily, and everyone was seriously injured. Now that Whitebeard is dead, they must live. Advertisement. Everyone breaks out crazily under Marco's instructions, but facing more and more Marines, everyone feels powerless. And Aokiji rushed to the surface of the sea immediately, refreezing the sea and cutting off everyone's escape. In this regard, Lin Feng looked back, and then looked at the Blackbeard pirates in front of him. The area has been scorched black by Enel's violent lightning, and the remaining lightning is creaking everywhere. "Keep running, didn't you run very fast just now?" Seeing Lin Feng's playful expression and listening to the vomitful trash talk, Blackbeard almost fainted out of breath. "Don't force me," Blackbeard gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe you can stop us alone." "Alone?" Lin Feng pointed to Enel and Barry behind him, and then said, "Hey, he doesn't treat you two as human beings." Barry clenched his fists and said, "Captain, although I really want to beat him up, I definitely don't have the strength. There are too many of them. I'll take care of him when you catch him." Lin Feng looked at Enel upon hearing this. "I'm not a human, I'm Thor." Enel raised his head arrogantly. "Okay, you just keep guard, don't let anyone run away, I'll teach them a lesson." Lin Feng said. Huowu Liuyan immediately gushed out colorful Madara magic fighting energy. In an instant, the Blackbeard pirates were surrounded, and a group of villainous prisoners immediately panicked. Lin Feng looked over with ice-cold eyes, really serious? Seeing this scene, Kuina immediately ordered, "Prepare to retreat." Advertisement. Just as they were about to continue chasing, several tentacles attacked them again. Naturally, Marine followed closely behind, but soon, they stopped. Let me think about how to make it easier for you to die," Lin Feng said with a smile, looking at all the Blackbeard pirates trapped in the magic fighting spirit. At this moment, whether it is Fujitora, Green Bull, or Commander Kong and others, Chi-Chi is entangled in the door of death and cannot escape. At the same time, it was accompanied by the last wave of attacks released by K-Lock, Sabo and others before leaving. The range is getting bigger and bigger, it was a mess covering the whole of Marineford. The scope of Death's Gate is astonishing, but it is still difficult to control so many Marines at the same time, and the powerful ones will soon break free. Little Betty plunged her sword into the ground fiercely, and a huge black-purple gate several hundred meters high stood in the middle, exuding a terrifying and gloomy atmosphere. As for Lin Feng, after Kuina and the others withdrew, they withdrew their exaggerated magical grudge immediately. After all, they couldn't make it too obvious. "Go. You can only hold on for a minute," Little Betty shouted at everyone. Everyone heard the words and immediately ran towards the back of the Whitebeard pirates, ready to join. "B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** soldiers raised his head and roared, his muscles trembling with anger. Under the watchful eyes of the Blackbeard pirates, the magical vindictiveness formed a ball, covering the area. In the next second, the eyes of Blackbeard and others became frightened. Countless black tentacles protruded from it, attacking the Marines frantically. The battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates had to stop again. Chapter 341 6-star light prison. Blackbeard recognized, his crew recognized it too. Including a few guys who just escaped from Impel Down. After all, they usually read newspapers. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard burst out laughing, looking completely insane. Even his subordinates looked at him in bewilderment. This is a life and death situation. Can you be serious? Laughing. Blackbeard didn't care about other people's eyes at all, and Lin Feng just looked at him like that. Unexpectedly, everyone was deceived by you, Blackbeard said. Blood pupil? Lin Feng? Thief, haha. You fool the world. I really like you a little bit. When Blackbeard stopped, Lin Feng played with Huo Liuyan and asked, are you finished? I'm about to start. In the next second, a blood hole was opened in Badger's chest, and the fire dance and flow flame passed through his chest. Furious dragon piercing heartbreak cooperates with Kamui, and it is almost invincible. With difficulty spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Badgers looked at the smiling Lin Feng in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. Let's go, Blackbeard yelled. After the words fell, the rest of the Blackbeard pirates rushed forward. Lin Feng pulled out the Huo Liuyan, and a terrifying coercion burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, only Shiryu of the Rain, Weibo, and Blackbeard himself were left. Everyone else was lying on the ground unable to move. Then he bent down and played a gunflower on his back, sweeping away thousands of troops. Throwing out a waltzing stick, the 3 people rushing over immediately felt a terrifying force bombard and killed them. Advertisement Blackbeard was blown away, and Shiryu plunged his sword into the ground in desperation, and kept moving back, leaving 3 long marks on the ground. Only Weibo rushed in front of Lin Feng with a strong attack. As expected of you, you are really powerful. Lin Feng blocked Weibo's slash, feeling his strength and sighed. Dragon Fist. In the next second, Lin Feng clenched his fist with one hand, and the magical vindictive energy of different attributes gathered on the fist, forming a colorful modern little dragon. Boom! This punch hit Weibo's abdomen, instantly breaking through all his defenses. Weibo's pupils immediately lost their luster, a dry cough came out of his throat, and his huge body lost its strength and fell to the ground. Swinging his arm, the Kamui space opened and Weibo was taken in. This guy is really tough. He was punched by me, but he didn't die. At least he used half of his strength. Lin Feng said dissatisfied, staring at Shiryu Yuji. How do you want to die? Shiryu was holding the sword in his hand and just about to speak. The next second, Lin Feng appeared behind him, and a hand knife with a terrifying thunder attribute magic grudge struck Shiryu's neck. Shiryu foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and was stunned instantly. Lin Feng was going to keep him and hand him over to Marine, as a way to save face for Sengoku. Seeing that the 2 strongest men under him were knocked down in an instant, Blackbeard couldn't calm down at all. Shiryu and Weibo are both close to Admiral's level of strength, especially the latter. Admiral's strength is not too much. And Kuina and Sabo, Yamato came to the battlefield of Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Impossible. This is impossible. Who are you? Advertisement. Boom. The weapon was inserted into the ground, and a burst of purple light shone, forming a huge hexagram pattern on the ground. In the next moment, countless darkness also emerged from Lin Feng's body, which was the magic vindictiveness of the dark attribute. Blackbeard's eyes were bloodshot. He frantically gestured with his remaining arm. Darkness poured out from his body and spread towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up Blackbeard and smashed it to the ground, took out the last blank devil fruit, and stuck it firmly on his body. Seeing this, the Whitebeard pirates retreated without any time to say anything. How can you be so strong? Even Marine Admiral can't do it. An arc flashed, and bright red blood spattered on Blackbeard's chest. Before he could cry out in pain, a big hand was stuck on his neck. Is this going to give it a go? Lin Feng opened away with a move of falling flower palm, and the figure disappeared in place. Before Blackbeard could react, people had already arrived beside him. Let's see whose darkness is more terrifying. Lin Feng pressed Blackbeard's head and said softly. No matter how much Blackbeard struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. Blackbeard screamed and activated the fruit ability, and the darkness swept towards Lin Feng. Wielding the wrapped weapon in his hand, Kuina shouted to Ace and Marco, run. 6-star light prison. Outside, Kuina, who had no pursuers behind him, ordered the others to board the boat immediately and open away as soon as possible. The sea is now frozen, and if you don't act quickly, you will be dragged back soon. Now he was defeated in 2 or 3 hits. This person must be a monster. At the same time, Sabo and Yamato also released a large-scale attack towards Marine, instantly blocking their pursuit. Whitebeard in his prime can't be this easy. Why are you here to hinder me? Chapter 342 Crack you up in the harbor. Asa, Raven, and Lock Dar have opened a huge ice hole in the frozen sea, and the ice has completely cracked. A pirate ship jumped out of the water and landed firmly on the sea surface. Get aboard. Watch out for marine fire. Clockadar, meet the Whitebeard pirates, Konus yelled. Lock Dahl rushed over with a smile, and put his hands on the ground. Sandstorm. Just after everyone retreated to a safe distance, the overwhelming yellow sand rushed towards Marine. Sabo and Ace released flames at the same time before boarding the ship, forming 2 interlaced walls of fire. Let's go. Everyone returned to the boat and drove the boat away immediately. Not long after the ship sailed away from the port, a huge golden figure rushed out of the yellow sand and flames and blasted towards it with its huge fists raised. Don't try to run. Buddha Sengoku's fist sent a powerful shockwave to the rear of the ship. These people must not be allowed to escape, at least keep Ace. Behind Sengoku, several people rushed out one after another, Aokiji, Kazaru, Akainu, Fujitora, Green Bull. There are also Marshal Kong and others, as well as many vice admirals. 8-foot Chong Guyu, meteor volcano. Countless attacks came together. Now everyone in the stern gritted their teeth, and their eyebrows were all wrinkled into a line. Advertisement, Fire Fist. The two voices overlapped, and flames of different colors sprayed out, meeting Marine's attack head-on. Followed by other people's attacks, Wuha 8 Gate was released. Boom! Suddenly, there were shelling sounds from all directions. Countless shells flew over, and everyone finally failed to resist Marine's attack. The ship disintegrated instantly, a huge explosion occurred, and thick smoke billowed on the sea. Sengoku and others appeared on the ice and surrounded the ship. Marshal Sengoku. They probably won't be able to escape, Aokiji said, freezing the melting sea again. Don't be careless, Sengoku said. Right now, the opponent has nowhere to retreat, and if they can leave all of them behind, Marine Wind's prestige will skyrocket to an unprecedented level. The more critical this time is, the more we cannot take it lightly, and there must be no more accidents. Sengoku was thinking, when suddenly the ship wrapped in flames exploded in front of him again. A giant red skull appears in front of Marine, and it's getting bigger and bigger. This is, sure enough, it still appeared. Sengoku looked up unwillingly, the most unexpected situation happened. Then he turned his head abruptly, his eyes constantly searching behind him. Until he saw a figure holding the Huwu Liuyan in his hand, and Shiryu of the Rain, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was stepping on his feet. Seeing him looking over, he smiled. Sengoku turned his head and looked at the red skull giant again. It was really not him. Sengoku. What to do now? The situation is not good. Advertisement Commander Kong came to Sengoku and said, he recognized who it was, the leader of Zhanlong, Shitong. Although he hasn't fought against Shitong himself, he also knows that the other party is powerful and has many strange things. After Sengoku finished speaking, everyone in Marine looked at Lin Feng and other people protected by Susanoo unwillingly. Then Susanoo flew directly in front of Marine. Lin Feng came outside, looked at Sengoku and said, Marshal Sengoku, I won't bother you this time, I will play with you guys next time. What remains in place is nothing more than a shadow clone. Garp looked at Ace, and then fixed his eyes on Shitong. The first time he saw Susanoo, he was the same as Sengoku. He turned back to look for Lin Feng's figure, until he saw Lin Feng smiled at him. Take it easy. It's so lively, everyone, what are you doing? A party, Lin Feng said. Space warp. Let Wesson disturb this space, before the other party leaves. Listening to the other party's obviously mocking words, Sengoku and the others turned pale. The imperial robe on his body has already been replaced by the dragon-slaying robe. At the moment when he realizes that everyone is in danger, Lin Feng will stun Blackbeard and all his crew members, put Wabel and Blackbeard into the Kamui space, and directly open the Kamui appeared on the ship. At this moment, Wesson quietly raised his hand to activate the fruit ability. Immediately stopped by Akainu, he is well aware of the ability of this black flame. As long as it touches it, it will never be extinguished. At the same time, be prepared to return without success. In the next second, the wailing sound reached everyone's ears, and the people around immediately stepped forward to help put out the flames. He doesn't want to talk nonsense now, facing Shitong's gaze. Sengoku just wants to tear off the B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ you a chance to play tricks? Shitong said slowly with the corners of his mouth curled up. Before Sengoku could answer, Lin Feng said to Wesson and another person from the world government, that is, Dulu. Two bastards from the world government, I will let you go today, and show up in front of me next time, you. Just as Wesson raised his hand, the space in front of him began to twist again, and a black flame attached to his arm. I can only wait for this arm to be burned. Chapter 343 The End. Afterwards, before everyone's attention shifted from Shitong, Lin Feng returned to the battlefield, his clone disappeared, and he himself stepped on Blackbeard's head, looking at the Marines from a distance. Hiss, Marine is going to feel bad now. Lin Feng kicked Shiryu as he spoke. Seeing that the person had already fled, Sengoku felt helpless at this time. Commander Kong came over and said, Sengoku, don't worry too much about it. You can't blame you for what happened today. And it's not all for nothing, at least Whitebeard is dead. Allah, if it wasn't for that dragon slayer who has been healing other people, the Whitebeard pirates would have been wiped out long ago. Aokiji is also extremely regretful, what a great opportunity today, he just died in the end of Whitebeard. Hearing these people's words, Akainu, who was seriously injured, has a deep understanding. He himself is injured like this, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates are alive and kicking. Thinking about it, he feels unbalanced. I even came up with the idea of going to Sabaody to dig Konas to Marine, if there is one like this on my side. Wrong. What a coincidence. Could it be that the person who slays the dragon is the Konas from Sabaody? The more I think about Akainu, the more likely it is. It's just that she didn't say it now. After all, when the blood pupil appeared just now, he also saw Lin Feng behind him, so he was just suspicious now. And Konas is Lin Feng's man, so it's so easy to find. Advertisement reluctantly, he glanced again, but Lin Feng didn't give him a smile. After all, the two had hated each other for a long time, and they had a fierce exchange of eyes for a while. After a long while, Sengoku, who was already powerless to revolving heaven, brought Marine back to the execution platform. Looking up at the high execution platform, Sengoku sighed deeply. After he was already thinking about this matter, the world government reacted. Thinking of the world government, I don't know what's going on there. being attacked by the Revolutionary Army, Zhanlong and pirates together, I'm afraid the loss is not small. The Shichibukai under the execution platform looked at the returning Marine and smiled meaningfully. Especially Doflamingo, with an uncontrollable smile on his face, he doesn't care if Marine loses face, but he is very happy with whoever makes the world government unhappy. After ordering to clean up the mess, Sengoku brought his subordinates to Lin Feng, looked at Shiryu at Lin Feng's feet, and other members of the Blackbeard pirates. Leave these people to Marine. It was for you guys. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, kicking Shiryu to Sengoku's feet. I have to take Whitebeard's body away, and exchange it with these guys. You Marines have been busy, and you have something to gain. Before Sengoku could speak, Akainu, who was covering his wound behind him, said, Lin Feng, Whitebeard was killed by our Marine. So what? People are dead, what do you want to do? Let him go decently. Whitebeard is a big man anyway, so don't do the dirty work of insulting other people's corpses. Akainu was silenced by Lin Feng's words. Naturally, they wanted Whitebeard's body not only to demonstrate Marine's authority, but mainly to hand it over to the world government for Vegapunk to study. It's just that when Lin Feng said this, Akainu knew in his heart that the other party would definitely not let their Marine take Whitebeard's body away. On the other side, Garp asked, Boy Lin Feng, we don't need Whitebeard's body, but what about Blackbeard? Advertisement Lin Feng showed an embarrassed smile when he heard the words, well, let him escape. Everyone in Marine showed incredible expressions, even the most unconvinced Akainu. Blackbeard was able to escape from Lin Feng's hands. How can that be? What's going on? Sengoku asked. That guy is extraordinary. Lin Feng pretended to have a serious expression. That guy Blackbeard has other abilities besides Dark Fruit's ability. He ate 2 devil fruits. These words undoubtedly overturned the common sense that everyone can only eat 1 devil fruit for many years, and they were too shocked to speak. After a while, Kizaru took the lead and said, Brother Lin Feng, if what you said is true, that would be terrible. Perhaps Blackbeard will become a bigger problem than the 4 emperors today. The Marine executives headed by Sengoku nodded, it is indeed a big trouble. As for whether what Lin Feng said is true or not, although Sengoku has doubts, there is no way to verify it, so it is better to pretend not to know. And eating 2 devil fruits is shocking, but the world government is actually doing this kind of experiment. It would be great if Blackbeard could be caught and handed over to Vegapunk. Sengoku sighed and looked at Lin Feng. Not just devil fruit, now Vegapunk is also studying this unknown power used by Lin Feng. If there is a breakthrough, perhaps in the future, Marines will be able to possess various abilities without eating devil fruit. On that day, Marines will be able to truly dominate the sea. 8 BM Chapter 344 Frightened Ace Lin Feng shook his head and said, If you are not careful, you will be beaten to death, and there will be no scum left. The poster directly petrified everyone, especially the high-level executives who knew Weible's strength. All looked at Lin Feng with the eyes of a monster. Okay, it's over, I have to go. Lin Feng walked up to the black cloth, overflowing with magical vindictiveness, rapped, Whitebeard, and then flew into the air with Enel and Berry, not giving Sengoku at all wait for a chance to speak. After Lin Feng's figure disappeared into the sky, Sengoku turned his head and said, Clean up the battlefield. Do your best to treat the wounded. Xiaohei, count the losses and do a good job in dealing with the aftermath. Kizaru, you go to Mariajoy, see how things are going over there. Others, what to do, Sakazuki, heal up and return to New World immediately. After giving orders one after another, Sengoku looked at the dilapidated Marineford exhausted physically and mentally and sighed heavily. Although he successfully killed Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Sea, it was definitely not enough for Marine who paid such a high price, especially Ace, who was supposed to be executed, escaped. Not only did Marine suffer heavy casualties, but even Marineford was completely destroyed. The fierce battle left the place full of holes, and naval headquarters is estimated to be relocated in the future. In the Kamui space, all the members of the Whitebeard pirate group surrounded the unconscious Blackbeard. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless anger. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It's all because of him. Otherwise, having said that, Joe's was silent and the others followed suit. They all knew what Joe's meant, and if it wasn't for the B***** D Blackbeard, then Papa Whitebeard wouldn't be dead. Advertisement. Thinking of this, tears rolled in everyone's eyes. Ace clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he felt that if he hadn't wanted to arrest Teach, he wouldn't have caused so many troubles later. Most importantly, after practicing in Sabaody for a period of time, he still lost in the end. The more people thought about it, the more angry they started punching and kicking Blackbeard. When Marco saw this, he immediately stepped forward to stop it. Although he also wanted to smash Blackbeard into pieces, as the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, he still considered more than others. The Whitebeard pirates know Lin Feng's identity and he is the only one left now. He believes that Blackbeard was captured here. Lin Feng did not kill him directly, there must be other reasons. Stop it all. Teach can't die now, Marco said. The others listened to him, and still stared fiercely at Blackbeard after stopping. At this time, Sabo came over with Yamato. Yamato, Ace greeted immediately. Ace. Yamato gave Ace a bear hug as soon as he came up. Sabo watched jealously. Ace. I'm here too. It's a pity that Ace didn't pay attention to him and was ignored gorgeously. Ace steps aside with Yamato. Yamato, why did you come here? Ace asked puzzled. Shouldn't Yamato be in Wano Kuni? How did she know that she was killed and came here? Hearing this, Yamato tilted his head and said, "Before, when your life card changed, I knew you must be in danger. Although I'm worried, I can't leave that place, you know that." Advertisement Ace nodded, and Yamato continued. "Until a few days ago, that big golden hook found me and told me about you, and then I followed him." Yamato pointed at Kei Lakadar and said, "It seems to be someone who slays dragons. So that's how it is." Ace hooked his hands towards Sabo, and Sabo walked over with a smile. "Sabo, did you find the person who slays the dragon?" Sabo put his arm around Ace's shoulder and said mysteriously, "Well, you will know later." Ace knocked off Sabo's hand, rolled his eyes, and walked towards Kuina and others. Seeing Ace approaching, Kuina made a silent gesture, and Zhanlong and the others who were still talking immediately shut their mouths. "Everyone, thank you for your help today." Ace bowed deeply. Bending all the time, Ace didn't wait for a reply. He raised his head curiously, and saw Zhanlong and the others staring at him intently. For a moment, Ace's hair stood on end. He didn't know what these powerful guys meant. He stood up and was about to say a few more words, but saw Kuina take off a weapon behind his back. Ace was a little confused, so he waited earnestly. As the white cloth wrapped outside was slowly uncovered, the true appearance of the weapon also appeared in front of Ace. At this time, his eyes were already showing a look of shock. This weapon, he couldn't be more familiar. "This is..." Ace stretched out his finger and said, "Isn't this Kuxi? Why is it in your hands?" Chapter 345 Crafting Skills. Resurrection. During the previous period of training in Sabaody, he was abused by Lin Feng with this weapon many times. It was simply a nightmare engraved deep in his memory. Seeing Ace trembling, Kuina and the others almost couldn't laugh out loud. "No, this is Lin Feng's weapon. What did you do to him?" Ace immediately became vigilant, and immediately realized something was wrong after speaking. Lin Feng was chatting with him on the execution platform just now. Just when he was doubtful, Kuina nodded to the people behind him. Then slowly raised his hand and took off the mask. Ace was shocked for a while, but when he saw the faces of several people and recognized who they were, his jaw hit the ground with a bang. "Ancient, ancient, ancient." Boom! Kuina punched him with a punch. "What the hell?" Ace squatted on the ground with his head in his arms and wailed. After a while, he raised his head tearfully. "Kuina, why you?" "Oh, why can't it be me?" Kuina said with a smile. The little Betty on one side was already bending over with her stomach in her arms, and Konus was also chuckling. Then Kuina clarified the ins and outs of the matter to the confused Ace. Ace was silent for a while and asked, "Then what do you mean? Lin Feng is the blood pupil. The dragon-slaying organization is you?" Kuina nodded. Ace was silent, and he suddenly remembered that Shuangwen impelled down before and rescued Jinbei. "By the way, Jinbei..." Ace quickly looked at Jinbei and said, "Jinbei, do you know Lin Feng's identity?" Jinbei is an honest person, and replied straightforwardly, "I only found out later." This, Ace suddenly lowered his head. Advertisement. "But why? If Lin Feng had taken me away, Dad wouldn't have died." Hearing this, everyone present looked over, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were still in shock at Lin Feng's identity. At this time, everyone looked at the dragon killing people with doubts, and even Marco was very puzzled. He was also on the sidelines when Lin Feng and Whitebeard were discussing. It was not in the plan that Whitebeard would die. For this, Kuina did not give an explanation. He also asked Lin Feng why, but it is not convenient for her to say this. "Let's wait for Lin Feng to come back." At this moment, three figures appeared in front of everyone. It was Lin Feng, Enel, and Barry. "Yo, it's all here, everyone." As soon as he came in, Lin Feng greeted him happily, which didn't go well with the heavy atmosphere of the crowd. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng probably also guessed the reason. But he didn't care, but went to Kuina and put Kei Xie away. Then he said softly, "Thanks for your hard work." Kuina smiled. "I didn't do anything." Lin Feng nodded and said to Ace, "Come with me." The two walked to a deserted place in the Kamui space. Lin Feng stopped, looked back at Ace and said, "What? Are you blaming me?" Ace was taken aback when he heard the words and then said, "No, I don't blame you." Lin Feng interrupted him before he finished speaking. "It's normal to blame me, after all, Whitebeard doesn't have to die. All of this was arranged by me, including his death." Then Lin Feng saw the terrified look in Ace's eyes, a look of complete disbelief. Why? Ace's voice trembled. Lin Feng sat down on the ground with a sigh, and said slowly, "Before I tell you everything, you have to answer my question first. Remember what I told you and impelled down?" Ace responded mechanically when he heard the words. "Advertisement. Now, do you want to understand the meaning of your life?" Lin Feng asked. Silence. Silence for several minutes. After a long time, Ace raised his head, choked up and said, "I." "Stop, don't say it, as long as you can figure it out. You live in this world, no one can define the right or wrong of your birth, and you don't need to care about other people's opinions. Luogia is Luogia, you are you." In order to prevent the comatose Blackbeard from waking up and doing something, Whitebeard was placed elsewhere in the Kamui space. After adjusting the state, the next second, Huowu Liuyan slammed into Whitebeard's chest. Lin Feng, who couldn't stand it, looked at the time and it was almost time, so he moved Whitebeard's body that was directly put into Kamui's space. Ace, who was still extremely sad, suddenly raised his head. "Dad isn't dead yet." Lin Feng raised his hand and punched Ace into the ground. Cry, 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 if you cry again, Whitebeard is really hopeless," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pulled Ace away, and Huowu Liuyan appeared in his hand. After another long time, Lin Feng got up and walked over to give Ace an iron fist of love before saying, "Okay, the old man will cry and pay you back." Seeing Whitebeard suddenly appeared, Ace plopped on the ground, laying on the dead body and crying loudly. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Ace's tears were already falling. "Daddy." "But, father, he is dead. That's what Whitebeard wants too." "What are you doing?" Ace rushed forward and said angrily. "Boom. Dead, utterly dead. You, ruthless," Ace cried and said. That. Chapter 346 Whitebeard's Resurrection. All that came into view was Whitebeard's body with the weapon stuck in his chest. Resurrection. Then Lin Feng's voice came to everyone's ears. The warm light gradually shrunk until it formed a ball of light that enveloped Whitebeard's body. Everyone felt the warmth of this light and the majestic life force. Whispering in low voices, although they were misunderstood and angry like Ace when they saw it for the first time, but looking at the current situation, it is obvious that there is something else going on. Clapping his hands and stepping aside, Lin Feng didn't wait for others to ask, and took the initiative to explain. "Let's just wait, if there are no accidents." "I'm afraid there will be an accident," Enel immediately continued. He was greeted with a huge fist. After punching Enel into the air, it was rare for Lin Feng to explain. Anyway, it only took a few minutes, and everything would be clear by then. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped talking, everyone looked at Enel, who was walking back while scratching his head. "You be asterisk 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 D. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Lin Feng, this is..." Ace returned to Lin Feng and asked. "Don't worry, Whitebeard will be back soon." Everyone was shocked when they heard the words, "Can this dead person be resurrected?" Even those who are familiar with Lin Feng don't know that he has this kind of means. Looking at the eyes of Kuina and the others, Lin Feng said, "This method can only be used once a year. So don't think that you can be resurrected after death. Advertisement, and the resurrection is also conditional. It can't be done without a corpse, and the death time can't exceed 1 hour." When Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone looked at him like a monster, resurrecting the dead, which is too hard to believe. But if it was true, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately became excited and stared straight ahead. A few minutes passed, the light gradually faded, and Whitebeard's figure appeared in sight. "Daddy." Ace was the first to catch Whitebeard. Soon a circle of people gathered around. Kuina leaned against Lin Feng and asked, "Is this all right?" "Well, all right." As he spoke, he called to Marco and others who were surrounding him, "Stop shouting, and let Whitebeard rest." After that, Lin Feng sent the others back to the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, leaving only Ace and Marco. That night, in the Sabaody archipelago, Whitebeard had already woken up in the tavern of the dueling field, and he and Lin Feng held a glass of wine and had a heroic clink. "Guhahaha, Lin Feng boy, I really didn't expect you to have such abilities," Whitebeard said with a smile while sipping his wine. "Oh, it's not worth mentioning." Putting down his glass, Lin Feng continued. "But then, you can't go back to New World, so stay here for now." Whitebeard leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes in thought. After a while he said, "Those two bastards will not do nothing if I don't go back." At this point, Whitebeard stopped abruptly. Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard, who was dying on the ground, turned his head and said, "Treat him, I have something to ask him." Advertisement? Why? The severe pain made Blackbeard's brain clearer, ignored Ace's words, stumbled to Whitebeard's feet and began to cry and confess. 2 days have passed, and everyone gathered here outside the gravity space. Ace quickly stepped forward and kicked Blackbeard on the head. "B asterisk 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 D. How dare you say that? Why didn't you think that he was also your family when you killed Sage?" After Lin Feng learned about it, he learned that this time the world government sent scientific troops to deal with the Revolutionary Army and Zhanlong and others. A large number of pacifists caused great damage to the Revolutionary Army and pirates. "Don't worry, I owe you a favor this time, just tell me if you need help in the future." Dad, please forgive me, I am your son, we are family." Blackbeard's brain turned, knowing that the only way to survive now was to play the emotional card. Blackbeard wanted to attack subconsciously, but then found that his body couldn't exert any strength at all. Blackbeard looked up, blood and snot all over his face. That night, the team that attacked the world government has also returned, bringing a lot of celestial dragons and unexpected situations. Whitebeard kept squinting, looking at what he thought was an honest kid. Lin Feng nodded, and Conus stepped forward to heal Blackbeard a little bit. When Blackbeard came to his senses, he looked up and saw Whitebeard's majestic face. "Teach." Lin Feng looked at Ace, who was sitting beside him. "Ace will go back. Also, don't worry about Kaido and Big Mom. If they want to take the opportunity to encroach on your territory, I will help." As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard slammed the table. "My boy, what I'm waiting for is your words. I ask you why. You killed Sarge just for the dark fruit, don't you know that as long as you ask for it, he will definitely give it to you?" Whitebeard's words were very flat, but everyone present listened draw out his anger. Chapter 347 The Death of Blackbeard. If there is no chance, maybe I will stay in the Whitebeard Pirates until the day I die, but the opportunity arises, why should I give up? At this time, Blackbeard had already given up hope of survival, and being caught by these people, it was impossible to have any way to survive, so it was better to go crazy at the end. And Whitebeard still frowned after hearing his words, and said slowly, "This is still not the reason for you to kill Sarge or your partner." The two stared at each other, wishing to kill each other. The atmosphere was also very tense. Lin Feng walked forward with his arms on his back and said, "Old guy, you don't mean to let him go, do you? Be quick, kill and feed the dog, and grind the chirp." Whitebeard turned his head and glared at Lin Feng. "HMPH, I want you to talk too much." Lin Feng tilted his head and whistled when Ace said, "Daddy, let me do it." With his fists on fire, Ace looked at Whitebeard with determination. Whitebeard also looked at him and said after a long time, "I leave it to you, Ace." After saying this, Whitebeard sighed deeply, turned and left. Looking at Whitebeard's back, Ace felt that Whitebeard's already very old back was a little more lonely, not for Blackbeard, but for the dead thatch. After Whitebeard left, Lin Feng yawned and said, "Do it, kill him quickly, I will give you special training later." Ace hummed lightly, stepped forward and grabbed Blackbeard's neck and in the next second, kicked him hard in the stomach. Advertisement: Blackbeard vomited blood and hit the ground in the distance. Ace took down the dragon gun and rushed over. Blackbeard, who had no power to resist, saw a flash of fire in despair and then lost consciousness. The head flew high in the air, and the look of death made everyone present feel extremely refreshed. Afterwards, Lin Feng sent Sabo and others back to the base of the Revolutionary Army, and at the same time, a group of newly captured celestial dragons were also imprisoned. Because he still needs to practice in Sabaody, Ace stays here temporarily. After this battle, the strength of Zhanlong's team is still a bit weaker. Currently, there are only 2 or 3 people who can match Admiral. From the second day onwards, everyone fell into a frenzy of cultivation. Lin Feng took Ace together and guided him to communicate with the dragon gun and develop the Mera Mera fruit. On this day, after everyone returned to the tavern from the gravity space, Shaki appeared in front of everyone with the latest reward order issued by Marine. The leader, Shui Tong, offered a reward of 4.5 billion Baileys. The deputy leader, Shui Jianji, has a reward of 2.65 billion Baileys. Great Sage, the reward amount is 1.8 billion Baileys. Looking at the reward orders one by one, the rewards offered by everyone who killed the dragon have increased significantly, and this time, Nia, who participated in the attack on the Holy Land Mariajoy, also got her first reward, with a reward of 300 million Baileys. For a newcomer, such a reward amount is completely exaggerated, but after the world government assessed Nia's threat, it carefully offered this reward. Although there must be a bonus of being a member of Zhanlong, the ability of the Fruit of Presence is really terrifying. If it is well developed, it will simply be a big threat to the world government. Everyone congratulated Nia with a smile. Only Nia himself, holding the reward order in his hand, was pale and trembling all over. Advertisement: "It's over, I'm going to die," Nia said in mourning. 300 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Will there be many people coming to kill me? I'm worthless, really? The pitiful appearance made everyone laugh. Asa walked over and put his big hand on Nia's head. "Hey, don't worry, I will protect you." Maybe Asa himself didn't mean anything else when he said this, but I can't help other people make up their minds. Oh, a series of teasing eyes looked at the two of them, and Nia blushed instantly. "No, I will ignore you." Seeing Nia running out, everyone burst into laughter again. Then Lin Feng took out one of the last 2 reward orders, which belonged to Ace. After this incident, Fire Fist Ace, who was supposed to be executed, the son of the One Piece Luogia, the blood of evil, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. All kinds of reasons combined, Ace's worth soared to 2.1 billion Baileys. Contrary to Nia, a newcomer, Ace held the reward order, smiled brightly, and looked proud and excited. "Now, I'm the second highest reward on the ship," Ace said proudly. "It's number 1. In Marine's eyes, Whitebeard is dead now," Lin Feng said directly without giving Whitebeard any face. It made Whitebeard, who was drinking with Rayleigh not far away, blow his beard and stare. This old guy hangs out with Rayleigh every day now. The two of them cultivate their health together, and even occasionally go to see the little girl. Everyone thinks that Rayleigh is a scourge, and he actually led Whitebeard to the ground. Chapter 348. 2 orange-haired girls. Everyone looked at Lin Feng one after another, and Lin Feng quickly said, "What are you thinking? A bunch of dishonest people. Shaki, ask him what he looks like." Shaki nodded, and said after a while, "Short orange hair, very beautiful." "Short orange hair? Could it be Yi Sika?" Ace said in surprise. "It's possible, maybe I want to ask about Ace's situation." Kuina agreed with Ace's guess. Others also felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. After all, no one had ever seen Lin Feng know any girl with orange hair, except Yi Sika. At this time, Shaki said, "Did you forget something?" "What?" Everyone was puzzled. "If it's Yi Sika, our people will definitely know it." Silence. After a few seconds, "Captain, you know other girls," Barry yelled. "Lin Feng, big brother, you." Little Betty also looked surprised. Robin covered his mouth and said, "Ah, Captain, isn't there going to be a fire in the backyard?" Lin Feng looked around. Everyone's eyes were shining, obviously wanting to watch the excitement. Enel had already taken out the camera, looking eager to try. He looked down at them and said, "Okay, let's go out and have a look." So, Lin Feng led Kuina to the front, and the others followed immediately, driven by curiosity. At this time, outside the duel arena, the girl who was stopped by the staff stood on tiptoe and kept looking inside. "Should it be here?" The girl whispered. "It would be too embarrassing if I made a mistake." Advertisement. Carrying a shoulder bag on his back, a record pointer on his wrist, wearing ultra-short jeans, his long legs kept bouncing around for 2 days. After a while, a staff member came over and said, "Hi, come in with me." "Yeah." The girl followed happily after hearing the words, bouncing around and looking around. There were many things inside that she had never seen outside. Soon, the girl followed the staff to the living room. Bang, 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 come in. The staff nodded to the girl and said, go in. The girl thanked politely and slowly opened the door. A dozen people stood in the room and looked at her at the same time. The girl froze for a moment, and soon found the person she was looking for in the crowd. Lin Feng. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Nami. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He didn't expect Nami to appear here. Nami rushed to Lin Feng and said, long time no see. And Sister Kuina, long time no see. Kuina also smiled and said, Nami, why are you here? The three of them immediately began to reminisce about the old days. When the others saw that they had nothing to eat, they sat down in disappointment. A few minutes later, Lin Feng and Kuina also knew the reason why the coin appeared here. A few months ago, Nami bid farewell to Noki Gao and Belmel and went to sea alone. Along the way, he traveled around with merchant ships, and in the middle of the journey, he also served as a navigator for a period of time in exchange for travel expenses. I originally planned to come to Sabaody Archipelago to look for Lin Feng after a while, until I saw Lin Feng appearing in Summit War some time ago. Advertisement, so she came here early. Fortunately she was lucky, Lin Feng and the others didn't go out during this time, otherwise they would be in vain. Then Lin Feng introduced Nami to everyone, and there will be a welcome banquet in the evening. But before nightfall, an orange-haired girl came over, and it was indeed Yi Sika. After the Summit War ended, she didn't continue to be a marine anymore. After finishing the marine affairs today, she went directly to Sabaody to inquire about Ace. Although in the Summit War, Ace was rescued by the Dragon Slayer, but Yi Sika felt that Lin Feng must know something. As expected, after coming here, he soon saw Ace, and at the same time, he became more and more confused. Could it be that Lin Feng and his group really have something to do with the Zhanlong organization? Yi Sika, what are you going to do in the future? Ace asked. Catch the pirates, Yi Sika said without thinking. Catch the pirates, but you are no longer a marine. Can't you be a bounty hunter? You can exchange money for catching pirates. As he spoke, Yi Sika looked at Ace maliciously. 2.1 billion, it seems to be earning this amount of money. Ace stepped back quickly. Don't think of me. Little boy, let's see how you take out my palm this time. Yi Sika gesticulated with both hands and rushed towards Ace. Unexpectedly, the domestic violence that Ace thought did not happen, and Yi Sika stuck in his arms, crying softly. Sorry to worry you, Ace said, stroking Yi Sika's hair. At night, at the banquet, when Yi Sika saw Whitebeard, she was stunned, thinking she saw a ghost. After recovering, he carefully asked Ace next to him, is it the real Whitebeard? Ace nodded with a smile. Yi Sika's shocked look is so cute. Taking a deep breath, Yi Sika couldn't help feeling sad for Marine, consuming so much manpower and material resources, yet Whitebeard was still alive. But these are nothing to do with her Marine career is over, and he will be the most powerful bounty hunter in the sea in the future. Chapter 349 Abnormal. I wanted to chat with Ace, but Ace was occupied by Yi Sika again, and the two of them didn't know where to go to talk about love. Yamato also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shaki, so he had to go to the hot spring with Robin and the others. Perhaps it was because of drinking that he couldn't sleep at night. Lin Feng walked to the street alone, and for some unknown reason, Lin Feng suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if something was about to happen. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his chest. For a person of Lin Feng's strength, this feeling was not a good sign. Could it be that the world government is going to do something to itself? This should not be the case. Now is not the time for the two sides to turn their faces. So what's going on? Lin Feng thought. Although it's late, Sabaody Archipelago is now the most prosperous in the whole sea, and the lively night market is also one of the signs. From time to time, marine patrols would pass by among the bustling crowd, and many people greeted Lin Feng warmly when they saw Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't notice it at all. The magic grudge spread out quietly, and soon spread all over the Sabaody land. After a careful search, except for some spies arranged by the marine and world government, there were no other abnormalities. Lin Feng frowned. Things seemed to be out of his control. He didn't think the sense of crisis in his heart was groundless. Captain, why are you here? At this time a few people came in front. Lin Feng looked up. It was Enel, Barry, Luo, and Bartolomeo, the four gangsters of the Star. Followed by these people, Luo has also been completely Bartolized. The four of them walked down the street in pajamas, especially Bardo and Barry, whose eyes never moved away from the girls on both sides of the street. Advertisement for this situation. Lin Feng is no stranger to it. No matter who it is, no matter how cold it was before, as long as it joins in, it won't take long before it will be completely led astray. Why are you here? Lin Feng asked. Hey, eat too much and go out to digest it, Barry said with a smile, holding a box of food he just bought at the stall in his hand. Lin Feng closed one eye. This guy is really talking nonsense and not conscious at all. It's just right here, I have something for you. Several people asked curiously after hearing the words, Captain, what's the matter? It's so late, what else is there? Enel grinned and flicked his long ears. So Lin Feng told several people about the unusual feeling he felt. Captain, is it true or not? Even you didn't find anything unusual, could it be that you felt wrong? Barry asked in disbelief. If there was a problem, Lin Feng couldn't find it even with his strength, that would be outrageous. Soon, the four of them rushed out in different directions, while Lin Feng was walking slowly on the street. thinking about who would want to deal with him at this time. Luo at the side spoke his thoughts at this time. With the strength of the captain, it is impossible to make mistakes. Since there is no discovery, it means that the threat does not come from Sabadi Island, and it may not be now. Several people look at me, I look at you, and finally Barry said, how about we go together? Ahem, let's go first. The other three left in a hurry, fearing that they would suffer an accident. Advertisement after a pause, they were just about to leave when Lin Feng said, Enel stays. Marine is obviously impossible, and the world government will not turn against itself at this juncture. Although they seemed to win in the Summit War, they also paid a price. The world government suffered the strongest attack in history and suffered huge losses. So Barry would rather believe that Lin Feng felt wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel saw Lin Feng's murderous eyes, closed his mouth, and obediently walked to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng can't do anything about it, but now the sense of crisis has disappeared. Lin Feng frowned and said, go do your own thing, I'll walk again. Not long after, the four of them came back, saying that everything on the island was normal. Lin Feng went up to Enel with a big monk puffing on Enel's head, and then said, since you guys are here, let's look around to see if there is anything unusual. It's not so reliable to have time to see and hear. Huh? Why? Ben Thor also sleeps, so don't disturb Ben Thor's sleep, okay? Look at this thunder god, you must have drunk too much at night. Yes, boss. Bartolomeo also said, I didn't find anything. Just now, Enel also searched the Sabadi land with his special observation and observation color heart network, and found nothing abnormal like Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him and shook his head, go back. Pirates? This Lin Feng thinks it is impossible, not because he is conceited, in this sea. No pirate dares to fight against him, unless the four emperors join forces. Chapter 350 Items concern Lin Feng said while walking. From now on, you use your heartnet to monitor the entire Sabadi archipelago at all times. Don't let go of any clues. Enel's expression changed upon hearing this. Is there really a problem? Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think I'm teasing you? Lin Feng glared at Enel, cooperating with the idiot who didn't believe what he said just now. The feeling just now was very dangerous. I have never felt such a strong sense of crisis. Lin Feng spoke very seriously, and Enel also frowned. Okay, I'm going to be troubled by Thor. After Enel left, Lin Feng still didn't dare to be careless, and released his magical battle energy to search again, and even spread it far away. On the other side, the holy land of Mariajoy, inside a palace in the deepest part. A man wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes and a black cloak reaching to the ground stood at the window silently looking into the distance. After a long time, he closed the window slowly, turned around and said, it was discovered unexpectedly, what a terrible guy, what a pity, those who destroy the balance must die. At the same time, above the sky of the Sabadi archipelago, a monster-like thing quietly faded away. After finishing speaking, the man came alone to a secret room in the depths of Pengdu City, and hung Lin Feng's photo on it, while there were several reward orders on the side, one of which turned out to be Shui Tong's. A variable. This is a bit interesting. On the other side, the 5 elders are discussing the next plan of the world government fiercely. This time Mariajoy was attacked, and the losses suffered are undoubtedly huge, not only property, but also various precious items, as well as a large amount of celestial dragons were captured. Advertisement and most importantly, the Revolutionary Army discovered something that should not be known to outsiders. This is absolutely intolerable. Therefore, the world government is now fully pursuing the Revolutionary Army that attacked the world government. It's a pity that nothing has been found so far. Maybe it won't take long before the secret will be exposed. Several people finally decided to tell the news to the Lord sitting on the void throne at the top, that is, I am. Because of this, and therefore, there will be the previous scene. Lin Feng returned to the duel arena after the investigation failed. Perhaps he never imagined that he has been targeted by the top and most powerful person in this world. He is not yet ready to be completely hostile to I am, whether it is the opponent's mysterious strength or the ancient weapon that can destroy the world. The next day, Lin Feng called everyone together to explain the matter, and started another group practice at the same time. Yamato, Yisika, and several other girls communicated and learned from each other in the gravitational space, especially Yisika, whose strength itself is not so outstanding, and he can learn a lot. Not only her, even Nami was exercising her body hard at Kuina's request. But the 4-man group headed by Enel fought fiercely, especially against Barry. Enel was the most ruthless. Thunder light, sword light, and strange-shaped logs flew around. After fighting for a while, they all looked at Bartolomeo. Then the 3 joined forces, and all the attacks fell on the barrier propped up by Bartolomeo. Damn. Senior Thunder God. You are so shameless. Bartolomeo resisted the continuous attacks of the 3, baring his teeth and shouting loudly. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Little green hair, we are just helping you test how powerful your barrier is. Barry echoed with a loud voice. The huge explosion occurred in the gravitational space, causing other people to look sideways. These guys completely ignored other people when they became crazy. Finally, under the attack of the 3 of them, Bartolomeo couldn't hold on, and was directly sent flying out of the gravitational space in a state of embarrassment. HMPH, I haven't exerted my strength yet, why did you fall down? Enel, who quickly came out, said mockingly. In the gravitational space, Lin Feng turned his head and said to Ace, don't look, attack here quickly. Hearing this, Ace clenched the dragon gun in his hand, and rushed forward with a loud shout. The fire dragon soul roared majestically, and the flames instantly engulfed Lin Feng. The next second, a gust of wind rose, and the flames suddenly became more vigorous. The same fire dragon was roaring. Lin Feng picked Huo Liuyan lightly in his hand, and Ace flew backwards with his gun. Don't use the fruit ability, Lin Feng said. Ace got up from the ground and asked, why? What you need now is to improve your compatibility with the fire dragon spear. Fruit development is also very important, but when you can fully unleash the power of the fire dragon soul, it will help you create a huge impact in the development of Mera Mera fruit. It works, Lin Feng said with a trick. Ace nodded, imitating Lin Feng, turning the dragon gun a few times in his hand and saying, come on. The two quickly rushed together, and the fire dragon soul became more and more comfortable and powerful under Ace's control. At first Lin Feng could suppress it simply by using spear skills, but later he had to use some moves. On the girls' side, after roughly teaching Nami how to practice, Kuina and Yamato looked at each other, and there was no hiding the fighting spirit in their eyes. Chapter 351 A competitive rival. Yamato, the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts, has a very high talent, and is an ability user who eats the form of Zone, Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Oguchi True God. At the same time has a 3-color top haki. Needless to say, Kuina is now extremely powerful in swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship alone, she may not be as powerful as Foil Vesta and Hawkeye, but she also has Conqueror's haki, which is not inferior to Yamato's, and her overall strength is very strong. One of the two held a sword and the other held a mace, and the atmosphere in the field became subtle in an instant. Yamato was the first to attack. She knew very well that the woman holding the sword in front of her was very powerful, no worse than her or even stronger. Not daring to be careless or underestimated, Yamato rushed forward with a mace and arrived not far from Kuina almost in an instant. Just a thumping swing of the stick seemed to be full of power. Facing the mace swung by Yamato, Kuina did not dodge and drew his sword. Facing the roaring mace, he swung it over. The weapons collided, and sparks visible to the naked eye burst out. The two sides briefly collided and then separated immediately, with extremely serious expressions in their eyes. Really strong. It was just a trial move, and both of them became more excited. It is not easy to have an opponent who can learn from each other and has equal strength. Especially girls, although there are some people in Zhanlong's team who can compete with Kuina, but no one else can bring her this kind of excitement. There is quite a sense of excitement, and they are all girls. The same is true for Yamato. Although the attack just now did not use emission or Conqueror's winding skills, it can be regarded as a full strength shot. However, Kuina easily carried it off. You must know that her body is bigger, and she has Kaido's genes, so her strength and physical strength are naturally not comparable to ordinary people. In fact, if Kuina's body hadn't been strengthened by Lin Feng, she would definitely have been at a disadvantage in the competition just now. But now, Kuina's physical strength is already very strong. Advertisement, interesting, ha ha ha, come again. Yamato was very excited. Since childhood, no one of her age has been able to fight her to this extent. The mace slammed on the ground. Kuina dodged and raised his hand to strike a sword. Clang! Yamato raised his arms to block the blow, grinned, and hit him with another stick. Faced with Yamato's continuous strong attacks, Kuina's face remained unchanged. She is now a character who can fight Admiral anyway, so she can be defeated so easily. Jumping into the air, Kuina held the sword in both hands and swung it down quickly. The sword falls into the sky. A thick and huge sword energy seemed to split the sky. Fortunately, here is the gravity space. No matter how hard they fight, it will not affect the outside, and because of the suppression of gravity, their strength cannot be fully exerted. Standing on the ground, Yamato looked excitedly at the falling sword energy, accurately captured its root with knowledge, retracted the mace, and called out. The mace was instantly entangled with lightning, and after a short charge, it released a stick energy, similar to sword energy, which was extremely powerful, and both were long-distance attacks. Soon they collided in midair, and the airwave swept everyone in the gravity space. Everyone looked over helplessly. These two, are you serious? Lin Feng complained. Hey, Yamato is amazing. Ace smirked and rubbed his head. Sister Kuina, come on, little Betty cheered Kuina loudly from a distance. The others stepped back a bit with interest, wanting to know who would win and who would lose in this competition. Everyone saw that, as expected, it was Barry, the gambler. After the discussion, everyone was puzzled and decided that this bet is void. Advertisement. The two kept colliding and separating in midair, and the sound of dense metal clanging was endless. Soon after everyone placed their bets, they found that everyone had bet on Kuina to win. Although Yamato was also very strong, the masters were not familiar with him after all, and after having emotional bias, it became the current result. Konus on the side also joked, I will pass the stick to Shaki. What should I do? Robin caressed his lower lip with his fingers and said to the people around him, how about we make a bet? As soon as the words fell, a green figure galloped over. Bet, you must bet. The banker must not pay for death. Goohahaha, really, you old B*********************. D. Why are you still involved in these things? Whitebeard at the back said with disdain. Don't play if you have the ability, really said without looking back. Robin, can we place a bet? But at this time, Kuina and Yamato on the field played extremely fiercely. However, before everyone complained, two old men rushed in from outside the gravitational space, and one of them quickly killed him. Is there a gambling game? Where is it? Where is it? Are you still playing? I'll help too, Reiju also said, smiling very dangerously. Uncle Rayleigh, be careful, Shaki beats you up. Little Betty covered her mouth with a light smile. Chapter 352. Yamato's defeat. But then, Yamato flew out backwards, and the advanced use of the arm color could destroy Kuina internally, but before flying out backwards, Yamato turned around and hit Kuina's thigh with the same attack. Did not please. Kuina squatted on the ground, looking at Yamato who was holding his belly in the distance. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Lin Feng and Ace also stopped, watching their fight from a distance. Lin Feng, do you think I can beat Kuina? Ace turned his head and asked. Lin Feng squinted at him when he heard the words. If you go to Blackbeard before you, Kuina can rub you on the ground. Then what do you mean? My current strength is not bad. Now, even if you use the Fire Dragon Soul, it's not bad if you can guarantee undefeated. Lin Feng said it casually, but it made Ace feel nervous. He still needs to hurry up and practice. Lin Feng watched the battle between the two girls and sighed. Kuina's progress is too fast. Yamato is not her opponent. Ace on the side said in surprise. No way, Yamato's strength is also very strong. I don't deny her strength, but Yamato's current strength is about the same as yours who couldn't use the Fire Dragon Soul half a year ago. If Kuina uses all her strength, she won't be able to hold it for long, Lin Feng said. Hiss, it's really scary. Lin Feng nodded triumphantly. After all, he was the one who ate 2 Jianshin seeds, and his swordsmanship talent was immediately full. Advertisement at this time, Yamato had already turned into a human beast form. After the two separated some distance, Yamato exhaled freezing air from his mouth and swept towards Kuina. The latter was also not to be outdone. He stabilized his figure in midair and slashed out with the sword in his hand, a storm of blades. There was another explosion in midair, and sand and rocks flew in the gravity space, and everyone was amazed. You must know that all objects in the gravitational space are subject to the maximum multiple of gravity if they have not been adjusted by Lin Feng. However, under such circumstances, it is a bit powerful to be able to cause such a big movement. After a fierce collision, the two did not stop fighting. Yamato shouted and jumped up, thundering 8 trigrams. This time, Yamato pulled out all the stops and Conqueror's Haki opened wide. Black lightning was wrapped around the mace, and it rushed towards Kuina menacingly. Soon, the long-term close-up fast attack and the continuous waving of the mace inevitably had small loopholes. Under normal circumstances, such small mistakes and deviations would not have any impact. Just when Kuina thought the opponent would give up, Yamato said again, I still want to see your full strength. Immediately, he realized that he kicked in the wrong place, and Yamato's body flew out like an arrow from the string. However, in this evenly matched situation, or even when the opponent is stronger, they will be counterattacked and suppressed by catching the slightest mistake. Then he swung his sword and flew the mace in Yamato's hand, and then kicked it out, hitting Yamato's chest. Suddenly, Kuina felt a soft feeling under his feet. Advertisement. Kuina looked at Yamato who got up from the ground and said, Are you still fighting? You have nothing to do. The shouts of the two women also came out, and soon this time the collision ended in a tie, and the two retreated to the distance again, followed by another round of close-up fast break. With a flick of the wrist, the sound of the sword sounded. Kuina held the sword behind her with both hands, and the figure appeared in front of Yamato in an instant, and the sword glowing with golden light was swung out. However, today I played very well. If I continue to play, I really can't beat you if I don't use all my strength. Kuina knows that the other party is not lying. She heard Lin Feng say that Yamato was imprisoned by Kaido for a long time, which is equivalent to a long blank period. However, even so, he still has such a powerful strength. Yamato picked up the mace and carried it on his shoulder, raised his hand and wiped the tip of his nose. You are strong, but I will catch up with you soon. Look carefully. Lin Feng didn't explain much. It was already Yamato's full effort just now, but what about Kuina? The arm of the armed color firmly grasped the mace, and at the same time pushed it to the side with force, and Yamato lost his balance. This is a contest of Conqueror's Haki, which spread out like black lightning bolts, and the ground cracked instantly. Looking into the other's eyes, Kuina knew that Yamato was serious. Kuina frowned. She could feel how terrifying Yamato's blow was. It was the one move that severely injured the Green Bull. A powerful and heavy weapon like a mace is not as light and flexible as a sword in close combat. Once you can't quickly establish an advantage, you will be caught sooner or later. Isn't this evenly matched? Ace said. Chapter 353. Rebuke Nami. To be honest, although her current strength is stronger than Yamato, it is very difficult to really defeat the opponent, or kill the opponent in a life and death battle. Yamato on the opposite side is extremely serious and ready to catch Kuina's next attack. Sword Chi. Still sword energy. In just a short moment, more than 10 sword Chis had already slashed towards Yamato. When blocking the first few angry faces, Yamato still felt that it was nothing more than that, nothing. But as the sword energy came one after another, Yamato gradually felt strenuous. How is this going? Every attack gets stronger and stronger. The 20th way, the 30th way. In just a few seconds, dozens of sword chi struck one after another. Until the 50th sword chi, the mace in the elder brother's hand was directly chopped off. Yamato immediately turned into a human beast form, and the next sword chi stably slashed at Yamato's body. After resisting 2 more angry faces, Yamato's face changed drastically. Jingshan. The double armor made of ice was cut into pieces in an instant. Then Yamato ran quickly in the field, and Kuina put away his sword helplessly seeing this. Liuyan Bazin is indeed a very powerful move, but as in the current situation, as long as the opponent doesn't resist forcefully, or find a way to interrupt himself. Basically, there is no chance to superimpose the attack to such a strong level, and the fight with Fujitora is the same. The opponent will not give her this chance at all. Lin Feng in the distance said in a low voice. Don't you need that trick? Huh? What did you say? Ace, who was fully focused on the battle between the two, heard Lin Feng seem to say something. Advertisement. No, you're hallucinating, Lin Feng said casually. Okay, come on, they're all fighting so fiercely, you can't fall behind. Ace nodded fiercely when he heard the words. He must quickly increase his strength. He is now the pillar of the Whitebeard pirates. After the competition between the two women, Yamato walked up to Kuina excitedly and said, ha ha ha, it's really amazing, but your move is still not perfect. When Kuina heard the words, it was clear that Yamato already knew the flaws of her Liuyan 100 slash, and she didn't deny it. She just nodded and said, that's right, but I will find a way to perfect it. Yamato also said, next time I won't lose again. Feeling the gravity from his body, Yamato is confident that he can increase his strength in a short time. Well, come on, I'm going to rest first. Kuina walked out of the gravity space, sat under a tree, looked at Lin Feng who was still fighting Ace inside, and then closed her eyes. As for Lin Feng, every time he sparred with Ace, he would lament this guy's talent. Every time he was knocked down, he would become stronger. I don't know what he realized. The compatibility with the Fire Dragon Soul is also getting higher and higher. Just look at the Fire Dragon Soul that becomes more and more solid every minute and every second. Just when the two were about to rest, Nami, who had already exercised impatiently, came over and said, Brother Lin Feng, I don't want to exercise anymore. I'll go back and read a book, okay? Lin Feng glanced at her and said, hey, let's talk about it when you can withstand 30 times the force of gravity. Well, Lin Feng, are you talking too much? Seeing Nami's pitiful appearance, Ace said a little bit unbearably. Dream? Why do you ask this suddenly? Although puzzled, Nami said honestly, I want to travel all over the world and draw a map of the world that belongs to me. Advertisement. After 3 sentences, Nami's eyes were already filled with tears. You don't think you can walk across the sea safely just because you're like this right now? You don't think you won't encounter those vicious pirates, do you? Later, it was adjusted to 2 times, and then gradually adapted. Lin Feng didn't mean to hurt her. Nami hadn't experienced any hardships. She was still a naive girl, even a little headstrong. Or when you meet those people, if you act like a baby, if you play with your appearance, others will let you go. Lin Feng put away Huo Liuyan and turned to look at her seriously. What is your dream? Whether it should be said or not, as expected of Ace, he immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. What happened? You practice hard on your own. Don't you know what will happen if you are not strong enough in the sea? Lin Feng glared at him, and then blinked while Nami was not paying attention. It was supposed to bring her the suffering of growing up, but it was also pinched in the bud by Lin Feng. Who knew that Lin Feng frowned and then said, so? I don't fight, why should I exercise? Nami said unconvinced. Nami heard that the whole body was wilted 30 times when he came in before. The 5 times of gravity pressed her to the ground and couldn't move, almost lost her life. Ahem, Nami, although Lin Feng's words are a bit too much, but the words are not rough. If you are a girl without strength, it is still very dangerous. At least you must be able to protect yourself, or buy yourself time to ask for help. It is also necessary. After speaking, he looked at Lin Feng very proudly, thinking that I have such a great dream, why should I be praised? Chapter 354 Kuina's Troubles. However, Nami's reaction was obviously not what Lin Feng expected. She turned her head and said, Humph, is it interesting that one sings the red face and the other sings the bad face? I really think I don't understand. Well. Ace looked back at Lin Feng in embarrassment, trying hard to squeeze the expression on his face. Lin Feng waved his hand to signal him to go aside to cool off first, then knelt down and said, Nami, I'm not forcing you. You know very well what I'm saying is the truth, it's just that you don't want to accept it. Or do you think that you are just a navigator and you don't need to be so powerful? Maybe you thought you would meet your friends and partners. They may be very powerful, but do you want to be protected by them forever? When one day you become a drag on your partners, will you really not regret today's decision? Hearing this, Nami raised her head and said, Isn't there still you? And Kuina? This really caught Lin Feng. Since they met, Lin Feng has often traveled between the 2 islands, occasionally taking Kuina with him, and even Koshiro would follow him. The relationship between the 2 parties is also getting better and better. If Nami is really in danger, neither he nor Kuina can ignore it, but it is still the problem just now. You're right, but what if we don't have time to get there, or you don't even have time to call for help? When your partners and friends die in front of you one by one because of your burden, will you still think so? Nami was stunned, and his friends died one by one in front of him. It was terrifying to think about it, it was horrifying. Advertisement. Seeing that Nami was stunned, Lin Feng patted her on the shoulder and said, Let's talk to Lil Betty when you have time. After speaking, Lin Feng walked out of the gravity space. As for asking Nami to find Lil Betty, Lin Feng didn't know if it would be useful, but that little girl used to be like this. After Lin Feng and Kuina took care of her, she started to be lazy and didn't take her practice seriously. Someone will stand in front of you. Until what happened to Asa that time, now I exercise more desperately than anyone else. On the other side, seeing Lin Feng going out, Robin greeted the people around him, then walked behind Nami, hugged her and said, Little Nami, was scolded by the captain. Do you want to tell my sister? What are you doing? Nami's whole body trembled, goosebumps arose. You're still shy, talk to my sister, she can help you with ideas. Even if you want to play tricks on the captain, it's not impossible. The way Robin spoke made Nami feel creepy. Why does this woman feel so dark-bellied? She can't be. Outside the gravity space, Lin Feng sat down beside Kuina and said, "How do you feel?" Kuina naturally leaned against Lin Feng without opening her eyes. She is very strong. If it's really like what you said, she has such a long blank period, I may not be able to win today. Lin Feng heard the words and said, "Normal, don't think too much, after all, she is Kaido's daughter, genes are really powerful." Advertisement, like Ace? Kuina asked. Lin Feng nodded. That guy Ace, his talent hasn't been brought out. I've already reminded him not to rely too much on devil fruit, but to pay attention to Hoki's cultivation. This guy still didn't listen much. If he didn't force him before, his strength will not be as strong as it is now. Speaking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help thinking that Ace had unintentionally displayed Conqueror's Hoki when he was young, but now his use of Conquerors is the worst. God opened a window for him to practice Hoki, but he built an iron window to close it, which makes those who don't have Hoki talent so embarrassing. So you let him concentrate on cultivating the Fire Dragon Soul now to divert his attention? Kuina asked. There is a reason for this, but the Fire Dragon Soul can indeed increase his strength in a short period of time, and it is very helpful for him to develop Mera fruit. In short, he will not be allowed to use the fruit ability in the next time. After the Fire Dragon Soul has passed, Hoki still needs to be trained. Upon hearing this, Kuina looked at Ace, who was still waving a dragon gun in the gravity space, and said, "It was clearly arranged by you." Lin Feng smiled, squeezed Kuina's face and said, "Let's not talk about him, let's talk about you. Why didn't you use that trick today?" Arching into Lin Feng's arms, Kuina said, "I'm not skilled yet, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it." "Then it's useless for you to worry, I'm here. Are you afraid of hurting other people?" "I can't always rely on you, I will strive to perfect Liuyan Basin as soon as possible." Lin Feng was silent for a while and said, "I think you are going in the wrong direction. Although I don't know much about swordsmanship, all kinds of martial arts have something in common." Chapter 355 The appearance of Aokiji. After listening, Kuina didn't speak for a long time, and looked up at Lin Feng for a long time. "Thank you." Lin Feng was taken aback, and raised his head to knock Kuina on the head. "Thank you. Why are you being polite to me?" The two flirtatiously looked at the people practicing in the gravity space, and after a while they hugged each other under the tree and fell asleep. Time passed quickly until the sun was about to set, and everyone stopped practicing for a day. "Sister Kuina." Little Betty happily came to the two of them, leaned over and shouted. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He already knew that someone was coming. As for Kuina, he really fell asleep, and every time he lay in Lin Feng's arms, he felt extra at ease and slept very soundly. At other times, when I am alone, I will remain vigilant even when I am sleeping, and my sleep is very light. "Hush." Lin Feng stretched out his fingers and gestured for Little Betty to keep quiet. Little Betty put her hands behind her back and smiled, bent over and whispered, "Let's go back first." Lin Feng nodded. Little Betty turned around and ran towards Robin and the others. Hee, Sister Robin, let's go eat takoyaki, I also want." After eating, soak in the hot spring. A few girls chattered and walked towards the tourist area of Sabaody. Advertisement Barry looked at the backs of them leaving, folded his left hand on his chest, and pinched his chin with his right hand and said, "Then where are we going?" As he spoke, he looked at Luo, Bardo, and Enel. Asa competed with Ace, and the two walked over holding hands. After hearing Barry's words, Ace said quickly, "Eat meat. Let's go eat meat." "Drink." Enel followed Barry's example, lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth before walking forward. A few people saw it, and immediately followed. Drinking and eating meat are the same thing. This is what men like. It's best to go to the custom shop to relax after the end, it's perfect. After everyone was gone, Lin Feng gently patted Kuina's face to wake her up. The two of them have been to the world of two by cuddling together, and they have been very busy during this time, and they have no chance to relax. The two avoided other people and came to a hot spring hotel. After having a delicious dinner and soaking in the hot spring, the two of them walked out with each other. As soon as the door of the hot spring hotel was pushed open, a gust of cool wind rushed in, and then Lin Feng saw a tall figure standing in front of the door. "Aokiji. Ah, brother Lin Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here." Aokiji took off his sunglasses and said hello. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Marine shouldn't be too busy at this time, right? As Marine Admiral, Aokiji still has time to come to Sabaody, so he is still planning to take a hot spring. Aokiji didn't answer, but instead asked, "Brother Lin Feng, can you buy me a drink?" "No time, it's impossible." Negating 3 times, Lin Feng walked away with Kuina after speaking. Looking at the backs of the two, Aokiji took off his coat and took it in his hand, then walked into the hot spring hotel. "How did he come here?" Kuina asked. "Advertisement." The two chatted and returned to the duel arena. "Going to New World, is it because of the new martial battle?" But now Aokiji is gone too. What's going on? Nami's face immediately turned dark. "You have changed, Lin Feng. You were not like this before." After the two left, Lin Feng said to Shaki, "Kuina and I met Aokiji last night. He didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts, he didn't care." The two women stopped and said, "Gravity space, I'll take Sister Nami to practice." "Yeah, that's right, I will also become stronger," Nami said with her small fist raised. "Do you know where he is now?" "I don't know, it's definitely not as simple as soaking in hot springs when he appears here at this time." Shaki lit a cigarette and sat opposite Lin Feng. After he came out of the hot spring hotel in the morning, he left Sabadi, and he should be going to New World. Because at this time, Kizaru went to the Holy Land to sit in Mariajoy, and Akainu returned to New World after recovering from his injury. It stands to reason that naval headquarters should also have an admiral staying behind. Lin Feng ignored this, and since he decided to practice hard, he had to prepare for hardships. Letting little Betty take charge of Nami's cultivation is actually showing mercy. If it were Kuina, Nami would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Nami was so anxious that he stopped calling, Lin Feng thought while eating. Where are you going? The next day, Lin Feng, who got up early, went to the tavern to have breakfast when he saw Nami and little Betty had finished eating and were about to go out. Lin Feng took the breakfast served by Shaki, sat on the sofa and said, "Go, little Betty, don't be soft-hearted, practice hard." Chapter 356 Naval Headquarters to relocate. After finishing speaking, Shaki saw Lin Feng stop eating breakfast, then raised his head and said, "Shaki, you are here to keep an eye on Marine's movements. I have something to go out for a while." After breakfast, Lin Feng flew towards Naval Headquarters Marineford. If the guess is correct, Marine should be planning to relocate the headquarters to New World. In Lin Feng's mind, the relocation of naval headquarters should happen after Akainu became the marshal, but Akainu and Aokiji haven't dueled yet. In order to find out what Marine will do next, Lin Feng felt that it was necessary for him to come here in person. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to reach the sky above Marineford. Looking down from the sky, there were ruins everywhere, and only some necessary buildings remained. Obviously, the traces left by the previous battle can still be seen, and the defense is not as strict as before. Lin Feng landed directly in front of the most well-preserved building, and soon a group of marine soldiers surrounded him. When he saw that it was Lin Feng, he pushed it away again, but he didn't put down the weapon in his hand. "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to take a look," Lin Feng said to the marine soldiers with a smile. "What are you doing here? B****************, D, watching our marine joke." At this time, Sengoku's voice came from the room. After the door opened, Sengoku told the soldiers to retreat. Then Lin Feng was brought in. Apart from Lin Feng, there are only 3 people in the room at this time: Sengoku, Garp, and Staff Officer Crane. "What about the others?" Lin Feng asked casually. None of the 3 answered, only Garp was winking at Lin Feng to express something. Advertisement. Lin Feng naturally saw it, but deliberately ignored him. As soon as he sat down, Sengoku asked, "If you have something to say, go away if you have nothing to do." "So heartless? Otherwise, I would have to entertain you with delicious food and drink." Lin Feng pouted nonchalantly when he heard the words, "It's not impossible." Lin Feng could see that Sengoku was very angry at this time, but it should not be aimed at himself. "Okay, Lin Feng, we still have something to talk about. If you have something to say, just tell me. I don't have time to entertain you now." Staff Officer. He held a document in his hand, and it was obvious the Marine was really busy right now. Lin Feng inadvertently saw the words, "World Government," on the document, coughed twice and said, "It's nothing, I just came to see how everyone is doing." With a sneer, Sengoku looked at Lin Feng as if looking at a fool and said, "You would be so kind? Who are you fooling around here?" "Really, it's not that I heard that your marine is going to move, so I came here to see if there is anything that needs help." As soon as Sengoku opened his mouth, he heard Lin Feng continue to say, "Don't be polite to me, we are all from our own family, if you need anything, just say it." Lin Feng patted his chest with an enthusiastic look, making Sengoku speechless for a while. Although he was puzzled, Sengoku didn't ask directly, but Garp on the side said, "Boy Lin Feng, are you serious?" Staff Officer Crane also said, "Lin Feng, this kind of thing can't be joked around. Aren't you afraid the Marine will go to Sabadi immediately to search for it?" The eyes of Sengoku and Staff Officer he also became serious immediately, waiting for Lin Feng to continue talking. Advertisement. Lin Feng looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "If you want to talk about this, I'll tell you." Suddenly, the room fell silent. In Summit War, Ace escaped successfully, and now he is one of Marine's most wanted criminals. Garp, the hero of the sea, actually inquired about Ace's whereabouts at this time. "Then help me find the whereabouts of Ace," Garp actually asked directly. "Of course, I'm a good person. Every day I help the old lady cross the road and take the pregnant woman to the hospital." "Ace, he's in Sabadi right now," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You know?" Garp said in surprise. If he could know something, Marine could send someone to arrest him. Sabadi land. How is this possible, unless Zhanlong really has something to do with Lin Feng? But where did this guy know about the news that naval headquarters was about to relocate? The Marine side decided on this matter with the world government only a few days after the end of the war. Looking at his appearance, Lin Feng could see what he meant and didn't let him speak here. After Garp reacted, he suddenly winked at Lin Feng again. "Look, you don't believe me when I tell you." The expressions of the 3 were different, and Sengoku said, "Are you kidding me? HMPH, if you don't know, you don't know. It's interesting to fool the old man." Garp was very dissatisfied that this B**************** D lied to himself. Although they both knew what his purpose was, neither Sengoku nor Staff Crane spoke to stop him. If Garp wanted to find Ace and protect him, then Sengoku wanted to see if Lin Feng knew about Ace's whereabouts. Chapter 357 The whereabouts of Zephyra. Staff Officer. He didn't know what to say for a while. Really, they didn't want to fight Lin Feng head on, and they were still in his territory. For now, if Sengoku and Garp join forces, they may be able to defeat each other, but they will definitely not be able to stay. This is why they have always been afraid of Lin Feng. As long as a strong man of this level can't be killed, then there will be an extremely terrifying revenge afterwards. Neither the Marine nor the world government can afford this price. Although very angry, Sengoku couldn't refute, but still said, "Be careful yourself." "Thank you, Marshal Sengoku, for your concern." Seeing that Sengoku didn't welcome him very much, Lin Feng asked directly, "Vice Admiral Garp, what are your plans for the future?" Suddenly the topic shifted to himself, but Garp didn't respond. "What future? What do you mean? What are your plans after resigning from the military?" The three of them were shocked when they heard the news. Few people knew that Garp was going to resign, except for the three people in the room and the Commander-in-Chief Kong. Could it be that there is an adulterer between them? "Lin Feng kid, where did you know that?" Garp asked. "Don't worry about it, it's not just you. Isn't Marshal Sengoku also planning to resign as Marshal?" Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Advertisement. Seeing that Sengoku panicked, there is no secret. At this time Sengoku suddenly believed what Lin Feng said before, that he could tell fortunes, otherwise there is no way to explain it. "What do you want?" Sengoku asked in a deep voice. "Don't be nervous, I just want to know the candidate for the next Marshal. After all, we have cooperation, right? If the next Marshal doesn't agree with me, it's not a good thing." Sengoku also nodded when he heard the words, which made sense. If the next Marshal really went to war with Lin Feng regardless, it would be a big joke. It seems that this matter needs to be taken into consideration when choosing the next Marshal, and the best candidate who can get along with Lin Feng in peace is Aokiji, followed by Kizaru. If Akainu takes the position, with his personality, the relationship between the two sides may be very tense, and it is not impossible to even go to war directly. However, I chose Aokiji myself, but the world government chose Akainu. The next step is to see the duel between the two. After the naval headquarters has been relocated and the situation stabilizes, the duel will begin. I'll let you know when this matter comes to a conclusion. No matter who the future Marine Marshal is, I don't want us to become enemies. Sengoku replied after thinking about it. It depends on your choice. The decision is in your hands. I'm a good person. By the way, after you resign, why don't you come to Sabaody? My place is quite suitable for retirement. Garp's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Really? Do you care about food and lodging? Garp. Sengoku shouted sharply. Even if they resign with their status, it doesn't mean they quit the Marine completely, unless they are determined to retire and return to farming. Advertisement. Besides, Marshal Kong will definitely not let the two of them leave like this. At most they will retreat to the second line. Lin Feng, stop talking nonsense. Please leave if you have nothing to do. Staff officer. He didn't want Lin Feng to make trouble here anymore, so he started to chase people away. Lin Feng smiled jokingly. Staff Crane, don't be so unkind. You Marines still owe me a lot of favors. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marshal Sengoku. Staff Crane didn't really ask after hearing the words, but she still knew about the fact that Sengoku, Akainu and Green Bull owed favors. There is one more question. Lin Feng said, can you tell me where Zephyr went? As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people suddenly turned ugly again. When Blackbeard became Shichibukai, his pirate group was naturally protected by the world government. Zephyr also got the news about Wabel, and the world government did not give an explanation for it. Although Wabel did not become Shichibukai himself, this was already a huge blow to Zephyr. In particular, the world government rejected Zephyr's request to let Blackbeard hand over Wabel to become a Shichibukai, which made Zephyr feel ashamed. You must know that it was Wabel who killed the students on Zephyr's boat and cut off his arm. However, the world government did not consider the feelings of this hero who had made great contributions to Marine. After Blackbeard became Shichibukai, Zephyr quit the Marine, and his whereabouts are still unknown. At this time, Wabel was being locked in the Kamui space by Lin Feng, waiting to be handed over to Zephyr. Although Kuina and others also hated Wabel, especially Little Betty, he wanted to cut him into pieces, but Asa was not dead after all, so it is not so necessary to kill Wabel. It is better to give it to Zephyr to play its greatest effect. Chapter 358. Going to the New World. If you want to know, go find it yourself, and let us know if you have any news. Lin Feng shrugged. This Sengoku is ignorant now, and refuses to say anything. But fortunately, he still knows what Zephyr plans to do in the future, and it shouldn't be too difficult to find someone. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stood up and said, the 3-year agreement with world government has passed, and I will go to New World next. See you in New World. After speaking, he stopped staying and left naval headquarters directly. Sengoku. What do you mean by Lin Feng's visit? Staff Officer Crane said. What else can that be? Do. I think he just has nothing to do. Garp took out a snack and said contemptuously. He was not in a good mood when he didn't hear from Ace. Go ahead, I have to go find Luffy. Sengoku immediately grabbed Garp and said, you'd better find him, the bounty is not high yet. Garp nodded and left with a heavy face, and Sengoku looked worriedly at the direction Lin Feng left. New World, what kind of storm will this guy cause when he gets there? Back at Sabaody, Lin Feng trained Ace as usual. Time passed like this. 2 months later, Ace left Sabaody and returned to the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. Yamato and Nami also made an appointment to go to sea together, and Lin Feng asked Nia to go with them. The latter has too little experience and needs to go out to hone and accumulate. On the second day after Ace left, the 3 of them ordered a boat from Lin Feng and left instead of going directly to New World. There are also many places in the first half of the Grand Line that the three of them have never been to, which is enough for them to travel for a while. In the past 2 months, Lin Feng spent a lot of points to increase the fusion of skill proficiency in Mangekyo to 100%, his strength has been greatly improved, and a qualitative change has taken place. Now Lin Feng can be said to be invincible in the sea, unless he is besieged by many admirals, or the mysterious I Am. However, Im's own strength is still unknown. The Dragon Slayers also started to act one after another. Luo, Bartolomeo, and Barry were already on their way to Dressrosa. Asa, Reiju, Enel, and Robin are also in New World, but they are with the Revolutionary Army. While accelerating the liberation of those countries by the Revolutionary Army, it also has the purpose of promoting the relationship between Enel and Army Commander Bello Betty. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army has a lot of documents that Robin is interested in. But now, the time has come, and many forces are paying attention to when this overlord who has not yet entered the New World but is destined to set off waves will leave. Now Whitebeard has lived a happy old age with Rayleigh, and even other members of the Whitebeard Pirates wanted to accompany him in the old age, but he refused. Since the establishment of the dueling field, the Whitebeard Pirates have successfully transformed, and all their energy has been put on managing their own territory, and their development can be described as flourishing. Whitebeard also occasionally returns to the pirates to reunite with his children. Advertisement: when the Shingshin, which had been silent for a long time, reappeared on the edge of the port in Sabadi, it attracted the attention of countless people if nothing unexpected happened. Everyone knows that 3 years ago, in order to restrict Lin Feng's development, the world government made an agreement not to set foot in New World for 3 years. At this time, Kuina said worriedly, "Will there be no problem if you leave Whitebeard in Sabadi?" Amidst the cheers and laughter of the people, the Shingshin slowly left the port. "Captain, are we going to join the others?" Konis asked. "I heard that he is going to take Rayleigh to his hometown to play together. These two old men are living a more comfortable life than anyone else. Occasionally, Marco and others will contact Lin Feng and take them over to have a look at Whitebeard." After diving into the bottom of the sea, passing through the Subsia Tunnel, and passing through the Fishman Island again, the Shingshin arrived at the second half of the Grand Line, New World. The resailing of the Xingqian also aroused the enthusiasm of the people of Sabadi Archipelago, who came to send their blessings one after another. "No, we play ours, they all have things to do," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Lin Feng, big brother, is New World fun?" Little Betty asked with bright eyes, and she was going to travel again, which was really a very happy thing for this little girl. "Leave everything to others, and you have to take a good look around. The New World is very interesting. With Shaki and Rayleigh there, it's not a big deal." Rubbing Little Betty's furry head and pinching her cat ears, Lin Feng said, "I don't know, I haven't been there either." The rest of the people set off on the Shingshin together with Lin Feng. Chapter 359 Sailing Daily. This is a country that is as mobile as the Kingdom of Germa, the Duchy of Furry. Its true appearance is a giant elephant that has lived for 1,000 years. The fur tribe who hates humans has lived on the back of the elephant for a long time and established a country. There are 2 kings in the Zhou Kingdom, who are in charge of the day and night respectively. They are the Duke Inwarashi, the king of the day, and the shopkeeper, the cat viper, the king of the night. According to the coordinates given by the system, Zhou has been on the move. Starting from Sabadi, it will take about 20 days to arrive. Moreover, during these 20 days, it is impossible for the weather to be calm all the time. The changeable and bad weather in New World also caused a lot of trouble for this trip, but it also added a lot of fun. "Hey, Lin Feng, big brother, sister Kuina, come here quickly." At this moment, Little Betty's voice woke up Lin Feng, who was sunbathing with his eyes closed. Slowly opened his eyes, reached out to pick up the red wine next to him and took a sip, and looked at Little Betty suspiciously. "What is this little guy doing so suddenly?" Just thinking about it, Little Betty saw him get up, and immediately waved her hands and shouted loudly, "A lot of fish. There are a lot of fish around the boat." Lin Feng came over with a wine glass in his hand, and stretched out his head to see. Indeed, a lot of fish had surfaced on the surface of the sea around the Shingshin. On the deck, Konis came over with a fishing rod and net in his hand, looked at Little Betty and said with a smile, "You should know which fish tastes better, little chef. Eat fish tonight." Little Betty immediately turned around to choose. After scanning these sea fishes, his eyes suddenly froze. "That's the one, Sister Konis, hurry up, don't let it get away." Little Betty pointed to a red fish, jumping excitedly. Konis patted Little Betty's head and said, "No problem, I'll get you back right away." Advertisement. Then he looked at the fishing rod and fishing net in his hand. It seemed that it didn't work. So he flew directly over the fish, 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, and soon came back with the fish. At this time, Kuina also came over, looked at the red fish and asked, "What kind of fish is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Seeing Little Betty walking around on the deck, she said excitedly after a while, "It's true. I've read in the recipe that this fish has a particularly delicate taste. It's a deep-sea fish. It's rare and few people catch it. Lin Feng, big brother, it seems we're lucky today." Seeing that Little Betty was so excited, Lin Feng also smiled and said, "Very well, then today you can make a whole fish feast and let us all see and see. Wait, this fish is so big, you can't eat it all at once, so save some, isn't it very precious? Give it to others in the future," Kuina said immediately. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his hand and a flash of light flashed, and the fish was divided into many portions, and after installing most of them into the system space, he said, "You still think thoughtfully." With that said, Little Betty immediately moved the remaining parts into the kitchen, and Konis followed closely behind to help. While little Betty was making delicious food, the star suddenly began to shake violently. Konus and Kuina looked at little Betty strangely and even smiled. Looking up, I saw a white current like a tornado standing on the sea not far ahead. Kuina and Konus also shouted excitement. Kuina also showed a smile. The two of them were not worried at first. They thought that Lin Feng would take action to wipe out the Bailong Hailu. Advertisement. After spinning continuously in the Bailong current for about half an hour, the Xingqian was suddenly thrown out, and then landed steadily on the sea surface. The surface of the sea suddenly became boiling, and the huge waves kept rolling. Quick, quick, it's coming. Lin Feng, big brother, what's going on? Little Betty and Konus staggered out of the cabin. You guys, why are you still laughing? Didn't you say it's dangerous? The ship crashed and people died, little Betty said in puzzlement. You guys are so bad. Vomit. Little Betty paled and supported the boat, vomiting into the sea. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng released a large amount of magical fighting energy to completely envelop the Xingqian, and the next moment, Bai Long Hailiu swallowed the Xingqian. What's that? Konus exclaimed, never seeing anything like it. The Xingqian rotated steadily in the Bai Long Hai current, and little Betty opened her mouth wide and kept screaming. Kuina frowned slightly and said, this is a Uzumaki current that appears on the bottom of the sea. If you get caught in it, it will basically end with shipwreck. At this time, the Bai Long Hailiu suddenly circled towards the direction of the Xingqian and rushed towards it. Captain, this is so exciting, Konus said excitedly, with a look of unfinished content. Who knew that Lin Feng actually wanted to play, but now he really feels really cool, and this kind of experience can't be experienced by ordinary people. As soon as he finished speaking, little Betty's face turned dark. Then what should we do? This is too dangerous, let's turn away from it quickly. Chapter 360. The unpredictable climate. Bathed in the warm sunshine, they just finished eating the whole fish feast made by little Betty. They all felt a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap. Several people were lying on the deck chairs, each eating fruit and drinking wine, while little Betty drank iced milk. The new world is really scary. The climate is messy. We have encountered it many times these days, little Betty said with lingering fear, while taking 2 mouthfuls of ice milk. The second half of the Grand Line is indeed much more difficult than the previous one, not only the climate, but also the pirates, which are not at the same level as before. Konus also said, but these are not for us. What a problem, after all, we have the captain. As they spoke, both of them looked towards Lin Feng, only to see Lin Feng with his mouth open, and Kuina feeding the fruits one by one. The two looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. At this moment, a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared above the Xingqian. The sunlight disappeared in an instant, and then it was shrouded in darkness. Before the few people even had time to be surprised, several thick thunderbolts suddenly appeared in the black cloud, followed by lightning and thunder. Tisk tisk, what a terrible weather, there's a huge current for a while, and lightning and thunder for a while, what a mess, Lin Feng complained. Then he raised his hand to put away the parasol, and the strong wind had already picked up. They had no choice but to stand on the deck again. Soon, hundreds of thick lightning bolts fell from the sky and hit the sea area where Xingqian was located. In such a horrible situation, if it were most of the other people, there would be nothing they could do. They could only pray that Luo Lei would not fall on the boat by such a coincidence. The three girls watched this scene calmly. Kuina said, Thunderbolt, if Enel was here, he would probably want to compete with this dark cloud. Advertisement, that's right, that reckless man will definitely rush into the dark clouds and have a 1v1 with a real man. Lin Feng also complained, and Konus and little Betty smiled when they heard this. Lin Feng raised his hands, and countless thunderbolts also shot into the sky. The three people behind were also shocked. They just said that Enel is a reckless man, but you are also quite reckless in the end, aren't you? In an instant, countless thunderbolts collided in the air, and the rumbling sound shook the sea surface. Soon, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and before a few people could breathe a sigh of relief, there was another sound in the dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent storm, even mixed with huge hailstones. Ah, is the climate of New World so capricious? Several people looked at each other, and then Lin Feng found that the eyes of the three women were all focused on him. Lin Feng, big brother, it can't be that you had a fight with Wu Yan just now, it's not happy. Little Betty looked at Lin Feng with big watery eyes and asked. Nonsense, what does this have to do with me? After speaking, Lin Feng raised his magic fighting spirit and wrapped the Xingqian. Although these hailstones would not sink the Xingqian, the damage that could be avoided was avoided as much as possible. After finally getting out of the sea covered by dark clouds, the sun shone down again, and the few people had not had time to do anything. A bottomless big Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of the star. Advertisement, this has to be replaced by other ships, either quickly avoid it, or get involved by this big Uzumaki. Inexplicable. Lin Feng also said speechlessly. Haha, this is the first time I've seen the captain look like this. Konus said with a light smile. But we are really unlucky today, we have encountered so many bad weather, Kuina said. As for little Betty, she no longer has any fear of the climate. Anyway, as long as Lin Feng is around, there will be no danger for her. After spending this big Uzumaki safely again, it was already almost night. Looking at the sunset reflected on the sea, Lin Feng said, Get down little Betty, prepare dinner. At night, after having a beautiful dinner, Kuina was about to take little Betty to the training room for exercise. Lin Feng looked at the backs of the two and said suddenly, Hey, little Betty, you seem to have grown a lot taller. Hearing this, little Betty, who had just walked to the door of the cabin, suddenly turned her head and stopped. Really? At this moment, Konus came out with Yunyu Cece in his arms, just in time to hear what the two said, and said while stroking Cece's hair, "It's true that it has grown taller. It used to only reach Kuina's chest, but now it's all up to Kuina's chest, chin down." After hearing this, little Betty rushed into the cabin with a whoosh, and came out with a measuring tape in a short while. After measuring the height, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sure enough, little Betty, you are now 1.65 meters. As he spoke, he measured Kuina again, and it was 1.81 meters. Among ordinary women, this is quite tall, but it is still incomparable to those huge monsters, not to mention Kuina. Even now Lin Feng is close to 2.5 meters tall. In front of those guys, he is still a little bit small. Chapter 361 Fighting Big Brother in the Capital of Seven Waters. Doc Number 1. Bingshan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the ship made of atom wood left by Lin Feng. Frankie put down the tools in his hand and put on his usual shameful pose, shouting loudly, "Super." Beside Bingshan, a woman in sexy clothes was holding some documents in her hands, wearing sexy stockings and a short skirt, pushed her glasses and said, "Mr. Bingshan, do you want to notify the Straw Hat Boys?" This woman is Khalifa, but at this time she has changed her hairstyle and is wearing a veil, making it impossible for outsiders to recognize her identity. Long before, Lin Feng had sent her back to the capital of Seven Waters and returned it to Bingshan. She also seemed to like the position of secretary very much. "No, just let them go to the pier. The boat needs to be decorated before handing it over to them." Bingshan shook his head and said. Immediately after that, he gave the order to start decorating the ship, and Frankie looked at the busy people, and his eyes finally fell on the ship. Bingshan noticed his strangeness, and immediately said, "Why, don't you want to leave?" Frankie turned her head arrogantly when she heard this. "HMPH, I'm the man who wants to be the shipwright of One Piece." Since they didn't have to worry about the Pluton drawings of ancient weapon, the brothers and sisters got along very well now. Frankie joined Luffy's pirate group without thinking too much after being invited by Luffy. Hearing Frankie's words, Bingshan smiled and said, "One Piece, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass Mr. Lin Feng's test." "Huh? Why?" Frankie asked puzzled. "You will know when the time comes. I can only say that there may be fewer and fewer pirates in this sea in the future." As Bingshan said, he recalled the words of Lin Feng brought by Khalifa when he came back, and his words, "Plan." Turning his head to look in one direction of the capital of Seven Waters, the duel field of the capital of Seven Waters is under construction there. To cover the entire sea with the duel arena within 3 years is truly incredible. Bingshan quietly sighed. Advertisement that afternoon, when Lin Feng and the others encountered the terrible weather in New World, Luffy and his group finally got their long-awaited new boat at the pier of the capital of Seven Waters. Beside Luffy, Zoro, a green algae-headed swordsman, Sanji, a color cook, Usopp, a brave sea warrior, Chopper, a cute ship doctor, and Frankie, a shipwright who just joined. Zoro met Luffy 3 people in Rog Town, and then entered the Grand Line together. Because of the lack of navigators, they came to the island where Chopper was by mistake, and took Chopper away after a cheating meal. Several people lined up, looking at this brand new ship. Everyone was very excited. "Uncle Bingshan, isn't this boat worth a lot of money?" Luffy put away his excited look and said. A few days ago, after the group of them arrived in the capital of Seven Waters, the original ship, the Mei Li, was overwhelmed and could not move on, so conflicts arose. Later, I found Bingshan and planned to buy a new boat, but was told by the other party to wait a few more days. After returning from Khalifa, I learned the approximate time. According to Lin Feng, Bingshan and Frankie started building a new boat early. Vessel. Just waiting for the arrival of Luffy and his group, but at that time Bingshan clearly saw that the atmosphere of Luffy and his group was not right, and he didn't know how to adjust it in the end. Ha 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 ha. Bingshan burst into laughter when he heard Luffy's words. Then he said, "This ship does not need money." After the voice fell, not only Luffy, but also Zoro and others looked over. "For free," Luffy hurriedly said. "No, we have money." As he spoke, he pointed to several boxes of Bailey's in Usopp's hand. It can be seen that Luffy is not greedy for petty gains in this kind of matter. Seeing that several people looked like you must accept the money, Bingshan explained it with a smile. "I lived with him for 10 years, advertisement and Zoro." When he heard that both of them seemed to know Lin Feng, he also said unexpectedly, "Hey, Luffy, the pervert." Zoro heard the words and said, "I know this too." "Is it Lin Feng? Really?" Luffy also rushed to the iceberg excitedly. In the end, Zoro and Luffy pinched each other's face and argued, "Lin Feng is my big brother." "What happened 10 years? Anyway, he is my elder brother." "Lin Feng? Is it really him?" Sanji reacted first and said. "You two idiots. Stop arguing." The two turned their heads to look at him, especially Sanji, and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" Chloral ahead. "Both of you know Lin Feng?" Zoro asked. "I know you, ×2. "Not mine." At this time, Luffy and Sanji realized that the other party also knew each other. When they learned that the ship was given to them by Lin Feng, several people had different expressions. Both of them saw Lin Feng on the TV broadcast in Rog Town at the beginning, but Luffy was concerned about Ace's safety at the time and didn't say that he knew Lin Feng, and the same was true for Sanji. Then the Sana people each told the process of getting to know Lin Feng. The 3 wrestled together, leaving only Usopp and Chopper who didn't know Lin Feng stunned in place. Chapter 362 Zo. After another debate, it was finally named after the iceberg, Thousand Sunny. Then, Thousand Sunny drove Luffy and his party to the next destination. The next day, on board the Shinshin, Lin Feng, who was basking in the sun on the deck chair, suddenly twitched with a gust of sea breeze. What? How could it be so cold suddenly, and with my own body? It shouldn't be. After a while, the sky suddenly began to snow. Kuina took out a few blankets from the cabin, handed them to Conus and Lil Betty, and was about to cover Lin Feng with her own hands. However, she was pulled violently by a big hand, and fell into Lin Feng's arms, and then the two of them lay on the recliner together and shrank under the blanket. As the snow fell more and more heavily, Lin Feng raised his magic grudge. Blizzard was raging outside. Lin Feng and the others leisurely watched the rare beauty. Immediately afterwards, the phone bug rang, and it was from Bingberg. Knowing that Luffy and his party had left the capital of Seven Waters, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. However, Lin Feng was not surprised that Luffy, Zoro and others finally got together, because with the ability of Scarlet Tavern, after Luffy and others entered the Grand Line, all their information would be regularly presented to Lin Feng. It's just that Lin Feng is very puzzled. Is this the correcting power of this world? Even though they were disturbed by themselves, Luffy and Zoro still got together. Lin Feng and the others sailed slowly on the sea like this. On this day, there was a large thick fog in front of the Shingshan, and the visibility was extremely low. As the Shingshan slowly entered, a giant pillar-like thing shrouded in thick fog appeared in front of several people. Wow! What is that? It's so big, little Betty said, looking at the huge figure in the thick fog ahead in amazement. Conus also lay on the fence and looked up at this giant pillar, looking puzzled. Advertisement, is this the legendary Optimus Prime? Conus joked. Kuina measured it carefully for a long time and suddenly said, we should have arrived somewhere. Lin Feng nodded at the side and said, that's right, the one you saw should be a leg. Leg? Is that the leg? Conus and little Betty, who didn't know the situation, were full of disbelief. Although they both heard Lin Feng talk about Zou's face, they still couldn't believe it when they saw it. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the wind attribute magic fighting energy surged out in an instant. The wind was strong, and a huge wind dragon hovered in the air. After a while, Zou's true face appeared in front of several people. Elephant? It's really an elephant? Little Betty covered her mouth and said. Conus and Kuina also froze in place, and then said, it's unbelievable, there really are such huge creatures in this world? Kuina nodded in agreement with Conus's words, yeah, I wonder if I'm dazzled. After a moment of wonder, Kuina turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, are we going on the back of this elephant? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. How about it, isn't it interesting? The three female chickens nodded their heads like they were pecking at rice. Where's the camera? Camera? Lin Feng asked while pinching Lil Betty's head. Several people then kept taking pictures on the deck. Half an hour later, feeling unsatisfied, Lin Feng said, should I take the others over? Advertisement, yes, yes. The three women agreed. Zou is mobile, and few people can see his true face, and even most people think it is just a legend. So now that he has the opportunity, Lin Feng is going to let everyone take a look. After that, Lin Feng opened the Kamui space and found Luo, Bartolomeo, and Barry, who established the duel field in Dressrosa, and Asa, Enel, Robin, Reiju, and Bello Betty, who were performing missions with the Revolutionary Army. This woman is performing missions with Enel these days, and she never misses any chance to tease Enel. If she doesn't see Lin Feng coming to pick her up, she will follow her. Then came Yamato, Nia, and Nami. After a frantic photo shoot, Lin Feng ruthlessly sent him back, making everyone say it's a pity. There will be chances to come in the future. Whatever you are in a hurry, go and do your own affairs well. Robin, here is a historical text steal. I will study it for you when I get it, Lin Feng said. Robin returned to the Revolutionary Army with a surprised smile. Just after returning to the ship of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty received a call from Drago. What's going on? Lin Feng went to your side, Drago asked. After Bello Betty told them about Lin Feng asking them to visit Zou, there was a sigh on the other side of the phone bug. This guy, why is he still so willful? Just don't delay the task here. Bello Betty smiled awkwardly. Leader, don't worry, I'm fine here. The phone bug hung up, and Enel said from the side, when will I get there? I haven't killed enough guys from the world government. Bello Betty gave him a blank look. Restrain yourself, don't cause trouble. Chapter 363 Landing on the island. In fact, it is a giant elephant that has lived for thousands of years. On the back of the giant elephant, there is a race called the Fur Tribe. They have lived here for a long time and established a country. They rarely communicate with the outside world, so there is very little information about them. And less. The Fur Tribe and humans actually look very similar, with human form, but the body is furry, with animal characteristics. The body of the Fur family unites to emit classics for fighting, especially when the full moon is full, and they can even change their forms, the Moon Lion form. After transforming into the Moon Lion form, the fighting power of the Fur Tribe can be greatly improved in all directions, and the front and rear are completely 2 levels. But in order to be able to control and use this ability proficiently, the Fur people must undergo a lot of training before they can use it freely, otherwise they will lose control and fight until they die. Lin Feng took Kuina up and flew up with Magic Grudge, and little Betty and Conus also changed their wings and flew into the air. After putting away the Shingshan, several people quickly flew towards the sky. At this time, on the back of the elephant owner, the atmosphere of the Fur people in Zou Island was also a little tense. They relied on the current and thick fog to block outsiders. But now, the dense fog suddenly disappeared, and the entire Zou Island was exposed, so they couldn't help being nervous. The 4 of Lin Feng quickly flew to the back of the elephant owner, and what greeted them was an antique and magnificent ancient building. There was a huge ancient gate in front of it, and Lin Feng didn't fly over directly. After all, he didn't come here to do bad things, but he was very interested in this place, so there was no need to cause trouble everywhere. At this moment, the dense fog that was blown away by Lin Feng quickly spread over again, submerging Zhou and the elephant owner again. There are fur tribes here. There are rumors that they hate humans very much. Kuina looked at the quaint gate and turned around. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. Rumors are basically unbelievable. Advertisement, Captain, don't fur people hate humans? Conus asked. Little Betty on the side also stared with big eyes full of curiosity. You'll know when you see them later, it's meaningless to tell you now. While the few people were chatting, a pleasant bell sounded suddenly from a watchtower inside the ancient gate. A few people looked over, and a little monkey wearing a hat was looking at them nervously, while constantly beating the huge bell. The melodious ringing of the bells in Lin Feng was extremely harsh to the ears of the fur tribe residents in the town, which meant that invaders had come to their homes. What's wrong? Has someone invaded? God, everyone hide away. Damn intruders, the knights will never let these bastards go. The fur clansmen in the town were talking about it. At the same time, in the dense forest, 3 figures shuttled quickly. One has a leopard-like face, a brown nose, yellow fur with black Madara spots, and long, wavy blonde hair. His long bangs covered his left eye, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he rushed towards the direction of the ringing with a solemn expression. Advertisement behind him, an orangutan fur tribe named BB Black Buck came up from behind and said, Pedro, why are you here, your body? Before he finished speaking, Black Buck saw Pedro make a gesture, signaling him not to talk about it. Hey Buck remained silent and didn't speak anymore. He just winked at Rhodey, a member of the knights behind him, and the latter instantly understood what he meant. Later, if the other party is not kind, then the two of them must share Pedro's pressure to the greatest extent. Outside the gate, the 4 of Lin Feng looked at the little monkey with great interest. Captain, why isn't he running? Conus asked. Look at him, he's still shaking. Could it be his legs are weak? Little Betty asked, pointing at the shivering little monkey on the observation deck. Kuina at the side looked at the little monkey, then at Lin Feng, and shook her head helplessly. This person, really, doesn't even spare the little monkeys. Reaching out and tugging at Lin Feng's clothes, Kuina said, Okay, are you addicted to bullying children? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, and looked away from the little monkey. The next moment, the little monkey's legs went limp, and it sat down on the ground swaying profusely. What should I do now? Don't you go in. Lin Feng shook his head when he heard the words. No hurry, just wait for a while, someone will come to pick us up. After several people waited for a few minutes, Lin Feng keenly noticed that someone was approaching quickly in the forest. He looked back at the 3 women, and after noticing their expressions, Lin Feng nodded. It was obvious that they had also discovered something and did not let down their vigilance. The 3 of Pedro soon came to the edge of the forest, and Pedro jumped onto a huge tree with one kick, condescendingly observing Lin Feng and the others outside the gate. Chapter 364 Knights Group. He whispered to the 2 people behind him. Be careful, try it first, don't hurt the other party. If the other party is hostile, immediately attack with all your strength. After Pedro finished speaking, he jumped out of the tree immediately, drew out the saber around his waist in the air, and slashed towards Lin Feng standing in front. Lin Feng was unmoved by this, and stood there without the slightest movement. A faint fragrance swept into his nose. Kuina's figure stood in front of Lin Feng, drew his sword, and met him. Behind Pedro, Black Buck and Roddy also rushed over, and Conus and Little Betty also rushed out immediately. Because the news here was blocked, neither of them hid the slightest, and directly used the abilities of the Fairy Fruit and Nightmare Fruit. Then they fought with each other. A slash directly met Pedro's sword, and the next moment, there was a crisp sound, and the sword light flashed across, and Pedro's saber was directly split in 2 and broke. The moment he found that his saber was broken, Pedro turned pale with fright, quickly pushed it away, and jumped back. After Kuina's next blow cut through the air, he put away his sword and carefully looked at the fur tribe in front of him. From Pedro's appearance and attack to being forced to retreat by Kuina cutting off his saber, it was just a few seconds. On the other side, Black Buck and Roddy had just fought with Conus and Little Betty. But within a few rounds, 2 coquettish shouts came, and Black Buck and the figure on the ground also flew upside down and landed on both sides of Pedro. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that Conus, who was wearing elf armor and carrying a huge sword, was very mighty hockey, and his heroic appearance made Lil Betty envious. Advertisement and Lil Betty looked like a little witch, exuding a strange aura all over her body. The 3 women walked to Lin Feng and looked at Pedro and the others curiously. The 3 of Pedro squatted and looked at each other. They never thought that they would be defeated after just a few moves. Especially Pedro, looking at the sword in Kuina's hand, he clearly felt the strength of the other party, and the man, although he didn't make a move, gave him an emotion that was completely irresistible. Let's go! Pedro suddenly shouted loudly, then quickly got up and rushed to Black Buck and Roddy, holding one in each hand and throwing them into the depths of the forest. The 2 cried out in grief and indignation. They didn't expect Pedro to resist the delay alone for them. Although the 2 wanted to go back and face the intruder with Pedro, they still had a heavier burden on them, and they had to go back and inform everyone immediately. Hide quickly. Then they had to inform their leader, one of the 2 kings of the crops, the Night Lord Viper. Yes, in this country, there are 2 kings. Inuarashi, the Lord of the Day, and Neko Mamushi, the Lord of the Night. The 2 rule the day and night here respectively. And now Pedro's boss, the Cat Viper, is sleeping, and will only come out at night. During the daytime, Inuarashi is active. Under his command, there is also a strong fighting force, the Musketeers. Advertisement at this time, they were also rushing over here, and at the same time there were other members of the night group coming over here. The two groups met in the forest soon, and at this time they went towards Lin Feng and the others together. After seeing He Buck and Shi Landing leave, Pedro fiercely bit off the ice smoke in his mouth. Looking at his broken sword, just as he was about to fight Lin Feng and the others, he saw that both Conus and Betty had lost their fighting stance. Standing aside obediently, even the woman who defeated him with one move just now looked at him with her arms folded. This weird scene made him a little puzzled for a while, and he saw Little Betty took a few steps forward, leaned forward and looked at him with his head tilted. The cat ears on Little Betty's head also clearly fell into Pedro's eyes. He was a little puzzled. This girl has animal features, but has no fluff. She is neither human nor fur tribe. Are you a fur tribe? The pleasant voice reached his ears, and Pedro took a few steps back, looked at Little Betty vigilantly and said, "Who are you? Why did you invade here?" Little Betty frowned very puzzled when she heard the words, and turned her head and said, "Lin Feng, big brother, are we here to invade their country?" Lin Feng smiled, stepped forward and kneaded Little Betty's head and said, "Of course not, we are good people." Little Betty narrowed her eyes with a smile, and then said to Pedro, "Uncle Fur Tribe, our captain said that we are not here to invade you." Pedro did not put down the broken sword in his hand. Even if the other party said so, there is no doubt about the strength of these people. Facing such people, no matter how careful and vigilant it is not too much. Seeing that Pedro didn't speak, Conus also came up. "We really didn't come to invade, let alone make trouble. If you didn't attack first, we wouldn't use force." Chapter 365. Recognizing identity. Outside are some members of the night group guarding. "Hey, do you want to wake up the cat viper boss? It's better not to have it," one of them whispered, thinking of the cat viper losing his temper. Nekomashiru is a self-centered guy with a bad personality and a bad temper. He was evaluated by the king of the day, Inuarashi, as the madman of this land. "But there are intruders. It should be fine, Boss Pedro, haven't they already passed? Those guys from the Musketeers will definitely pass too." "That's it. Don't worry, it's fine, trust me." In the forest, members of the Musketeers and knights who were on their way met He Buck and Rhodey, who had fled back by coincidence. After the two talked about the matter, Sicilian, the captain of the Musketeers, thought for a moment and immediately ordered, "Wanda, you go back and tell Duke Inuarashi what happened." The female fur tribe known as Wanda is also a member of the Musketeers, with a long sword on her back, and turned away without saying a word after hearing Sicilian's order. And He Buck, who was on the side, also grabbed a member of the night group and said, "You also hurry back and wake up the boss of the cat viper." "Oh." The man also ran back without hesitation. Then Black Buck and Sicilian nodded to each other. Both of them rushed out of the forest with their subordinates. "Who is the intruder this time? Even the three of you are not the same enemy," Sicilian asked. "Advertisement, I don't know, I was defeated before I figured out my identity." When He Buck said this, he was worried, and he was very worried about the safety of Pedro, who was left behind. At this time, on Pedro's side, he confronted Lin Feng and the others cautiously. Although his body was not killed by Kuina's sword, the psychological pressure at this moment was even more tormenting. Lin Feng looked at it carefully for a while and said, "Your body, you can't do it." The sudden change of subject made Pedro completely out of tune. Immediately afterwards, I heard, "Tisk tisk, there is an injury." Lin Feng probably knows that almost 3 years ago, he and his partner traveled to the territory of the Four Emperors and accidentally reunited with his old friend Pokmas, and only then did he know that Pokmas has joined Charlotte Linlin's banner. Later, he was captured because he failed to steal the historical texts owned by the ant, and his accompanying partner Giebo died because his aunt took away 30 years of his life. Originally, the ant was going to take away Pedro's 70 years of life, but Pedro had no choice but to dig out his left eye to apologize. At the same time, because of the pleading of Pokmas, he finally left the ant's territory at the price of 50 years of life. Seeing Lin Feng's embarrassment, Pedro didn't intend to hide it. "How do you know?" "HMPH, you don't need to know. Just, are you going to stop us with this body?" Pedro smiled bitterly and said, "I know I can't do it, but I can see that you are not pirates, so what is the purpose of you coming here?" "Travel." The plain words made Pedro feel like he didn't hear clearly. Suspiciously asked, "Travel?" The four of Lin Feng nodded at the same time. Pedro looked helplessly at the four people in front of him again. They really didn't look like pirates, nor did they look like four emperors. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, Pedro stopped. He originally wanted to say, "Why did you do it?" but suddenly it seemed that they did it themselves. Strictly speaking, the other party was acting in self-defense. Lin Feng nodded unexpectedly. He didn't expect that Pedro had actually heard of him, so it would be easy to handle. Seeing Lin Feng admit it, Pedro continued, "Is it Lin Feng who tied with Admiral Kizaru and defeated the great swordsman Hawkeye?" Pedro is a very cautious person, and he will not easily believe the words of Lin Feng and the others. "Kuina." So he said, "Then you." The three women also introduced themselves one after another. Pedro stared at Lin Feng's face thinking for a while, then suddenly yelled loudly. Seemingly seeing Pedro's embarrassment, Lin Feng said, "Don't be nervous, we have no malicious intentions. If possible, can you be our tour guide?" Conus. As for Pedro, when he heard Lin Feng's name, he felt as if he had heard of it somewhere, and the star number, so familiar. "My name is Betty, Uncle Fur Tribe, you can just call me Little Betty." "Are you Lin Feng, that Lin Feng from Sabadi?" Now that he recognized Pedro in front of him, Lin Feng felt that the other party might have heard of him. After all, Pedro also traveled in the sea before returning to Zhou, and 3 years ago, Lin Feng's name had been It Swept the Sea. Lin Feng, captain of the starship. Oh, Uncle Fur Tribe, just promise, we won't mess around. Little Betty said while shaking Lin Feng's imperial robe. Pedro thought for a moment and said, let me tell you about your background first. Pedro hesitated when he heard this. Chapter 366 Neko Mamushi and Inwarashi. Hey, uncle, our captain defeated Admiral, that black-faced villain Akainu, whose legs were all broken, Little Betty said dissatisfied. Thinking back to when Akainu attacked Sabaody and almost killed Enel and Kuina, he was very angry. Pedro was shocked when he heard the words, he didn't expect it to be that person. At this time, he just wanted to go back to the place where he lived immediately, dig out the things he brought back from the outside, and look for them to see what was related to him. Is Lin Feng's newspaper still in existence, with Lin Feng's photo on it? 3 years had passed, and he couldn't remember exactly what the people in the newspaper looked like, so he needed to confirm it again. But if the man in front of him is really that person, his current attitude won't cause Zhou Island any trouble. Master Lin Feng, I didn't know it was you, I'm really sorry. Ahaha, it's okay, we don't know each other. Lin Feng smiled while rubbing the back of his head. A few minutes later, Sicilian and Black Buck also rushed to the scene with the musketeers and knights. What was presented in front of them was not a fierce battle or a bloody scene, but Pedro happily stood under the ancient gate, telling Lin Feng and the others about the history of Zhou. What's going on? Sicilian opened his mouth wide and pointed in the direction of Lin Feng and the others, looking at Black Buck suspiciously. Hey Buck also had a question mark on his face. Before he left, he looked as if he was going to die. Why did he come back in a circle and become in love with each other? A group of people stood in the distance until Pedro accidentally spotted them and waved at them. Black Buck and Sicilian looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Then Sicilian greeted the other 2 musketeers behind him, Conslot and Giovanni, and the 3 followed Black Buck and Roddy and walked over cautiously. Advertisement leave the other members of the musketeers and knights standing by. Ha ha ha, you are here, come quickly, let me introduce you, Pedro said with a big smile. The bewildered Sicilian, Habik and others came over, their eyes fell on Lin Feng and the others at the same time. Are they human? Black Buck grabbed Pedro, and several people surrounded him, asking in a low voice, what's going on? Seeing their appearance, Lin Feng smiled with the 3 daughters and didn't care, it was quite interesting. Everyone understood what Pedro said, isn't this just a misunderstanding? After thinking about it, Black Buck said, is he really that strong? Pedro nodded without hesitation, there was nothing suspicious about this matter. Okay. Hearing that there was a big fruit to eat, little foodie Betty jumped up excitedly. Lin Feng looked around and said, do you have that kind of particularly big fruit here? Yes, big fruit. I remember you have some here. Big fruit is as unpretentious as its name, such as grapes the size of a human head, watermelon bigger than a human, etc. Pedro was the first to leave. He was going to rummage through his belongings and find a newspaper to confirm Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng said again that he didn't mind, and then went deep into the forest under the escort of the musketeers and knights. Advertisement. Several people looked at me and I looked at you, and nodded at the same time. That's how it is, hold on first. Lin Feng had long wanted to see this huge fruit. On the way to the location of the big fruit, 2 figures rushed out of the forest and stopped in front. While the 2 were talking endlessly, Lin Feng stopped suddenly, and a group of people also stopped immediately, especially Hey Buck and Cici Lien, who asked nervously, Mr. Lin Feng, what are you doing? What's wrong? Hey, Mr. Lin Feng, I'm really sorry, we were reckless before. Hey Buck apologized with a simple smile. Along the way, Black Buck and Sicilian kept looking for topics to chat with Lin Feng and the others, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then have you confirmed his identity? Is there really no problem? Sicilian also asked. Hey Buck wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Lin Feng, yes, we can take you there if necessary. The fur warriors looked at the cute little Betty, and their vigilance dropped by another level. Lin Feng recognized who they were at a glance. They were the 2 kings of the furry principality, Cat and Dog. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone in the musketeers and knights secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves also quickly relaxed. Good guy, I was almost scared to death. Cat Viper and Inwarashi, after many years, the Lord of the Day and the Lord of the Night, this rare pair of enemies collaborated again. This should not be wrong, I will find a way to confirm it. Pedro said in a low voice, besides, even if there is a problem with the identity, but the strength is not fake, we can only procrastinate like this for now, and I will find a way to confirm it later. Identity. Chapter 367 Big Orchard. The excited 2 encountered shipwreck as soon as they set out to sea, and by coincidence drifted to the coast of Wanokuni, where they were discovered by the Murloc Kawamatsu. The 3 were caught by Wanokuni residents as monsters in Wanokuni and were about to burn them to death, but Kazuki Oden appeared at this time and saved them. Since then, Nekomashiru has followed Kazuki Oden along with Inwarashi and Kawamatsu. In the following 3 years, Cat Viper and others concentrated on their studies, exchanging sword skills with each other, and finally became majestic and heroic warriors. 28 years ago, the Whitebeard pirates came to Wanakuna's Gariida port. Momomushi and Inwarashi got to know Marco, and at the same time learned how big and vast the world is from his mouth. So when the Whitebeard pirates left, Kazuki Oden went out to sea with the Whitebeard pirates, and Nekobashi and Inwarashi smuggled onto the ship privately. A few days later, Kazuki Oden was recognized by Whitebeard. Cats and dogs also appeared at this time, and together became official members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Later, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Luogia Pirates met, and the two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a winner. Afterwards, Luogia poached Oden, and Cat Viper and Inulan stowed onto Luogia's ship again and became members of Luogia's pirate group. The two did not follow Luogia to the final island of Raftel due to some accidents. After returning to Wano-kuni, the two blamed each other for Oden's death and quarreled. Begin to divide and conquer the furry duchy. Human. You can't go any further. Duke Inuarashi spoke first. Shopkeeper Mao Viper looked at the crowd, and soon his face was filled with boundless anger. Advertisement because he didn't find Pedro. Is he really dead? After receiving the news from his subordinates, Pedro alone restrained the intruder, and he felt very bad. He did not expect the worst to happen. The furious Cat Viper was covered with cat hair, and it exploded. Hey, old cat demon, calm down, Inulan turned around and said. Inulan is a kind, and extremely humble leader who is deeply respected and loved by the fur people. Polite and gentle, he doesn't like violence. Even in the face of aggressors, he can respond calmly. He hopes to solve problems through conversation and use as little violence as possible. What? B****************** D old dog. Cat Viper glared at Inulan, and if the other party didn't give a reason, he was going to beat him up first. Dead cat demon, won't you take a closer look before you talk? Although Quan Lan was a little helpless, facing this old enemy, his temper suddenly turned up. When several people came outside the big fruit garden, Pedro happened to run over with a newspaper. Hey Buck took a deep breath. Just now he was afraid that the two of them would fight directly, and the excitement would be great then. Although the two are still unhappy with each other, due to Lin Feng's strong strength, they have to entertain together. Although they are not sure whether it is true or not, their plan at the moment is the same as that of Pedro. Come back and everything is clear. Hearing the words, Cat Viper still looked angry, and was very dissatisfied with Inulan calling him a dead cat demon. Little Betty walked up to him with the cat teasing stick, and the Cat Viper didn't know what to play for a while. Advertisement, open your dead cat's eyes, does this look like an intruder? Passing the newspaper into the hands of the Cat Viper, Pedro looked at Lin Feng again, and now he confirmed that his identity was undoubtedly, he really is this god tier. Seeing that Mao Viper was not in a good mood, Lin Feng exchanged Mushin Polygonum, cat teaser, and a ball from the system. Inu Lan walked up to Lin Feng and the others, and said very gentlemanly, guys, welcome to the furry principality. After Lin Feng and the others responded very politely, Mao Viper and Inu Arashi immediately let the other redundant people disperse, went back to inform everyone that they were not intruders, and prepared a banquet to entertain guests from afar. The musketeers and knights looked at him and Inulan next to him nervously, even a little embarrassed about what was going on. But fortunately, he is not someone who can't listen to what he said, so he gave Quan Lan a hard look, and then looked back at Lin Feng and the others. Knowing that Lin Feng wanted to go to the big fruit garden, Inulan enthusiastically led the way, and Maomashi followed with a full face of reluctance. This time was his precious sleep time. When Cat Viper saw the Mushin Polygonum in Lin Feng's hand, the cat's eyes widened, and he rushed up and grabbed the Mushin Polygonum, bit it in his mouth, and rolled happily on the ground. Hastily stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. After listening to the situation, Cat Viper and Inulan looked at each other subconsciously, and then turned their heads to the sides with a cold snort. Black Buck. These people are intruders. What's the situation with you? Where is Pedro? Cat Viper asked sharply. This temperament, as well as this atmosphere, is a bit strange. The dumbfounded appearance caused several girls to cover their mouths and laugh. Chapter 368 Girl Garrot. After reading the newspaper, Inulan handed it back to Maomashi, and then said to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, if you want to go into the big fruit garden, do you need us to accompany you? Lin Feng shook his head and said, no need, you guys go to work, we will look for you after we visit here. After hearing this, Inulan said, okay, no problem. Pedro, just stay here and wait, and you will be responsible for leading the way when they come out later, Cat Viper also ordered. The two left immediately after explaining, and went back to prepare for the corresponding matters. Lin Feng brought the 3 girls into the big orchard impatiently. When he was outside, he had already seen the huge fruits hanging on the trees. After entering, the 3 women stared at these various fruits in amazement. Lin Feng jumped directly onto a banana tree with many bananas hanging on it, and took a closer look. Good guy, this banana is almost as thick as his arm. He reached out and broke off one, jumped off and held it in his arms. Come on, help me peel it. Kuina smiled and peeled off the banana skin with Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned forward and took a bite without saying a word. Enjoy it, try it too. Kuina looked at the huge banana with some embarrassment. She really couldn't do such an inelegant thing, so she drew her sword and cut off a small piece and put it in her mouth. Well, it tastes pretty good. Lin Feng then threw the banana directly on the ground. There was no way, it was too much to eat, let it return to nature. At this time, little Betty and Conus had already gone deep into the orchard. Flying in the huge forest, so happy. The climate here in New World is very strange, and Zoe's place is no exception, and the situation is also very special. Advertisement fruits of different seasons grow in this forest. Little Betty picked a grape that was bigger than her head, quickly removed the grape skin, and held a crystal clear grape pulp in a daze. It's so beautiful. Little Betty was a little bit reluctant to eat, hesitated for a long time, and finally became ruthless, biting off a large piece of flesh. It's delicious. Konus's situation is similar, except that she eats it more gracefully. Every time, she cuts off a small piece of fruit, and then looks at the rest with a sad face, which is too wasteful. Little Betty kept tasting huge fruits in the orchard, but she didn't notice that on a fruit tree in the distance, there was a petite and lovely fur girl with blonde hair, white hair and 2 long rabbit ears. He was peeking at her quietly with a fruit basket in his hand. Is that human? The girl named Garrett murmured in a low voice. She hadn't seen a human being for an untold amount of time, and her vigilance kept her from going out rashly, but her strong curiosity was at work again crazily. She was originally a child longing for freedom and adventure. Seeing strangers appearing here, it is really hard to suppress her inner desire. She also wants to see the outside world, just like Maomushi and Inuarashi. Pedro also always told her about the outside world, which made her curious. Feeling a little nervous at the moment, she subconsciously took out a carrot and ate it. Afterwards, he followed little Betty quietly all the time, and saw her tasting different fruits, but she threw them away after taking a bite. What a waste, what a waste. Garrett finally couldn't help but jumped out. Why are you like this? Little Betty was startled by the sound, and turned her head suddenly. Her mouth was still stuffed with a large piece of fruit pulp. Swallowing it with difficulty, little Betty looked at the cute Garrett with blue eyes. Wow, so cute. Garrett, who was only 13 years old, was a harmless cutie in Betty's eyes. He rushed up quickly, just about to reach out and touch her. Garrett said very seriously, in our eyes, human beings are fur tribes without hair, monkeys without hair. Advertisement monkey. Garrett narrowed his eyes in comfort. Little Betty denied, I'm not a fur tribe. Little Betty tilted her head and said, yes, but not exactly. Are you okay? Realizing that he was in trouble, Garrett quickly put down the fruit basket and ran to little Betty and asked. Same, are you a fur tribe? Subconsciously, he raised his hand and touched Garrett's head. Garrett stepped forward curiously and touched little Betty's ears. Okay, so cute, just like us. Yeah, don't you too? No, it's fine. Hey, look at my ears. Pointing to the cat ears on her head, little Betty said, I can only be considered half human, hee. Seeing Garrett's cute little face, little Betty's heart melted. Then he reacted, quickly dodged, and asked cautiously, are you human? What do you mean? Boom, Garrett screamed and used a roundabout kick, hitting little Betty in the face. Well. Chapter 369 Friends at this time, Garrett pointed to the fruit thrown on the ground aside. Waste, because you are too wasteful. Touching her head in embarrassment, little Betty explained, I really can't finish it. Garrett leaned in front of little Betty and stared at her. Impossible, you look older than me, I can finish it. Then you are amazing. Little Betty didn't know what to say. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound, and strange creatures similar to wasps flew out of the forest one after another. The number seemed to be hundreds, and they were also very large. Garrett didn't even look back, grabbed Betty Jr. and jumped up the tree. Hey, what's the matter? Slow down. Little Betty was dragged through the woods. Garrett said while taking little Betty to escape. Those bugs are called air flyers, and they are a kind of hateful guy that can suck blood. If I'm alone, I don't have to worry, but you, a hairless fur tribe, may be sucked dry by them in an instant and die. Hearing that although little Betty was speechless, she was still very touched. She was obviously a weakling, but she wanted to protect herself. But those bugs would have been wiped out long ago if he hadn't been dragged by Garrett now. Soon, these bugs caught up with the two of them, and Garrett threw little Betty out. You run. Although I don't know how you sneaked in, I can't let you die here. Little Betty stood there in a daze, and suddenly said, wow, it's okay to be so cute, but also so kind, what a good boy. In front, Garrett put on her special gloves, which were specially made and extremely sharp. Advertisement in the past, when she encountered these bugs, she tried to avoid them as much as possible, but at this moment, she chose to take the initiative. Because in her opinion, little Betty is just an ordinary fur family, or the one without fur, who must be weaker than her. If she leaves by herself, she will definitely die. The electric current was concentrated on the hand, and Garrett kept changing his position in the swarm, clawing one claw after another. She wiped out many bugs very quickly, but the number of bugs was too much, and she was still young, so her strength was not good at all. Soon he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, why don't you leave? I can't hold it anymore. Little Betty slowly pulled out the red lotus around her waist. From today on, you are my good friend. And Garrett struggled to avoid the bugs, and when he heard little Betty talking, he shouted again, hurry up, what are you talking about? Unexpectedly, the next moment, little Betty stepped forward, chopped the wind. The sword light flashed in front of Garrett's eyes, and these blood-sucking bugs burst open and fell to the ground. Garrett was frightened. What is this? One cut. Before she could react, little Betty had already rushed in front of her. After a few strikes, all the blood-sucking insects were dead. How is it? Sister, am I handsome? Garrett, who was surprised, saw little Betty turning around and said to her with a smile. So strong, this man is stronger than Uncle Pedro. Neither of them knew that Lin Feng, Kuina, and Konus were watching them on a big tree not far from them. In fact, Cici is just an ordinary Yunyu, who knows so much, but Lin Feng said this just to fool Konus. You think, don't you want to hear Cici call you master? Or sister? Advertisement, student Xiao Ke, it's wrong for you to do this. Cici can choose by herself. When the time comes, put the fruit in front of it and decide whether to eat it or not. On Lil Betty's side, she put Garrett down reluctantly, and Lil Betty said, Sister Rabbit, what's your name? It's very kind and cute. I'm really envious of Lil Betty. Conus looked ahead and decided to smooch Garrett soon. He nodded mechanically, his eyes full of shock. This little girl is not bad. She clearly knew that she was no match for those bugs, and she let Lil Betty run first, leaving her behind. Kuina looked at Garrett appreciatively. Conus was moved immediately. Then Captain, let Cece decide for herself when the time comes. That's a good idea, maybe it will be a cutie again, Kuina agreed. Little Betty's face turned red after realizing it. She was so happy, fluffy and soft. Lin Feng squatted in the middle holding the new Cece that Conus gave him before, and said, it would be great if Cece could also become a human. Conus was a little distressed. Captain, Cece is fine now. Garrett, hee. Thinking of this, Lin Feng made up his mind. Let's find a human fruit later, and give it to Cece to eat. Karuchu. Garrett suddenly jumped onto Little Betty's body. His legs were clamped around Little Betty's waist, and the rabbit's face rubbed back and forth on Little Betty's face very intimately. Chapter 370. Garrett nodded happily. Sister Betty, you are amazing. Yeah, not bad. You recognize me as the boss, and I will teach you Kung Fu. Is it cultivation? Can Sister Betty teach me how to become stronger? Garrett's big shining eyes were full of admiration. If I follow the elder sister in front of me, can I be so powerful? Of course, leave it to me. Little Betty said shrilly. This was the first time she felt like an older sister, and it was so cool. After the words fell, Garrett suddenly took out a carrot, held it in his hand and looked at it, and held back his reluctance to hand it to Little Betty. Little Betty didn't notice so much. Is it for me? Thank you. As he said that, he took a bite. Yes, this tastes good. Garrett said at this time, Sister Betty, can you teach me how to become stronger? Huh? Now? Not now, but later, okay? As soon as Little Betty finished speaking, she saw Garrett's cute and pitiful appearance, as if she would cry in the next second. But it really doesn't work now, not to mention the lack of time. It's not something that can be done overnight. Garrett looked tearfully at the half carrot left in Little Betty's hand, and whispered, but, they gave you the most precious things. Advertisement. Little Betty was stunned. The most precious? What the hell? It can't be this carrot, can it? Lin Feng on the tree watched this scene and couldn't help laughing. For rabbits, carrots are the most precious thing. It's quite interesting. Does Little Betty really want to take her as an apprentice? Or a younger sister? Conus laughed. How can this ghost girl have the ability to teach others? Before she was asked to teach Nami, it was just to exercise the body. This rabbit is different. She can't teach. Kuina commented very pertinently. Hearing this, Lin Feng stood up and returned Yu Cece to Conus and then said, let's go down and have a look. Just when Garrett was begging and Little Betty didn't know what to do, Lin Feng's voice came from above the two of them. Hey, isn't this Miss Betty? I haven't seen you for a few minutes. It's so amazing. Are you going to be a master? The two little girls looked up and saw the three of Lin Feng falling down. Garrett quickly put on a fighting posture and said, who are you? Lin Feng, big brother, you're here. Little Betty imitated Garrett's appearance just now, and hung on Lin Feng's body. You girl, come down quickly. You are a big girl. Be careful that Sister Kuina beats you. Lin Feng stretched out his big hand to press on Little Betty's head, and pushed her away forcefully. HMPH, no way. Saying that, Little Betty ran to Kuina to act like a baby again. Sister Kuina. Being rubbed against her face by Little Betty's head, Kuina smiled helplessly and pampered her head. Garrett, who was on the side, looked at this scene with envy to death. She really wanted it too, pat her head. At this time, she had put down her guard and looked at the three of them. They should be human beings, without cat ears. Little Rabbit, what's your name? Lin Feng asked, although he already knew it, but he still had to pretend, and this was also a way to get close. Thank you, Garrett replied. Didn't see that even Little Betty, who was much stronger than her, didn't refute. How dare she have any opinions? It's just a pity that the carrot was lost. Advertisement. Before the two little girls opened their mouths, Lin Feng said seriously. What can you teach her? Swordsmanship? You are half-baked yourself. Physical skills? Just pure physical skills. You may not be as good as her. I'm Little Betty's big brother. I just heard that you want to learn from her. What, want to become stronger? Oh, the name sounds nice. Hockey, you are also half-baked. Lin Feng hit him mercilessly. Oh, Little Betty lowered her head in disinterest. Lin Feng, big brother, I'm so good, I can accept you as an apprentice. Jumping down from Kuina's embrace, Little Betty raised her hand and rubbed the tip of her nose and said proudly. Garrett nodded quickly when he heard the words. He is extremely well behaved. Sister Betty's big brother. How powerful that is. Ah, can't you? Little Betty said aggrievedly. Seeing that the faces of the few people didn't understand, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. I just saw the ability of this little rabbit. Physical skills and lightning are the direction of its development. These are not what you are good at. Lin Feng looked back at her and raised his hand in a daze. Damn it, how can you teach others now? Although Gallet was very disappointed at this time, she didn't dare to speak. Garrett is also in a hurry. Is his carrot going to waste? Garrot. Being criticized by Lin Feng for a while, Little Betty said unconvinced. I can teach her hockey. Little Betty was visibly sluggish. Lin Feng paused and continued. Besides, your majors are totally wrong. Of course not. Chapter 371. Enthusiastic onlookers. Little Betty and Garrett raised their heads at the same time, and asked in surprise, hey, is it really possible? Garrett is also looking forward to it. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, and then said to Garrett, little rabbit, we won't stay here for long, and your current strength is too weak. During this time, little Betty will accompany you to exercise, and you can find a way by yourself. If you can learn armament hockey before we leave, I will find you the most suitable master for you. After listening, Garrett looked at Lin Feng in a daze and said, really? Is it better than Sister Betty? Well, yes, as long as you can meet my requirements. As soon as he finished speaking, Garrett rushed over, Karuchu. Hey, I've been petting cats for a long time, but it's also good to pet a little rabbit. Lin Feng turned to Kuina and said, hey, do you want to try? Kuina was a little moved, and she had this idea when she first saw Garrett. He stepped forward and reached out to touch Garrett's head. Garrett was also very generous, and jumped straight to Kuina's suspicion to continue Karuchu. A few minutes later, Konus also enjoyed the joy of stroking the rabbit. Hey, little rabbit, take us to your town, Lin Feng said. The big orchard where the few people are now is located in the depths of the Beluga Forest, which is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Cat Viper. The forest was patrolled by members of the night group. Under the leadership of Garrett, Lin Feng and the others walked out of the forest smoothly, and then a city came into view. It was the city where the fur people lived in their territory. At this time, at the main entrance of the big orchard, a wounded Pedro was still waiting there. Advertisement from a distance, the structure of this city looks similar to the City of Seven Waters. In the middle of the city is a towering water supply system, which flows to every household through the water tanks all over the city. Little Betty and Garrett walked in the front hand in hand. Wow, is this where you live? There are so many fur people. Little Betty looked around curiously on tiptoe. Lin Feng behind him said helplessly, aren't you talking nonsense? The territory of the fur tribe must be full of fur tribe people. He stepped forward and slapped little Betty on the back of the head. Come on, let's go in. As soon as they entered this town, Lin Feng and others attracted everyone's attention. Because there are basically no outsiders here, although the fur people can live comfortably and happily, they are also very curious about the outside world. Seeing outsiders coming, they all cast curious eyes and spread the word. After a while, a large number of fur clansmen gathered on the street. Are they the human beings that Lord Cat Viper said? It's like our fur clan, but they have no hair, what a pity. A fur tribe without fur? Naked, it looks so cute. Yeah, I miss Karuchu so much. Advertisement. Walking on this quaint street, there are noisy discussions from the fur tribe in all directions. Lin Feng and the others felt like monkeys being watched, feeling uncomfortable. However, these people were not hostile, but extremely enthusiastic, and it was hard for Lin Feng to say anything or drive them away. At this moment, Konus walked up to the front and asked, Garrett, what does this Kaluchu mean? Why are you all talking about this? I also want to know, is it a mantra? Kuina is also very curious about this question. At this time, Garrett's mind has long been flying to nowhere. Ever since Lin Feng said that as long as she can learn armament hockey during this time, she can get a very powerful master. What to do to meet the requirements? The two women didn't continue to quarrel when they saw Garrett's absent-minded appearance. Lin Feng suddenly dodged and squatted in front of Garrett, scaring the latter to jump up on the spot. Lin Feng big brother, you. Garrett was so frightened that he was speechless. Lin Feng said with a smile. You don't need to be with us now, you don't have much time, you should go back and figure out how to learn armament hockey, we can go shopping by ourselves. Hearing the words, Garrett bowed quickly as if he was pardoned. Thank you, Lin Feng big brother. Then he turned back and said, Sister Betty, Sister Kuina, Sister Konus, I'm leaving first. After a few people strolled around the street, they got a little irritated by being surrounded by fur tribesmen. Lin Feng was about to take a few people to find Inulan and Malmushi. But Pedro's voice came from behind. Mr. Lin Feng, you are here. After running over quickly, Pedro was out of breath. After waiting for a long time outside the big orchard, no one came out, so Pedro went in and searched around, but there was still no one. Pedro panicked immediately, and was about to come back to report to the Cat Viper. Fortunately, he met some members of the Knights on the way and learned that Lin Feng and the others had been brought to the city by Garrett. Chapter 372 Inuarashi and Nekomushir's request. After seeing the four of Lin Feng, these fur people all greeted them warmly, and Lin and the others also walked in with a smile. Cat Viper quickly came out to meet him, and his fat cat face had a funny smile on it. Ha ha ha, the guests are here, meow. At this time, Mal Viper seemed extremely happy. After learning about Lin Feng's strength from Pedro, he and Inulan wanted to befriend Lin Feng. Both of them have seen the world, know how dangerous the outside world is, and there are many powerful monsters. Whether it is for themselves or for the group, how important it is to have a good and powerful friend will play a life-saving effect. After the four of them sat down with Mobamushi, Inulan brought his musketeers to the banquet after a while. The happy banquet will start soon. Drinking and eating meat, singing and dancing. Even little Betty couldn't hold back the enthusiasm of the fur tribe. She only drank milk at first and then started drinking. Although the boss had grievances, it didn't affect the friendship between his subordinates at all. People from the musketeers and knights gathered together to chat lively and secretly look at Lin Feng from time to time. Little Betty, who had been drinking too much, was dragged to their position by Gallo. A group of people surrounded little Betty and listened to her talking about the outside world, as well as her adventures and experiences. It attracted endless longing and admiration in the eyes of everyone, and Pedro would act as a commentator from time to explain to everyone that little Betty didn't make a clear statement. Advertisement Konus, on the other hand, sat aside with other fur tribesmen halfway there, touched the head of a female fur tribesman with one hand, and also talked about how wonderful the outside world is. Wouldn't there be bursts of exclamation? On Lin Feng's side, Mao Viper and Inulin kept drinking, and occasionally other fur clansmen came to talk. After drinking until midnight, perhaps feeling that it was almost done, Quanlin put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Lin Feng, old big brother, I have something to ask of you." "Hey, you old dog, what are you doing?" Mao Mushi slapped off Inulin's hand angrily and then put it on it by himself. "Hey, brother Lin Feng, I also have something to ask you." The two then pushed and shoved each other next to Lin Feng, making a fuss, and their hands even made afterimages behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng drank the wine calmly and fed each other with Kuina. After a while, the two of them still hadn't decided the winner, when suddenly two magical grudges condensed into a solid body restrained their hands. All right, stop making trouble, you two are not too tired, let's talk one by one." "Duke Dog, talk first." Seeing Lin Feng speak, Inu Lan and Mao Viper glared at each other, and then sat down solemnly, feeling uncontrollable surprise in their hearts. The simple move just now directly made the two people can't move at all, can't resist at all. This also strengthened their inner thoughts. "Brother Lin Feng." Inulan raised his glass and said, "I heard that child from Garot said that as long as she can learn armament hockey, you will find a master for her, right?" Advertisement. So that was the matter. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, but it was before we left." "I know this, but I just want to know who this person is. Is it your friend?" Duke Inuarashi asked. "If possible, I hope to have Garot under your command." He was worried that Lin Feng would hand Garot over to some kind of pirate. In this case, the innocent Garot would not even know if he was sold. Lin Feng naturally also saw his thoughts. This is an old father's worry about his children. "Don't worry, people are my people, and they are very strong. Although IQ is a bit anxious, they are still very reliable," Lin Feng said. After hearing this, Inulan felt relieved, and then asked, "How strong is it?" "Anyway, it's much stronger than the two of you combined, and it's not much worse than Admiral." After hearing this, Inulan subconsciously looked at the cat viper. "It is not much worse than Admiral. Doesn't it mean that it is almost the same, so powerful?" At this time, Cat Viper said in his heart that the dead dog took a big advantage, but he was also happy for Garot in his heart. After all, the grievance was between him and Inulan, and he himself liked Garot very much. What's more, the thing he wants to ask is also related to Garrett. When Garrett found Gulan, the two of them were arguing about who should organize the banquet, so he also knew about it. There is an idea. "Brother Lin Feng, brother, I have to thank you. Garrett is a very innocent child. I really don't worry about letting her go to sea by herself. Now it's all right. With your care, everything will be fine." Inulan drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, sighed and said. Chapter 373. Garrett starts training, and Cat Viper also spoke at this time. "Brother Lin Feng, I also have something to ask you." Lin Feng asked with a smile, "What's the matter, Brother Mao Viper?" "Brother Lin Feng, you also heard just now that no one has been out here for a while. Since Garrett has this opportunity to go out with you, safety must not be a problem. I just hope you can send someone to escort Garot to the Whitebeard pirates after she's out." When Mobamushi said this, Inuarashi also looked over. They were all taken care of by Whitebeard at the beginning, but in the end the two left with Odin without saying goodbye, which is really a bit out of place. As for letting Garrett go to the Whitebeard pirates, in addition to apologizing for what happened back then, it is also looking for a backer for Garrett. Inu Lan, who understood the purpose of the cat viper in an instant, also immediately said, yes, Brother Lin Feng, you must help my brother with this." "Hey, dead dog. What does it have to do with you?" The cat viper was not happy, and cursed. Just when the two were about to fight again, Lin Feng said, "Well, I can't promise you, I can't do it." Both Malmashi and Inulan looked at Lin Feng in surprise, and Inulan asked, Why? Both of them felt that this shouldn't be a difficult task, so why couldn't it be done? They could all hear clearly that what Lin Feng said was not unwillingness but impossibility. "Let me tell you the truth, a big event happened some time ago." Advertisement. Then Lin Feng told some things about the Summit War under the surprised expressions of the two. "So, it's not that I'm not helping you, but that Whitebeard is dead." When Lin Feng finished speaking, both the cat and the dog froze in place. After waiting for a long time, the cat viper punched the ground, boom, a deep hole spread, and the table collapsed. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of everyone present, and they all looked over. The musketeers and knights thought it was Mobamushi and Inuarashi who were fighting again. Because at a glance, they saw the cat viper with cat hair standing on end and Inuarashi with the veins on his forehead. Teach. This B***ch, B************. Cat viper kept cursing loudly, with extremely high M content, which was extremely unpleasant. "I'm going to kill him." Even Inuarashi, who usually doesn't like violence, couldn't help but want to smash Blackbeard to the ground with his own hands. Seeing the appearance of the two, Lin Feng said, "You have no chance. Teach's B************* D is dead." "Died? Well, I killed it." The two stood still for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, good kill, good." Then Lin Feng told the two about some things about the Whitebeard pirates again. Advertisement. The banquet lasted until the next morning. Everyone was eating, drinking and having fun, and most of them were already lying on the ground in a mess. Little Betty and Garrett lay hugging each other under a tree. Their noses were blowing with speech bubbles. Kuina and Konus followed Lin Feng with one in their arms, and arrived at the arranged residence. Lin Feng slept until the afternoon sun was almost setting, and Lin Feng woke up slowly. With Kuina not around, Lin Feng quickly got up, went outside for a stroll, and learned from the members of the Knight's Guard that Kuina and Konus went shopping. Little Betty was dragged by Gallo to exercise together. After inquiring about the location, Lin Feng was about to go and have a look, but stopped after walking a few steps, turned around and said, "Well, I can't find the place, so take me there." On the way, Lin Feng bought breakfast. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the place where Betty Jr. and Garrett were training, and the sound of fighting could be heard from a distance. Stopping, Lin Feng leaned against the tree and looked at the two little girls who were fighting in the open space in the distance, nodding his head from time to time to express his approval. Garrett's body was already covered with bruises and dust, and he was knocked down to the ground by little Betty again and again in embarrassment, and stood up again and again gritting his teeth. Cat Viper and Inuarashi on the side kept roaring, cheering up Garrett and giving pointers from time to time. Originally, the two were going to take turns guiding Garrett, and they had a fight because of this. Later, the two decided to temporarily put aside their grievances and guide Garrett after being rejected by little Betty. When she first started practicing, little Betty didn't hold back, and the beating made Garrett miserable. The two watched in horror and hurriedly stopped her. This way of training, if the arm color is not trained, the person will be crippled first. Don't worry, no matter what the injury is, Sister Konus can heal immediately. At this time, Lin Feng knew about little Betty's little plan when he saw this scene, but he didn't stop him, and he didn't set any other restrictions except for the time limit. Even if both Kuina and Konus came to help, he didn't care, as long as the final result came. Chapter 374 Retirement Life. In the following days, Lin Feng started his retirement life leisurely. After all, this place is like a paradise. It's okay to tease the fur children, drink, sleep, and applaud Kuina to connect with each other. The fruit wine brewed from the fruits here also has a special flavor. At least in Lin Feng's opinion, it tastes better than Sky Island's, and the Elephant Master will perform fire-breathing rain for Lin Feng twice a day. This is how the water source of the whole city comes from. The elephant owner uses a huge elephant trunk to draw seawater from the sea, pours it from the sky, and falls on his back. After the seawater falls, it will be filtered by a super large filter in the center of the city, and then become a usable water source, and then flow to the entire city through the sinks all over the city. And these seawater will also bring a lot of marine life. For almost half a month, when Lin Feng was walking on the street, the residents of the fur tribe would enthusiastically offer various food, drinks and specialties. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lin Feng said he couldn't do it, but he didn't stop at all, and put all the sent things into the system space. When returning to the room that night, Kuina asked, "How many things have I received today? Every day is the same as going out to buy goods." Lin Feng immediately lay down on the bed and said, "You're still talking about me, which one of you is not? How can we compare with you? Without your means, we can't get so many things," Kuina said and poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. "Is it my fault?" Lin Feng sat up and took the tea and asked, "Where's Konus?" She used to treat Garrett's injuries, and it's about this time every day. "Oh, how is Garrett doing now? You also know that armament hockey is not so easy to practice. How can it be so fast? But is your condition too difficult? There is no gravity space here." Advertisement. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not a condition, it's motivation, it's also pressure. If you don't say that, then the little rabbit won't work as hard as it is now." "That's right, I hope she can do it. After all, I quite like little rabbits." On the other side, Garrett and Betty Jr. were resting, and Momobamushi and Inuarashi were sitting not far away, and the arrogant one ignored the other. "Hey, Sister Betty, can you tell me about the outside world, or your experience? I've never left this place in all my years." Little Betty immediately became interested when she heard the words. She used to be the youngest and was always protected, but now she has a younger sister. It can be regarded as a place to brag. Just thinking about little Betty made me laugh out loud. "Hey, Sister Betty, why are you laughing, talking?" Garrett stretched out his hand in front of little Betty and said, "Sister Betty, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you are stupid? I didn't mean to kick that kid just now, yeah?" Just now, when the two old guys announced that their training was over, little Betty let down her vigilance and was kicked away by Garrett. "HMPH, you still said it. You sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts." Little Betty was very angry when she came back to her senses. She was so ashamed that she was kicked away by this little rabbit. Garrett bowed his head in embarrassment and said nothing, with an aggrieved expression on his face. "Hey, don't keep talking." Little Betty raised her hand and rubbed the rabbit's head. "Okay, it's not a big deal." Wearing a fisherman's hat on his head, with his legs crossed, he is fishing leisurely. On this day, Lin Feng was sitting by a canal with a fishing rod in his hand. Rubbing hard, Garrett liked this gentle and beautiful sister very much, and he would heal himself every day. Advertisement. Not long after, Konus arrived. Seeing that the two were listening to the story attentively, Konus smiled and walked up to them and sat in front of them. "Open black lens bracket. You are rich, you are right. Close black lens bracket. Sister Konus, you are here." At the same time, he was chatting with the system in his mind, and now his points are a bit too much, and he always feels uncomfortable if he doesn't hurry up. "Listen," the cheap voice of the system tells how long Lin Feng hasn't spent. After some friendly exchanges, Lin Feng got a lot of good things from the system, and even got a new function for the Xingqian, the anti-gravity device. "I'm afraid you don't have enough money to play mahjong. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some charity." Lin Feng is also a guy who pushes forward. While rubbing the rabbit's head, Kuina casually performed a healing technique, and soon the scars and fatigue all over his body disappeared. Another energetic rabbit. Open black lens bracket. Hey, Grandpa, it's been a long time since I visited the store. Close black lens bracket. Garrett raised his head in surprise, and rubbed his head against little Betty's palm. Then can you tell me a story? In this way, Lin Feng and his group stayed here for another half a month. Garrett said politely, and then threw himself into Kuina's arms. Kaluchu. All right, let me tell you. From now on, the Shinshin will be able to go to the sky. Chapter 375 Bullet. The red Earl. The egg was not very big, and there were several yellow lightning stripes on it. After looking at it for a long time, Lin Feng didn't know what was inside. It seems that it should be related to thunder and lightning. Is it a thunder dragon? After thinking about it, Lin Feng put it away. He was not very interested in this thing. He just wanted to get a mount for Kuina. At this time, Kuina was looking for Lin Feng in the streets and alleys, and Shaki's voice kept coming from the phone bug in his hand. After searching for a long time without finding it, Kuina simply flew into the sky, and after a while Lin Feng appeared in her vision. Captain. Kuina yelled. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Shaki's phone. Kuina handed the phone bug over. He took it in doubt, and as soon as he put it to his ear, he heard Shaki's voice. Lin Feng, you are really hard to find every day. Can't you take the phone bug with you? You have to leave it to Kuina. Why are you so lazy? Hey, Shaki, long time no see. Hearing your voice makes me feel a lot better. Lin Feng laughed. Stinky boy, I received news from here that a few days ago, Gecko Moria was defeated by that kid Luffy. Oh, is that the case? Then they should be almost at Sabaodi's land, right? There should be a few more days. Lin Feng asked. Remember to tell me when the time comes. I haven't seen that kid for 3 years. Advertisement. Shaki said at this time. And Marine. What happened to Marine? Now that Naval Headquarters has moved to New World, the original Marine G1 branch of New World has become the new Naval Headquarters, renamed New Marineford. The new Marineford is nothing new, and one of them has been destroyed. It's an unlucky name, Lin Feng complained. You guy, does your name matter? Really? Shaki reluctantly picked up another piece of information. One more thing. There's news from the Scarlet Tavern that Golden Lion has been found. The town of Rog showed up. Golden Lion? Even if there are traces, it will be difficult to find. Lin Feng is also very helpless about this. The Golden Lion is always floating in the sky, who knows where. Not only the Golden Lion, but 2 other people also appeared. Lin Feng asked curiously. Oh, who is it? Douglas Bullet, Red Earl Beloric Redfield. Shaki said calmly. These 2 are pirates at the legendary level. I don't know what kind of bloody storm will be caused by their appearance. Lin Feng was also a little surprised when he heard it. It seemed that the sea was going to be lively again. What did they do? Bullet didn't do anything, but he was found by the Scarlet Tavern, Shaki said, and then picked up the Red Earl's information. Beloric did something. This guy attacked and wiped out a marine fleet. Advertisement. Oh, it's interesting that this guy is so capable. Lin Feng then asked, has anything happened recently? Yes, the 4 emperors Kaido joined forces with BIGMOM to launch a war against the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that they want to plunder the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After speaking, Shaki glanced at Whitebeard, who was bragging and drinking with Rayleigh. Whitebeard also knew about this, but now that Ace and Marco were in charge of the overall situation, he simply ignored it. Anyway, it was impossible for Lin Feng to look at Ace and be bullied like this. Well, it's expected. It's not a big problem. I'll talk to these 2 guys after a while. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Shaki knew that someone was going to be unlucky. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng took out a small object and handed it to Kuina, saying, hey, here's for you. He held it in his hand and looked at it. It was something similar to a necklace. Kuina quickly said, Captain, you can't eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Aren't you afraid that Kuina will get angry? Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his hand with a mallet. What are you thinking about? Everyone has this stuff, but I just happened to meet you, so I gave it to you first. The necklace was obtained by Lin Feng from the system, each of which can be marked with crafting skills. It is a layer of insurance for everyone. Are they all necklaces? Kuina asked. After all, there are still many men. If they were all necklaces, they probably wouldn't want them. Don't worry, I won't think about these. That's fine, Captain, I'll go first. I'm going to tell Kuina. Captain, you're half-hearted, Kuina said, waving the necklace in his hand. In the evening, when everyone was eating together, Lin Feng called Garrett over to ask about the cultivation situation, and then said, we will stay for another 3 days at most. Little rabbit, you have to work hard, or you will be killed when the time comes. I won't take you out. Garrett's small face collapsed in an instant, and he looked at little Betty and the others for help. Chapter 376 Leaving Zou. Brother Lin Feng, are you leaving? Duke Inuarashi asked. We haven't treated you very well yet, Mao Viper also said hastily. Lin Feng is very polite to Kaido. I have been here for a month, it is time to leave, we also have other things to do. Seeing that Lin Feng had reached this stage, the 2 of them couldn't say anything more. Don't worry, I won't come back in the future. The day after learning that Lin Feng and the others were going to leave, Garrett mastered armament hockey, which surprised everyone, even Lin Feng. Could it be because of what he said last night? The greater the pressure, the greater the potential? When Garrett came up to Lin Feng with 2 pitch black arms, Lin Feng couldn't help sighing, the fighting talent of this fur tribe is really good, no matter men or women, old people or babies, they all have fighting power. And the rabbit in front of him is probably the genius among them. After complimenting Garrett a few words, the little rabbit happily slapped Lin Feng with Kaluchu. After sending him away, Lin Feng flew into the air, and then the magic grudge spread quietly. The red historical text hidden in Zou Island was quickly found. I didn't remove it completely, but just recorded the above content and brought it back to Robin. Another 2 days later, under the gazes of Cat Viper, Inuarashi, musketeers and knights, Lin Feng flew into the air and left this paradise-like place. Flying out of the elephant owner, Garp shouted excitedly when he was in the thick fog. Advertisement. Several people didn't mind watching her, especially Konus, who was curious about everything when she walked out of Sky Island for the first time. Soon, after the thick fog came out, the boundless sea appeared in front of my eyes. Wow, the sea. It's so beautiful. Garrett was shocked by the sight he had never seen before, and this was still from a high altitude. Near the surface of the sea, Lin Feng took out the Xingqian, and after a bang, the Xingqian landed steadily on the surface of the sea, splashing huge waves. Is this our ship? Galad was shocked again. Haha, that's right, let's go, get on the boat and let little Betty show you around. Lin Feng said with a smile, he likes this kind of appearance that has never seen the world. As soon as she landed on the deck, little Betty couldn't wait to rush into the cabin with her little friend. Konus and Kuina also walked into the cabin. Lin Feng stood alone on the deck and gave the anti-gravity device he had just obtained to the Xingqian. He said it was a device, but Lin Feng actually didn't know what it was. In short, just let the system do it yourself. At night, as the Zvezda sailed on a calm sea, Kuina asked, where are we going next? Well, I don't know either, or let the boat float by itself. Kuina smiled and thumped Lin Feng's chest, why don't you go to Dressrosa, aren't Enel and the others over there? Go and see how the duel field is being built, and introduce Garp to him casually. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng said, no hurry, let's go to a place first, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, and then I will go to Dressrosa. Seeing what Lin Feng said, Kuina asked curiously, do you have anything else to do? Advertisement. Well, there is one thing that must be done. Thinking about that wretched little boy, Lin Feng decided to kill him this time. Lin Feng, big brother, where are we going? To find my master? Garrett ran over and threw himself into Kuina's arms, turning his head and asked Lin Feng. No, your master is in another place. We are going to punish our and eradicate evil. There is a particularly evil lecherous kid. I have a premonition that it will become a scourge, and it must be killed in its cradle. Seeing the way Lin Feng gritted his teeth when he said this, even Kuina and Konus believed it. Ah, is he strong? Can I help? Geralt said worriedly, fearing that he would be delayed in the battle. Don't worry, even 10 of him can't beat you now. Garrett immediately geared up when he heard the words, looking full of energy. Now you know almost everything on the boat. Starting tomorrow, you, Sister Kuina, will accompany you to exercise, don't be lazy. Then he said to Kuina, I will trouble you to help her practice during this time, especially hockey, let her become proficient as soon as possible. Okay, don't worry. For Kuina, Lin Feng is very reassured, both in her own strength and in the way of teaching others, she is very good at it. Little Betty at the side shivered suddenly when she saw Kuina go out, as if remembering the fear of being dominated before. At noon on the third day after leaving Zou, a super large ship appeared in front of the star. Garrett, who was looking at the scenery from the observation deck, shouted, Lin Feng, big brother, there's a boat ahead, it's super big. Lin Feng opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and stood up from the couch. A huge ship with a pirate flag is sailing towards us on the distant sea. Chapter 377, Encountering the Moby Dick. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Meeting in this place, although somewhat unexpected, is also reasonable. After all, here and ruling the country are not far away, and Kaido is fighting the Whitebeard pirates again during this time. So when seeing the Moby Dick, Lin Feng was also very calm. Unlike him, on the Moby Dick at this time, the observers on the observation deck also saw the star. He recognized it at a glance, and then shouted loudly to other people on the deck. Hey, Xingqian, it's Xingqian. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and Marco also asked loudly, what did you say? Ahead, Xingqian. Lin Feng's Xingqian. These were finally heard clearly, and Marco turned to look at Ace. Did you hear that? Ace did not answer, turned his head and walked directly to the front of the deck to look over. Sure enough, there was a ship over there, with a red hull, a red flag, and that huge golden 5-pointed star. Ace's expression immediately became extremely surprised. Although he was very surprised why Lin Feng was here, it didn't matter. The captains walked to Ace and discussed, hey, it's really him. Good luck, us. Marco, do you think Lin Feng knows that our situation is not good, so he came here to help? Marco heard the words and said, probably not, otherwise they will definitely say hello in advance, and they can't possibly know that we are in this place. After explaining, Marco said, leave the boat first, and have a banquet today. Advertisement. Oh. All of a sudden, there was joy on the boat. During this time, they were all overwhelmed by Kaido and Ant, so how could they have time to relax? Now, it's different, everyone is hoping that someone who doesn't have eyesight will come and hunt them down, preferably the dog Kaido and Big Mom. It's really coming, let's see if you die or not. After confirming that it was the Moby Dick, the Xingqian approached under Lin Feng's control. It seems that there will be another banquet today. Seeing this, Kuina already knew what would happen next. Hee. Sister Kuina, can I ask Garrett to help us today? I guess it's too late for me to cook by myself. Little Betty asked as she looked at the large number of people on the Moby DK that was slowly approaching. No problem. Sister Betty, I will help you. Let me help you too, Kuina said. Several people looked at each other and smiled. At this moment Lin Feng said, none of you move today. There are a bunch of old men on the opposite side. Why don't you let a few girls cook for you? Let them do it themselves. You all give me a good rest. Those who dare to order me can't beat them to death. Hearing this, little Betty was ecstatic and hugged Lin Feng with a bear. Long live Lin Feng, big brother. At this time, the two boats were already very close. Ace and the others were about to say hello, but they suddenly felt a chill and goosebumps came up. What's going on? There's killing intent. After regaining consciousness, he saw that little Betty on the opposite boat had jumped onto the guardrail and was waving at them. The captains naturally knew little Betty, who doesn't like the cute little girl, and they responded loudly one by one. Ace even stood on the guardrail, and when he raised his hand, a large group of flames rushed into the air, and the flames quickly gathered into a five-pointed star, burning and shining in the air. This guy still likes to play handsome so much, Kuina complained. So handsome. Garrett's eyes were shining, and his face was full of admiration. Advertisement Lin Feng smiled and said to Kuina, look, the effect has come out. After a while, the two ships were completely close together and lined up. Ace, Marco and other captains came to the Xingqian first. Haven't seen you for a long time. After some pleasantries, Ace and the others' eyes fell on Garrett. Hey, is this your new crew member? Ace asked. Is this the fur tribe? Marco asked, looking at Garrett who was hiding behind little Betty. That's right, we just came over from Zhou. Hearing this, Vista frowned and said, Zhou, I remember that it seems to be the hometown of the two guys, Momomushi and Inuarashi. That's right, that's them. Zhou's also remembered. Marco also looked at Lin Feng and asked, how are the two of them doing now? Thinking back to the cat and the dog, Lin Feng said, it's pretty good, they either sleep or fight all day long. You guys, do you know the old Duke Yamato Inuarashi? At this time, a timid voice came. When everyone saw it, it wasn't Garrett or anyone else. Marco stepped forward and said, well, we are good friends, what's your name? Garrett. Ha, not bad, much cuter than Mamushi and Inuarashi. Marco rubbed the rabbit's head and said happily. Gallet also felt that the person in front of him was not malicious to him, so he rubbed his head comfortably. Chapter 378 Daily Banquet. Unexpectedly, Marco raised his feet to look at the lawn on the deck, looked around and said, Tisk, your ship is so luxurious, if it gets dirty or damaged by you, I won't let me lose money. Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked over without saying a word. What do you think? It will cost you everything. Dodging Lin Feng's sneak attack with a smile, Marco laughed and said, we have no money to pay. If you don't believe me, ask Ace. Yes. There is a lot of money. The duel field has made a lot of money. Marco never expected that Ace would tear down his platform immediately, pretending to be angry and shouting, traitor, you shameless. Then he said to Bista, call all the brothers over. After a while, a group of rough men jumped onto the Xingqian, carrying all kinds of food and drinks. Fortunately, the Xingqian is also big enough, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Lin Feng stepped forward to take the wine carried by several members of the Whitebeard pirates, opened it, tasted it and said, Tisk, isn't this my wine? Ha, there are quite a few scarlet taverns in our area now, a big man said. Lin Feng looked at Kuina after hearing the words. Is there such a thing? Kuina nodded helplessly. This guy is really a hands-off shopkeeper, he doesn't know anything. Ha, if you don't get drunk today, you won't return home. Marco walked over and put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulder and said. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, dozens of tables, chairs and benches appeared. What, is it in the cabin, or on the deck? Of course it's outside, the air is good and the scenery is good, everyone said in unison. Advertisement soon. Everyone found a seat and sat down. Lin Feng said suddenly, everyone, you can cook what you want to eat today, we are not responsible here, but if anyone is willing to trouble the little girl to cook for you, I don't have an opinion either. At the end of the words, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also burst out laughing. Captain Lin Feng, don't worry, we can do it ourselves. That's right, how can you bully a child? The captain sat in a circle with Lin Feng and the others. While eating, he asked, how is Daddy at your place? Recently, because of Kaido and Ant, Marco and others have no time to visit Sabaody. Well, it's pretty good, but it may have changed a lot. Thinking of Whitebeard hanging out with Rayleigh all day, Lin Feng didn't know how to describe it. A big change? The person who didn't know the situation asked immediately. Only Ace who knew the situation kept coughing. After a lively banquet, it was almost dark and Marco leaned against the railing with a bottle of wine and chatted with Lin Feng. You know all about our situation, is there anything else you want to know? During the banquet, Marco had already told Lin Feng the recent situation of the Whitebeard pirates. Lin Feng lowered his head and thought silently for a while and said, during this time, try not to have large-scale confrontations with Kaido or Big Mom, and try to avoid them if you can. I will have a plan for the following things, and you just need to try your best to defend. Advertisement Marco was not surprised by Lin Feng's answer, nodded and said, okay, then we will wait for your good news then. Then Marco called the crew back to the Moby DK. They still had other things to do and couldn't delay any longer. Before leaving, Ace came over and asked, Lin Feng, where are you going next? Wano-kuni. Hearing this, Ace thought of the little girl who was still waiting for him. He had Chen Nuo once, and when he went back again, he would make her country a country that could feed her well. Thinking of this, Ace can't help but feel a little guilty. It's been so long, and he doesn't know what's going on there, and he hasn't hit Kaido's strength yet, and he's even being chased away. Well, please do something. You go over there, if it is convenient, find a girl named Xiao Yu, and help me see how she is doing now, Ace said. Lin Feng smiled. Can't you just calm down a bit? Be merciful everywhere. Even though she knew that Xiao Yu was just a little girl, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease her. Don't talk nonsense. If someone finds out about this, they will go to jail. After agreeing to Ace's request, Lin Feng said, okay, get out of here, don't stand here and block your eyes. Ace jumped onto the Moby DK and shouted back, call me when you go back to Sabaody. I haven't seen Luffy for a long time. Ignoring him, Lin Feng turned his head and waved his hand. After the magic fighting energy swept away, the deck became clean again. This guy, Ace muttered, and soon the Moby DK was gone. On Lin Feng's side, he took out his fishing rod again, fishing. Konus was lying not far away teasing Yu Sisi, while Kuina dragged Gallo to the training room and began to practice at night, and little Betty naturally followed. She would not miss this excitement. Chapter 379. Arriving at Wano-kuni after waiting for several hours, Lin Feng slowly walked out of the cabin. While eating, he asked, what time is it? It's almost noon, Captain. Konus smiled and served Lin Feng a cup of tea. Nodding, Lin Feng said, it should be almost here. Kuina also sat next to him at this time and asked, it shouldn't be that easy to enter Wano-kuni, should I make some preparations? Wano-kuni is a powerful country located in the New World. It is a closed country that never accepts outsiders and does not join the world government. Even marine ships cannot enter. There is no coast with open sea, only cliffs and waterfalls around, and to enter Wano-kuni's domain, you must climb over a nearly vertical waterfall and current. No, we have plenty of ways to go up. Lin Feng put down his teacup and said, but he also knew what Kuina was talking about should not be this. After all, they could fly up directly. Don't worry about other aspects. No matter who owns this place, we will do what we have to do. No matter who comes to make trouble, we will crush them directly. Kuina didn't speak anymore. The reason why she asked such a question was because she heard that Wano-kuni has been closed to the outside world for a long time, and it may be relatively xenophobic, and it is still the territory of the four emperors Kaido. Soon, after the Shingshin passed through a thick fog, the waves became more and more tumbling, and a towering mountain appeared in front of it. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and fog, and it was impossible to tell how high it was. What surprised several people was that around the mountain, a huge waterfall and ocean current poured down, which was quite spectacular. Is that up there, Wano-kuni? Konus asked. That's right, it's there, Lin Feng said. Geralt also looked forward curiously. Growing up in Zou, she had also heard the legend about Wano-kuni. Advertisement, Lin Feng big brother, how do we get up there? Garrett asked. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He hasn't told anyone about the addition of anti-gravity devices on the Shingshin. After approaching the waterfall and current, the close-up view is even more magnificent, and the sound of the water crashing into the sea is deafening. At this time, Konus and little Betty had already started flying very consciously. Garrett was carried on the back by little Betty, and Kuina also walked to Lin Feng's side, meaning hurry up and take me to fly. However, the next moment, the Shingshin slowly left the sea and flew up. Little Betty and the others who were originally flying in the air fell to the deck again because of the elevation of the Shingshin. Several people looked at this scene in shock, and then looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Why, didn't you see it? Our ship can fly, Lin Feng said with a smile. The deck became noisy, talking about 3 women playing a show, let alone 4 now, although one of them is a rabbit. Stand still, let's speed up. As soon as the words fell, the Shingshin, which was still rising slowly, suddenly accelerated and flew towards the sky quickly. Lying on the guardrail, little Betty and Garrett yelled. Passing through the clouds, the star soon appeared over the inland sea of Wano-kuni. Just as he was happy, Lin Feng suddenly froze. I see land, Garrett exclaimed suddenly. Advertisement. It seems that the sea circle calendar has been going on for 20 years now. According to this time calculation, Momonosuke's little bum doesn't seem to exist on this timeline. It should be the coast of the Jiuli area, and it is also the territory under the jurisdiction of Jack the Drow, one of Kaido's 3 plagues, Lin Feng said casually. It's okay, let's go ashore. The Shingshin did not land, and flew directly towards the distant coast. Noticing the change in Lin Feng's expression, Kuina asked, what's wrong? Lin Feng was a little excited in his heart. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Thinking of this, an unknown fire rose in Lin Feng's heart. Damn it, it was a mistake. Why don't we just turn around and go back? And there is a piece of land in this inner sea, that is Wanokuni. Then Lin Feng looked at Garrett, knowing that Jack the Drow attacked Zhou later, and the fur tribe almost wiped out. Below, on the surface of the inland sea, a gigantic Uzumaki seemed to devour all incoming ships like the mouth of a gigantic creature. Hiss. This means we can fly. If it were someone else, I'm afraid we would be drawn into Uzumaki, little Betty Garrett said. Grass. Then this trip is not in vain. Do you have to wait 2 years to solve that B asterisk 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 D? At this time, everyone has also seen it. The star was put away, and several people stood on the shore. Konas looked around and asked, "Where is this place in Wano-kuni? There is no one there." But thinking of Ace's entrustment, Lin Feng sighed, "Forget it, it's all here." Yeah, it's scary, I didn't expect it to be so dangerous outside. Chapter 380 Little girl Ayu Lin Feng curled his lips when he heard the words, and he was still eating delicious food. When you see how scarce food is here and how many people are starving to death, you might cry. Just when everyone was about to leave the beach, there were bursts of loud noises in the forest. Soon everyone discovered where the sound was coming from. They looked in that direction and saw a creature with a yellow mane and a huge head in the forest coming this way. The 4 thick legs will leave a huge deep pit with each foot on the ground. The size of this creature is bigger than an ordinary pirate ship. The overturned woods ahead and the complicated footprints on the ground showed that this was not the first time this monster had come to this place. And Lin Feng already knew what it was the first time it appeared. Koma dog. This one should be the pet of the girl named Ayu in Ace's mouth, and the name is Komachio. The figure on its back also verified Lin Feng's guess. Soon Komachio came to the beach, and at the same time it also found Lin Feng and the others. Roar. He roared at several people with his big mouth. Ayu on the back also looked at Lin Feng and the others carefully. In the past, she would come here whenever she had time. The person who had an agreement with her said that one day in the future, he would come back here. Since that person left, she has been waiting here. Lin Feng big brother, this big dog is so ugly and has bad breath, little Betty said in disgust, as Komachio's roar just now sprayed an unknown amount of saliva. Really? You didn't get sprayed with saliva again? Lin Feng said, withdrew his magic grudge. HMPH, why don't you grab it and eat it today? Little Betty said, pulling out a kitchen knife out of nowhere. Advertisement at this time, on Komachio's back, Ayu, who had been sticking out her small head and watching them quietly, heard that someone was going to eat her pet, and immediately quit. No, you can't do this. Oh, here's a little doll. It seems that today's harvest is good. Lin Feng pretended to be surprised and said, I will kill this big dog later, and I will bring this doll with me, and let her eat it later. Cleaning up on board, serving tea and water. If you don't obey, throw it into the sea and feed the fish. After some flirting, Ayu, who was on Komachio's back, turned pale, and immediately told Komachio to turn around and run away. However, how could Ayu know that now Komachio is even more scared than she is? Her legs are trembling and her whole body is weak. Hurry up, or you'll be eaten, Ayu said anxiously to Komachio. It's useless, little girl, you won't be able to leave today anyway. Lin Feng stepped forward, and Komachio was already lying on the ground, but even with its size, Lin Feng still had to raise his head to speak. Hurry up and come down, I'll take you to buy candy, otherwise I'm going to make a move. How dare Ayu go down, although the person in front of him is smiling, but Ayu knows that this is a scum who kidnaps and sells children, absolutely cannot go down. If you don't come down, I'm going up. Behind Lin Feng, Kuina and the others covered their faces helplessly. Lin Feng big brother fell ill again, little Betty whispered in Garrett's ear. Huh? Lin Feng big brother is sick. Is it serious? Garrett asked nervously. Kuina, who heard the two talking, said, it's serious. Then he walked towards Lin Feng. Advertisement boom. Ouch. The scabbard hit Lin Feng's head, and when he looked back, Kuina was looking at him with a dark face. What a big person, really. Kuina glared at Lin Feng and then said to Ayu. What a cute little sister, what's your name? Why do you come here alone? Ayu looked at Kuina with a gentle face, but she shrank her head back. It was obvious that she didn't trust Kuina, after all, she was the partner of the big villain. Seeing this, Kuina turned back and said, it's all your fault, why do you like to scare children so much? Lin Feng had no choice but to go back to little Betty, just for fun, teasing the kids, how interesting. Have you been scolded? Little Betty said gloatingly. Damn girl, you still dare to see my jokes. Lin Feng squeezed little Betty's head hard. Little Betty didn't resist at all, and said in her mouth, HMPH, Lin Feng big brother, you will be disgusted if you scare the children like this. What? You still dislike your big brother? Hey, I despise you. Seeing how the two were fighting, Garrett ran to the other side, grabbed Lin Feng's other hand and put it on his head, rubbing it against himself, Karuchu. Ayu, who was on Komachio's back, was coaxed by Kuina for a while, and seeing Lin Feng's happy scene, he immediately put down his guard. After all, he was only a 6-year-old child. Kuina hugged Ayu in her arms as she wished, and the cute and well-behaved appearance captured Kuina in a chapter 381 What a child? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng looked at Ayu again. He was very cute and immediately felt that it would be nice to have such a little guy. Then Lin Feng was taken aback by his own thoughts at this moment. Could it be that he also has the urge to be an old father? At this time, Kuina had already walked over with Ayu in her arms, and Komachio was still lying on the spot and did not dare to move. When she came in front of Lin Feng, Ayu turned her head again and buried her in Kuina's arms, not even daring to look at Lin Feng. Hey, little guy, come here and give big brother a hug. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and wanted to take it. Unexpectedly, Kuina avoids him and walks in front of Konas. Konas, restore the kid. Konas also saw that the little guy was not in good condition, and it seemed that it was caused by long-term malnutrition. The recovery technique was applied directly, and Ayu's feeling of fatigue disappeared in an instant, and the scars on his hands caused by long-term weaving of bamboo hats also disappeared. It's just that my stomach growled suddenly. Kuina touched Ayu's head and looked at the clothes on the little guy's body, which were mended and mended. It seemed that the clothes had been worn for an unknown amount of time. Her stomach was growling, and Ayu buried her head deeper, obviously feeling embarrassed. Kuina turned her head and said, "Get something to eat." Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly took out the pots and pans and some noodles and vegetables from the system space and handed them to Lil Betty. "Hey, cook a bowl of noodles." The latter took the things and immediately started her special tricks on the spot. "Why are you cooking it now? Is there no bread?" Kuina asked curiously. Advertisement: what kind of bread to eat? Wouldn't it be good to cook a bowl of noodles? Let the little guy eat something warm. While talking, Lin Feng took out 2 eggs for Lil Betty, egg noodles. "Understood, don't worry about it," Lil Betty said to Garrett, "come and help." After a while, a bowl of hot egg noodles was cooked, and smelling the aroma wafting over, Ayu swallowed hard in Kuina's arms. She heard just now that this bowl of noodles was cooked for her, and she wanted to eat it very much, but the group of people in front of her had nothing to do with her, and she didn't know whether it was good or bad, so how could she eat other people's food? If Lin Feng knew what Ayu was thinking at this time, he would definitely go up and pinch Ayu's little cheeks. "How long have you been in my wife's arms? Why are you so reserved? Come on, sister, can I feed you?" Kuina sat down cross-legged, put Ayu on her lap, and said softly as she took the hand that Lil Betty brought over. Ayu's face was flushed, and she nodded in embarrassment. After fighting for a long time in her heart, she still couldn't reach the bowl of delicious egg noodles in front of her. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't eaten such good food. Since the people in the village starved to death and ran away, it is now a dilapidated village. Only a few people still stay here. In the past, they only ate some preserved wild vegetables and fruits, and it took a long time to eat a little rice. Fortunately, there is a master, so she won't starve to death. Opening his small mouth, the hot noodles entered his mouth. Ayu chewed them twice in surprise and swallowed them, and suddenly shivered from the heat. "Don't worry, what are you eating so fast? Take your time," Kuina said. Me. Ayu was speechless for a long time. After a while, under the care of Kuina, Ayu ate the last bite of the egg. Satisfied, he burped, then lowered his head shyly. Advertisement: Lin Feng put away the things and said, "Let's go to her house and have a look." Hearing this, Kuina asked Ayu, "Can I tell my sister what your name is now?" "Ayu." The little girl whispered. "Ayu, can you take us to your house? My sister is not a bad person, and neither is that big brother. She was just teasing you just now." Looking up at Lin Feng, Ayu didn't speak. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and played it off. Kuina went on to say, "Look, the food you ate just now was also given to you by the big brother. Can you call him big brother too?" Ayu thought for a while and said in a very low voice, "Thank you, big brother." "Okay, now take us to your house. This is our first time visiting this place. Can Ayu show us around?" Kuina, who still doesn't know the specific situation here, said so. As for Ayu, she just felt that the little girl was a bit pitiful, but such situations were not uncommon, so she didn't think too much about it. Ayu nodded and said, "Sister, can you not eat it?" Looking at the direction of Ayu's finger, it was Komachio. Kuina turned her head and glared at Lin Feng again. "Don't worry, no, let's go back together, shall we?" After coaxing them earnestly for a long time, the crowd followed Ayu into the forest. Along the way, Lin Feng changed flowers to make the little girl happy. What kind of wind, water, electricity, and fire kept changing in Lin Feng's hands, which made Ayu amazed. Chapter 382: Flying through Tiangu Mountain. A 6-year-old girl like this should be innocent and only know how to play around. If it is Lin Feng's own child, he is really afraid of melting, holding it for fear of falling. It is definitely like a jewel in the palm of his hand. And Ayu was born in this chaotic and disorderly world. Under the brutal rule of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, Ayu's parents died while working in the factory of Hajiguo, bamboo hats to sell. However, even though the world has been so dark and so unfair to her, Ayu still lives in the world optimistically, maintaining innocence, liveliness and the most precious kindness. At the most difficult time for Ayu, she met her master, Tianshango Feiche. He is a strange old man, but he treats Ayu with sincerity and kindness. Due to his limited ability, he can only guarantee that Ayu will not starve to death. Life is still very difficult. Thinking about it, Lin Feng stretched out his hands towards Ayu. The latter hesitated slightly when he saw this, and opened his hands as well. Lin Feng was overjoyed, and took Ayu from Kuina's arms. "Ha ha ha, little girl, you must have been caught by me," Lin Feng laughed triumphantly. And now that Ayu also knew that Lin Feng and the others were not bad people, she also giggled along with her. "Ayu is so cute, it would be great if it was my daughter," Lin Feng said casually. The few people who were originally quite lively became quiet in an instant. Kuina walked ahead with a blushing face, but her pace became faster. Not long after, passing through the forest, a big treehouse appeared in front of several people. Since the Lian Li village was destroyed, Ayu and his master came to live in the forest. Ayu said happily, "Brother Lin Feng, this is my home." After finishing speaking, he suddenly lowered his head shyly, as if he felt embarrassed that his home was too shabby. Lin Feng smiled, lifted Ayu and put it on his shoulders, and walked towards the house. Advertisement: at this time, a strangely dressed man with a Tengu mask on his face came out of the room. There is also a pair of white wings on the back, and clogs with exaggerated heights on the feet. With his hand on the long knife at his waist, he seemed to be confirming the identities of Lin Feng and the others. Hey, don't do it. Lin Feng said hastily. Master, brother Lin Feng and the others are not bad people. Ayu shouted hastily. Lin Feng looked at the strange old man and smiled. Put Ayu on the ground. The latter immediately ran over and told what happened today, but of course Lin Feng didn't say anything about scaring him on purpose. Outsider? After listening to Ayu's narration, Tianbushan Feiche said. That's right, we came from outside, Lin Feng said. Tianbushan Feiche stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with hostility. Thank you very much for taking care of Ayu, but no matter who you are or what you are doing here, I hope you can leave here quickly. I don't want you to bring trouble here. He said and looked at Ayu behind him. This child's life is already hard enough. Lin Feng was not annoyed at being ordered to evict guests. Instead, he said to Ayu, Ayu, do you want us to leave? Hearing this, Ayu looked at Lin Feng and the others, the gentle sisters Kuina and Konis, as well as Betty and Rabbit, so reluctant. We came from outside, did Ayu guess anything? Seeing the appearance of the two, Lin Feng said, well, let's go, we can't go. Advertisement, don't embarrass Ayu, you guys should leave quickly, Tianbushan Feiche said again. Lin Feng nodded and knelt down and said, that's right, I'm here to look for you. Master, let brother Lin Feng and the others stay here for one night, otherwise it will be very dangerous to meet those villains in Bola Town now, Ayu said cautiously. Hearing this name, even Tianbushan Feiche was stunned. He also knew Ace, and the time when he just adopted Ayu was also the time when Ace came here. No. Ayu's small face became excited with the naked eye, and said in surprise, Brother Ace, you all know Brother Ace, right? After all, the purpose of our coming here is for this Ayu. Lin Feng took advantage of Tianbushan Feiche's inattention and grabbed Ayu and put it on his shoulder again. Yes, I am Ace's big brother. I also know how much Ayu expects from this guy named Ace. Ace's big brother? Ayu said with her head down. Ace's big brother really? Why are you nervous? If we want to harm Ayu, why bring him back? Lin Feng said helplessly. Lin Feng shook his shoulders and said, yes. Seemingly thinking of something, a trace of hope appeared in Ayu's eyes. At this time, Ayu asked, Brother Lin Feng, are you here to look for Ayu? As soon as the words fell, Tianbushan Feiche suddenly became nervous. Could it be that Ayu's ability has been discovered? These guys are here to snatch Ayu? Chapter 383. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. Then he lowered his head and said in disappointment, why didn't Brother Ace come? Hearing this, Kuina and the others on the side were also surprised, and then said, Ayu is the little girl Ace told you about? Well, it's her, I won't admit my mistake, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng comforted Ayu, your big brother Ace has important things to do now, and he is chased around the sea every day, so how can he have time to come here? Huh? Brother Ace won't be in danger, right? Ayu asked nervously. Don't worry, I can't die, I will die sometime before I die. Then Lin Feng continued, I'll let him come back to see you when I have time. Originally, you can directly open the Kamui space to bring Ace over there, but considering the situation there, it is better not to disturb him, maybe he is being hunted down now. Really? Hearing this, Ayu, who was still nervous at first, immediately became happy on Ace's expression. And Tianbushan Feiche looked at this scene and said, you said you knew that Ace, how can you prove it? Lin Feng thought for a while, and took out a photo, which was taken by Enel when Ace was practicing in Sabaody, when Lin Feng beat his nose and face swollen, and Lin Feng was still doing a comparison. Seeing the photo, Ayu asked worriedly, Brother Ace, what's wrong? I beat you up for being disobedient. I'm the big brother, Lin Feng said triumphantly. Tianbushan Feiche took the photo and looked at it carefully. Then he said, it's up to you whether you want to go or not, but we don't have any extra room here for you to live in. Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and smiled. Putting Ayu on the ground, Lin Feng recalled someone's 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique in his mind, and pressed on the ground with one hand. The wood attribute magic vindictiveness poured into the ground. Advertisement. The ground began to vibrate, and countless logs of different thicknesses broke through the ground. In the shock of Ayu and Tianbushan Feiche, a small 2-story building appeared in front of him after a while. For Lin Feng, it is not impossible to use other attributes of grudge, but in order to match this forest, it is better to use wood. Hey, we have a place to live, Lin Feng said proudly. Ayu opened her small mouth, her eyes full of envy. Kuina walked over and took her hand. Ayu sleeps with sister at night, okay? Can you? Ayu asked in surprise. Sure. At this time, Konis came over and hugged Ayu. It's your sister Kuina's tonight, give me a hug now. Tianbushan Feiche's mood at this time was indescribable. After confirming the identities of Lin Feng and the others, he couldn't say much, but felt as uncomfortable as having his little padded jacket taken away. Uncle Mask, is there a town near here? We want to eat delicious food, little Betty asked, bouncing over. Interrupted by such an interruption, Tianbushan Feiche coughed and said, yes, if you are not afraid of death, you can go, but don't bring trouble back. Not caring about the displeasure in Tianbushan Feiche's words, little Betty knew that a town is enough, and she turned around and grabbed Garrett's hand and said, let's go play. Fur people, Tianbushan Feiche thought to himself. It's not a good thing to appear in this place. Noticing the look in his eyes, Lin Feng smiled secretly, thinking about it too. It is indeed a little sensitive that the Fur clan appears in Wano Kuni now. Tianbushan Feiche didn't speak, his gaze returned to Ayu and he didn't leave it. This strange old man, Lin Feng thought so. Advertisement. Hearing the words, the two rushed into the forest quickly, while Lin Feng pointed to the big treehouse and said, "Can I go in and sit down?" Before a few people could find a place to sit down, footsteps came from outside. Tiandu Shuangwen didn't speak, turned and walked into the house. Helpless, Tiandu Shuangwen pointed in a direction, and the two ran out happily again. After entering, the three of them took a look and came to such a conclusion. However, the reason why he is called a weird old man, apart from his personality and clothes, is mainly because this old guy has an unknown hobby, like collecting beautiful girl dolls. Looking back, it wasn't little Betty and Garrett who it was. But the three of them didn't say anything. Tiandu Shuangwen had already done his best to take care of Ayu. There was no way to live in this kind of place, his ability was limited. The two stood awkwardly at the door. Well, in which direction is the town? Lin Feng nodded. Go, come back early. And his identity is also very interesting, a resident of Casa Village in the Curry area of Wanokuni, a swordsmith, a descendant of the legendary swordsmith Goucher, and a collection of second-generation Gouche, one of the 21 craftsmen of the big sharp knife. Shabby, and shabby. The three of Lin Feng also followed in. But although the person is weird, he really cares about Ayu, and everyone can see this. Little Betty and Garrett came to Lin Feng holding hands. Can we go out and play? Chapter 384. How about you take it back? Tiandu Shuangwen sat alone on the side, silent. Inadvertently, Ayu noticed the sword on Kuina's waist, looked up and asked, Sister Kuina, are you a samurai? Kuina was taken aback. Samurai? WTF? Wanokuni refers to swordsmen as samurai, Lin Feng explained. Kuina heard the words and said, That's right, but I still like to say that I am a swordsman, or a swordsman. Ayu asked excitedly. Then Sister Kuina, are you good? Before Kuina could speak, Konis, who was watching Kuina pinching Ayu's little face, said, Kuina is very powerful. On the outside, she is the most powerful swordsman other than the world's #1 swordsman. Lin Feng also added at this time, eating devil fruit doesn't count. This comes to mind with Fujitora. Hearing this, Tiandu Shuangwen, who had been silent all the time, fell on Kuina with a surprised look. Looking at the two swords at her waist, she really wanted to go up and pull them out for a closer look. Just then Ayu said, Can I have a look? Kuina nodded, Stay away, don't hurt you. When Ayu was hugged away by Konis, Kuina pulled out Snow Sakura, the first weapon that Lin Feng gave her. At first glance, Tiandu Shuangwen's expression under the mask was stunned. This is a weapon no less than the second-generation Onikiki in his collection. I really want to take a closer look, but I can't get rid of this old face. Wow, so beautiful. In contrast, a little girl like Ayu is completely attracted by Sakura's appearance. Kuina's eyes lit up. Do you like it? Advertisement? I like it. Ayu stepped forward and said cautiously. Then do you want to learn swordsmanship? Both Ayu and Tiandu Shuangwen looked at Kuina in surprise, even Lin Feng. Lin Feng remembered that Ayu wanted to become a coquettish female ninja. Can I? Ayu asked. Kuina nodded, of course, as long as you like it. And when Ayu heard the words, he started to get tangled up, ninja, warrior. Which one to choose? Can I see your knife? Tiandu Shuangwen came over suddenly and asked, with a hint of request in his tone. Kuina didn't mind, she raised her hand and handed it over. The latter seemed to have taken over something fragile, with great care and solemnity. He held it in his hand for a long time before returning it to Kuina. I've never seen such a knife before. It's completely different from the forging method I know. It would be great if I could meet this knifesmith. Tiandu Shuangwen said, How did you get it? Looking at Lin Feng, Kuina said, He gave it to me. Tiandu Shuangwen looked at Lin Feng in shock. Are you a swordsmith? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. It's okay to let him fool Toshigi, the one in front of him is a real knife blacksmith, and he is still very powerful. No, by chance. Sitting back in his seat disappointed, Tiandu Shuangwen was full of the mysterious blacksmith. Little Betty and Garrett came to Bola Town, the only Taoyuan farm, in the Jiuli area, following the direction pointed by Tiangu Mountain Fage. Advertisement both of them were wearing Xingqian's anti-god robes. Swaggeringly appeared on the streets of Bola Town. The regional style of Wanokuni is very close to the characteristics of the island country. Quaint buildings and a large number of geisha and samurai. There are people coming and going on the street, wearing kimonos and having unique buns on their heads. Many people have a samurai sword pinned to their waists, and some people may not know how to use it at all, but it feels out of place here without one. Under such circumstances, little Betty and Betty naturally became the focus of the street. The unique clothes and the identity of the Garrot fur family all attracted people's strange glances, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. However, the two of them didn't care about these at all. They looked at the unique scenery and features here curiously, and shuttled happily among the crowd. After a while, the two came to a ramen restaurant that looked quite clean. Smelling the faint fragrance, little Betty said, Boss, here are 2 bowls of ramen. Looking at these 2 girls who were obviously not locals, the owner of the ramen shop showed a meaningful smile and said, Okay, come in and sit first. The two came into the noodle shop and just sat down for a while. The boss came with 2 bowls of ramen. Guests, please. Wow, it smells so good. Garrett couldn't wait to take a bite. Little Betty took out Bailey and asked, Boss, how much? The owner of the ramen restaurant saw Bailey and asked, What do you mean? Money. The face of the ramen shop owner turned black. We don't accept this thing here. Ah, Then what do you charge? Little Betty didn't expect that Bailey couldn't spend it. Only accept gold and silver. Little Betty was taken aback when she heard the words, then looked at Garrett who was still buried in eating noodles. Do you have any? No. Seeing the boss's face getting darker and darker, Little Betty touched her head in embarrassment. Well, I haven't eaten it yet. Why don't you take it back? Chapter 385 Little Betty's Solo Fight. Little girl, if you want to eat Ba Wang's meal in our Bola town, you will have to pay a price, one person said viciously. Seeing this situation, Garrot, who was immersed in eating noodles, also stopped. Little Betty said, Boss, if we don't wait until we go back to get the money, we don't know that this place only accepts gold and silver when we come here for the first time. I'll be back soon. After finishing speaking, he added. Hearing this, the boss grinned and said, Little girl, why don't you eat the noodles first? But I don't have any money. Let's go back and get the money first, shall we? HMPH, today's noodles, you have to eat it if you eat it, or you have to eat it if you don't eat it. The boss put his arms around his chest and said proudly, the fat on his face couldn't stop shaking when he laughed. At this moment, Little Betty had sensed that something was wrong, and quickly said to Garrett, run. With a flash of her figure, Little Betty had already appeared outside the noodle shop, but the next moment she realized that there was no one behind her. She turned her head to look. Garrett was lying on the ground motionless at this time. Depend on. These bastards actually took drugs. Sure enough, it's not a serious noodle restaurant. Just when Little Betty was about to rush in to save her, two strange-looking guys came out of the crowd, followed by about 20 people. Zone abilities? Little Betty guessed subconsciously. A guy with a lion's head on his belly, and a woman with a human upper body and a horse lower body? Female horse? What happened? Advertisement. Seeing the person coming, the owner of the noodle shop trembled and said, Master Hold'em, these two outsiders actually don't pay for food in our Bola town. I just want to teach them a lesson. Hold'em, the real hit of Beast's Pirates, Drought, Jack, man-made devil fruit, a power user in the form of a lion. The latter looked at Garrot who had fainted, and naturally knew that it was the noodle shop owner who did it, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that the fur tribe actually appeared here. Hey, fur tribe, and this little girl with cat ears. The person who spoke was the half-man, half-horse woman next to Hold'em, who was also Jack's real fighter, the man-made devil fruit horse form ability user, Speed, who has a 350-degree field of vision because of the man-made fruit ability. He wears purple goggles and has black and white hair. Wearing a white and blue bodysuit with an exposed chest and a unique Beast's Pirate's cape. Take them. Hold'em said coldly. More than 20 subordinates rushed out from behind, including warriors and man-made demon fruit power. The moment they rushed up, Little Betty had already transformed into a nightmare form. Mirage. Little Betty used a skill she had mastered not so long ago. In an instant, the streets of Bola town disappeared, replaced by a horrifying scene, with all kinds of terrifying monsters rushing towards them. All the ordinary people who were drawn into this scene screamed, but fortunately these monsters did not hurt them. Just killed Hold'em's men. Hold'em and Speed were equally shocked. What kind of ability is this? Advertisement. Before they could react, Little Betty had already used her next move. Dream attack. The eyes of the people under the two men froze, and then they started fighting each other. Only a few people kept shaking their heads under the severe dizziness. In the space created by the Mirage, Little Betty's ability can be greatly improved. At this time, on the real street of Bola town, everyone stood there motionless. Whenever someone is killed in the Mirage, the real body falls to the ground. Seeing that something was wrong, Hold'em and Speed immediately rushed towards Little Betty. Lion fire. Hold'em's lion protruded from the waist and flew out a ball of flames, and then Hold'em drew his sword and slashed out, Hell Flame Knife. Little Betty naturally also drew his sword to meet him, but just as he was about to slash, an arrow colored with weapons flew towards him. Spinning quickly in the air to avoid the sword, Little Betty slashed out with a sword, scattering the flying flames. Then with a wave of its wings, it flew past Hold'em's slash. The next sword struck directly on the lion's head in the opponent's abdomen. The lion's head had independent consciousness. After it screamed, it flew upside down with Hold'em himself. At this moment, a few more arrows came, and after Little Betty quickly dodged, her figure disappeared into the air, but Speed had a 350-degree field of vision, and soon noticed that Little Betty appeared behind her. Subconsciously used the arm color, and then turned around, just as Little Betty slashed over with a sword, drawing a spark in her abdomen, followed by a sharp pain, and the arm color was cut through. Looking at the wound on his abdomen, Speed was terrified, almost cut in half. At this time Hold'em had already got up from the ground, looked around, and all the subordinates who had been killing each other had all fallen to the ground at this time. Chapter 386 The King of Ships, Be careful. Well, let's go together. The two were about to rush over, but they found that Little Betty had disappeared. Just when he slashed at Speed with a sword, Little Betty had already sensed that someone was coming from the outside world. Jack the Drow, who had just returned from a mission, received a message from the people below before his butt was hot. When he came to the scene, he saw Hold'em and Speed standing motionless, with large beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. The other subordinates fell to the ground and did not move. After checking, they found that these people were not dead, but they couldn't wake up no matter what. Little Betty, who noticed the person coming, immediately evacuated the Mirage, and he also opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he flew directly into Garrett's position, and flew into the sky as soon as he caught it. With just a hasty glance, Little Betty recognized who it was. Jack, one of the three most powerful under Kaido, This has been popularized before, and now she is probably not the opponent's opponent, let alone in someone else's territory. If she really wants to stay and fight, she will definitely be in danger. Thinking of this, little Betty flew even faster. Looking at the two little Bettys who were running away quickly, Jack narrowed his eyes, and another real hipshead who had been following behind him said, "The clothes of the fur tribe seem to be the team uniforms of Lin Feng's team on the star." Sipshead, who has been going out with Jack for a long time, naturally recognized the imperial robe on Garrett. Hearing this, Jack said, "So what about Lin Feng? Catch up with me." Yes, advertisement. Although he really wanted to persuade Jack to be cautious, Sipshead understood the character of his boss, so he didn't say any more, and immediately beckoned people to follow. It's just that he was muttering in his heart, that guy who can fly looks like the clothes of the dragon-slaying organization, right? Could it be that these two groups have teamed up? Shaking his head from the dreadful thought, Sipshead rushed into the forest. At this time, little Betty, who had already left the scope of Bola Town, quickly shuttled through the forest. Although Tianbushan Fage said not to bring trouble there, little Betty also knew that this little trouble was in front of her Lin Feng big brother. Not even ants. Looking at Garrett, his nose was still bubbling from sleep, helpless. Little Betty had no choice but to speed up, and she couldn't figure out whether the medicine given by the other party was just a simple hypnosis medicine or something else. Gotta go back and let Kuina see it. Inside the uncle's house, Tianbushan Fage was holding Kuina's other sword, blowing snow. His mouth couldn't stop being amazed. For a swordsmith, Fubuki of the supreme Kuaisao level is enough to drive them crazy. Konas took Ayu to visit the house that Lin Feng had just built. There was a burst of sound, followed by Lil Betty's eager voice, "Lin Feng big brother." Hearing the anxiety in the voice, Lin Feng appeared outside the door in an instant. His eyes fell directly on the sleeping Garrett. What happened? Other people who heard the movement also came out immediately. Little Betty babbled quickly, and everyone had different expressions after listening. The first one to speak was Tianbushan Fage. "I knew that nothing good would happen, and trouble really came." Advertisement. His tone was full of dissatisfaction with Lin Feng and the others. Then he said to Ayu, "Come on, let's get out of here and hide." Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed and said, "What's the hurry, it's not a big deal." Tianbushan Fage was even more angry. "What do you know? Since Jack the Drow is here, it is very likely that D Kaido will come too. Can you handle it?" Although Ayu didn't want to leave Lin Feng and the others, she also knew that Tianbushan Fage was telling the truth, so she said worriedly, "Brother Lin Feng, let's run." Kuina stepped forward to hug Ayu and said softly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen, I'm very strong." After speaking, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Your brother Lin Feng is the strongest, even that Kaido is not his opponent." Ayu nodded in confusion when he heard the words, but Tianbushan Fage said in complete disbelief, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know who Kaido is? You don't even know how powerful he is." In this regard, Lin Feng and others are also helpless. Wano Kuni is closed to the outside world, so people living here are completely unaware of what is happening in the outside world. It seems that it is necessary to open a duel field here, Lin Feng thought to himself. This place must be changed. "Has your identity been discovered?" Lin Feng asked. Little Betty knew that what Lin Feng was asking about was not Zhanlong's identity. After all, she had already revealed it when she used the Nightmare Fruit ability. It just depends on whether those guys can recognize it. This is also helpless. If she doesn't use her ability, she won't be sure to escape with Garrett. "That Jack should have seen our clothes," Little Betty said. Lin Feng nodded, then he could only be wiped out. Although Wanakuna's news was blocked, he was not prepared to take such a risk. Chapter 387. Who do you think I am? Only then did they feel relieved. Lin Feng was the same. He didn't care about the troubles that were coming, and he was always worried about Garrett's situation from just now. Unexpectedly, the two ran into trouble just by going out for a walk. Lin Feng felt that he still underestimated the chaos here. A noodle shop owner dared to drug and kill people when he saw outsiders. It was really brave. And Tianbushan Fage saw that the few people didn't care. He was furious, and was about to take Ayu away when there were chaotic footsteps in the forest. With the spread of magic fighting spirit, Lin Feng quickly discovered that it was Jack who came, and said with a light smile, "As expected of you, you really dared to come. Rely on the ship King Jack." In the forest, Sipshead looked at the road coming and said, "There should be a weaving village in front." "HMPH, I thought it was safe to hide here." Jack sneered, "Speed up, we can't let them escape." Soon, a group of hundreds of people appeared around the big treehouse. After surrounding Lin Feng and the others also gradually came out. "Ha ha ha, so it's hiding here." Hold'em, who followed, looked at Lin Feng and his group and shouted excitedly. Now with Jack's backing, he wants to avenge his previous blow. Speed also raised his bow and arrow, ready to shoot at any moment. Neither of them noticed that behind them, Sipshead was pale and sweating profusely the moment he saw Lin Feng and his party. Because of their low rank, the two have been stationed in Bola Town for a long time, and they don't even know about Lin Feng. It really is him. It's over, dead. Advertisement. At this time, Jack's face was also full of shock. He didn't expect that this Lin Feng was really here, but so what? Lin Feng and others who were surrounded did not care about these guys around. Lin Feng held Ayu in his arms and said, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." Even so, Ayu was still trembling with fear. Tianbu Mountain Fage is also extremely desperate. Is he really going to die here today? But what about Ayu? Let's retreat quickly. That Lin Feng is really here. We can't be opponents. Sip's head said tremblingly. HMPH, who do you think I am? Kill me, Jack said loudly. In an instant, hundreds of people surrounded and killed the big treehouse. Brother Lin Feng, they're here, Ayu exclaimed in Lin Feng's arms. Hey, close your eyes. Lin Feng said. Ayu buried her head in Lin Feng's chest, her petite body trembling uncontrollably. Holsham and Speed were also trembling with fear, and now they finally understood that this time they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. When they were in a panic, a demon-like voice clearly entered everyone's ears. The angry dragon pierces the heart. Holding Ayu in his arms, he stabbed out evilly, and the dragon-shaped fighting spirit surrounded the body of the gun, penetrating Jack's body with lightning speed, leaving a bloody hole. As soon as he finished shouting, he saw Lin Feng holding Ayu with one hand, and a weapon appeared out of thin air in the other hand, and then he saw Lin Feng jump into the air. Advertisement: if Kuina, Konus, and Lil Betty did something, the place would probably be stained red with blood, and Lin Feng didn't want to pollute this place. Kuina, who had already drawn his sword and was about to kill, froze for a moment, then put away his weapon. Sip's head, in particular, was so frightened that his legs became weak at this time, and he couldn't stop muttering, "We shouldn't come, we shouldn't come." The one who was still calm is Jack. After the impulsiveness, he has now recognized the gap, but even so, fleeing without fighting is not his style. Attacks from a distance were also blocked one after another. A big hand was suddenly placed on her head, and Ayu suddenly felt full of security and slowly calmed down. Facing Lin Feng, he didn't dare to be careless. In the next second, a huge mammoth appeared in the forest, and a large area of trees around him collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust. Jack, transformed into a mammoth, rushed towards the big treehouse after a long roar. Every step was overwhelming, the ground shook violently, and the powerful force seemed to tear everything apart. Just when the group of people howled and rushed forward, they suddenly found an invisible wall in front of them blocking their steps. As soon as the words fell, countless black breaths enveloped everyone in an instant, and after screams, the guys who were aggressive just now were all swallowed up, as if they had never appeared before. Those who saw this scene with their own eyes felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Are you looking for death? Don't do it, or it will be bad if you get dirty here, Lin Feng said to Kuina and the others. Tian Dushan Feiche was just marveling at Lin Feng's method of killing those cannon fodder, and now he shouted loudly, "Get out of here." Chapter 388 Pokemon Trainer Ayu. If this is the case, it is actually not a serious injury for Jack, but at the wound, the black breath is constantly devouring the flesh and blood. Resisting the repeated moves, Jack stood up with difficulty. But before he could stand still, a red light flashed, and the burning monster swept over. His huge body flew upside down, hit a large tree, stopped, spit out a mouthful of blood, and passed out. Seeing this, the rest of the people immediately turned around and ran away. However, in the next second, the huge magical fighting spirit instantly crushed everyone and made them unable to move. Immediately after Hold'em, Sip's head, and some others, a ray of light flashed across their necks, heads flew up, and blood spattered everywhere. Before the blood spilled on the ground, the scorching flames suddenly ignited, burning up the corpse and blood. The rest of Speed looked at the hellish scene in front of her and trembled with fright. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. She was suppressed by the magic fighting spirit, and she was completely unable to take any action. At this moment, Lin Feng had already walked in front of Ayu with his arms in his arms. Looking at the devil-like man in front of him, the fear in Speed's heart was self-evident. Lin Feng turned Ayu around and asked her to look at Speed. "Ayu, look at her, do you want her to be your pet?" Being teased by Lin Feng, Ayu didn't recover and looked at Speed curiously. A child who is only 6 years old can expect her to make any decisions. "Ayu, come on, grab your dumpling down one by one." Hearing this, Ayu was startled, then turned around and asked, "Brother Lin Feng, how did you know?" A Yu is a person with the ability of the dumpling fruit. He can pull an edible glutinous rice dumpling from his face. After eating it, the animals become docile and obedient. It is also effective for the animal capabilities of artificial devil fruit. Advertisement: but the ability user must open his mouth to tame himself in order to make the person who eats the dumpling obey him. And only Ayu can pull off the dough by himself, others cannot pull the meat off of Ayu's face. Duanzi has no satiety effect on Ayu himself, and it is a waste of energy. It's a secret. Anyway, let her eat the dumpling first, and she will be your pet in the future. Lin Feng patted her head and said. Ayu nodded obediently and said to Speed, "You will be my friend from now on." Listen, how innocent and kind a child is. He clearly wants someone to be a pet, but he says he has become a friend. The little girl's voice was soft and cute, but it was terrifying to Speed's ears. But she didn't dare to resist, but she couldn't speak either. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped Speed on the head. "Ayu was talking to you." Seeing that Speed still didn't respond, Lin Feng was about to make a move. "Brother Lin Feng, she seems to be unable to speak," Ayu said in a low voice. Yes, is it?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassingly and put away the magical grudge that was exerted on Speed. The latter only felt his whole body loosen and gasped heavily. After a long while, Speed raised his head and just met Lin Feng's eyes, trembling all over. Advertisement: "Ayu, come on, find out your little dumpling and let me see it too," Lin Feng said. Ayu was very obedient, stretched out her little hand, and pulled a shiny ball from her face. Lin Feng looked at it curiously, but didn't know what it smelled like. "Will you be my friend?" How could Speed dare to say no? He didn't see that Lin Feng had already stared over when Ayu was questioning, but if he said no, he might disappear in smoke. I am willing, Speed said quickly. Then Speed voluntarily ate Ayu's dumpling under the threat of Lin Feng. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, Speed, who was still sad, suddenly became happy, especially when he saw Ayu. With little stars in his eyes, Lin Feng threw Ayu directly on Speed's back, and the latter excitedly took Ayu to run in the forest. Kuina and the others came over, looking at the scene before them in confusion. After Lin Feng told a few people about Ayu's ability, Kuina said, "This is really a good ability." Lin Feng nodded upon hearing the words. "Yes, very good, Pokemon trainer Ayu. Isn't this more promising than a ninja?" After solving Speed's matter, Lin Feng walked to the unconscious Jack, thinking about whether to kill him directly. Just kill it, Kaido will definitely not let it go, maybe it will cause a show, I am not here to fight. If Kaido is killed, the world government will lose another threat, and then the attention will be divided. It came to me. It's not the time yet, but don't kill him, this guy has already rushed in front of him, maybe he has to teach him a lesson, and has this guy seen Lil Betty Zhanlong's identity? Chapter 389 to 900 million ivory. Are you going to kill him? Kuina also came over and asked. You say this guy, he knows it's ours, he still dares to chase after him, and he doesn't run away when he sees me here. How fierce do you think he is? Lin Feng didn't answer Kuina's question, instead he spoke in confusion. Jack, this guy is like a stunned young man. Hearing this, Kuina pulled out the sword, and after 2 flashes of sword light, the 900 million ivory on Jack's body was cut off like this. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng was slightly dazed. Didn't you say that Jack offered a bounty of 1 billion, and this ivory is worth 900 million? Kuina said. Are you serious about me? Lin Feng recalled what he said jokingly before. But even though he said so on his mouth, he waved his hand quickly and put the ivory away. Because of Kuina's action just now, Jack opened his eyes slowly. Yo, wake up hey. Lin Feng patted Jack's face and said, do you want to die or live? Jack didn't react, the pain came from the wound, and he grinned and said, B************************************************************************************************tisk tisk, you have backbone, you are indeed a good dog under Kaido. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, a magical grudge pierced through Jack's thigh. The latter was sweating profusely from the sudden attack, endured the pain, and stared at Lin Feng fiercely. I don't need to kill you, you go back and bring a message to Kaido, Lin Feng said with a smile, not caring about the hatred in Jack's eyes at all. Don't even think about it, you're dreaming, Jack said angrily with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. First, tell him to calm down a bit recently and don't think about making trouble with the Whitebeard pirates. Lin Feng ignored Jack's words and continued, second, send someone to send me the text of the history to Sabaody. Just these 2 things, it should be easy, Lin Feng said with a smile, but Jack became more and more angry. After speaking, Lin Feng picked up Jack with a spear, turned around and swept away. The huge figure flew out and disappeared into the sky. Don't kill him, Kuina asked. Jack probably knew the identity of Lil Betty Zhanlong, although he didn't see his face. Zhanlong and Lin Feng's people were mixed together, exposed. Don't worry, it's useless even if he sees it, Kaido won't spread the news. Besides, who would believe the pirates? Lin Feng said indifferently. Shouting to Ayu in the forest, Speed came back with Ayu on his back. Inside the uncle's house, Tianbushan Feikizi looked at Lin Feng and the others with different eyes. He had seen Lin Feng's strength, and the others should be strong as well. While lighting a fire and cooking, he was thinking about something, and after a while he said, we don't have any food for you here. After talking, looking at the only pime left in the pot, he thought sullenly, it was time to go to the town to buy food tomorrow, but now that this happened, can Bola town still go? Because of long-term consumption of pie, Ayu's body is also very petite and weak. Advertisement. Lin Feng heard the words and said, it's okay, you cook your meal, we will find a way to solve it ourselves. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng called up little Betty and came outside the big treehouse, you go to the room and cook some food. Little Betty tilted her head, as if she couldn't figure out why she had to be sneaky while cooking, but she didn't ask much, picked up the ingredients that Lin Feng brought out, and went to the wooden house on the 2nd floor. At night, after the sky was completely dark, Tianbushan Feich said to Ayu, who was still in Konus's arms, come over for dinner. After speaking, looking at Lin Feng and the others, Tianbushan Feich was a little embarrassed after all. Let's eat next door. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he grabbed Ayu and walked to the next door. Hey, Tianbushan Feich quickly followed up with 2 bowls of wheat. Arriving at the room made by Lin Feng, the smell of delicious food filled the room. The table was already filled with all kinds of dishes, which made Ayu's eyes shine. Tianbushan Feich was also blinded by the flash, so much to eat? He didn't see that Lin Feng and the others brought food. Putting Ayu on the chair, Lin Feng said to Tianbushan Feich, why are you still standing, come and sit. Tiandu Mountain flew away, and stood there with 2 bowls of wheat. Lin Feng reached out to take a bowl, poured it into his mouth with a gurgle, and still smacked his mouth after eating. The taste is not bad, but this thing is not good for long-term consumption. Seeing Lin Feng eat a bowl of pimai in one go, Tianbushan Feich was a little surprised. This food tastes good there, and he and Ayu ate it because it was cheap, so as not to starve to death. Ayu asked innocently, brother Lin Feng, is it really delicious? Ayu likes it too. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. At this time Kuina also picked up the remaining bowl of pimai. Chapter 390 Tiangu Mountain Fage Identity. No, said the little girl. But I can't bear it. Why don't you and your master also eat our food, so it will be even, Kuina said. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. Kuina thought the same as he did. If it was Ayu himself, neither of them would have said these things. But Tianbushan Fage is different. During the day, his attitude is not good. Even if it is for Ayu, if he is not given a step now, this old guy may not even be able to eat at the table. That night, Ayu and Tianbushan Fage didn't return to the big treehouse, so they rested here. The next day, Lin Feng got up early, which surprised Kuina and the others. After breakfast, Lin Feng brought a group of people to Bola Town. Today's Bola Town is as lively as ever, and it seems that it has not been affected by yesterday's incident. Lin Feng didn't know what happened to Jack after he went back, and whether he brought his words with him. But he doesn't care about these things. He came to Bola Town today mainly to bring Ayu to buy new clothes. A group of people walked on the street, and the people around cast curious eyes. When some people recognized that the clothes on Lin Feng and the others were the same as those of the two outsiders yesterday, they all moved away. Wherever you go, everything will become quiet. Even the children who usually play in the street have noticed this unusual atmosphere, standing on the side of the street like a sculpture. Big brother. Wearing new clothes and being held in Lin Feng's arms, Ayu suddenly said. Huh? What's the matter? Lin Feng lowered his head and asked. Advertisement. The little girl turned her head to look at a few people and said, Ayu. Ayu is very happy today. After finishing speaking, 2 tears flowed down. Ayu has never worn such beautiful clothes. Today is the happiest day for Ayu. Seeing Ayu's sudden emotional outburst, Lin Feng said with a smile, Today is the happiest? What about yesterday? Well, Ayu was stunned. Yesterday was also happy. That. Before Lin Feng could ask, Ayu was hugged by Kuina. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you asking? Lin Feng chuckled, and wanted to ask whether he was happiest with Ace or with himself. Tianbushan Fage followed behind everyone, frowning slightly seeing Lin Feng and others being so high profile. Yo, old guy, what are you thinking? Lin Feng said slowly. However, in the face of the possible dangers of identity exposure, Tianbushan Fage still did not explain everything, but chose to stay and face it alone, and asked Lin Feng to take Ayu away. I won't leave Wanokuni, Tianbushan Fage said in a deep voice. I still have things to do here. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. Oh, old guy, still pretending to be mysterious. Advertisement. Tianbushan Fage stopped, looked at the sky and said, Old man, I have to wait for someone here. As long as that person does not come, I will not leave Wanokuni. Wait for someone? Lin Feng didn't quite know who he was waiting for. Hearing that, Lin Feng said, Aren't you together? Oh, what is more important than Ayu? If she knows that you are going to let her go, she will be very sad, Lin Feng said. When you do this, have you thought about what will happen after you leave? Tianbushan Fage looked at Ayu, who was amused by the laughter in front of him, and said, Now we should have been targeted, and when you leave, maybe we will be liquidated. When I was older, it didn't matter if I was older, but Ayu was still young. Former Wanokuni general, father of Wanokuni Kuri Daimyo Kazuki Oden, grandfather of Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. It's still 2 years later, how can it take so long? Speaking of this, Tianbushan Fage looked at Ayu with some reluctance. I hope you can take Ayu with you when you leave. Moreover, it is up to you whether you leave or not. Who cares what the kidnapped person thinks when kidnapping a ticket? The reason why Lin Feng brought him to Bola Town despite Tianbushan Fage's objection was to see if the old man would confess his identity because of this. After all, if he appeared here, he would probably be exposed. By then there is no need to hide it. But he knew the true identity of Tianbushan Fage. But at this time, Lin Feng struggled with another problem. Now that he has a good relationship with Tianbushan Fage, should he kill that little b asterisk 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 d in the future? After all, he is his grandson. Before Lin Feng could speak, Tianbushan Fage continued. 2 years later Wanokuni will undergo a great change. If the old man is still alive at that time, he will come to you. The relationship with his son Oden is not very good, and he has always opposed Oden's going to sea. During Oden's going to sea, Sukiyaki fell ill. His identity was usurped by Kurozumi Higurashi and he announced that the general was located in Kurozumi Orochi. Afterwards, the obituary of Sukiyaki came out. Imprisoned in the underground of Dash City, after escaping from birth, he assumed the pseudonym Tianbushan Fage, and lived in Weilian village as a swordsman. Chapter 391 Give birth to such a big daughter. At this time, the ghost island where Kaido is located. Jack, who was picked up, finally woke up after being in a coma for a day after treatment. Kaido was called to explain the matter the first time. When seeing Jack, whose ivory was chopped off, everyone had a weird expression on his face. When Jack finished talking about what happened yesterday, Kaido did not lose his temper as expected, but the gloomy look on his face made everyone present see the anger in his heart. Lifting the big wine jar next to him, he took a few sips and said, and then, that be asterisk 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 d just let you go back. Jack was hesitating whether to say what Lin Feng had said, but he paused after hearing what Kaido said, but he still said it. History text. Why does that be asterisk 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 d Lin Feng want this thing? He is not a pirate. Kaido was very puzzled by this, and after letting Jack go back to rest, he ordered someone to inform the team that was fighting outside, not to conflict with the Whitebeard pirates for the time being. Although he was very angry, Kaido was not stupid. If that be *********** D rushed to Ghost Island, come on, no one can stop you. After staying in Wano Kuni for a few days, Lin Feng and others were ready to leave. And because of this incident, Ayu and Tianbushan Feiche can no longer stay here. Use the Kamui space to directly send Tianbushan Feiche to Sabaody, and let him accompany Whitebeard and Rayleigh. At first, the old guy disagreed, but after arriving in Sabaody, Lin Feng got a forging technique that was not suitable for this world from the system, and Tianbushan Feiche finally sank. Of course, the most important thing is that after seeing Lin Feng's strength, he knows that resistance is useless, not to mention that Lin Feng promised him to restore Wano Kuni to its previous appearance within 1 year. On the Shingshan, Lin Feng specially set aside a large room in the cabin, moved the big treehouse here and remodeled it very carefully, just like a princess's castle. Ayu, who was wearing a new dress, ran around the room, turned around and jumped into Kuina's arms. Advertisement that night, lying in Kuina's arms, Ayu slept very soundly, and even dreamed that her parents had passed away. After sailing on the sea for more than 10 days, the star stopped at the coast of an island surrounded by large rocks. After this period of sailing, Ayu became more cheerful than before. Lying on the guardrail, shaking his short legs, he looked at the unfamiliar coast and took a deep breath. It smells so good, brother Lin Feng, what kind of place is this? Carrying Ayu's clothes on her shoulders, this place is called Dressrosa, and there are a lot of delicious food. Really? Can all you eat it? The little girl asked. Yahahaha, of course, you can eat as much as you want. Yahahaha. Sitting on Lin Feng's shoulder, Ayu also laughed. Looking at their backs, Kuina and Konas looked at each other and smiled. Ayu was taken away by him. Kuina said, you look exactly like him when you smile now. Oh, I think this is very good. Konas covered his mouth and said, Kuina, you were just talking. I think you too are raising Ayu like a daughter. No way. Don't talk nonsense. On the shore, 2 figures were waving at the star. They were Bardo and Barry, who were sent here by Lin Feng to set up a duel field. Boss. Bardo shouted loudly. Lin Feng also waved at the 2 of them, and Ayu followed suit when he saw this. Advertisement, brother Lin Feng. Who are they? They, 2 sticks. In short, if someone bullies you in the future, they will be your thugs. Ayu nodded thoughtfully and said, is it the same as Speed? Whoosh. A figure rushed over quickly. Master, did you call me? Ayu jumped on Speed's back, and the latter's face was filled with happiness instantly. Going ashore, Lin Feng turned around and said to everyone. Then, in the shock of Bardo and Barry, the star flew up. Fly. It's flying. The cigar in Barry's mouth fell directly to the ground. As a shipwright, he had never seen such a thing. The legendary flying pirate also used the fruit ability. Although Lin Feng has done similar things with magic battle chi, but now he can be sure that Lin Feng did not use the ability, so how did the ship fly? And Bartolomeo on the side didn't care so much, as expected of the boss. The 2 saw Lin Feng waving to them, and then jumped onto the deck. Barry couldn't wait to know how the ship flew up, but saw Ayu in the next second. Captain, you guys, when did this happen? Barry asked. What? That little girl. Could it be your daughter? Hearing what Barry said, Lin Feng looked at Ayu, and then said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's okay to say that. How about it, isn't Ayu cute? Barry nodded, walked up to Kuina and asked, hey, Mrs. Captain, you were fast enough. Why did you give birth to such a big daughter without telling everyone? It was visible to the naked eye that Kuina's face turned black, and she punched Barry in the stomach. Go to hell. Chapter 392 Identity Exposure. It's just that one of these 2 looks like a hooligan, and the other smells like cigarettes. Ayu almost hates it to death. The 2 walked around Ayu for a long time, and at the same time looked at Speed curiously. At this point in time, the Shingshan had already flown outside the city. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. People in Dressrosa stopped what they were doing and looked at the big ship flying in the distance. The Shingshan slowly landed on the ground, and soon a large group of people came to watch, but no one dared to approach it. With the current reputation of Lin Feng and his group, everyone recognized the origin of this ship. What's more, the duel field that just opened in the south of Dressrosa some time ago has also brought a lot of popularity, and other entertainment projects have also been established around the duel field, just like a small city. For this, Doflamingo hated his teeth so much that a tiger came up to share the food on his own territory, but the shameful thing is that he has nothing to do. Doflamingo is also in the same mood as the world government. Looking at the dueling fields that are starting to be built all over the world, they feel a great threat. The establishment of each duel field means that the world government has lost control over that place. If the threat of the revolutionary army to the world government is to boil frogs in warm water, it will slowly change people's thinking and liberate the country and people. Then Lin Feng's duel field is where I am. This place will be protected by me from now on. You come and FK me. Due to Lin Feng's powerful strength, the world government has not taken action yet, but it has indeed listed Lin Feng as one of the targets that must be eliminated. At the same time, a large number of spies were sent to all parts of the world to monitor the operation of duel fields in various places and to gather intelligence at the same time. Advertisement. Just half a month ago, when the investigation of the Zhanlong organization was still at a loss, an order from the adult came from the depths of Pangu City. The leader of Zhanlong organization is Lin Feng. The world government and marine are going after this man with all their might. The 5 elders who received the order looked at each other for a while. The news was really shocking to them. It really is that B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ghty Now that you know his identity, let's hunt him down with all our strength. Notify the marine side, cooperate with the action, and take him down. 5 elders, you say a word. The heart to kill Lin Feng has never been so strong. Fortunately, there are calm people among them. The swordsman 5 elders said, calm down, all of you. Kill? How? Don't you know his abilities? Hearing this, the others also fell silent. Before this, whether it was the identity of Lin Feng, or the identity of the leader of Zhanlong, our world government and marine were in a state of distress. But we have nothing to do. Advertisement speaking of which, the faces of several people were full of anger. This guy's humiliation of the world government made their faces dull. Now, since Lin Feng is Shitong, it means that his strength is far more than what we know. If he is not fully prepared, he will only invite greater revenge. At that time, it will not be as simple as losing face. The room was quiet for a few seconds, and one of them said, then what do you say? Lin Feng, as long as you kill him, everything will be over. You are not the same as we said. The swordsman 5 elders shook his head. No, we must not confront him head on. His ability is too weird. We need to find a way to restrain him so that he can't escape. Afterwards, a few people started to make arrangements, and after a while, they looked at each other and smiled, extremely sinister. Dressrosa. Lin Feng greeted everyone to prepare to disembark. Betty Jr. and Garrett also came out of the training room. Barry and Bardo started 100,000 Ys again after seeing Garrett. Passing through the crowd of onlookers, a group of people walked around in this bustling city. I have to say that this place has a special flavor. Even Lin Feng enjoyed watching it with gusto, let alone the children Ayu and Garrett, who has little knowledge. But looking at these toy figures on the street, Lin Feng, Kuina and others who knew the truth felt a strong sense of disobedience. This Doflamingo really deserves to die. Under the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere of Dressrosa lies the fact of bloody cannibalism. Seeing Ayu and Garrett greeting those toy figures cheerfully, Lin Feng turned to Barry and said, what's the situation over there in the duel field? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Barry quickly said, since the opening, many people from Doflamingo's bullring have transferred to our dueling arena. After all, the rewards here are still very high, but due to Doflamingo's prestige here, our development is also limited. Although he doesn't dare to confront us blatantly, it's not uncommon for him to make trouble secretly. Chapter 393 Duel Gala. As soon as he entered the door, a toy figure staggered over, bowed and asked politely, how many guests are there? Lin Feng gestured behind him, and the toy man said knowingly, guests, please follow me here. After the group sat down, the toy man came over with a beautiful menu. Lin Feng threw the menu to Ayu and said, you guys order. Hearing this, Ayu, little Betty, and Garrett started ordering in a lively manner. But after a while, a toy waiter came over and said with a smile on his face, guests, pets are not allowed in our store. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Speed. Before Lin Feng and the others could speak, Speed became angry. You're the pet. Your whole family is a pet. The toy waiter heard the words and said, this is the rule. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Speed, ignore him. Everyone ignored the toy waiter in their words, but the latter still insisted on his own opinion and kept talking around that large pets are not allowed to enter the store, and they will cause trouble to others. Boom. The toy waiter was nailed to the wall by vindictiveness. If you talk nonsense again, I will tear you apart. At this time, the owner of the restaurant ran out of the house in panic, wiped his greasy hands and said, Master Lin Feng, I'm sorry, this guy is not sensible, don't bother with him. Advertisement, okay, let's serve the food quickly. Hey, okay. The boss responded with a smile, and turned to the toy waiter and said sharply, next time, keep your eyes open. At this time, almost all the original guests in the restaurant had left. Unlike in Sabaody, they were not familiar with Lin Feng. They just knew that he was a powerful person, so they didn't dare to approach him casually. Did Luo come into contact with Doflamingo while you were here? Lin Feng asked as he ate just after the food was served. No, we also know about Luo, and we won't let them get in touch. What's more, Doflamingo should also know that Luo is here. Maybe he can't wait to kill Luo now. He is right under his nose, but he doesn't dare to act rashly. Barry took a sip of his wine while talking. I guess he's almost depressed to death. Hey, boss, you don't know, since Luo arrived here, he has been practicing hard every day except for work, Bartolomeo said. I see, why don't Senior Barry and I go with Luo to kill so many things. Several people ignored Bardo, but he himself didn't care. He didn't look up after he finished speaking, and concentrated on eating and drinking. After taking a few bites casually, Lin Feng forcibly held Ayu in his arms, and said while feeding her, Barry, contact Shaki to let her release the news. In half a month, there will be a grand event at the Dressrosa duel field. In the duel competition, the person who wins to the end will get the dark fruit. Several people at the table looked at Lin Feng in surprise after hearing this. They all knew that Lin Feng had a dark fruit in his hand, but they were surprised that Lin Feng actually wanted to take out this fruit as a reward. Dark fruit. Captain, isn't this fruit pretty good? Why give it to someone else? Barry asked puzzled. How about you eat? Lin Feng said. Forget it, okay, I don't like dark fruit. Barry shook his head hastily. Advertisement at this time, Kuina asked. Even if it's dark fruit, it's not enough. Kuina has already guessed what Lin Feng's purpose is. It must be to attract everyone's attention, but dark fruit alone is not enough to do this. Although the Logia fruit is rare and precious, it cannot attract the real overlord of the sea. Lin Feng nodded. That's right, so news about shock fruit will also be given to the winner at the same time. After hearing this, several people looked at Lin Feng strangely. Isn't a shock fruit in your hand? Hey, this is an attempt to fool people. Ahem, Captain, won't it ruin your reputation if you do this? What about the duel field? Then how come? Whoever wins the first place, I will tell him that the shock fruit is in my hands. Who is going to lie? Barry was stunned. What a guy, the captain is as shameless as ever. Okay, you and Bardo can do it quickly after eating, we can just take a stroll here by ourselves. After sending the two away, Ayu handed a spoonful of seafood fried rice to Lin Feng's mouth. Brother, you can eat too. Little Ayu is really sensible. Several people sat for a while, put money on the table and walked out. A group of people were watching outside the door. Lin Feng was holding Ayu in his hands and walking in front. Garrett and Little Betty were still holding food in their hands. Just after taking a bite of a big bone, Little Betty suddenly felt a movement in his waist. Looking down, a villain no bigger than a palm was dragging her red lotus. Huh? Little Betty saw the cute villain, and was about to squat down to take a good look, but the latter disappeared in no time. Chapter 394 The Little People. Lin Feng big brother, did you see that? The one just now is so cute. Little Betty gesticulated with her excited hands. It's just that big, just a little bit. Seeing Little Betty's appearance, Ayu was very curious. Sister Betty, what did you see? Small man. What a small man. It is said that Barry and Bardo already know what it is, and they have been here for a while. So Lin Feng said. One of you can explain. It's the little people, Bartolomeo said. Everyone looked at him together. After a while without speaking, Little Betty couldn't help asking, and then? Gone. Lin Feng also looked at Barry helplessly. You tell me. Barry heard the words and said, the one you mentioned should be the elf in the local population. We also heard about it from other people after we came here, and we haven't seen it until now. According to the people in Dressrosa, these little guys often steal people's things, but because they are regarded as Dressrosa's guardian elves, even if things are stolen, people are not only not angry, but even happy. Some people even offered to give them some items. Advertisement. After hearing Barry finish speaking, several girls showed very interested expressions. Elves? Can elves be raised? Little Betty asked. Lin Feng explained helplessly. The elves are just the name of the Dressrosa people, so they should be the little people. Little people? Several puzzled faces were placed in front of Lin Feng. It seems that I haven't told you, but you just need to know that there is such a race. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't want to say it, the main reason is that there are too many people around. In fact, there is an island called Greenbit near Dressrosa. Because it is an uninhabited island, the island has been covered by tall plants. It can be said that it is completely a virgin forest. Underneath the forest on this island, there is a hidden kingdom, the kingdom of Dongdada. Despite their small size, they are surprisingly strong and move very fast. And 800 years ago, the little people had a feud with the Don Quixote family. At that time, the little people were treated as slaves. Dressrosa forced the little people to become coolies, and the kingdom became rich under the work of the little people. Later, the Don Quixote family joined the world government and became the Celestial Dragons. The Liku family then became the new royal family of Dressrosa, and apologized to the small people, and at the same time liberated the small people's slave status, and used the legend of fairies to make humans no longer disturb the small people, and later passed down the legend of the elves. But Dressrosa lost the work of the little people, and became more and more destitute and poor. Lin Feng felt that the people here were hopeless, and they would be down and out without the little people. Advertisement. This kind of life continued until Doflamingo's return. Because of Doflamingo's conspiracy, King Liku stepped down and was cast aside by the people. Doflamingo became the new king, and the army of the Riku royal family and all those who resisted the will of the Doflamingo family were all turned into toys. The Liku royal family was hunted down and wanted. Due to the resignation of the Liku royal family, the surrounding countries fell into war turmoil. By buying and selling arms and devil fruit, the Don Quixote family made a lot of war fortune, making Dressrosa even richer. And the little people who lived peacefully for 800 years were once again squeezed by the Don Quixote family, and the little human princess and 500 little people were taken to the factory to do coolies. Because of this, the little people are thinking about overthrowing Doflamingo's rule all the time. Back on the street, the attention of the girls in Kuina is no longer on the little people. The current Dressrosa is indeed prosperous enough. Although it is not as good as Sabaody, it is also one of the richest countries on the sea. All kinds of products attracted the attention of several girls, and at this time, Lin Feng also received a call from Sabaody's place. According to Shaki, Luffy and his group had already arrived at Sabaody the day before, but because of Luffy's request, Lin Feng and others were not notified immediately. Both Luffy and Zoro said they would meet again in New World. However, after Rayleigh's experience, the strength of the two was not up to the mark, and they were dragged by the old guys to the special training in gravity space. And Whitebeard also knew that Luffy was Ace's younger brother, so he took extra care of him and screamed when he was beaten. So Shaki decided to tell Lin Feng about Luffy and others. Then I'll come back in 2 days, Lin Feng said. It's just that Shaki's next words made Lin Feng's face change slightly. You should come back as soon as possible. The surrounding area of Sabaody has not been very peaceful recently. The world government and marine are deploying troops towards this side. Although they can still enter and leave normally, in fact, as long as they make move, Sabadi will immediately become a cage. Shaki said, frowning as he looked at the recent information. Chapter 395. Something happened upon hearing the news. Lin Feng was also stunned. Is this the world government planning to do something to him? What about Marine? Is the new marshal already determined? Akainu and Aokiji finished fighting. Thinking that the next time he saw Aokiji, the latter would probably only have one leg, so Lin Feng asked, Shaki, Marine, has Aokiji come to me? Or someone else in Marine? No, what happened? It's nothing. If someone from Marine is looking for me, they must notify me immediately, Lin Feng said. Is the martial battle not over yet? Otherwise, why wouldn't Aokiji come to him for healing? Shaki, let's do this first, I'll be right back. After the phone bug hung up, Lin Feng saw several people looking at him seriously. What happened? Kuina asked. There is something going on at Sabodi's place, you come back with me. After speaking, Lin Feng said to Konus. You take Lil Betty and the others to stay here, and cooperate with Luo and the others to take good care of Ayu. Konus originally wanted to go back with him, but Lin Feng had already said so he had no choice but to agree. Then Lin Feng took Kuina to find an empty place to open the Kamui space and left. After the two left, Ayu asked, Sister Konus, where is brother going? Advertisement touching your little head, Konus said. Your elder brother has a little problem, don't worry, he is the strongest. In Sabodi's dual field tavern, just as Lin Feng appeared here, Shaki walked over. Come on, I've been out for so long, obviously I can come back anytime. Ha ha ha. Isn't this afraid of disturbing the two-person world between you and old guy really? Lin Feng said haha, and Shaki would yell at him every time he came back from a long trip. Hey, what a two-person world, that B********** D. Rayleigh spends every day with Whitebeard and the masked old man you just brought, and now he's training Luffy and Zoro every day. Shaki seemed to dislike Rayleigh very much, said resentfully. The three sat on the sofa, and Kuina asked, Shaki, please tell me more about the situation here. Then, after Shaki explained all the problems he found, Lin Feng frowned and took out a phone bug and dialed out. After a while, no one answered, and Lin Feng became more worried. Unwilling to give up, he dialed another one, but still didn't answer. Something went wrong. Lin Feng has already confirmed in his heart that there must be something happening that he doesn't know about. Just now he contacted Garp and Momosagi, they lost contact at the same time, and then called Sengoku again, still no news, this is definitely not a coincidence. No wonder, Luffy has already gone to Sabodi. It stands to reason that Garp will know about it. According to the old man's style, he probably has to go directly to Sabodi to see his grandson, and he will also contact him. Speaking out the guesses in their hearts, both Kuina and Shaki were shocked. Only a few seconds later, Lin Feng appeared above the fleet. This vice admiral is a plus for one of the backup admirals. At the same time, marine soldiers on dozens of fleets also spotted him, and soon a vice admiral wearing a suit and a coat of justice came out. Advertisement. The figure disappeared again, turned into a streamer and went straight to the Eastern Fleet. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding? Lin Feng thought so. Everyone stop, Vice Admiral ordered immediately. Good guys, you little bastards are really not afraid of death. Dare to point a gun at this one? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Extra plan. Lin Feng said with a sullen face. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'll go out first, I want to see who is so brave and dares to surround Sabodi. Is there anything impossible? In order to achieve their goals, the world government gang will do everything. If it was in the past, they might have some scruples, but if it is to deal with me, it makes sense. Lin Feng was actually a little confused when he said this. I didn't reveal my identity, right? The world government is so anxious to mess with me? Lin Feng quickly landed on the deck, and the marine soldiers aimed their guns at him immediately. Seeing him like this, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that he really misunderstood? After careful investigation, Lin Feng found the guy with the highest level currently present. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, long time no see. Jia Ji greeted with a big smile. Feeling really upset, he was about to reach the surface of the sea in an instant, and there was nothing abnormal in the sea around Sabodi. Shaki, who had been silent all this time, said, Don't jump to conclusions, it's just that you didn't answer the phone, maybe it's really just a coincidence. Well, no way, Vice Admiral Garp is a marine hero, does the world government really dare to attack him? Kuina couldn't believe it when he thought of that weird old man. As the magic fighting spirit unfolded, there were hundreds of warships scattered in the distance in the open sea, monitoring every ship entering and leaving Sabodi from different directions. Chapter 396 Questioning Jia Ji. Weird situation. Jia Ji has discovered that Lin Feng is different from before. He used to be smiling. What happened today? Lin Feng, you are. Jia Ji smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere, but he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Give it up. Wait until you survive the extra words. Answer my question first. As soon as these words came out, Jia Ji's back was drenched. Wanduzi, could it be that Lin Feng is trying to kill them? But why? Could it be that we were misunderstood by him here? Well, Lin Feng, we are not targeting Sabodi here, let alone you. Jia Ji quickly explained. But Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, and these few words were not convincing. Marine got the news that the Red Earl and Bullet who escaped from Impel Down appeared near Sabodi at the same time. Jia Ji continued. Lin Feng heard the words and said, So what? Is this the reason you surrounded Sabodi? However, I was a little shocked by the news in my heart. Did these two people want to come to Sabadi? It shouldn't be. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't believe it, Jiaji immediately said, "These two are our Marine's primary arrest targets. If we let them enter Sabadi." Speaking of this, Lin Feng already understood that the use of force is not allowed in Sabadi, even Marine, unless Lin Feng is willing to turn on the street light for Marine to come in and arrest them. But how could Lin Feng agree? Isn't this a self-destructing signboard? Perhaps Marine also took this into consideration and made such a deployment, intercepting the opponents before they entered Sabodi's land. Lin Feng thought about it for a long time, and felt that although this was reasonable, Bullet and the Red Earl, the two of them were not people who would live by idling. Advertisement. Who is the current Marine Marshal? Lin Feng asked. Jia Ji was stunned. This is confidential. Hurry up, what's the point? Well, it's Marshal Akainu now, but the news hasn't been released yet. It seems that the martial battle between Akainu and Aokiji is over, so Sengoku and Garp have already taken a back seat, but even so, it is not impossible to be unreachable. I still had some doubts in my heart, and the magic fighting spirit instantly enveloped the fleet, and Marine soldiers fell on the ship one by one. Lin Feng, you. In the next second, Jia Ji's gaze met Lin Feng's eyes, and Jia Ji's spirit immediately became trance. He quickly answered all Lin Feng's questions truthfully, but after hearing Jia Ji's answer, Lin Feng was even more confused. In front of his Mangekyo, Jiakesuo's words were the same as before. Lin Feng even learned that both Garp and Sengoku went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy along with Momosagi. Even though I still don't want to believe it, it seems that there is no need to stay any longer. Not long after Lin Feng disappeared, Jia Ji woke up. Looking at the fainted soldier, Jia Ji reluctantly took out his phone to check the situation here. Report up. After returning to Sabadi, Lin Feng did not go to the tavern, but came to the gravity space. Hiding his body, Lin Feng hid in a big tree, thinking about the weirdness of this incident, while looking at Luffy and Zoro who were tortured to death by Rayleigh and Whitebeard in the gravitational space. After a while, when Lin Feng was about to jump out, the phone bug made a movement, the figure disappeared again, and Lin Feng appeared outside the gravity space. Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug, and Lin Feng had a black hair, and the two of them didn't know how to avoid speaking ill of themselves. Outside the gravitational space, Lin Feng already knew who it was as soon as he took out the phone bug. Advertisement, ask where you are, so much nonsense. Old man. It sounded like nothing happened, but Lin Feng still felt uneasy. Haha, that's him. Putting away the phone bug, Lin Feng entered the gravitational space again. At this point Whitebeard just punched Luffy out of the way. Garp smiled complacently. What, kid, I need my help with something, but I can tell you that I won't do things that are not beneficial. Oh, Straw Hat Boy, you are so naive, will the enemy trust you? Whitebeard clenched his fists and prepared to continue rushing to teach this naive guy a lesson. Garp's voice came from the phone bug with an extremely exaggerated expression. Where are you? Lin Feng asked. Ha 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 ha. B asterisk 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 D. Why are you looking for this old man? A few minutes later, Lin Feng confirmed that Garp and Sengoku were indeed in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and there were many marine generals with them. Uncle Whitebeard. You cheated. You agreed to use only one hand. Luffy, who flew upside down, yelled loudly, seeing how heavy Whitebeard's punch was from the way he was clutching his stomach. Whitebeard, who was raging against Luffy, and Rayleigh, who was chatting about swordsmanship with Zoro, were startled, and then turned to look at the place where Lin Feng disappeared. Is that B asterisk 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 D? Chapter 397 The Messy Sword Art in Hand. Whitebeard put away his fists and stood still, waiting to see the joke. Luffy, who just got up from the ground, originally planned to say a few more words, but when he looked up, a black figure came in front of him. You. As soon as he uttered a word, a big fist was already in front of him. Boom. The fist directly sank into Luffy's face. After a loud noise, Luffy flew out spinning like a cannonball. After smashing into the soil, he covered his face and screamed, unable to get up for a long time. Lin Feng didn't continue to chase, and took out the autumn leaf sword with his backhand, and sprinted towards Zoro with one sprint. The latter was also surprised that Luffy was knocked down by an unknown person just now, turned his head and said, Mr. Rayleigh. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he found that Rayleigh, who was still discussing swordsmanship with him just now, was already standing in the distance and looking at him with a smile. At this moment, a sword light cut across Zoro's face, cutting off a handful of green hairs on his head. Zoro was so surprised that he was in a cold sweat, so fast. Advertisement. After being amazed, Zoro retreated, biting the words of Hidao in his mouth, holding a good knife, Shuizo of 50 workers, and Kiyoshui, a big knife of 21 skills, and a third-generation goosh was pinned to his waist. There are 4 famous knives all over the body. Lin Feng couldn't help sighing. If Toshigi, a collection maniac, saw it, I don't know how much saliva would be shed. With a sneer, Lin Feng rushed forward immediately. His current sword skills are also very strong. Under the influence of Sharingan, he has completely copied the sword skills of Kuina, Hawkeye and others. Although they are only tangible, they can deal with the current Zoro should be enough. Lin Feng didn't use the slightest bit of magical grudge, and rushed over again with his swordsmanship alone. Zoro was very excited when he saw this. The two soon met and collided, the sword light flickered, and the flames splashed everywhere. The more they fought, the doubts in Zoro and his heart became heavier. The guy in front of him was very good at swordsmanship, but there was always a strong contradiction. Sense. It was as if every move was simply set, like a robot without a soul, and with a scar on his chest, Zoro couldn't bear it anymore, and roared loudly. What kind of swordsmanship are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D, aren't you a swordsman? Why do you use such a mess of swordsmanship? After finishing speaking, the autumn leaf sword was put away, and what appeared in Zoro's eyes was a powerful-looking weapon, but the spear was evil. Zoro made up his mind in his heart to make the guy who underestimated swordsmanship in front of him regret it. Either the opponent's kendo is so fresh and refined, extremely weird, or the opponent is playing with him. Thinking of this, Zoro became even more upset. Zoro has never seen Keishie with his own eyes, but he has a sense of familiarity. Lin Feng has become so famous in the past few years, so his weapon naturally stole the limelight. Seeing Lin standing there without any reaction at all, Zoro smiled, and then deviated his attack a little bit. Is it a mess? The man in black looked at the sword in his hand and said, I also think it's too difficult. Advertisement sticking out his tongue, Luffy rolled his eyes and collapsed on the ground weakly. I'm dying, I don't have any strength at all. Whitebeard and Rayleigh in the distance looked at each other. This guy is so ruthless, he soaked the fruit-capable user in the water. Yes, from Zoro's point of view, Lin Feng's swordsmanship is messy. Although it is indeed very powerful, it has absolutely no soul. When he saw that he was a swordsman, Zoro was still excited. One of his favorite things is to be with the strong swordsmen fighting against each other. His eyes were full of determination, and the next second, Zoro rushed out violently, and this mighty momentum seemed extremely powerful. But now, he felt that he couldn't learn any swordsmanship from this person at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more unhappy he became, and his understanding of swordsmanship almost collapsed. After noticing this, Whitebeard and Rayleigh were speechless for a while. You are really terrible. Facing this B asterisk 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 D. You still want to show mercy. It's really you, Lu Chinan. After the words fell, a piercing sound came from behind, followed by a familiar voice. Guomoruo, Guomoruo. Apart from anything else, Zoro, who was so provocatively teased, stood with two swords in front of him, biting the words of Hidao and said inarticulately, three-sword-style purgatory demon slash. Lin Feng stepped aside, raised his hand to pinch Luffy's fist, and the water attribute magic vindictiveness quickly spread from Luffy's hand. In a short moment, Luffy's whole body was wrapped in it except his head, into the water polo. The majestic sword energy erupted from Zoro's body, and dust was flying around it. After finishing Luffy, Lin Feng looked at Zoro again. Come on, let me see how you have grown in the past few years. But with Zoro's memory, it's nice to feel a little familiar. Chapter 398 named Fruit. When we came to gravity space together in the morning, this guy disappeared again, which greatly improved the knowledge of veterans like Whitebeard and Rayleigh. Seeing Zoro's actions, Lin Feng was also slightly stunned. Tisk tisk, innocent and kind. The moment Zoro approached, the battle spear pierced out, and tapped Zoro's chest lightly at a speed that Zoro couldn't reflect at all. Dragon Tooth. The moment Zoro was hit, Zoro's attack was interrupted, and his stiff body stopped in place. This feeling is so unfamiliar. He also had this feeling a few years ago. It was that guy, and Zoro reacted when he looked at the spear in Lin Feng's hand, but it was evil. Shit, it was him. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Keishie, who had stabbed him in the chest, struck him with another heavenly blow, lifting him into the air. Immediately afterwards, a move of Basha swept away thousands of troops, but it hit Zoro's leg evilly, causing his body to spin in circles uncontrollably in the air. However, even under such circumstances, Zoro is still looking for opportunities to fight back. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he will not back down. Ghost Chi 9 Blades Ashura Magic 9 Flashes. Looking at Zoro, who was still using powerful sword moves in this state in the air, Lin Feng also nodded in agreement. But well, you really ate the named fruit, right? Forcibly stabilizing his figure in the air, the three-headed and six-armed Zoro launched his fierce offensive. Seeing this, Lin Feng twisted his neck. Okay, it's time to end. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, the magic fighting spirit gushed out violently, and rushed towards Zoro like a mountain, but the spear slashed down from the top, and the strong dragon crushed it. Boom. Zoro, who was photographed into the ground, was lying on the ground miserably. After the smoke cleared, Zoro slowly raised his head and looked at the person squatting in front of him and said, You are Lin Feng, right? Boom. An iron fist of love hit Zoro on the head. I haven't seen you for a few years. I don't call you big brother anymore. B asterisk 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 D-boy. As he said that, Lin Feng also took off his mask, and the dragon-slaying robe became the Imperial God robe. Brother Lin Feng, lighten up, lighten up. After a few more punches from Bang Bang, Zoro stood up covering his head with several big bags. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The sense of disobedience was only experienced when you were still practicing swords, Brother Lin Feng, but it's been too long, so I didn't expect it. Zoro muttered softly. Hey, you also said that my sword skills are messy. You are really good, Lin Feng said. After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Rayleigh was relieved. This old guy was worried about the group. Ever since he came back from swimming, he had been worrying about the day when Marine would suddenly attack Sabaody. Ha ha. Lin Feng nodded when he heard the words, and then realized that Luffy seemed to be still trapped by him, so he hurriedly released him, only to see the latter lying on the ground panting heavily. Lin Feng. Luffy shouted Lin Feng's name loudly, kicked his legs and jumped into the sky, then fell towards Lin Feng. Advertisement. Rayleigh stepped forward and asked, How about that? Seeing this, Zoro didn't care at all. Don't call me chlorella, did that dead cook tell you? While falling down, there was a strange smile in his mouth. Goohahaha, Lin Feng boy, I like to bully people like this as soon as he comes back. Whitebeard laughed loudly, took a few sips of the wine gourd that Lin Feng gave him at his waist. Dead cook. Lin Feng remembered that there were other people when he heard the words, so he asked, where are the other people on your boat? Sanji, Chopper, Brook, Frankie, Usopp. Zoro turned his head dissatisfied. It's a mess, it's the same as before, brother Lin Feng. You really don't have the talent to use a sword, even if you learn it well, you still can't understand the essence of swordsmanship. Lin Feng knew what Rayleigh was talking about as soon as he heard it. Don't worry too much for the time being, but you still need to pay attention to the safety of the island at all times. Keep an eye on the actions of the Marine and World Government and send people to find out the news. I will bring Lu Chi and K-Lock back later and let them take charge of Sabaody, safety of the land. After asking Zoro, he found that Lin Feng was looking at him like a fool. With their family background, they might not even be able to hide their underwear, and they wanted to hide it from Lin Feng. At this time, Luffy, who had regained his strength, had already seen who the person who attacked him just now was. After hearing the conversation of several people, he got up from the ground excitedly, and ran over with his teeth and claws. Hey, the green algae head kid has grown up, and he's teaching me a lesson. Lin Feng threatened with his fist raised. Then he replied. Sanji and Brook didn't know where to go after waking up in the morning. Chopper went to the medical center on the ground in Sabaody to communicate, and Frankie and Usopp went to the ship for maintenance. Hearing Lin Feng say these names very naturally, Zoro asked in surprise. How do you KNO chapter 399 lovely Chopper? For this situation, Lin Feng felt that Zoro should be very experienced. As expected, the next second, Luffy landed firmly on Zoro's face. Lin Feng, Luffy said pleasantly while hanging on Zoro. Saxi not Nadara, Luffy, Lin Feng said with a smile. Luffy jumped off Zoro. Hey, why are you here? Lin Feng was asked dumbfounded. This is my territory, is it strange that I am here? Your territory? Oh, yes. Luffy raised his right hand and pounded it into his left palm, thinking for a while and said. At this time, Whitebeard came over and asked, I heard you went to Zou before? When Lin Feng heard the words, he knew that it was Ace and the others who told Whitebeard, well, I met Mamushi and Inarashi there. Goohahaha, are those two brats okay now? Whitebeard also laughed happily when he heard the two names, which seemed to bring back a lot of memories. It's good, I fight and sleep every day, Lin Feng said casually. Hearing this, Whitebeard was also very happy. I heard you brought a fur tribe out? Well, yes, that little guy is very talented. I'm going to let Enel be her master. Lin Feng thought about Garrett, and suddenly felt that one Enel might not be enough, and then let Asa teach her physical skills. Whitebeard nodded, let her see the old man sometime. No problem. Then Lin Feng looked at Zoro, come on, come with me to meet Kuina. What? She's back too? Zoro asked. Well, come with me, the three of us haven't seen each other for a long time, by the way, Luffy, you too. Advertisement. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at the two old guys. I don't care about you. On the way back to the arena, Luffy kept talking, while Zoro kept thinking about something. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked, what are you thinking about? You can't be thinking about some little girl? HMPH, do you think I'm you? Zoro said disdainfully, the one you used just now is also a famous knife? Hearing this, Lin Feng knew it. This guy must have been thinking about this all the way. That's right, why? Are you interested? As he said, Lin Feng looked at Zoro's waist. You have so many famous knives, you are not satisfied. Let me see, you look so stingy, I want to see too. Even Luffy yelled. Wait, talk about it later. Back at the tavern, the three of them saw Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie who had just come back from the tavern. At this time, Chopper was already being hugged and kneaded by Kuina, and the cute appearance of the little guy was really attractive to girls. Lin Feng walked in and said to Kuina first, I'm back. Yeah. Kuina nodded to Lin Feng for Chopper in her arms. Lin Feng smiled and bent down. You are Chopper, right, so cute. Hey, I hate it, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Chopper blushed and said with narrowed eyes, his body twisted back and forth. After a little teasing, Lin Feng lost interest. No matter how cute he is still a man after all. Advertisement. If it weren't for the difference in race, Lin Feng would have treated him as Momonosuke number 2 because Chopper was also very innocent. Standing up, Lin Feng looked at Frankie again. The two had met each other in the capital of Seven Waters before. Frankie, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Lin Feng. Is Mr. Bingshan okay? Lin Feng casually greeted, and sat down next to Kuina by the way, and Zoro had already chatted with Kuina. Frankie didn't dare to be so casual in front of Lin Feng. He patted his head and said, that be asterisk D is taken care of by Khalifa, it must be good. Lin Fafa smiled. Don't stand still, find a place to sit down. You have a long nose, and so do you. Oh, good. Usopp sat down tremblingly, since seeing Lin Feng come in just now, he has been nervous. After the two sat down, Lin Feng chatted with Usopp. As for Luffy, this guy has gone to urge Shaki to cook him food. When Lin Feng talked about Usopp's father, Usopp, the latter's expression changed significantly. Is he alright? Usopp asked cautiously. Ha ha ha, that guy is also very good. He held banquets with that B*** D Shanks every 2 days, and almost drank my wine several times, Lin Feng said. Then Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Come on, your father also hopes to see the day you become a brave sea warrior. As for letting the two meet, Lin Feng has not considered this issue at all, even Shanks and Luffy are the same, the two have their own agreement. That night, Sanji and Brook didn't come back until the banquet was about to start. When seeing Lin Feng, Sanji was also excited and came up to ask about Reiju's situation. And Brook, this guy who has lived for a long time and died for a long time, has never heard of Lin Feng, and only learned about it after coming here. Chapter 400. Sugar's conspiracy. Since some national races including the Murlocs had a stronghold in Sabaody, they have sent people here for a long time, and the Murlocs happen to be their Princess Shirahoshi. In Sabaody Archipelago, Princess Shirahoshi is also quite famous, so Sanji and Brook, the two guys who came here, quietly hid from other people and ran to peek. After Shaki received the news, he pressed the phone bug hard on the table and looked at Sanji and Brook angrily. The cigarette in Sanji's mouth fell to the ground, and Brook's bones were even weak. The two of them never thought that they would be chased here. Go out and apologize to someone else, you two, Shaki yelled. That night, after another lively banquet, the next day, everything returned to normal. Practicing cultivation, Lin Feng and Kuina were preparing to go to Dressrosa. But the night before, Dressrosa, something happened. On the night when Lin Feng and Kuina left, accompanied by Barry, Konis, Betty Jr., Garrett, and Ayu came to wander the street again. Colorful night scene. During the day, Barry had already spread the news that the duel event would be held half a month later, and the news had already been spread in Dressrosa. When Konis and others were shopping, there were also two people walking towards them not far away. Oh my god, aren't those guys in front from Lin Feng? Sugar sauce, Torbull said with a smile, sucking his disgusting snot. These guys are running rampant on our territory. It's really abominable, Sugar said while eating grapes. Since the three of Barry came here to set up the duel field, Doflamingo's local power has been greatly provoked and threatened. Advertisement. Although he himself was very angry, he was also very sober, and warned everyone in the Don Quixote family not to directly conflict with Lin Feng's people. This made some of his subordinates very unhappy, and of course this resentment was not directed at Doflamingo. Hey, what should we do? Should we report to Joker? Torbull said. At this time, a sexy woman with long black hair and dressed as a maid said with a lady's cigarette in her mouth, report what? It's not that Joker doesn't know, anyway, we can't do anything to them, and we're not opponents either. Shu Tang, my mother is out shopping, not to cause trouble. Baby, 5, although we can't make things difficult for us head on, it's okay to play tricks as long as we have the opportunity, Torbull said. Granos, on the other hand, was Konis and his group staring at the front. The opportunity has come, Sasuke said. In her sight, the guy with rabbit fur and cat ears entered a dessert shop, while the woman holding the child continued to walk forward, chatting and laughing with the little girl in her arms. As for the man named Barry, all kinds of bags were hung all over his body, and he was sitting motionless by the side of the road, smoking a cigarette. Torbull and Baby, 5 subconsciously looked at Granu after hearing the words, what do you want to do? Granu put away the bowl containing the grapes, let's go, let's do something too, I want to turn him into my toy. Advertisement, okay, as long as you don't get discovered, Torbull said while wiping his nose with a smile. And Baby, 5 frowned and said, don't you want to live? If things are revealed, not only will you be in danger, but you will also cause trouble for Joker. Hearing this, Granu pouted and turned her head dissatisfied. As long as it becomes a toy, it will be fine without anyone noticing, even that Lin Feng will not know. Yes, Joker will be very happy if it can be done, Torbull echoed Granu. That's right, Baby, 5, we need you. These words from Sa Tang hit the heart of Baby, 5 completely. She longs to be needed by others. As long as she is needed by others, she cannot refuse others. Whether it is borrowing money, proposing marriage or forcing sales, she will think that she is needed, and accept it, so often deceived. It's the same at this time, and those who are farting are about to rush to help. Barry took off all the bags on his body and put them on the ground, smoking a cigarette with his back leaning against the door of a shop. I'm really tired, the captain is really, I ran away by myself, and it hurt me. Barry felt that even if he let himself go to the duel field for a dozen rounds, he would not be as tired as shopping with women. While sighing, a figure flashed past his sight. That is, Barry stared, isn't that the Doflamingo's guy? What's the sneaky thing doing? Barry looked left and right. Konis and little Betty hadn't come back yet, so after thinking about it, he followed in the direction where the figure disappeared just now. 9 p.m. Chapter 401. Immediately he stopped, and Barry subconsciously took a step back. At the same time, a woman with many heavy weapons came out from the corner at the end of the alley. Hiss, so sexy. This was Barry's first impression, and then he shook his head. HMPH, what are you trying to do? Baby, 5 didn't speak, and the various long-range weapons on his body suddenly fired, and countless bullets poured towards Barry. Barry sneered, how much these guys look down on him, let alone you guys, even if Doflamingo came in person, he would not be his opponent. Barry didn't even dodge, allowing Baby 5's attack to fall on him. After some intense firepower covered him, Barry walked out from the smoke. Oh, woman, you are the one with the weapon fruit ability, don't you think that you can take me down like this, are you too naive? While Barry was talking, the movement of his hands didn't stop. Several thick logs rushed towards Baby 5, and at the same time, several vines also flung them. Just when Barry's attack was about to touch Baby 5, a large amount of viscous, disgusting stuff poured out from behind Paris. Barry is not a rookie who just made his debut. He was always on guard when the guy he was following disappeared. At this moment, the bead-like slime chains that shot out from behind were completely blocked by a wooden wall. Torbol's figure also appeared behind Barry at this time, and the thick brown slippery mucus secreted around his body looked extremely disgusting. When Torbol attacked Barry, Baby 5 was also captured by Barry. Both hands and feet were fixed by wood and could not move at all. Advertisement Barry smiled, glanced at the trapped Baby 5 with disdain, and then said to Torbol behind him, "You are disgusting, what are you trying to do?" At this time, Torbol was also very nervous. If this attack failed, he couldn't imagine what kind of trouble it would cause, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be a catastrophe. But thinking of the ability of sugar, Torbol calmed down. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are touched by sugar sauce, you will be the same, unless you keep covering your body with armed colors. Your ability is indeed very strong, we are not your opponents, but since we have already made a move, I must give you a big gift, hee. Torbol said, and the disgusting slime moved towards Barry pounced. Frowning, Barry dodges the shot, watching it fall to the ground like 10-year-old phlegm from Torbol. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any purpose, so Barry didn't plan to wait any longer, and things changed later, so let's take down these two guys first. If you dare to attack yourself, just because of this, Doflamingo will be scared to death. Torbol threw out the slime to block the wooden spike, and then a huge piece of slime was thrown over. Soon the movement here attracted the attention of Conus, Little Betty and others. After a few people met quickly, they rushed towards this side. Since you still refuse to say it, then take it back and ask slowly. The rattan cage. Advertisement Barry's eyes were serious, and huge vines protruded from the alley. People on the island all around were screaming at the things that suddenly appeared in the sky. Although Torbol looked very bloated, in fact, it was just an illusion caused by the clothes he was wearing. It broke open on the ground, and the moment the wood drilled out, it was already out of the way. In the alley, Barry raised his hand and said, "Wooden gun." Barry dodged easily, but it wasn't over yet. The sticky chawn created by the mucus secreted from Torbel's body stuck to the wooden thorn shot by Barry, and smashed it towards Barry. Seeing the disgusting slime attacking again, Barry said, "I won't play with you anymore. If you don't have a backup, I'm going to get serious." Then Barry said, "You guy, it's really disgusting, let's get rid of you first." Bang bang bang. As Barry said, many long wooden spikes appeared out of thin air and then burst out. Barry always felt that it must not be that simple for these two people to suddenly come out to attack him, and they would not be so stupid, so he kept dealing with these two people to delay time, just to cooperate with them to see what kind of conspiracy they have next. A pile of sharp-looking logs surrounded Torbol, who also showed an expression of extreme fear and fear. "Hey, it's pretty fast." After speaking, Barry took a step, and Torbol rushed a few logs under his feet in an instant. Chapter 402 Turning into a Toyman. Barry only felt his leg being touched, and he didn't even respond. Bang, after a puff of smoke, Barry turned into a toyman less than 30 centimeters tall. Hey, it worked, sugar sauce. Torbol jumped in front of Granos and said, "I'm in danger if you're later." Baby 5, who was immobilized before, also escaped when Barry turned into a toyman. At this time, he squeezed his sore shoulders and walked over. "You really can bear it, sugar, and you didn't make a move until now." Upon hearing this, Granu turned around, pulled out a grape out of nowhere and threw it into his mouth. "This guy is very strong. If we hadn't lowered his defense by throwing it until now, we wouldn't have succeeded." Then he said to Barry, who turned into a toyman, "So, from now on, you will work for the Don Quixote family as a slave of Dressrosa or fight to the death." Barry, who had become a toyman, nodded mechanically, "Yes." At the same time, Conus, who was rushing here, Little Betty and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks and shivered at the same time. "Huh? Why are you here?" Several people looked at each other. "Little Betty, what are we doing here?" Conus asked. Little Betty shook her head fiercely and said, I don't know either." Garrett, who was on the side, also turned his eyes in confusion. "What about the things we bought before?" I know. Ayu subconsciously raised her hand and was about to speak, but suddenly froze. Why did I forget? Where did I put the things?" Ayu poked her little face with her fingers and thought. "Advertisement." Several people looked at me and I looked at you, and they all felt very strange. Finally, Conus said, "Let's look for it carefully. If it doesn't work, just buy it again." After all, the girls happily rushed to the bustling market again. In the distance, Granu, Torbol, Baby 5, the three of them are watching this side. It's really sad to be completely forgotten by my companions. These people didn't notice at all. They did a good job this time. "Let's go back and tell Joker, he will be very happy," Torbol said. During this time, Doflamingo was in a very bad mood. He had been upset with Lin Feng and his group for a long time. If he knew that they had managed a very powerful guy, he would be overjoyed. "Well, let's go back," Sasuke said, turned and took the lead to leave. That night, Conus and others returned to the newly established dueling field in Dressrosa, and Luo and Bardo had already prepared a rich dinner. When the few people were chatting, they didn't talk about Barry at all, as if Barry never existed. In this way, the night passed. At this time, Luffy also rushed in. "Lin Feng, I want to compete with you too." "Okay, eat first." Kuina gestured for Zoro to sit down. The figures of the two appeared directly in the duel field here. Looking at the completely different architectural styles, the two visited everywhere. Lin Feng and Kuina stayed until noon, and they didn't return to Dressrosa until after Kuina and Zoro's competition was over. Advertisement, Kuina, I want to compete with you. Me too. Luffy expressed his opinion with his mouth full. Zoro looked at Lin Feng and Kuina with sincere eyes. The three grew up together, so there is no need to talk about their feelings. It's just that when I rushed forward and saw the food on the table, I immediately forgot about it. Eat meat. I want to eat meat. In the tavern, Lin Feng and Kuina looked at each other helplessly while eating. Only Lin Feng ate his food on his own, wiped his mouth and said, "You read it wrong." Hearing this, Zoro froze. Well, I don't mind if it's an enemy, but if it's Kuina who wants to attack you, I dare not help you block it. Hearing this, everyone present stopped their movements. The next day Lin Feng and Kuina planned to go to Dressrosa in the morning, but Zoro found them early in the morning. Well, you are indeed my good brother. Lin Feng smiled, then I will ask you to help me block the knife from now on. There is also a tavern similar to Sabaodi's duel field here, and they came here soon without being led. Zoro squinted his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something, but he didn't ask any more, and said after a pause, I know what you are doing, but no matter what, I'm on your side. Immediately, the tavern became lively, followed by Sanji, Brook, and Chopper. After a while, Zoro suddenly asked, That's right, Lin Feng, when you showed up yesterday, the clothes you wore seemed to belong to that dragon-slaying organization? What's going on? Chapter 403 Who is Barry? Lin Feng grabbed it and saw that it was a piece of bone, probably leftover from eating. Cursing his lips in disgust, a black light flashed, and the bones disappeared. Hey, you two, don't throw things around, you know? The two little guys were startled when they heard Lin Feng's voice, and quickly looked this way. Garrett smiled embarrassedly, and Ayu jumped into Lin Feng's arms while yelling, Lee, brother Lin Feng, I miss you. Doting on Ayu, Lin Feng asked, Where are your sisters Konis and Lil Betty? Rubbing in Lin Feng's arms, Ayu raised her head and said, Little sister Betty is cooking delicious food inside, and sister Konis is going to help Uncle Coxcomb and Uncle Luo. Listening to what Ayu called Luo and Bador, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. There was no way. Those two people had a dead face all day long. They were so cold. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Lin Feng and Kuina found a comfortable place to sit down, and then Lin Feng said to Garrett, Don't be idle. If you have nothing to do these days, go to Luo and ask him to arrange a few days for you in the duel arena every day. In a battle, the improvement of strength still comes quickly through actual combat. Garrett nodded obediently, and the rabbit ears moved. Well, Captain Big Brother, who is my master, and when can I see him? Geralt asked with his ears pricked up, his eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought about it, thought for a while, and said, Well, you go to the duel field to gain actual combat experience first. I have time to visit your master. If there is nothing wrong, I will let him go bring back. Now, Enel and Asa are both on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Recently, the world government has been very strong in encircling and attacking the Revolutionary Army. They have suffered a lot. I don't know if it will be possible to take these two away. Affect the progress over there. At this time, Kuina thought for a while and said, Actually, there is no need to call Enel and the others back. It would be better to send Garrett there. Advertisement. After finishing the words, Lin Feng slapped his head. That's right, why didn't I think of such a simple thing? However, Garrett still needs to accumulate actual combat experience in the duel field first, otherwise he will not be held back if he goes there. Although he was talking to Kuina, Lin Feng looked at Garrett. Garrett heard the words and said, Understood, Captain Big Brother, I will go to Senior Luo now and ask him to help me arrange the battle. After finishing speaking, Garrett disappeared in a flash. After sitting for a while, Lin Feng got up and turned around, and found that there was not much wine here. It seems that Luo and the others have been quite busy since they came here. Entering the kitchen, Lin Feng saw that little Betty was busy with something alone. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone came in. Luo looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Barry? Who is that? He raised his hand and patted little Betty on the head. The latter was startled and screamed. When he turned around and saw who it was, he said, Lin Feng, big brother, you scared me to death. Lin Feng went up to have a look and found that little Betty made something like dessert. Little Betty stepped aside and said excitedly, I'm making a cake. Today is little Ayu's birthday. Lin Feng frowned. Barry, you don't know? Advertisement? You should also hand over everything as soon as possible. You don't need to do everything yourself. If you don't understand anything, just ask Konis. She was in charge of Sabaody before, she has experience. Luo then came over to say hello to Lin Feng and said, I've already made arrangements for Garrett. Lin Feng nodded when he heard that. This guy Luo is reliable in his work. The establishment of a new duel field is in Doflamingo's territory. Luo, Bardo, and Barry have been very busy during this period. What are you doing? So focused? Lin Feng asked. Oh, really? Why didn't I know? Ayu accidentally slipped the tongue when I was shopping last night. I probably didn't want to trouble everyone, so I didn't tell you. Little Betty guessed, but her hands became busy again. Because the 2-day sessions have already been arranged, and it has to start the day after tomorrow. Then Lin Feng found out that Barry was missing, so he asked, Where's Barry? Why don't you see him? Are you still busy? Well, I know. As soon as he came in, Bardo fell down on a sofa. Boss, I don't want to do these troublesome things here anymore. Why don't you let me switch with Senior Thor and let me fight? Lin Feng, who was not interested in how to make cakes, turned around and went out to tell Kuina about the matter. After the two talked together for a while, Luo, Bardo, Konis, and Garrett, who had just left for a while, came back. Not only Luo, but even Kuina beside him asked doubtfully, "Who is Barry?" Chapter 404. Kuina nodded in confusion. Lin Feng immediately called Bardo, Konis and others over, and after asking them one by one, Lin Feng was basically sure what happened. Sighing, Lin Feng's eyes immediately became sharp. "What's wrong? Who is this Barry?" Kuina asked. Others also looked over. Lin Feng paused and said, "I told you before, be careful of that fake guy called Granos." Several people responded at the same time, "I have." Almost instantly, Kuina reacted. He opened his mouth and said, "You mean, this man named Barry was turned into a toy by sugar, so we will forget about him?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, it should be like this." "But, boss, why haven't you forgotten that Barry?" Bartolomeo asked curiously. "Yes, Captain, you still remember." Hearing this, Lin Feng also pondered for a while, but actually asked the system quietly. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Well, the ability of sugar doesn't work for me." Lin Feng's abnormal state immunity just restrained these messy abilities. This time it was also thanks to this abnormal state immunity, otherwise Barry would really be forgotten by everyone. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, several people looked at each other stupidly. If Lin Feng hadn't said this, they really couldn't believe that there was a companion named Barry. Advertisement, but at this moment, they had to believe it, so he asked, "So what should we do now?" "Go get that sugar back? Didn't it be fine as long as she loses consciousness?" "Just kill it." A few people were talking to each other, and suddenly Lin Feng muttered, "I don't know how that B********* D Barry got caught. This time, I have to train him to get him back." As Lin Feng said, he looked up at Luo. "Go with Bardo and bring Barry back. If anyone dares to block, kill them directly." The two of them got the order and rushed out quickly, heading in the direction of Doflamingo Castle. Doflamingo is in a particularly good mood today. The news brought by Sasu, Torbol, and Baby 5 yesterday really made him clear the haze of this period of time. After being bullied on his own territory for so long, if he said he had no objections in his heart, it would be hell. Especially there's his own enemy, Trafalgar Law. That guy has always wanted to kill him, but he can't touch him yet, so he can only let him grow. But at this time, he walked out of the room with a smile on his face, ready to go to his arena to watch the battle of those trash. Usually, he either hides in the castle and controls the clone to practice, or he worries about the development of the family all the time. Today, he must relax. Doflamingo even thought about whether he should find a beautiful lady to spend the spring night with him tonight, but the idea just came to him, and he shook his head vigorously to push it down. At this juncture, you can't focus on women. Advertisement. Thinking of Doflamingo, he walked out, when a man in a red cape and fur-brimmed hat hurried over. "Dover, there are people coming to the duel field over there," Diamante said. Hearing this news, Doflamingo frowned, and suddenly felt a bad feeling. "What's going on?" I don't know. Tell them to FK off. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Anyone here just wants to show off?" Doflamingo yelled. Diamante hesitated and said, "Well, Luo is also here." "What? It's the Trafalgar Law," Diamante repeated. "What is this B******* D doing here? Could it be that he wants to seek revenge from me?" Doflamingo thought, but he was not so anxious in his heart. He also had a whole card in his hand, and in his capacity, he wanted to get life insurance from the world government. The means are still possible. Probably not. Judging from their tone, they seem to be looking for someone. Doflamingo pondered for a while and said, "Looking for someone, it seems that the matter has been exposed. How did they know that Granu's ability has expired?" Diamante listened to what Doflamingo muttered, but he didn't know what it meant. He didn't know what happened last night. No accidents can happen to the sugar. You go to deal with it. Tell them, this is a misunderstanding, and the missing people will be sent back. Remember, don't confront directly. Saying that, Doflamingo left first. He had to check on Granu. If there was any problem with Granu, then things would be a big deal, and all the people who had been turned into toys would be transformed back. Diamante came in front of Luo and Bardo nervously, and was also very embarrassed to see that little kid who used to grow up to what he is now. Dover said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Your people will go back soon." Chapter 405. Bardo's hooligan temperament. As he spoke, Luo's hand was already on Devil May Cry at his waist. Seeing this, Bartolomeo took 2 steps forward in a particularly arrogant manner. His face was almost on Diamante's face. "Hand over our people immediately, and what is that candy? Otherwise, I will take off one of your thighs, believe it or not." Seeing that Diamante didn't respond, he shouted again, "Did you hear that, you trash? Diamante is so angry, you green-haired boy dare to threaten me. The anger in my heart is almost uncontrollable. After all these years, when have they been so aggrieved?" But when he thought of the person standing behind the two, Diamante suppressed his anger again, squeezed out a smile, and said slowly, "It's useless even if you kill me today. It's impossible to hand over the sugar to me. Yours will be returned to you soon. If you don't leave, just find a way to find it yourself, as long as you can find it." As soon as the words fell, a fist with spare strength hit Diamante's face. It was Bartolomeo. This guy saw Diamante talking so much nonsense. The more he listened to it, the more angry he became, and he raised his hand and punched his face. Diamante obviously didn't expect this guy to make a sudden attack, and the speed would be so fast. Before he had time to dodge, he was punched in the face. This punch was too heavy, and he was blown away. What's the situation? Is there such a thing as negotiation, hands on a disagreement? Diamante was very annoyed at this time. This guy didn't play his cards according to the routine. Advertisement getting up from the ground angrily, he said in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to start a war?" Hearing this, Bartolomeo showed his true nature as a hooligan. "Hey, you are still stubborn. It seems that you have to take one of your legs off today to know how to be obedient." Naturally, there was a lot of movement here, and the soldiers under Doflamingo also surrounded him. On the other hand, Doflamingo immediately went to the place where the sugar was when he knew that someone was looking for him, and guarded here himself to prevent being caught off guard. At the same time, someone reported the situation on Diamante's side at any time. When he learned that the other party not only wanted them to return the man, but also asked them to hand over the sugar, Doflamingo knew that today's matter might not end well. Up. When Granos heard this, her legs were so frightened that her legs went limp. She couldn't figure out why Barry had become a toy, and someone would still remember him. "Look at what you've done. Self-assertive, stupid, now scared," Doflamingo kept cursing. Granu didn't dare to retort, but kept slandering in her heart. "HMPH, you were very happy when you knew it. When I was happy, I said that he did a good job, but now I say that he is a waste, an idiot, this is simply bullying." And Torbull on the side said, "Joker, now is not the time to blame. Since that Lin Feng sent someone over, it means that he doesn't want to conflict with us now. We should be able to deal with it if we have a better attitude. If he really wants to catch the sugar, he won't just send 2 people. Isn't it easier for him to come by himself?" Advertisement Doflamingo nodded when he heard the words. He thought so too, but he felt strange in his heart. It stands to reason that if he were Lin Feng and possessed overwhelming strength, he would have killed them directly by thunder. He couldn't figure it out. Why didn't Lin Feng do this? In fact, they didn't know that Lin Feng didn't come to liquidate them right away, not because he didn't want to do it, but because of Luo. After all, he didn't have any hatred with Doflamingo. Now Luo's strength is not enough to challenge the entire Don Quixote family by himself. He wants Luo to handle this matter by himself. Whether he kills or not in the end depends on Luo. However, Barry's matter is naturally impossible to just leave it at that. 1 yard counts for 1 yard. Granos must pay the price, and there are other people involved. Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, "Where's the person? Haven't you brought them here yet?" "It's already on the way," said Torbull. After a while, Babay, 5 came over with Barry, who had turned into a toy. At this time, Barry did not lose his language ability and independent thinking. The moment he saw Doflamingo, he yelled out, "A whole plot against me, you wait, you are finished. I tell you, if Lousy can't go back, all of you will have to go back, it's over. You hear me, you idiots," Barry yelled, and Doflamingo said, "Give him back." It was said that Granu and Torbull also went out with Baby, 5, and there was a little toy Barry. Doflamingo followed quietly. Whether it was to protect Granos or prevent other accidents from happening, he had to be cautious. Chapter 406 Peas Shoes, Leggings. At this time, Barry, who turned into a toy man, has gained freedom, but he has not yet returned to a human being. The moment he saw the 2 of them, he rushed over. "R.O. Bardo. You guys are finally here. Hey, it's all my fault for being careless. I accidentally became like this." As soon as he met Barry, he talked endlessly. Luo and Barry stepped back somewhat unnaturally. "Well, are you really Barry?" Luo asked cautiously. "Are you really our companion?" Bardo also asked. Barry nodded desperately. Seeing this, Bardo's face turned hard, and he said to Granu, "Hey, you bloody loli, quickly transform me back." When Granu heard this, she timidly looked at Torbull and Baby, 5 beside her. She didn't dare to just go there. But Bartolomeo urged, "Hurry up. Believe it or not, I will strip you and throw you on the street. I tell you, I am a hooligan." Luo on the side couldn't help but hold his forehead. "You are a hooligan, are you proud? You idiot." "Okay, hurry up, if you don't want to, we'll take you back to the captain," Luo said coolly with his hands folded on his chest, and now he is already confident in facing these guys. "Still, you want our captain to go there personally. If that's the case, I can't guarantee that you will still be alive." After the words fell, Xiao Tang and the others were startled, but please don't. Torbull said, "Santang Zhang, quickly change that guy back, we will protect you." Granos walked forward tremblingly, put his hand on Barry, a white mist flashed, and Barry changed back into a human form, and he didn't look too embarrassed. Advertisement at the same time, his memories were restored. Luo and Bardo looked at Barry strangely, and Bartolomeo said, "Senior Barry, I didn't expect you to be so handsome after being turned into a toy." "Ah, haha, is it?" Barry laughed to ease his embarrassment. The captain said, "I will train you hard when I go back this time. If you don't die, you will have to peel off your skin. It's really embarrassing to be plotted against," Luo said more rarely. Barry's body trembled and he shivered. He knew how inhumane it was when Lin Feng trained Ace before. "That, brother, help me to beg for mercy." Both Luo and Bardo pretended not to hear. Luo went directly to Sa Tang, looked down at her and said, "Come with me." At this moment, Doflamingo, who had been hiding in the dark, rushed out and stood in front of Granos. "Hey, kid, Granos can't go with you." "Dover?" Luo's eyes became sharp instantly, looking at Doflamingo's face. He wanted to fight this B************ D right now. Brat, you don't mean to fight with me, do you?" Luo gritted his teeth and said, "Dover." Bardo didn't feel much about Doflamingo. He just stepped forward and patted Doflamingo on the shoulder. Hey, you wear glasses, you'd better be obedient, or you'll be useless, you know. As he said that, he looked Doflamingo up and down. Put on peace shoes, you are not earthy, there is no such thing as you in our country. Doflamingo twitched the corner of his mouth and said, in short, it is impossible for Granos to leave with you, unless you are willing to start a war now. In fact, when he said this, Doflamingo was also beating drums in his heart, but he couldn't lose in momentum, especially in front of Luo. And looking at the current situation, there is a high probability that the opponent will not make a move. Advertisement. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, a voice came from a distance. Look at that person wearing sunglasses, he must have pea eyes. Oh, really? It's real or fake? That's too ugly. Absolutely true, I vouch for his leggings. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Lin Feng walking towards this side with Kuina in his arms. Captain! Barry shouted loudly, looking extremely aggrieved. Lin Feng stepped forward and punched him in the stomach. You idiot, you have been turned into a toy by someone, and you don't even have to wait for me to come and see you. Barry clutched his stomach, and squeezed out a tear from the corner of his eyes. Captain, I know I was wrong, and I will definitely wait for you to see it next time. Well, very good, you are very good at focusing on the key points. Lin Feng patted Barry and looked at Doflamingo. Yo, we met for the first time, let's have a fight. Doflamingo was sweating profusely at this moment, as if facing a formidable enemy. He smiled awkwardly. Mr. Feng, what are you doing here? I stroll. Well, we are all misunderstanding, there is no need to go to war like this. Really? If you misunderstand, hand over that brat, Lin Feng said. This? Doflamingo was very annoyed inside, and said with an ugly smile on his face. She didn't mean it, it's really a misunderstanding, Mr. Lin Feng, there's no need to argue with children. Lin Feng looked at Granu after hearing the words. Children? Are you talking about her? Seeing Lin Feng looking at him, Granu quickly hid behind, her legs were trembling. Advertisement. Chapter 407. Punishment. However, it was impossible for Lin Feng to be fooled by her. Everyone didn't react. In the next second, Lin Feng pinched the neck and lifted up the sugar. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo and others panicked subconsciously at first, but in the next second, they almost cheered inwardly. Just reach out and grab the sugar. Doesn't Lin Feng know about the power of Granos, that it will turn into a toy when touched by her? They were all looking forward to the scene where Lin Feng was turned into a toy by the sugar. Granu was also very surprised, but her head turned quickly. After panic, she immediately pretended to be very scared and stretched out her hand towards Lin Feng's hand, grabbing her neck. Captain! Luo and Barry shouted anxiously. Before he could stop it, Granos' hand touched Lin Feng's wrist. The moment they touched it, Granos, Doflamingo and the others went crazy, laughing in their hearts. This idiot, let me help you, it's over now. They were so excited, they just waited for Lin Feng to be turned into a toy. In this case, there would be no such threat in the future. However, it was a bit of a loss to help the world government solve this problem for no reason. Doflamingo even thought in his heart that he would have to let the world government bleed some blood. However, within a few seconds of being happy, everyone was stunned. The first is Granu, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. His hand has already touched him. Why is that? Why didn't he become a toy? Immediately after that came the others, who couldn't believe it as if they had seen a ghost. Advertisement. How is it possible? Diamante, who was still bleeding from her nose, exclaimed. The others also looked terrified. Lin Feng smiled, showing a very cruel smile, and then pinched it hard, and Granadum screamed in midair. Seeing that he was about to lose his breath, Lin Feng let go of his hand a little and said, Why? Are you wondering about the ability? Why doesn't it work? It was said that not only Granos, but everyone around was curious about this question. Lin Feng continued on his own. Devil fruit is useless to me, you know? Then he told a lie, but it shocked those who knew him and those who didn't. Devil fruit doesn't work, what kind of ability is this? Doflamingo was puzzled. He didn't quite believe this statement, but if he didn't believe it, how could he explain the scene in front of him? At this time, I heard Lin Feng say again, If you dare to attack my people, tell me, who else? Sasuke was terrified, and when he heard Lin Feng's words, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Torbol and Baby 5, and then quickly looked back. There were a few popping sounds that sounded like an explosion, and there was an expression of extreme pain on the face of the sugar, and the bones in one leg were almost broken all over. How could she, who was already very weak, stand such torture? Almost passed out. Then, two dragon-shaped grudges burst out from Lin Feng's body in an instant, roaring and charging towards the two of them. In the next second, both of them were caught in front of Lin Feng and hung in the air. The two wanted to resist, but they lost the strength to resist the moment they were caught, and their whole bodies went limp. Advertisement. Although it was just an ordinary sentence without any strange power, Doflamingo felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart, and his whole body froze in place, neither moving nor not moving. The thought of saving lives arose just now. It was also instantly extinguished. But just this momentary action, Lin Feng already knew it in his heart. However, perhaps it was Lin Feng's water attribute vindictiveness rushing against Granu's face, making it wet, in order to torment Granu, and Grano became sober all of a sudden. Seeing this, Doflamingo moved subconsciously to stop him, but Lin Feng's voice came to his ears immediately. If you don't want to die, just stand there and don't move. In everyone's eyes, the dragon-shaped grudge holding the sugar in its mouth suddenly exerted force, followed by the screams of the sugar, which felt creepy in the ears of the people present. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng let go of Granu, and then another dragon-shaped Douchi grabbed her legs and suspended her in midair. Then Longjing's grudge disappeared, and the sugar just fell to the ground. Doflamingo's sunglasses were about to fall off. He was afraid, if Granite fainted from the pain, wouldn't something serious happen? Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move, Barry behind him stepped forward, looking hesitant, wanting to say something. As Lin Feng said, he looked at Torbull and Baby 5 again. At this time, the two were full of horror, and their limp bodies were shaking constantly, obviously wanting to resist. The moment he hesitated, Baby 5 and Torbull had already been held in their mouths by two dragon-shaped grudges. This punishment should be about the same. Lin Feng's grudge is to some extent more deterrent than Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 408. My pig is going to push cabbage. Hearing this, Lin Feng was greatly shocked. What the hell, our old pig wants to push cabbage. But why is it Baby 5? What happened on this day? Lin Feng is eager to know. This Barry has become a toy, can he still do bad things? What's the situation with you? Lin Feng asked. It's nothing, let's talk about that later, Barry whispered. Lin Feng looked at him suspiciously. The victim is you, if you don't pursue it, I don't care. After finishing speaking, the dragon-shaped grudge holding Baby 5 in its mouth has dissipated, and Baby 5 was about to fall to the ground, but a figure rushed out quickly, holding it firmly in his arms. Baby 5, who was hugged by the princess, was startled for a moment, and then said with a flushed face, let me go. Barry let go of his hand in embarrassment. Bang, Baby 5 fell heavily to the ground. D. You really let go when I told you to let go. Baby 5 yelled angrily. Advertisement. Lin Feng didn't care about the two people's nonsense. Torbull's screams rang out at the same time as Baby 5 angrily reprimanded Barry. From the looks of everyone, Torbull was also treated the same as Granu. The difference is that the place where Torbull was crushed was his hand. Lin Feng threw it on the ground casually, and said with disgust, you are so disgusting, why don't you kill it, so as not to see you again in the future and affect your appetite. Listening to Lin Feng's casual complaints, Torbull's heart turned cold. This guy is too bad. What's wrong with him being disgusting? Have you eaten your food? You don't want to see me, and I don't want to see you, devil? But Lin Feng just said casually. After the punishment was over, Lin Feng yawned and said to Luo, from now on, these guys will be handed over to you. I don't care if I kill them or not. Luo nodded, and he could also see the purpose of Lin Feng's actions today. One is to vent his anger for Barry, the other is to knock the mountains and shake the tiger, and finally to tell himself that these guys are just lambs to be slaughtered for him now. What do you want? You can vent your anger anytime. On Lin Feng's side, on the way back, Lin Feng and his party were watched curiously by the people on the street. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left. Kuina was also speechless watching this scene. He robbed the civilian girl. This is, although he didn't shoot him himself, but he was a little angry. Looking at Lin Feng's skillful appearance, it was like an old hand at doing it all the time. Lin Feng put her down, and then a group of people looked over curiously. After he was turned into a toy by Sugar last night, he was supposed to be sent to do hard work, but Baby 5 took him back. This woman still hated the fight in the alley, and was tied up by Barry's wood on the wall. That gesture was as shameful as it was, so I wanted to get revenge. Hey, let's take that woman away. Lin Feng pointed at Baby 5 and said to Doflamingo, don't mess with me in the future. If it wasn't for the matter between you and Luo, I actually quite like you, not only simply because we have the same enemy. Under everyone's astonished eyes, the dragon-shaped fighting spirit rushed out and caught Baby 5 who was arguing with Barry. Let's go back. Advertisement. Back at the place, Konus and others were amazed when they saw Baby 5 tied back. Especially seeing the way Doflamingo gritted his teeth, Luo felt much more at ease. After Lin Feng and the others left, Doflamingo immediately sent people to treat Granu and Torbull, especially Granu. Doflamingo stayed by the side anxiously, for fear that she would not be able to bear it and faint. The common enemy refers to the world government, or celestial dragons. Captain, why don't you let her come down and go by herself? Barry whispered to Lin Feng and said. Barry explained with a sly smile. Originally, their group was considered to be very famous people, but now a group of people is followed by a woman who is held in the mouth by a dragon. How can such a situation not make everyone curious? Barry lowered his head when he heard the words. He was really careless about this incident, and he had no intention of arguing, so he could only obediently follow behind. You still have the nerve to talk to others. You can wait when you go back. You don't know how powerful you are if you don't take off your layers. Lin Feng glanced at him and said. An ambiguous sentence made Doflamingo very puzzled. As for Baby 5, it was not that important to him. He was even thinking about whether he could rely on Baby 5 and Lin Feng to get closer. After all, he could hear Lin Feng's last words very clearly. Look at what I'm doing. Barry asked me to do it. Just ask him if you have anything to do. Lin Feng said casually and sat down on the sofa. Hearing this, everyone looked at Barry, which meant to be frank and lenient, and even the fact that Barry was turned into a toy was ignored. Chapter 409. True. Several thousand hands. Fortunately, before coming to Dressrosa, Lin Feng told the information about everyone on Doflamingo's side, and he also remembered very clearly that to deal with this woman, he must satisfy her pervert desire to be needed. So Barry begged for mercy in a different way, and even wooed Baby 5 shamelessly in order to be able to transform back into a human being. In the end, he turned Baby 5 around with his perfect tongue, and was extremely satisfied. One person, one toy, calculated each other all night, and even calculated their feelings. After listening to Barry's description, everyone's eyes lit up, and even the girls were laughing hard. Then everyone's eyes were on Baby 5. I saw that she didn't show any embarrassment or shyness at all, but instead she raised her neck with an expression of dissatisfaction. After everyone laughed, Baby 5 suddenly said, I will not help you deal with Dover. Baby 5, who grew up in the Don Quixote family since she was a child, still has a strong sense of belonging, especially before she joined the Don Quixote family. She had a miserable childhood. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the arena immediately cooled down. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, I still need your help to deal with that four-eyed boy. Don't forget, you are a hostage now. This sentence completely hit Baby 5. Lin Feng said that she was not needed, and fell silent all of a sudden. But then I heard, we don't need you now, but well, someone still needs you. Advertisement, he said and looked at Barry, I'll leave it to you, you can figure out what to do. Everyone laughed again when they heard the words, and Barry turned around and left quickly with Baby 5. Hey, old boy. Lin Feng smiled and said to Luo. The duel will be held in half a month. After the matter is over, you should sell your affairs as soon as possible. You're strong enough now. Luo Wenyan's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, yes, Captain. In the next few days, Lin Feng grabbed Barry and beat him up for nothing, and at the same time helped him develop Mumuguo. Over the past few years, Paris's fruit ability has been developed very well, but compared to Enel, it is still far behind. This guy doesn't know whether it is because of lack of talent or hard work, and his strength is always improving. Satisfactory. Although the current Barry has reached the strength enough to single-handed Doflamingo, in Lin Feng's view, he is still far behind. If he doesn't help with the development, Lin Feng doesn't even know if he will have the chance to meet true several thousand hands. Thinking of this, Lin Feng, who was training against Barry, subconsciously exerted more strength, and sent Barry flying with one punch. He didn't care about Barry's screams, but Lin Feng thought that he could also try true several thousand hands. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Feng ignored Barry, who was screaming on the other side. With a movement of his eyes, the wood attributed magic battle energy gathered, and then it spread out in all directions, sending Barry flying again, who had just got up from the ground. Advertisement. Then a huge figure that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air, and endless wood attribute battle energy gathered into space, violently turning the entire space upside down. In Dressrosa, countless people looked at this horrific doomsday-like scene and screamed incessantly, standing still in a daze. The whole world seemed to have been pressed the pause button, becoming extremely dark and silent. What a huge monster it was! The original sunlight was completely blocked, and the huge figure gradually became solid. In Doflamingo's castle, he naturally noticed this terrifying scene. The towering figure, with golden light shining on his body, seemed to exude a powerful aura in every move, which made Doflamingo feel a thrilling feeling. Just now he felt a powerful energy wave coming from a distance, that it was an unprecedented fear. In the face of this force, he couldn't bring up the slightest fighting spirit at all. So he rushed out immediately, followed by the scene in front of him. Could it be Lin Feng? Doflamingo said through gritted teeth. But then his expression returned to normal, and he stared blankly, with a different thought in his heart. In the distance, after the huge figure fully appeared, everyone could see clearly that it was a giant Buddha. Facing such a huge figure, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. On Barry's side, standing at the foot of the giant Buddha at close range, he was amazed at Lin Feng's sudden astonishing behavior, and then saw Lin Feng slowly ascending into the air, his figure getting smaller and smaller until he was completely invisible. After the giant Buddha fully appeared, Barry clearly discovered that it was actually wood. However, this wood attribute giant Buddha is full of explosive power in its body, and it seems that it can kill itself with a single punch. Chapter 410 Gathering. If you want to control such power, you must have enough power. Barry was shocked inside. He saw that Lin Feng's move was similar to his Mumuguo. Maybe he could do it himself, even if it wasn't that strong, it didn't matter, he would never compare with Lin Feng. Although he is not very confident in his own strength, he still wants to give this seemingly mighty Buddha a try. At this time, Lin Feng had already flown to the top of the giant Buddha, a full 10,000 meters high, completely blocking the sunlight from Dressrosa. At first glance, in the eyes of the public, this giant Buddha is like a big villain. At this time, people on the street who have reacted have panicked emotions. Standing on top of the giant Buddha's head, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, and then withdrew his fighting spirit. In an instant, the giant Buddha disappeared without a trace, and then quickly fell down with the wind. Captain, this move. You're so G handsome. As soon as Lin Feng landed, Barry rushed over and said excitedly. At the same time, his hands quickly condensed a strong wood element in the air. Captain, I want to learn this. Lin Feng was startled when he heard the words, and said, it's not a big problem, let's work hard. For the Mumuguo produced by the system, Lin Feng has never doubted its ability, whether it can be achieved depends entirely on the user. In this way, while Lin Feng was training Barry, he occasionally spared time to play around with Kuina and Ayu until 2 days before the duel event. In just half a month, Dressrosa has gathered a large number of outsiders. At the same time, Lin Feng has made all preparations. I am afraid that the people who come this time will be unusual. Which Gyuki zombies attract? Advertisement. According to the information collected, the pirates and marines who have come to Dressrosa are all famous guys, and many guys from the underground world have also come. Most of them have been cautious all the time, for fear that something will be dealt with directly. Obviously, they all regard this place as Sabadi. This kind of situation is already a norm, and now wherever there is a star duel field, the law and order is particularly good. Of course, with these self-conscious people, there will naturally be those who don't have self-awareness, but Lin Feng doesn't care about them at all. Just a few days ago, Clock Doll and his team came here, and they are all responsible for the security work here, but this time the difference is that Clock Doll's arm was ordered by Lin Feng to heal him forcibly. Clockadar, who didn't pay much attention to this at first, still showed a very happy expression after his arm recovered. As a result, the able-bodied Clock Doll can better hide his identity. On the second day after K-Lock Doll arrived here, Xiao Feng also came to Dressrosa with his pirate group, and also arrived on the same day as the Hawkeye and the 9 snake pirates. At the same time, it's not that the Revolutionary Army has no idea about dark fruit. It was not until today that Dorag contacted Lin Feng. Come and pick him up, Drago said directly without talking nonsense. Lin Feng said, why, you want to participate too? Can't you? You guy, if you have such a good thing, don't contact us first, can't we just buy it? Drago complained. The high-level combat power of the Revolutionary Army is still very scarce, and having one more Logia-capable person is undoubtedly a great enhancement. Advertisement so for the dark fruit that appeared this time, it was determined to win, and the people they sent were naturally very strong, and they were the current Revolutionary Army Chief Sabo. Lin Feng didn't argue with Drago anymore. After putting down the phone bug, he directly opened the Kamui space and came to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. In addition to Sabo and Koala, there are Enel, Asa, Robin, and Reiju here. Hey, why are you here? Lin Feng asked. During this period of time, several people have been carrying out missions with Captain Betty's army everywhere. If they haven't contacted for a while, they have been forgotten. HMPH, UB**********D. You left us here, you had a lot of fun. Naturally, it was Enel who complained so much, and he looked at Lin Feng with a displeasure on his face, and he didn't hide his dissatisfaction at all. Lin Feng heard the words and said, are you still not satisfied? I asked you to come here to give you a chance to find out, you idiot. After speaking, Lin Feng saw a look of embarrassment and shyness on Enel's face. Lin Feng was shocked, and hurriedly asked Robin beside him, what is he? Robin covered his mouth and nodded with a smile, not bad. Reiju also came over and said, there seems to be something wrong with Enel and Captain Betty. Because of Enel's straight male nature, neither Reiju nor Robin saw any definite evidence with their own eyes, but now Enel doesn't reject Bello Betty as before, instead, he quietly pays attention to the latter's safety during the mission. Chapter 411 Galat. Master, wait for me. Although I was a little curious in my heart, I didn't inquire immediately. After gathering all the people who were going to Dressrosa, I left with them. I brought people to the duel field in Dressrosa. After half a month, the tavern here has become a decent place. At this time, everyone gathered here. I haven't seen you for a long time. Everyone is lively when they meet, greetings. Especially when Enel and the others heard that Barry was conspired to be turned into a toy, Enel contemptuously cast a look at Barry, which made the latter itch. What a disgrace, dish dog. Enel said abruptly. Damn you, what are you talking about? Barry said as he rushed over to have a good chat with Enel. Enel really didn't care about it, turned his head and said, isn't it? You were so good at being fooled by that little trick. Being squeezed by Enel like this, Barry was so angry that his head started to smoke, but he didn't yell again to fight Enel. Although Enel's words were harsh, he was right, and he really wanted to improve his strength even more. Discharge, just wait, I will scare you to death on the day when I achieve great magic, Barry said provocatively and walked to the side to find something to eat. This inexplicable remark also made Enel quite speechless and walked away with a cold snort. Lin Feng, the opponents in this duel should not be easy. At this time, Sabo suddenly asked. Well, for sure, but your strength is still very competitive, Lin Feng said casually. Sabo's current strength, unless the people who come this time have admiral level or 4 emperors, they will basically not. What a surprise. Sabo nodded seriously when he heard the words, this time he is bound to win. You have to work hard, Sabo. Koala, who was standing beside him, leaned over and said softly. Advertisement. At this time, a woman's voice sounded outside the door. This time, the concubine will also participate. Everyone heard the sound and looked, and it was the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Even Lin Feng didn't expect that this woman wanted to join in the fun. Robin was the first to lean over and said, Hancock, long time no see. Yeah. Hancock nodded and walked in. What are you participating in? Aren't you the one who slays the dragon? Do you also want to participate in the competition held by yourself? Koala asked curiously. Hancock glanced at her, but turned to Lin Feng and asked, can't you? Lin Feng curled his lips, just as long as you were happy. Anyway, the outside world doesn't know about our relationship, so you can participate as a pirate. Everyone reacted after hearing the words. From the outside world's point of view, it is indeed normal for Hancock to participate. After all, when she came here before, many people noticed that if she didn't do anything, it would arouse suspicion. On the other hand, the eagle-eyed guy does everything on a whim, and this kind of personality makes him less attractive, as if wherever he goes and what he does is normal. It's just that after this guy came here, he didn't know where he went alone, even Lin Feng didn't know. After talking with Lin Feng, Hancock took a few girls aside to chat. Lin Feng told Sabo about Luffy, and when he knew that Luffy was in Sabaody, he said excitedly, take me to Sabaody. Advertisement. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What are you in a hurry for? Get over the things here first. Sabo said anxiously. Then what if Luffy leaves Saboody's land by then? Don't worry, no matter where he goes, I can find him. Besides, within 2 years, it is impossible for him to make a move against Sabaody. Hearing this, Sabo asked curiously, what's going on, 2 years? Well, that's right, so you can go to him anytime you have time later. Before returning to Dressrosa, Lin Feng explained to Rayleigh and the others that Luffy and Zoro must win 3 times a day in the duel field for 2 consecutive years before leaving, and the other people on Luffy's boat also have their own practice. Without Lin Feng's permission, they couldn't even get out of Sabaody's land. For this decision, Luffy and others have no ability to resist at all, but fortunately, after seeing the horror of the Summit War before, everyone felt a serious lack of their own strength, so they were able to calm down and practice well in Sabaody. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sabo sat down and said, this time the matter is over, I will go to Ace, and we will go to Sabaody together. It's up to you. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. He didn't care about it anymore. When it was afternoon, Lin Feng, who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a loud noise outside the door. Master, wait for me, you are my master, right? Garrett's voice sounded a little eager. Go away, this thunder god is not your master. Enel's voice was very impatient. Chapter 412 Pestering Garrett. Lin Feng big brother told me that you are my master, and I have seen your photo. Garrett jumped onto Enel, hugging his arm and said. He shook it vigorously, but failed to shake it off. Enel lowered his head and looked at Garrett viciously. Hey, Rabbitman. I don't need any apprentices, don't bother me with Thor. If you don't want to die, just get the hell out of here. Enel was already tall and burly, but now he looked like he was going to eat people. If it were an ordinary person, his legs would go limp from fright. However, Garrett was not frightened by him at all. Instead, he said with staring eyes. Master, you are indeed my master. Uncle Barry said that if I came to you, you would definitely not admit it. That be asterisk 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 D. Enel didn't expect that Barry guy to sell himself. Master, I heard that you can create a lot of powerful lightning, right? Let's show it to others, Garrett said, his eyes full of anticipation. Enel's vanity was greatly satisfied by such warm eyes, but there was still a look of displeasure on his face and he didn't care at all. Master Thunder God, can you teach me how to use electricity? Electricity is the most handsome. Another flattery that was too simple. Enel's elation was very useful, but he really didn't plan to take on apprentices. Although the rabbit man spoke very nicely, he was also very irritable. Clearing his throat, he pulled Garrett off his arm and said, don't follow me, do you hear me? As he spoke, thunder and lightning crackled in his hand. Garrett nodded blankly. Enel then turned and left. Advertisement. When Enel disappeared, Garrett and Daddy jumped up. It's so handsome, I definitely want him to be my teacher. So Garrett followed quietly. It's just that how could she escape Enel's observation with this little ability, and she was discovered as soon as she followed. Hey, what are you still doing? Enel yelled over his shoulder. Garrett quickly hid his body, nervous. Enel sighed helplessly and walked forward. Encountering such a pestering guy was simply his nemesis, and he didn't really take action to teach the rabbit man a lesson. He knew in his heart that this must be Lin Feng's arrangement, and he probably couldn't avoid it in the end, but why did he just agree? It's not that he looks shameless, but he is Thor. It didn't take long for Enel to come to the training ground that his mother got here, and there were already some people here. Kuina took Ayu to play sword here. It is said that it is to cultivate interest, and little Betty has been chattering beside him. Luo and Bartolomeo are also here. Because of Lin Feng's instructions, Luo is looking forward to the day when he will fight against Doflamingo. While sparring, release excess energy. The other person present is naturally Barry. Ever since I saw Lin Feng's true several thousand hands, I have been thinking that I can do such a thing one day. Coupled with the previous toy incident, I have been practicing enthusiastically these days. Very adequate. The strength is not good, and the ears are not good. Are you going to fight? B asterisk 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 D. If you don't want to see it, just stay aside and don't be an eyesore here. Concentrating on continuing to practice for about half an hour, Barry found that Enel was still standing motionless, but his eyes remained on him, which was very strange. Advertisement and being stared at by a big and thick man like this, Barry always felt chills in his heart. No need. Who do you think you are? Barry stiffened his mouth and turned his head aside. Coming here, Enel walked directly to the vicinity of Barry, folded his arms and just watched without saying a word. Just the next second, Enel had already called over with a stick, regardless of what Barry said. As Enel spoke, he took out his golden stick and whirled it in his hand. Ben Thor is in a good mood today. Let Ben Thor practice with you. You have to be grateful. Damn ship repairer, it's strange if you practice like this, it will be useful. Enel's tone was full of sarcasm, which immediately made Barry very angry. Sure enough, this B asterisk 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 D came to disgust himself. Not far away, Garrett, who had been following him, covered his mouth in surprise. Wow, are we going to fight? I'm so excited. Hearing this, Barry suddenly realized that this guy came to practice with him. The original anger in his heart disappeared instantly, and he was even a little moved, but the B asterisk 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 D's words were really ugly. Barry also noticed him, but he really didn't take it seriously. This guy must have come to ridicule him again. And Enel frowned helplessly. This B asterisk 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 D rabbit. Rubbing his eyes, Garrett continued to peek carefully. Really? Ben Thor is just worried that some people will hold us back in the future, Enel said. What did you say? Damn you, what on earth do you want? Unbearable. Barry retracted all kinds of dead wood and vines all around, turned around and beat Enel towards Enel. Then he looked at Barry who was walking over. Chapter 413 Competition. He obviously didn't expect the speed of Enel's blow to be so fast, he couldn't dodge in time, and he was hit in the waist. The blow was so heavy that it directly sent Barry flying. Fortunately, Barry came out armed at a critical moment, otherwise his waist would be broken. Damn, stinky discharge, you're going to die. Barry rushed back cursing again. Trees and vines were suddenly covered in all directions, completely enveloping Enel, and then quickly shrunk, turning into spikes to stab Enel. Garrett, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but clench her fists. From her perspective, Enel was surrounded by a large number of plants of all kinds in just a moment, but the situation inside was invisible. The thought of worry had just arisen, but the plants besieging Enel emitted countless dazzling lightning rays, shooting out through the gaps between the plants. The sound of thunder and lightning was everywhere, and countless plant debris flew all over the sky. Boom! A thick thunderbolt suddenly pierced through the siege Enel wood, and shot towards Barry at an extremely fast speed. With a sound of hum, the lightning spread in all directions and split into many lightning bolts that surrounded Barry. At the same time, Barry spread his hands to both sides, and the dead wood continued to spread out from his hands, forming a huge net to block all the thunder and lightning. When the two collided, there was a piercing buzz. There was a buzzing sound, followed by a loud, rumbling sound, and the violent thunder and lightning kept tearing Barry's wood, but the latter did not relax at all. While blocking Enel's attack, he also launched an attack. Dozens of giant trees grew rapidly around Enel, waving their canes with open teeth and claws, and waved towards Enel. Advertisement seeing this, Enel immediately became elemental, shuttling through the woods created by Barry, and at the same time looking for opportunities to fight back. Brontosaurus. Enel roared loudly, and several thunder dragons roared out, their figures flashing rapidly, and the violent thunder and lightning left a scorched black mark on the ground along the way. And Barry launched his next offensive the moment Enel became elemental, Treeman. On the ground, the wood elements quickly gathered and condensed into wooden golems. There were so many of them. Facing the Brontosaurus rushing at high speed, the wooden golems greeted them without fear, like a self-destructing truck. Brontosaurus will cause a huge explosion. On the ground, there were explosions everywhere, but Barry and Enel jumped into the air at the same time. The two were not using their fruit abilities, and they quickly approached after being covered by the armed color. The two figures flashed, and the next second they collided. To the flesh, the powerful force is constantly impacting the bodies of the two, and each collision will be hit dozens of times in an instant. This is a fierce competition, a contest of armed color. Every move of the two of them carried enormous energy. Seeing Garrett's small mouth grow big, he was amazed. After another collision, the two landed in the air and looked at each other, but Enel said, "You're not bad now, this thunder god reluctantly approves of you." "Hey, you pretend to be a chicken feather." Barry was very unhappy with Enel's tone. Although he admitted that Enel's strength was stronger than him, he was definitely not bad. His own mumu fruit was given by the captain and developed by himself. Not too bad. Come on. As soon as Barry finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and the ground began to shake. Enel stood and looked at it with interest, but he didn't despise him at all. He was also ready to meet Barry's attack. Soon, many cracks appeared on the ground, and the movement of the two made Kuina and others have to stop practicing and watch. Advertisement: these two are fighting again. Luo. I'm afraid Senior Barry is going to lose again, Bartolomeo said with a smile. In the past, whether it was a sparring or a simple fight between Barry and Enel, the one who suffered was always Barry, and it seemed that he had never won. When Yanluo turned his eyes to Kuina, thought for a while and asked, "I heard that Barry has been practicing with the captain during this time, and that giant Buddha that day." At this point, Luo stopped, but his questioning eyes still turned to Kuina. Everyone in Dressrosa saw that giant Buddha that day. Kuina smiled and said, "Well, it is of the wood attribute, and it fits well with Barry's mumu fruit, but I don't know if Barry can develop mumu fruit to that extent." Sure enough, when Yanluo muttered in his heart, if Barry can achieve that step, it will be really amazing. "I see Zan, Uncle Barry is too lazy." At this moment, little Betty complained. Barry was the one who loved to be lazy in training before. Garrot tilted his head and asked, "Is that so? But I've seen Uncle Barry practice very hard these days." Garrett, who had just arrived, naturally didn't understand these things. In her impression, Barry was a senior who practiced extremely diligently. He walked over and said while wiping his weapon, Chapter 414. In the arena, an incomparably thick and towering giant tree drilled out of the cracked ground. The height of hundreds of meters is also very frightening. Enel raised his head cautiously, looking at how he and Barry had never fought before, something not seen. Barry didn't let him down either. The densely packed leaves fell from the sky on this tree with a coverage of nearly several thousand meters. Because each one was as fast as flying knives, the denseness made the scalp tingle. Fortunately, Enel didn't have trypophobia, otherwise there is no need to fight at all. However, Paris's attack was not limited to these. At the same time as thousands of leaves fell, countless vines also fell from the giant trees, just hanging down in such a long way. Harvest life. Barry murmured in his heart. The blade-like leaves spun and killed Enel, and the rattan sped up and stabbed straight down, piercing towards Enel like chains harvesting life. Enel was not in a hurry to fight back. There was violent thunder and lightning around his body, resisting the flying leaves, and his figure also quickly shuttled across the ground. Each of the countless chain-like vines contained huge energy, and when they hit the ground, they threw up gravel and yellow sand all over the sky, and forcibly smashed the area into a hornet's nest. Enel threw out a lightning strike, knocking back a vine that was unable to dodge in the future, and then leapt suddenly. The lightning turned into a long whip and grabbed a vine flying in the air, flew up lightly, and landed on the vine, and continued to run forward, while the vines were stably inserted into the ground. Several vines flew by beside him, and Enel turned into a thunderbolt and approached Barry in the air. However, in the middle of the rush, Enel stopped. In mid-air, countless vines intertwined to form a huge net, overwhelmingly crushing down. On this net, there are all kinds of plants growing with teeth and claws, and there are even many very poisonous plants. Advertisement pollen venom is sprayed down along with the leaves. Enel quickly jumped away and fell to the ground, but those attacks followed his direction, and before they hit the ground, the huge net began to shrink, enveloping Enel quickly. I saw that the outside of the vine and wood net that had been shattered by Enel's lightning bombardment was covered by extremely solid wood, trapping Enel inside again. For his own people, Barry naturally wouldn't really use those insidious poisons. But at this time, it was really too late to look for an opportunity to rush out. At this time, Enel was trapped in the center position. Enel found a position and raised his hand to release his ultimate move Thor. Fortunately, the poison only temporarily deprives people of strength, and has no other effect. Good guy, I really got hit, what a surprise, I still have a big move waiting behind, why? This is the end. Careless. Enel was troubled in his heart, he didn't expect Barry to be so insidious. If he was more serious, he wouldn't have fallen for such a trick with his knowledge. Thinking about it, an extremely strong thunder light burst out from his body, spinning around his body, and then spread out in all directions. The light of thunder and lightning illuminated the entire space surrounded by the network of vines. Advertisement immediately afterwards, there was a violent explosion, and the constantly destroyed trees continued to burn in the air. Enel's lightning was not insignificant, but this huge wooden net had just been breached, and another loud noise came. Saying that, Barry removed the plants that were still sending venom into Enel's body, and Enel's condition improved instantly. Enel grinned, this guy seems to have become a lot stronger, but it's not enough. Enel frowned, this is difficult to handle, he knows how hard Barry's wood is, and if it is really trapped, it will be a bit troublesome. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Enel's ugly expression of eating shit, B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** inexplicable force seemed to penetrate into his body, and his whole body felt powerless. Surprised, Enel suddenly discovered that a dark plant appeared under his feet at some point, entwined on his lap. But just when Barry was about to taunt again, a huge fist hit his face. Quickly retracting the giant hand that was hitting Enel, Barry immediately landed in front of Enel. At the same time, several huge palms in the sky clapped down, and Enel, who was so weak, couldn't even exert any strength. Barry smiled and said, "Didn't you still laugh at me before? Tisk tisk, look at your current appearance, you must be careless." When he was crying, Barry was also very surprised. What's going on? That poisonous plan succeeded. Chapter 415 Sugar-coated cannonballs. Enel ignored him, and looked up at the huge wooden dome all around, as well as the various plants and vines intertwined in the field. In an instant, countless lightning surged from Enel's body, opening a big hole in the ground, and then flew out. Outside, Garrett and Kuina, who had already been hiding from the onlookers, saw a thunderbolt break through Barry's wood in the distance. Kuina smiled and said, "It should be over, let's go and have a look." Several people nodded in unison and rushed over quickly. Enel fell from the sky, and he still felt a little unwell at this time. His face was terribly dark. As soon as Roddy saw Kuina and the others coming towards him. "Is it over? So soon?" Kuina asked. Enel looked a little weird when he heard that, nodded and said, "Yes." Seeing this, Kuina and the others felt strange. It stands to reason that with Enel's temperament, he didn't look happy after fighting with Barry. What's going on this time? Before a few people could ask questions, there was a loud noise, and a huge hole was suddenly opened in the huge wooden cage, and a figure came out. Everyone looked at it, and Barry said while wiping his nosebleeds, "You dog, you don't talk about martial arts." Enel looked at Barry's appearance, and also smiled. Each and each other, you are not much better. The atmosphere between the two became inexplicably harmonious again. At this time, Geralt, who was following Kuina, jumped out, stood in front of Enel and said, "Master, you are too powerful, you are so handsome. Just now, did you make those lightning bolts? Lin Feng, big brother, really you didn't lie to me." Hearing this, Enel instantly became embarrassed. What's the point? It's only natural for me to do this. In this world, who else can do it except me? To this level of lightning. Advertisement, really? Master Thor, you really are so strong, Garrett praised with stars in his eyes. Wrong. At this time, Ayu in Kuina's arms suddenly spoke. "The most powerful is Brother Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng can do even more powerful lightning," Ayu said with a puffy face. Hearing this, Enel's face suddenly changed. HMPH, Thor is the strongest in Raiden. Even that guy can't be better than me. Wow. Master Thor. You are so powerful. Garrett jumped up on the spot, hung on Enel's arm and shouted loudly, "Karuchu." Enel. He grabbed the back of Garrett's neck and lifted it up. "Rabbitman, who is your master?" The corner of Enel's mouth twitched violently a few times. "No, it's just a carrot, who are you insulting?" Garrett did not give up, and was about to jump on Enel, when he saw Enel raised his hand full of lightning. Swipe! A bolt of lightning flashed in front of Garrett, and a black mark was split on the ground. Ah, Master Thor, isn't this one enough? Garrett blinked his big watery eyes innocently. Kuina was hugging Ayu, watching the scene with a smile on her face, wondering if Enel could handle this wave of sugar-coated bullets. At this time, even Bartolomeo, who had been watching the show, said, Senior Thor, the captain trusted you when he handed Garrett to you. Senior Thor is really powerful. Advertisement, come to bother me again, and I'll burn you to pieces. Enel said fiercely with a villainous look on his face. Go to whoever said that, don't bother me. Enel disliked and threw Garrett aside. How could Garrett be frightened by this, but before she could say anything, Barry came up to disrupt the situation. Enel. After everyone bragged to Enel to satisfy his vanity, Garrett carefully took out a carrot from his pocket and handed it to Enel. Master Thor, this is my most precious thing, please give it to you. Barry went on to say. Look, a little girl needs to be talented and sincere, and you have to agree quickly. Seeing that Enel was surrounded by the crowd, he even scratched the back of his head shyly and said, Is that so? Is it like this? Sure enough, this Thor is the most powerful. Lin Feng big brother said you are my master, you're dead, what are you pretending to be? It's a mission given to you by the captain to accept Garrett as an apprentice. You still want to refuse. Barry pushed Garrett in front of Enel, look, how good it is. If I don't know how to play thunder, I would like to be her master, how can it be your turn? How about I give you half of the newly planted carrots here? Garrett's face was full of embarrassment when he said this. Well, that's right, Garrett also uses lightning, and handing her over to you shows that the captain also thinks that you are the best at using lightning. Yes, yes. Everyone echoed. HMPH, Enel turned her head arrogantly. Chapter 416. Successful apprenticeship. At this moment, Barry wiped his nose and said, speaking of which, isn't it normal? For rabbits, it's normal that carrots are the most precious thing. But after talking, Barry said to Garrett, everyone likes different things. Garrett, you like carrots, but others may not like them, so, I want to please this guy guys, you have to think of another way. Garrett blinked suspiciously, as if he couldn't believe that there were people in this world who didn't like carrots. But she also knows now that carrots don't seem to work for Enel. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Enel say, it's not impossible for me to accept you as an apprentice, but you have to promise me one condition. After hearing the words, Garrett first jumped up excitedly and turned around, and then looked at Enel with a strange face. What, so Master Thor is willing to accept me as an apprentice, just want to negotiate terms, but Master Thor, if you want carrots, it will be very difficult for others. Speaking of Garrett, he looked like he was thinking, apple? Banana? Seeing Garrett babbling with his head down alone, the veins on Enel's forehead gradually popped up. I don't want to eat those things of yours. As long as you agree, don't believe what this deadly electrician tells you in the future, and Ben Lishan promises to be your master. Enel turned one eye and closed the other, squinting at Barry. Garrett looked at the two suspiciously, not quite understanding what kind of grievance they had, but well, she didn't care about it, and now the point is to agree to fool Enel. Yeah, okay, Master Thor. Garrett had a cute look on his face. Advertisement, hey, what do you mean by that, you're dead, Barry said angrily. Enel nodded triumphantly, come on, follow me. Okay, Master Thunder God. When the matter was over, the others dispersed one after another, seeing that there was no excitement to watch. Barry, restore this side, look at the mess you've made here. Kuina hugged Ayu and left after saying that. Back in the duel arena, I saw Lin Feng lying on a chair, holding a phone bug in his hand and talking to someone, and Konus was standing beside him holding a newspaper. Shaki, you ask Lu Chi and the others to strengthen their vigilance, and they must not relax. Especially tomorrow, if there are no accidents, tomorrow will be the time for those big names to appear on the stage. It's nothing, but some unexpected characters came to our side, Lin Feng said. His eyes were full of determination, and he felt extremely distressed in the eyes of the toy soldier. Marine has also sent extremely important people. After Akainu became the marshal, Aokiji has left alone. Marine and Admiral have two positions vacant at once. Although Fujitora and Green Bull do not have enough military industry, therein in this special period, he was directly promoted to the position of Admiral. Of course, the strength of these two people is also extremely important. Advertisement behind her was a lame toy soldier. No emotion could be seen on his face, but at this moment, his heart was extremely worried. Just now, I learned from Shaki that among the guys coming towards Dressrosa now, there are some incredible people. However, these are all on the surface. Secretly, how many Gyuki snake gods are already on their way, especially the world government side, and I don't know if there will be any actions. Lin Feng will never underestimate them. Ruled the world for 800 years, no one knows what kind of cards they have. After a while, the phone hung up, and Kuina asked, what's the matter? While the official Admiral Kizaru and Fujitora sent by Marine, the Green Bull stayed at Naval Headquarters. It seems to be ready. Lin Feng sat up unconsciously thinking about it. Kuina, you can inform Luo later that he must check out all the people who came to Dressrosa recently, as long as you want to enter the duel field. No matter what identity you have, you must find out. Okay, all right. When Lin Feng was guarding against malicious people in a remote place in Dressrosa, there was a girl with long pink hair, a helmet in the style of an ancient Roman soldier, a green cloak and golden shoes. Looked in the direction of the duel field with very firm eyes. The girl turned her head and said without thinking, Mr. Soldier, I have to go. Only by getting that dark fruit can I defeat that B***************. Rebecca, are you really going? 4 Emperors Kaido and Bigmom joined forces a few days ago and are heading towards Dressrosa. Today is the day when all those who signed up for the competition gather. I won't be back for a few days, Mr. Soldier, remember to take care of yourself and I will come back to find you. The girl turned around and walked away after speaking. Also, as long as there is anything wrong in the recent period, you must contact me in time. Chapter 417 The Troubled Pirate. That night, Lin Feng and his group sat in the tavern and ate. According to intelligence, many more people arrived in Dressrosa tonight, and some famous new generation pirates who have emerged on the sea have all rushed over. Come. The captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, and the combatant Kira, are the 2 supernovas of the new generation. The rest are Skulikman Apu of the Radio Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie, the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, X Drake, the captain of the Drake Pirates, Capone Bead, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, and the Broken Monk Pirates, Regiment Captain Urogue. In addition to these, many countries on the sea also have powerful figures. Everything depends on tomorrow. Everyone will gather here, and it is unknown what troubles will be caused. That night, on the streets of Dressrosa, there was a lot of people with big bags and small bags everywhere. Pirates made the city noisy, and there were drunk people everywhere. Some staggered, some fell to the ground, and some vomited while holding the trash can. If you drink too much, you will naturally become more courageous, and it is not surprising to do anything, so troubles will naturally appear. After all, this is not Sabaodi's land. Over there, no matter how much you drink, no one dares to mess around, but it's different here, especially after all, it's not Lin Feng's land, but Doflamingo's land, so some guys after drinking too much, it doesn't matter so much. Those who don't pay for food and drink, those who make trouble and fight, have everything, and more are robbing people. Dressrosa is a very open place, full of enthusiasm, and those dancers naturally become the targets of pirates. At this time, the screams of the dancers spread throughout the street, and many people looked towards this side, and then saw a few ugly guys dragging a dancer into the house with each hand, and the dancers screamed incessantly. Well, so many people have come to Dressrosa these days, and their income is quite considerable, but this is the first time I have seen this situation today, let alone Lin Feng and his party are in charge here. Just saying that this is the domain of Doflamingo, no such arrogant guy dared to make trouble here before. Of course, this is also related to the fact that not so many pirates come here, after all, it is the domain of Shichibukai. With the news of this grand duel, people from various religions and streams gathered here, so it is not unusual for such a thing to happen. These idiots dared to make trouble here, they are really fat. A guy with a red hedgehog in the distance said, watching what happened here. After Kid finished speaking, both of them stopped talking, and their eyes were on the group of pirates in front of them. Hearing this, Kira turned his head away, thought for a moment and said, I think this incident is a bit strange, maybe we shouldn't show up here, and go to this kind of thing in a high-profile way. You must know that this time Marine there should be Admiral coming, if something happens. Advertisement, sir, this is Dressrosa, said one of the toy soldiers. After speaking, he hurriedly turned around, rushed out of the toy soldiers and ran out. Unexpectedly, that person didn't care, he shook off his companion's hand and said, let's go. Why do you want to go? Lousy just wants to have a good time today, who dares to stop me? Ha ha ha, Kira, you worry about this is redundant, you may not know that Lin Feng, here, even Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors will not easily make trouble. The movements of the pirates stopped instantly, and one of them turned his head flushed from drinking, hiccuped uncontrollably, and a disgusting smell came out. What, you dare to take care of Lousy's affairs, don't you want to live? The man whispered, as if he was about to strike at any time. The pirate who was thrown away had no choice but to turn his head to look, and found that the people around him were looking at them like fools, and his companions were also full of drunkenness, as if they would not turn back until they hit the south wall. Just when the dancers were about to be taken away by these guys, a group of toy soldiers rushed over from the street and surrounded the pirates. Besides, I'm not interested in that dark fruit, and participating in this competition is just to join in the fun. If there is no accident, we should not see the sun tomorrow. Kid, are we going to participate in that duel? Beside him is a messy blonde hair covering the eyes, wearing a mask with several small holes on his face. Guy with blue and white striped mask. He wore black sunglasses on his head, his eyes were very fierce, and he had no eyebrows. At this time, he looked at the group of troublemakers with disdain. Just for a moment, he saw the situation clearly, took a few steps back and said, everyone, I don't know them, I'm just drunk, I'm going first. Of course, you've already signed up. Didn't you all go to get your number just now? Kira, are you scared? Kid said with a smile with his mouth crooked. Among the few who were not completely drunk, they noticed that they were already sober, and quickly let go of the dancer's hand, walked forward and whispered. Stop making trouble, let's go. Chapter 418 Dellinger. Several people confronted the toy soldiers with fierce faces, and even yelled at them, telling them to get out of their way and not block their way. They didn't know at this time that they were already jumping repeatedly on the verge of death, and saw that they had even drawn their weapons, and they were about to strike. Seeing this, the group of toy soldiers immediately rushed forward, and the two sides quickly made contact. In an instant, swords filled the field, and the onlookers also quickly stepped back, for fear of being accidentally injured. And these pirates have to say that they still have some tricks in their hands. As expected of the guys who can survive in the New World waters until now, even if they are drunk, they still beat these toy soldiers in a hurry, and they have no power to fight back. Ha ha ha, you trash, you still dare to destroy Lousy's good deeds, now you know how powerful you are. The leading pirate was still rampantly saying loudly. In the distance, Kid and Kira had already discovered that on the other side of the street, two guys in strange clothes came towards this group of human soldiers. One of them was a bald old man with blue veins, wearing a tights with lightning patterns. The other looks very young, with the same horns as the Dressrosa fighting fish on the head, fins on the back, wearing a peaked cap, with a Dressrosa in the center of the hat representing the sea beast, Beta, and wearing a cap on the left ear, earrings, wearing a long-sleeved giraffe Madara pattern on the upper body, hot pants and white stockings on the lower body, and 10-centimeter crimson high-heeled shoes on the feet. The two were the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Diamante's subordinates, Lao Ji and Dellinger. The two walked ahead talking and laughing, their eyes fixed on the guys who were making trouble over there. Advertisement. After a while, they passed through the crowd and arrived at the place. At this time, all the toy soldiers should have fallen to the ground, looking seriously injured. Yeah, it's so miserable. Sure enough, these guys are trash, and even these few guys can't be dealt with. Looking at the toy soldier lying on the ground, Dellinger covered his mouth and said with a smile that looked very strange. Who are you? You also want to ruin my good business. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate immediately uttered a scream. In an instant, Dellinger had already appeared in front of him. He raised one leg at this time, and the heel of the long high-heeled shoes on his feet had already been inserted into it. It got into the man's thigh and pulled it out with a smile. There was another scream, and blood spurted out suddenly. At this time, the crowd suddenly let out a few exclamations, but they were also some pirates. They were all stunned by Dellinger's speed. From their point of view, there was no sign at all when this man made a move. People's high-heeled shoes have already been inserted in, only to find that what remains in place is just an afterimage. This scene can scare them, but it has no effect on the strong guys. Oh, a little trick. In the distance, I remember watching this scene and said coldly. If it were a few years ago, he would really feel troubled and amazed when he met this guy. However, since the appearance of people like Lin Feng, the situation in the sea has changed rapidly, and the guys from all over the world have known something about this world. What is it like to be a real strong man in the world, let alone kid and the pirates? Knowing how big the world is, the new generation of pirates didn't rush to show their heads, they practiced hard to improve their strength, and developed in a low-key manner. Today, their strength is very strong, so they naturally look down on guys like Dellinger. Advertisement. Well, the strength is average, but it is enough to deal with these guys, Kira said. After the two finished speaking, they turned and left without looking any further. There was no need for that anymore. However, neither of them noticed that when they left, at the door of a restaurant not far from the incident, a woman with a huge meat-eating Zhengguan leaned against the door and watched the excitement curiously. I saw the two people leaving here. Oh, it's this guy, the woman said vaguely with her mouth full of meat. At the same time, on the side of the duel field, some of the contestants who signed up for the competition lived in the place arranged by Luo and Bardo. In one of the rooms, Rebecca sat on the bed and looked at the sword in her hand. Her thoughts went to nowhere. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Rebecca suddenly raised her head, looking out the door vigilantly, but then relaxed. This is a duel field, how could anyone dare to make trouble here? Putting down the sword, although Rebecca was no longer vigilant, she was also suspicious in her heart. Who would look for her in this kind of place at this time? Then he asked softly, who? There was no sound outside the door. Rebecca walked to the door cautiously, opened it slowly, and a toy man was standing at his door. Mr. Soldier, Rebecca said in surprise. Chapter 419, the competition begins. The place where Rebecca lived was exactly the contestants' room arranged by Luo, and outsiders were not allowed to come in at will. The fact that Cyrus can appear here means that he has also signed up for the competition. Speaking of the registration of Julushi, it has attracted the attention of many people. After all, everyone is a toy man. At the registration office of the duel field, even the staff were embarrassed, and then notified the situation to Luo. Luo, it was also a moment of doubt, and then told Lin Feng, and after Lin Feng learned of the situation, he immediately guessed who it was. Later, with Lin Feng's order, Cyrus was able to secure his registration, which made him very fortunate. Immediately afterwards, the news of the toyman signing up for the competition was also reported to Doflamingo, but the entire Don Quixote family did not respond at all. It stands to reason that Cyrus is their enemy. But who knows, at this time Doflamingo's mind is no longer on these shitty things. He still remembers what Lin Feng said to him before he left, the common enemy. These days his mind is full of thinking that maybe he can cooperate with Lin Feng, deal with those disgusting guys from the world government. Even the people sent by Kaido were not entertained by Doflamingo, which made Kaido very angry, but he didn't dare to do anything here. And those pirates who made trouble that night were either dealt with by Doflamingo's people, or directly killed by K-Lock Dul's people, but perhaps to show goodwill, most of them were done by Doflamingo's subordinates. After a series of opening nonsense, the two people in the first row of the competition also walked in. Both of them were pirates and they were not well known, but they did not attract everyone's attention. The atmosphere gradually became lively. But what troubled him very much now was that there was a Luo on Lin Feng's side, and the conflict and hatred between the two might be difficult to reconcile, which was a huge problem. On the other side of the auditorium, opposite them, Kizaru and Fujitora were also sitting there steadily, surrounded by several marine generals and soldiers. All the audience looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to speak, waiting for the first contestant to come on stage, so as to relieve the tense atmosphere in the field. Just watching these people confront each other, the audience felt sweaty all over. Obviously frightened, no one dared to speak, but kept looking around. Advertisement. On the second day, Dressrosa was full of joy and excitement, crowded with people everywhere, and hundreds of contestants also arrived at the duel arena at the first time. Half of them will be eliminated on the first day. And Doflamingo has always been cautious during this time, for fear of conflicting with Lin Feng again, and he has always been very interested in cooperating with Lin Feng in his heart. In addition to the most eye-catching people, there are some people who have also attracted quite a lot of attention, whether it is the Golden Emperor of the Golden City of the Underground World, Gilder Taizuolo, or the Empress of Shichibukai, Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, and some others, the people who made the atmosphere in the field extremely tense. People like Sabo and the others are naturally guaranteed to be able to advance steadily. As for who will get the dark fruit in the end, Lin Feng doesn't know. After all, the people who came this time are not ordinary guys. After the end, the situation of the competition is beyond Lin Feng's ability to intervene. In the auditorium, a large number of people gathered for a while, and several areas attracted the attention of countless people. Forget about hatred, the biggest problem now is that Luo's resentment towards him is probably very deep, and he is very worried that Lin Feng will get ahead for Luo, then he will really be in big trouble, maybe he will die without knowing dead. The man-made devil fruit trade between Kaido and Doflamingo was also temporarily suspended due to the gathering of too many people in Dressrosa during this period. There are too many people talking, and it is too easy to cause accidents, not to mention the people who come are not simple. In the middle of the night, many more ships docked at Dressrosa, and the people who arrived included 4 Emperors Kaido and Bigmom. The news of their arrival also reached Luo's ears immediately, but there was no second reported to Lin Feng for a while. This is not a rare thing, but it has been expected for a long time. Naturally, many people from Marine participated in this duel. After sending people to watch Kaido and Bigmom, Luo didn't pay attention to them, but focused on the upcoming conference. Now, it's just Osiris, so how can Doflamingo go against Lin Feng for him? As the host walked into the arena, the first day of competition officially began. The result of the lottery has already come out, so the match list will naturally not be fair, and who would not operate secretly. Chapter 420 Meeting of the 4 Emperors shut everyone out, only Kaido, Bigmom and Doflamingo are in the room. Looking at the 2 monsters in front of him that are much stronger than himself, Doflamingo was secretly vigilant. He really didn't expect that Kaido would come here in person to make devil fruit. It seems that during this period of time, the war with the Whitebeard pirates is also a lot of consumption. The battle between the 2 sides is not over yet. Kaido is constantly thinking of ways to consume the vitality of the Whitebeard pirates. Even though Lin Feng has warned him, there are still many methods that can be used. As long as his beast's pirates don't take action, even Lin Feng won't do anything to him. This is also one of the reasons why Ace, Marco and others did not appear in Dressrosa this time. At present, they are busy enough to avoid Kaido's harassment and rebuild the pirate group. Dover. As soon as Kaido entered the door, he walked to the seat in the center and sat down. The seat collapsed under the pressure of his huge body. Bigmom also sat on the side, holding the dessert from Dressrosa just delivered by his subordinates, eating quietly and deliciously. Doflamingo took a deep breath and asked, "It's very dangerous to come here at this time, don't you know? Now it's full of people, including Marine and world government." "Ha ha ha, kid, are you scared?" Kaido laughed. "Mom, hurry up and talk about things. This place is indeed not safe. That Lin Feng is too dangerous," Bigmom said. Hearing this, Kaido looked at her in surprise. "Oh, you are still afraid, then you still dare to play Dark Fruit's idea." "HMPH, I don't need you to remind me." Bigmom snorted coldly and continued, "If something happens to me, you won't be able to run away. What's more, no matter how powerful that kid is, he can't deal with both of us at the same time. Damn old woman, I don't intend to go crazy with you. Now is not the time to be hostile to that person." Then Kaido didn't care about Bigmom, and turned to Doflamingo and said, "Get everything ready, I will find a way to take it away." "Advertisement, you don't need to come here in person for this kind of thing, what's your purpose?" After gritting his teeth, Doflamingo's eyes fell on Bigmom's side again. He just heard that this guy is going to play Dark Fruit's idea, doesn't it? Kaido also has this plan. Huh, 2 idiots, do you really think that you are 4 emperors and you can mess around here? If it's not bad, not only Lin Feng's side, Marine's side is also ready for the meeting of the 4 emperors in Dressrosa. These 2 people are very threatening no matter who they are, and now they seem to be united again. Ghost know what's going on in Dressrosa. The most important thing now is to get rid of these 2 people as soon as possible. Doflamingo feels that he can't join in anyway. "Is it your turn to take care of what I want to do?" Kaido said fiercely. The huge coercion made Dover feel extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to say anything more. This D was already fearless. "Don't be afraid, if your brain twitches and you give your stick, it will be over for you. Okay, but don't come to me again when you get the things, I don't want to cause trouble." After finishing speaking, Dover called his subordinates to prepare things for Kaido. "It seems that you were quite afraid of that Lin Feng." Kaido's eyes were very sharp, and he suddenly realized that Dover seemed to have other ideas. Hearing this, Doflamingo smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, these 2 guys have never seen Lin Feng's strength with their own eyes. As long as you dare to make trouble here, let's see if you will die. "Lin Feng, he's really strong. I'm no match for him, but he's not completely unstoppable," Doflamingo said. "Mom, then do you think if I join forces with Kaido, can we take him down?" "I don't know. I don't know much about your strength. Anyway, I'm not his opponent, but if the 2 cooperate, the problem shouldn't be too big. Hope these 2 go to fight Lin Feng." Kaido and Bigmom did not respond to this. They are both in the arena, and it is impossible to relax their vigilance just because of Doflamingo's words. After eating dessert, Bigmom didn't seem very satisfied and said in a displeased tone, "Okay, let's go." Doflamingo's eyes twitched. He couldn't believe that the two were leaving so soon, and he was thinking about how to get rid of them. When the two left, Doflamingo immediately ordered all the cadres of the family to be summoned. It seemed that something serious was about to happen to Dressrosa and had to be avoided. In this broken place, there are really not many people that he can handle, but when the cadres gathered, Doflamingo found that there was one person missing, Violet. Chapter 421 Brother Ming evacuates. There was no sound in the room, and no one knew where Violet had gone at this time, and how dare she disobeyed Dover's order. Before anyone else could speak, Doflamingo immediately ordered people to search for it. It is definitely not a good sign that this kind of thing happened at this time. Soon, all the people sent out came back, but the news they brought was that no one was found. Trash. Cursing angrily, Doflamingo turned to the other cadres and said, "Everyone prepare immediately. Let's evacuate this place first and stay in the factory for a while." After speaking, everyone looked at each other, unable to believe that Doflamingo would give such an order. Does this mean to hide temporarily? Joker, is this necessary? Even if those guys from Dressrosa came because of Lin Feng this time, we won't hide. Torble asked suspiciously. Dover said before that he would take advantage of this opportunity to do something, but now he has to give up before any action has started. Diamante on the side also said, "Yes, Joker, did something happen?" After being told by Diamante, other people also reacted one after another. If it was because of the four emperors, then Doflamingo's current decision is not incomprehensible. Advertisement Doflamingo didn't explain too much, just said in silence for a moment, "Gather your people immediately and prepare to retreat. Officers, look at me and I look at you." Since Doflamingo feels that it is very dangerous, then they have nothing to do. The order could only be executed quickly, and everyone rushed out of the room and began to prepare for retreat. In the duel arena, competitions in various venues are proceeding rapidly. Lin Feng also got up early for the first time, and the game had already started for a while. "Isn't this Kizaru Admiral and Fujitora Admiral? Why do you have time to come to my place?" The voice was so loud that everyone around could hear it clearly. When Lin Feng appeared in the auditorium, for a moment, no one paid attention to the competition going on in the arena, and all eyes were on him. Being hugged by Lin Feng like this, Kizaru felt uncomfortable. With so many eyes watching, would others think that the relationship between Marine and Lin Feng is unusual? "I won't wear small shoes for myself in the future." Fujitora smiled wryly and did not speak. To be honest, he personally didn't really want to deal with Lin Feng. This person is really difficult to deal with, especially since he is still a Marine Admiral. For a moment, the curious people all stared at this side. At this time, the legendary mission suddenly appeared, which naturally made many people exclaim, especially when they saw that Lin Feng was heading towards the Marine camp. The pirates couldn't help but think of the rumors they had heard before. "Dude, it seems that the relationship with Marine is not simple, and this cooperation has also appeared in Summit War." After knowing who it was, Lin Feng smiled, and there was already a Marine general standing beside Kizaru and Fujitora, and Lin Feng naturally sat there. Advertisement looking down from the highest room, he could have a panoramic view of everything in the arena. After scanning a group of people with very high status in the arena, his gaze soon fell on Marine's camp. "Brother Lin Feng, long time no see," Kizaru said very politely, with a very obscene smile on his face. Lin Feng looked at this person and felt a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, so he didn't answer Kizaru's words, and stared at this person intently. As soon as he sat down, Erlang raised his legs and placed his arms on Kizaru's shoulders. "Why, what are you two old fellows doing here? It doesn't seem like there is any exciting competition today." Behind the two of them, among a group of Marines, sat a guy wearing sunglasses, also wearing a Marine justice coat, with his shiny back hair combed, looking very eye-catching. But the current Marshal of Marine is a Kainu. He must have been beaten by the big boss in front of him. The local audience in Dressrosa is okay, and they often see Lin Feng himself during this period, but those outsiders are different, especially those pirates, because Lin Feng was active in the first half of the Grand Line before, so few people in the New World have seen him. Smiling, he walked out of the door and walked towards the Marine camp. And Kizaru, who was sitting next to him, was also very helpless in his heart. He knew early on that he couldn't avoid Lin Feng when he came here. Soon, Lin Feng remembered that this person seemed to have been seen at naval headquarters before, and the person was following behind Sengoku at that time, and he was still making trouble for him. Soon Lin Feng was seen walking to the side of the Marine camp, looking at the two people in the middle of the Marine crowd with a very teasing look. Chapter 422 The One Who Slays the Dragon. "Brother Lin Feng, we're here to cheer you on." Kizaru didn't speak, but Fujitora on the other side spoke, holding a stick knife in both hands, and the smile on his face looked kind of friendly. Lin Feng looked at the old man. Obviously he shouldn't be able to see anything, but it gave people a feeling that he could see through everything. Don't look at what he said to compliment. In fact, he is not saying that Lin Feng is doing this kind of thing here, and he will find something for Marine to do. Regarding this, Lin Feng does not deny that the thing here is to attract Marine's attention. In other words, Marine is just one part of it. Then you Marine are really polite, and you actually sent 2 admirals to support the show. Lin, are really flattered. As Lin Feng said, Kizaru and Fujitora didn't hear much of it. Both of them knew how poisonous the person in front of them was, and they wouldn't talk trash at such a time. "Can you tell me, what do you want to do here this time?" Lin Feng asked as if talking about family matters. With such a natural question, the two Marine admirals couldn't help but raise their foreheads. How can it be like this? The spying information is so straightforward, and they will ask you directly in person. Ahem, brother Lin Feng, let's watch the game. Kizaru directly changed the subject, not wanting to argue with Lin Feng on this. At this time, the two contestants in the next round of the battle also walked out of the field. The one who came out first was an unknown pirate, and there were only a small group of people cheering in the audience, probably his partners and crew. As soon as he entered the arena, this man waved at people in all directions, and even smiled provocatively in the direction of the Marine camp. This means that he knew that the Marines would not do anything in this kind of place, otherwise the two Marine admirals would sitting in town. What can such a small character do? Advertisement at this moment, after turning around, it seemed that his vanity was greatly satisfied, and he even closed his eyes and began to fantasize about his blockbuster scene. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of his life. Please invite the next contestant to enter. At this time, the host had already started to call his opponent. Opening his eyes, looking at the exit of the passage, he wondered which unlucky person would bump into him. Although many big shots participated, he didn't think he would meet them so unlucky in the first round. The plan is to come up and win a game, and let his little brothers bet on him winning. If it wasn't for the fact that the match-fixing match would be dealt with, he would have bought himself and lost. Soon, a figure walked out of the passage, and he was wearing a mask and wearing a dragon-slaying robe. Not many people could be seen at a glance, but the two Marine admirals beside Lin Feng had widened their eyes at this moment. Looking at the person walking out in amazement, it turned out to be the Dragon Slayer. Their eyes were full of vigilance and doubts. They could think that this incident would definitely attract the attention of many people. Whether it was pirates or the Revolutionary Army, no one would be surprised, but only those who did not expect to kill the dragon would also blend in. Brother Lin Feng, what's going on? Kizaru asked. I don't know either. I don't care about such things. Lin Feng smiled and said casually. Naturally, Kizaru would not believe it, and neither would Fujitora. Neither of them felt that Lin Feng would be ignorant of the participation of the Dragon Slayer. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Lin Feng explained, whoever signs up is not a big deal. No matter who it is, can they still cause trouble in my territory? Advertisement. Hearing this, Kizaru's speculation about the relationship between Lin Feng and Zhanlong faded a bit. Although Lin Feng said it arrogantly, it is still a fact. No matter who comes here, he must be honest. However, the fact that the dragon-slaying man appeared here should be reported immediately. With a wave to the side, the Marine correspondent who had been prepared earlier came over. Kizaru said something to him in a low voice, and the latter ran out. At this time, the two people in the field were already facing each other, and the pirate looked at the opponent in front of him very proudly. He had never heard of the name that the host said just now. He raised it as if he saw a big deal, and said arrogantly, "Boy, come on, I am in a good mood today, I will break your legs at most." The voice fell, but the other party did not respond. "Just play Nima, watch Lousy smash your mask." Waving his fist, the man rushed over. The speed was quite fast, and he was close in a blink of an eye. "Go to hell, kid," he roared. His face was filled with excitement. He succeeded. Boom. The moment the fist was about to hit the opponent's face, a fiery breath burst out, blowing his whole body away, rolling on the ground, until he hit the wall at the edge of the field before stopping. Chapter 423. Imposter. What happened? I'm defeated in an instant. Who is this person? The audience who didn't know were all surprised and asked around, but the audience who recognized the clothes kept silent at this moment, for fear of getting into trouble. He was the one who killed the dragon, who knew what he wanted to do here. Captain. Boss. The younger brothers of the defeated pirates shouted anxiously in the stands. On Marine's side, there was complete silence. Even Kizaru and Fujitora couldn't see what the trick was. It is hot and dangerous, but there is no flame. In their information, it seems that there is no such guy among the people who slay the dragon. Could it be another person who has never seen it before? And Lin Feng looked at the person who was leaving the stage with great interest. Not to mention, the dragon-slaying robe was made really interesting, but he didn't expect that someone would impersonate it. It's really interesting. Even he didn't see the real identity of this person. As for the other people in the stands, when they felt the high temperature, they were also nervous, for fear of being affected. They also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Watching the two people who left the stage, they took a breath of coolness at the same time. Gas. At this moment, the Marine correspondent who had gone out just now also came back, leaned over and whispered something in Kizaru's ear. The latter's expression changed suddenly. Without speaking, he got up silently, left his position and walked out. Advertisement. Hey, Fujitora Admiral, what are you doing? Asking such a straightforward question again, as if asking if you have eaten, Fujitora was also very helpless, thought for a while and said, Mr. Lin Feng, we are not in the same camp after all. First a Marine, I think it's better to be straightforward. Hearing Fujitora's words, Lin Feng waved his hands helplessly and said, you guys keep everything secret, isn't it the thing? There's nothing you can't say. That's what he said, but Lin Feng also turned his attention to the direction where Kizaru left. If he heard correctly just now, it seems that the word world government was mentioned. Maybe it's because of the guy who appeared just now pretending to be their dragon slayer. At this time, walking to a place where no one was around, Kizaru raised the phone bug in his hand and asked, it's time to talk. A dull voice soon came from the phone bug. Soon, Kizaru's face became shocked. His eyes were wide and round, followed by a look of disbelief. The person on the phone bug had finished talking for a long time before Kizaru came to his senses and said, is this true? The news came from there will be no problem. If it's true, then it's going to be troublesome, big trouble. Kizaru seemed to be talking to himself, with a very low voice. What did you say? Kizaru was startled, and then he lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. It's nothing, but if it's a war, it's probably very difficult. The Marines' combat power should not be enough. Don't worry, someone will be sent over there to prepare. On the other end of the phone, Akainu was also holding a document, his brows frowning into a line. Any more news? Kizaru asked. Advertisement. Akainu was silent for a moment and said, Kuzan is going to Dressrosa. Kuzan. Kizaru didn't expect to hear this name at this time. What is he doing here? You forgot, the people on Lin Feng's side can treat his injuries. Speaking of which, Kizaru doesn't need Akainu to talk about it anymore. Kuzan lost a leg in the martial battle between the two, so it's not surprising to come here now. As long as Lin Feng can be invited to take the shot, the leg will naturally be broken, will be able to recover. Also, the Shichibukai system may change, so prepare yourself for it. After finishing speaking, Akainu hung up the phone. The accident this time revealed a lot of information, and some things in the past also had answers. Looking at the document in his hand, Akainu grinned. It really is you. You are in trouble now. Then he said to the Marine soldiers beside him, Vice Admiral Garp, they still can't get in touch? Yes, I haven't been able to get in touch. The world government replied that there is a task for them, so it's not convenient to contact them. Hearing this, Akainu's eyes froze, and a strange look appeared on his face. Okay, you go out. Back in Dressrosa, Lin Feng looked at Kizaru, who was walking back, and asked, What's wrong with Kizaru, Admiral? Look at this sad face. Kizaru looked up at Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin Feng, we won't watch the next competition. Fujitora stood up immediately after hearing the words, the cloak fluttering non-stop. The two turned around and left with a group of Marines. Glancing towards the field, it was a person from Marine who entered the field at this time, but the two of them didn't care. It seemed that something really happened. Thinking about it, Lin Feng also quickly left here, returned to the tavern, and immediately contacted Shaki in Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 424. Hawkeye. Really annoying. Well, there are many spies on the island, probably sent by the Marine and world government, and some who don't know who they are. There are all kinds of people in a mess, but because they didn't do anything, I let Rayleigh and the others, it doesn't matter. Shaki said quickly after answering Lin Feng's call. They didn't find Whitebeard there, did they? Lin Feng asked. No, this area is the most heavily guarded, and no spies can sneak in, Shaki said. What's more, don't we still have us here? Lin Feng heard the words and then asked, Did you find anything wrong with them? Not yet. Anyway, be careful, I always feel something is wrong, right? Is there any news from Garp? Last time he said he would come to Sabaody to see Luffy. Shaki blew a smoke ring and said, No news at all, not just the old Garp thing. Sengoku is gone too. Well, let Luffy and the others be careful during this time. I guess something will happen, and use them when necessary. We can't let them eat and live for free, Lin Feng said. Shaki looked at Luffy and his group, who were eating, drinking and having fun in a circle, and couldn't help saying, Well, it's quite edible. Contact Nia to see where they are. It's not peaceful recently, and I'm worried that something will happen, Lin Feng said. Yamato, Nami, and Nia, these three have not sent news back for a while, and they don't know what kind of madness they have become. But Lin Feng is not too worried. With Yamato's combat power, and Nia Ya's special ability, and Nami, a navigator, are really unlikely to have any problems. Advertisement. If you encounter any unsolvable situation, you will definitely have time to contact Lin Feng for help. Because of this, although Yamato and the others didn't take the initiative to contact, Saboody's side didn't inquire either. At this time, they must be playing crazy everywhere. After chatting with Shaki about Sabaody for a while, Lin Feng hung up the phone. At this time, Kuina walked in with Ayu. Aren't you practicing sword today? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Brother Lin Feng. Little Ayu ran over as soon as he came in and saw Lin Feng. Sister Kuina is going to take me to watch a duel today. Oh, really? Then let her buy you a lot of delicious food. Lin Feng liked this little girl very much and said, stroking her head. Ayu was smiling, her big watery eyes narrowed into slits. Okay, I'll take her there first. Sabo's competition is about to start. Do you want to go and have a look? Kuina grabbed Ayu with both hands and asked. No, there's nothing to see. I have something to do later. By the way, do you know where that Hawkeye guy is? Together with Enel. When Kuina said this, she also found it strange that these two guys with completely opposite personalities got mixed together. Lin Feng sat up suspiciously, conjured up a dagger, and kept turning it in his hand. I'll let it go and have a look. You go quickly. It won't be long before Sabo's side is over. That guy is doing things very well. Easy. And just as Lin Feng said, when Kuina brought Ayu around to buy delicious food and came to the scene, Sabo's side was already over. But Kuina didn't care too much about it. Anyway, he brought the children to see it, just for fun. Advertisement. On the other side, at a place near the sea on the edge of Dressrosa, Hawkeye, Enel, and Garrett, the three of them are here. Hawkeye sat alone on a boulder by the sea, holding a small wine glass in his hand, blowing the sea breeze very comfortably. Enel led Garrett to practice on the beach not far away. Thunder and lightning continued to rage, and the beach was full of deep pits struck by lightning, scorched black, and the seawater was also rolled by lightning from time to time, and even the waves washed up fish that were not easy to be electrocuted. Master, is this really useful? Gallet looked a little uninterested after the blow. In the past 2 days, Enel has always asked her to strengthen control. Control is really a bit boring, especially when she can only attack the sea and rocks, which is very boring. However, Garrett didn't have any complaints. She did what Enel said. After seeing Enel's strength, her admiration for her, the master of Thor, sword. Although I feel bored, I still do everything. HMPH, are you doubting Ben Thor? No, how is it possible? Master Thor is the most powerful. Garrett spoke the truth, but it was such a natural rainbow fart that made Enel very useful. Then practice hard. If you lose my face when you go out in the future, Ben Lishan will kill you by electric shock. Enel snorted coldly. Garrett stuck out his tongue, not afraid at all. Hawkeye glanced this way, and suddenly felt very boring. He was drinking well here, but it was really annoying to have these two goods at the stall to disturb his interest. Chapter 425. Back to Sabadi. Yo, I found it. Lin Feng muttered, and the person disappeared. And a space vortex suddenly appeared around Hawkeye. Even Hawkeye, who was extremely calm in the past, was taken aback, but after seeing it clearly, he took another sip of wine nonchalantly. Lin Feng walked out of it, sat beside him with a smile on his face, looked at Garrot who was facing the sea and Enel who was dealing damage to Garrot not far away. Lin Feng said, "It's not too noisy." "Huh? It's not like your style." Hawkeye put down the bottle slowly. "Hey, I'll change the place tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, you are still the same." Lin Feng smiled and patted Hawkeye on the back, and Hawkeye gave him a very disgusted look. "By the way, have you been in touch with Shanks recently?" Lin Feng asked. "No, aren't you two good friends? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you with a sword." Hawkeye threatened as if he was about to draw his sword. After speaking, Hawkeye also answered Lin Feng's question in a serious manner. "I haven't contacted him. Do you think we'll find a B************ D when I'm fine?" "A-hole. You two come from drinking buddies who cherish each other," Lin Feng said with a smile. HMPH. Hawkeye didn't refute. Obviously he has a very good relationship with Shanks. "Forget it, I have something to ask you, just say it." Advertisement. Lin Feng also took out a bottle of wine and took a sip. "You go to Sabadi. I found something wrong during this time. There is a possibility that there will be problems." A gleam flashed in the eagle's sharp eyes. "Could it be those guys?" "It should be. Apart from them, I can't think of anyone else who would be so courageous." "It's interesting, but why don't you go by yourself, and even if something happens, you can go back at any time?" Hawkeye asked, puzzled. "That's the last way, and I have to watch here, and there's a swordsman genius coming from Sabadi, so you're not interested?" Hearing this, Hawkeye was stunned. "Is that the Zoro you mentioned before?" "Well, that's him." "Okay, I'll go and have a look." The two reached an agreement, just as Enel also allowed Garrett to rest for a while, and the two walked towards this side. "Brother Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Garrett ran up to Lin Feng, took out a carrot and took a bite. "I'm talking about you. You've improved a lot. Thunderbolt is already able to control it to this extent." Lin Feng was not lying. When talking to Hawkeye just now, he also paid attention to Garrett's training situation. He said so, but his face didn't hide his complacency at all. After all, Garrett is also his apprentice, and it's not easy to get Lin Feng's compliment. This shows that he is really a great guy. Lin Feng smiled. This guy, after all this time, is still so arrogant. Quickly catching it, Lin Feng said with a smile, "You old guy, you know how to eat, drink and play every day, and you have a good retirement life." Advertisement. Luffy and his group were lying around with their mouths dripping with oil, especially Luffy and Chopper. Throwing a bottle of wine to him, I heard him say, "Little girl, what are you proud of? You are still far behind. I can't beat you by myself, but my apprentice of Thor is not bad. If you have the ability, you can take an apprentice to compare." At another table next to them, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and Tengayama Hidoru, that is, Kazuki Sukiyaki, the three old guys are also drunk, and they have to have a meal with Luffy and the young people from time to time. Exclusive chatter for the elderly. Could it be that he was blaming himself for throwing him a burden? It can be seen from the appearance just now that Enel trained Garrett from the heart. Hawkeye silently walked to the side and sat down, closed his eyes and fell asleep silently. Lin Feng didn't answer right away, sat down beside Whitebeard, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will soon have the time to show your skills." He himself followed, in the tavern in Sabodi's duel field. "Hey, are you chatting?" Lin Feng yelled at everyone as soon as the figure appeared. "Goohahaha, Lin Feng boy, you are really good here, if only you can walk around," Whitebeard said, although he was very happy here, but because he had to hide the news that he was still alive, he had to not being careful, which makes a character like Whitebeard feel aggrieved. After chatting with a few people for a while, Lin Feng ignored Hawkeye's objection and sent him directly to Sabodi in a Kamui space. But Enel, who followed behind, stretched out his hand in front of Lin Feng and didn't speak. This is Enel's inner monologue now. "Hey, why do you want to come back, kid?" Whitebeard laughed, and threw a big bone towards Lin Feng very boldly. "Really? They train very seriously, and Master Thor's requirements are well fulfilled." Galad looked very excited. Chapter 426 Arrangements. Lin Feng waved his hand casually in greeting, but continued to chat with Whitebeard. "So you're about to act?" Rayleigh asked. Lin Feng. On Luffy's side, several guys sat up abruptly. Lin Feng waved his hand casually in greeting, but continued to chat with Whitebeard. "So you're about to take action?" Rayleigh asked. "What news did you get?" Lin Feng immediately sorted out all the things discovered these days. Although it does not constitute conclusive evidence, Lin Feng is sure enough that the world government will definitely take action against him. Although it is not clear why the world government did this, it is not surprising no matter what those guys do. He didn't expect his identity to be exposed now, and Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was listening to the conversation of several people, asked at this time. Ayu is okay in Dressrosa. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. Don't worry, that little girl is getting fat. After receiving Lin Feng's answer, Kazuki Sukiyaki felt at ease. In fact, he wanted to ask since Lin Feng appeared just now, but he refrained from opening his mouth when he saw that other people were busy. Ayu? Who is that? Luffy suddenly stuck out his big head and asked. Snapped. Lin Feng's raised hand was a fist of love. B********************* D. Have you cultivated well? Lin Feng asked. Luffy fell to the ground, covered his head and said with a grin, Uncle Whitebeard and Uncle Rayleigh teach me every day. Advertisement. Lin Feng looked at Whitebeard unexpectedly. Needless to say, Rayleigh knew what was going on when he saw the straw hat on Luffy's head, and what happened to Whitebeard. He actually tried his best to help. Goohahaha, Lin Feng boy, don't look at me like this. Is there anything wrong with helping my son's younger brother? Whitebeard took a big gulp of wine every time he spoke. When Ace was mentioned, Luffy immediately jumped up from the ground. Ace, where's Ace? Looking like a monkey, Lin Feng pressed Luffy's head and said, have you completed the task assigned to you? Is it strong enough? With your current strength, going to New World is courting death. Lin Feng beat Luffy and Zoro with his output. In fact, according to the original situation, Luffy, Hull and Zoro are now strong enough to enter the New World. However, after his troubles, the current situation of New World is very complicated, especially when Luffy and the others are involved with him, fearing that they will be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Huh? How long are you going to stay here? Luffy was very disappointed. It was too sad for him to stay in Sabaody for this period of time. Lin Feng looked at him. Luffy was always restless. Originally, if Ace died, Luffy would have calmed down and cultivated for 2 years, but that didn't happen now. Luffy, Lin Feng said, do you think your current strength is enough? Luffy immediately regained his spirits. Of course, I can't wait to go to sea. So do we. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp followed suit. Only Brook and Chopper did not speak. Advertisement. Hey, let me ask you, if your current strength is used in Summit War, do you think you can rescue Ace? Lin Feng asked. There was a sudden silence in the room, not just Luffy's group, but Whitebeard's group as well. In fact, Luffy's current strength is difficult to improve if they want to practice rigorously, so Lin Feng will let them go to the duel field for actual combat. Only by actual combat can they quickly integrate what they know, and at the same time they can accumulate actual combat experience. After a long time, Luffy said slowly, I'm going to the duel field. What's the rush? What's the rush? Lin Feng waved his hand, pointing to the activities on the side and said, sit down. Waiting for everyone to sit down, Lin Feng said, the situation here in Sabaody is clear. Marine's fleet is now at sea and can attack here at any time. Although it is not certain, we can't do nothing. Do. Uncle Whitebeard, if there is a fight, try not to make a move. It would be good to be exposed a minute later. Whitebeard nodded unhappily. Others, the safety here is up to you. I'm going back to Dressrosa later, and it's not peaceful over there, Lin Feng said. Why don't you get everyone together so you don't have to worry? Sanji asked from the sidelines. Lin Feng smiled. This is quite simple, but I also have my purpose. If I gather everyone together to protect them, the other party will be more alert, and I'm afraid they won't attack again. This is also a test, and there will definitely be a fight between dragons and tigers, but don't worry, nothing will happen, just be prepared, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. At this moment Shaki came over. Boy Lin Feng, come here. Lin Feng looked over suspiciously, but saw Shaki's very serious expression. After giving everyone a wink, Lin Feng followed Shaki and walked out. Chapter 427 House Arrest. I have been investigating during this time. Garp and Sengoku have disappeared since leaving office. Especially since the last time I spoke to you, Garp has been completely unavailable, Shaki said. What did you find out? Lin Feng asked anxiously. Shaki took out a piece of information, flipped through it and said, Garp, Sengoku, Smoker, Toshigi, Momosagi, Yi C card. These marines who are related to you or have a good relationship can't be contacted anymore. Lin Feng frowned. Speaking to this point, if Lin Feng still can't guess Shaki's meaning, then he is really too stupid. Hasn't Yi Sika quit Marine? Lin Feng said. Does it matter to those people? Shaki said. Lin Feng sighed and nodded and said, but what happened to Garp and Sengoku? The Marine hero and the former Marine Marshal, the world government attacked them so easily? Shaki pushed the sunglasses. As long as there are enough benefits, nothing is impossible. Perhaps in the eyes of the world government, you are a threat they want to get rid of even at the expense of the marine turmoil. Lin Feng was puzzled. This shouldn't be. The conflict between himself and the world government should not be that big. Could it be that he was exposed? Thinking about it, I think it is impossible. Although the possibility is very small, Lin Feng still feels that the disappearance of Garp and others is not necessarily aimed at him. But don't be careless. There's no way I can't get in touch now. Pay more attention to the actions of the world government. I'll find a way to deal with the rest. Advertisement. Back in the tavern, Lin Feng saw that Hawkeye was staring at Zoro, and Zoro was also staring at Hawkeye. Lin Feng didn't ask any further questions. Something was bound to happen between these two people. After greeting everyone, Lin Feng returned to Dressrosa. As soon as he arrived here, Lin Feng opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, opened the Kamui space, and began to look for the space imprint left on Garp and others. However, half a minute passed, but nothing was gained. Lin Feng also had a bad feeling in his heart. Wesson, it must be that B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* so there is only one possibility, and that is what the world government did. Facing the world government, even Garp and Sengoku don't have much power to resist, or they won't resist. Can't think of any other way. Lin Feng can only wait. He can't go to the Holy Land Mariojoy alone. He is strong enough to deal with other people, but Lin Feng is not sure about I am sitting on the void throne. Lin Feng still can't forget the huge sense of threat he felt when he was in Sabaody. Just when Lin Feng was distressed, Conus came to him. Captain. Conus knocked on Lin Feng's door. Immediately after entering, he said, "Someone is looking for you." Who? Advertisement, Zephyr Admiral Crane Aokiji Admiral. Conus tilted her head and said, she didn't know if she said it right. After all, these two are not Marine Admiral anymore. Oh, what a coincidence. The two came together. Lin Feng said unexpectedly, and he had already stood up, ready to take a look. They're over there in the living room, Conus said. At this time, outside a very luxurious room in the Holy Land of Mariojoy, there were many agents of the world government standing inside and outside, and their strength was very impressive. It also included Wesson, one of the CP chiefs, and several guys wearing silver armor and carrying heavy swords. In the room, Sengoku and Garp sat in chairs and were silent. Smoker kept walking back and forth in the room, with the cigar in his mouth swinging up and down. Obviously the current smoker was gnashing his teeth. Toshigi and Yisika sat on the side. Neither of them were in a high mood, especially Yisika, who was full of worry. She didn't expect that the first time she came to this place known as the Holy Land would be in this way. If it wasn't for Mr. Garp's help, she might not know where she was locked up. What made her even more unexpected was that she had quit Marine to become a pirate hunter, but was caught by CP agents when she was catching a small pirate, and brought to Mariojoy. As for the purpose, Yisika can know without thinking too much. The relationship between himself and Ace should be found out, and maybe it will be used as a means to deal with Ace at some point. But what she couldn't figure out was that not only she was here, but also former Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Kaio. Like himself, he was also locked up here. Can you stop dangling there, you're so annoying. Momosagi, who was leaning against the door, suddenly yelled loudly. Smoker took one look at her and sank down on the chair. What the hell are these bastards trying to do? How long have we been under house arrest? Smoker said angrily. Chapter 428 Reason. Smoker snorted coldly and ignored it, and set his sights on the two oldest guys. Garp and Sengoku haven't spoken much the whole time, but the scowl on their faces can't be faked. Smoker thinks the two must know something, but it's not like he didn't ask before. Neither of them told him. Smoker felt in his heart that he had to try again. Such an inexplicable feeling was too uncomfortable. Toshigi and Yisika, who were sitting on the side, saw Smoker turn around abruptly and slapped his hands on the table. Vice Admiral Garp, what's going on? Just tell us. Garp glanced at him, bowing his head silently. To say that he had the most complicated mental activity among the people present, Smoker and Momosagi didn't know the reason, but he and Sengoku knew it. After all, both of them are the pillars of the Marine, and there must be a reasonable reason to put them under house arrest. Lin Feng was Shui Tong. When the two heard the news, they were not too shocked. They both guessed from the clues, but Lin Feng had been hiding it too well all along, so no evidence was found. However, world government's next move made both of them feel uneasy. Isn't this just using them as bargaining chips against Lin Feng? Garp was even more worried when he thought of this. If he didn't guess wrong, that kid Luffy should be with Lin Feng now, and look at Yisika over there. He also knows about this girl, which shows that the government is also preparing to deal with Ace. Seeing that Garp didn't speak, Smoker turned his attention to Sengoku again. Sengoku sighed when he saw him looking at him. Helping Lin Feng won't work. Advertisement, okay, don't read, but are you sure you want to know? Sengoku said. Hearing this, Smoker's eyes lit up, and even Momosagi came over, ready to listen carefully. Seeing the expressions of the two, Sengoku glanced at Garp, and then said, "We are under house arrest here because of Lin Feng." Lin Feng? Sengoku nodded. Do you know Lin Feng's identity? Momosagi and Smoker looked at each other. The relationship between the two of them was pretty good with Lin Feng, but what did it have to do with Lin Feng? Where is the dragon slaying organization? The two nodded. They naturally knew this. The leader of Zhanlong organization, Shitong, his real identity is Lin Feng. Hearing this, Momosagi and Smoker were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. This is impossible. Lin Feng and the Zhanlong appeared at the same time. How is this possible? Could it be a mistake? Smoker asked. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. It's not wrong. You also saw those guys guarding the door. After Zephyr launched Marine, he disappeared. Why did he appear at Lin Feng at this time? Aokiji, who also launched Marine, also broke a leg. According to speculation, he should come to Lin Feng for treatment. Yeah, exactly what you think, Sengoku said. Naturally, Toshigi and Yisika could hear clearly. Advertisement, and then, what does this have to do with Lin Feng? Smoker asked. Of course you don't know. This is one of the most violent institutions in the world government, and even the 5 elders are not qualified to mobilize them. At this time in Dressrosa, Zephyr walked into the living room with his students and Aokiji. The arrival of the two naturally attracted a lot of attention, and the news was quickly sent back to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku said, Their appearance here means that this matter is certain, and there will be no mistakes. It is not convenient for me to tell you the reason. And it wasn't just Momosagi and Smoker who heard Sengoku talking. Then, isn't Kuina? Momosagi reacted and exclaimed. Momosagi heard the words and said, those who wear armor, yes, who are they? How come they never know that there are such troops? And after the treatment, where will Aokiji go? This kind of combat power is not under the control of Marine or world government, which really makes them feel tricky. Although the two are still puzzled, but Sengoku has said this level, there is no need to doubt it. Both Momosagi and Smoker had a look of shock in their eyes. These guys have such extraordinary backgrounds. It's just that the fact that Lin Feng is a blood pupil is really hard for them to digest. Toshigi is now the same as Momosagi, both of whom are close to Kuina, which is naturally difficult to accept. Silence. Silence for several minutes. Kazaru and Fujitora also received the news immediately, which is something they must pay attention to and be vigilant about. And Yisika thought of Ace, since Lin Feng is a blood pupil. Where's Ace? Could it be that he is also the one who slays the dragon? The more Yisika thought about it. Chapter 429 Dynamite Rock, Endpoint. You two, why are you still hanging out together and running to find me? Why, do you think that I don't pay enough attention to the world government? Just give me trouble. Lin Feng also sat down while joking. Yo, Ain, long time no see, she's even more beautiful. Ian laughed lightly and said, Mr. Lin Feng is still so fond of joking. But Zephyr had already glared at Lin Feng. Brat, what are you doing? Old people are really boring, Lin Feng said. You say so, Ain. Ian smiled helplessly. How could she answer these words? Long time no see, brother Lin Feng. Aokiji took the initiative to say hello. Lin Feng glanced at him, then swept over his broken leg. Tisk tisk, isn't this Aokiji Admiral? Why haven't I seen it for a while? It's so miserable. Knowing that Lin Feng was deliberately mocking him, Aokiji didn't care and said with a smile, I'm here to find you. And I'm not Admiral anymore. Aokiji stopped barking. Lin Feng nodded. All right, brother Kuzan, but you should know the rules here. If you are still a Marine, then the cost of treatment will naturally be borne by Marine, but now. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked Kuzan up and down. I can promise you one condition, Kuzan said, it is still very important to heal the broken leg. Although the broken leg has no effect on his daily life, it is no problem to clean up some small pirates, but in a close battle, it's a big weakness. Advertisement if there is no hope of treatment, that's all. If there is, it must be fought for. No one wants to be a disabled person, especially if the body can be recovered. Are you sure? Any conditions are fine? Lin Feng asked with a teasing smile. Seeing Lin Feng's smile, Kuzan suddenly felt bad. He had seen this smile before, and it was the kind of smile that would be blacked out. Hastily said, you can't violate my justice, ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't let you do bad things, Lin Feng said. Kuzan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, when does it start? What are you in a hurry for? Didn't you see that I have something else to do here? Just stay and go. Kuzan was taken aback. He was not used to talking to Lin Feng every time. So, Zephyr Admiral, what are you here for? Lin Feng asked. Zephyr's face darkened when he heard this, and he said, boy, you should know about my situation. Before the two could speak, Lin Feng continued, for example, using explosive rocks to detonate a volcano or something, such as the endpoint. After a while, Lin Feng smiled. Why are you nervous? It's just a joke. Since you know, the old man will tell you the truth. Zephyr said, looking at Kuzan, what are you doing sitting here? Lin Feng nodded. In fact, he was also very strange. It stands to reason that after leaving Marine, shouldn't Zephyr be disheartened and ready to drag the world to its end? How did you come to find yourself? Advertisement Zephyr was shocked that Lin Feng would know what he was thinking, while Kuzan was shocked that Lin Feng knew about dynamite rocks. Brother Lin Feng, stop making jokes like this, it's too scary. Kuzan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. This kind of strange rock, as long as it comes into contact with oxygen, will explode super strongly, and the explosive rock has been kept secretly by Marine, and how did Lin Feng know it? The people present looked at Lin Feng in shock at the same time. Teacher, I'm not a Marine anymore. Kuzan smiled wryly. How could he not know about Zephyr's grievance, and he was also very angry about what the world government did, but what could he do? Zephyr turned pale in disbelief. This guy really knows fortune-telling. Although he had this idea, he never said it out, not even the people around him knew. Lin Feng's sudden words dropped the atmosphere in the room to freezing point. The end point is that there are 3 lava lakes in the Sea of New World. If they are destroyed, the entire sea area of New World will burst into flames, which means that all pirates will be burned to death, including countless innocent civilians. Dynamite rock is known as an ultimate weapon with the same destructive power as the 3 ancient weapons. Kuzan stood up with a bang, looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and then at Zephyr. Even though he had quit the Marine, if Lin Feng or Zephyr were going to do this, he had to stop it. Lin Feng tilted his head when he heard the words, and said, it's more than that, don't you have any idea about dynamite rock? Zephyr nodded, and then said, to tell you the truth, after leaving Marine, I didn't know what to do at first. I originally planned to set up a new Marine, but after hearing the news from you, I have other ideas. Idea. Humph. Forget it, let him stay here, it's okay. If he says it, he. Lin Feng threatened to look at Kuzan, who felt a chill down his back. Why, I'm the kind of big mouth person.